Upon the vast ocean, a small military vessel advances steadily in a singular direction. Soldiers aboard the ship stand vigilant, armed and alert. Clad in white protective suits and equipped with oxygen tanks, they have sealed themselves off entirely, seemingly in anticipation of some lurking peril. On the deck, 8 sturdy iron cages contain a solitary prisoner each, all adorned in orange prison garb. These 8 individuals are, without exception, condemned felons facing the gravest of sentences. They are currently being escorted by the military towards Nile Island. Yet, they are not alone at this moment. Numerous other ships traverse the waters, all bound for Nile Island, carrying a total of 100,000 death row inmates, destined for exile upon its shores. Nile Island is a colossal landmass amidst the sea, home to 4 nations. However, just a month ago, a meteorite plummeted from the heavens, crashing upon the island. In a matter of a single night, an eerie black mist enveloped the entire land, and no soul emerged from its depths, nor did any communication signals escape. This sudden occurrence sent the International Alliance into a state of alarm. They discovered that the mist shrouding Nile Island seemed to be perpetually expanding. Though its advance was slow, there was no guarantee that this ominous fog would not engulf the entire world. In a bid to unveil the truth behind the mist, various nations dispatched special forces to the island. However, none of the soldiers returned alive. Consequently, the International Alliance arrived at a grim resolution. Each nation would select capable death row inmates from their prisons and send thousands to Nile Island. Those who managed to survive and return with intelligence would earn absolution from their crimes. In the face of such an enigmatic island, the decision to employ condemned prisoners for exploration appeared to be the most prudent course of action. After all, the demise of these felons would elicit little concern from the populace. Aboard the vessel, the 8 iron cages each house a death row inmate clad in orange. Among them is Ishue Bai, a 30-year-old man of unremarkable appearance, an ordinary citizen with no distinguishing traits. He sits within his cage, his expression neutral, having come to terms with his fate of impending arrival on Nile Island. Should he not embark on this journey, he would face execution by lethal injection in 3 months, forever departing from this world. His gaze drifts towards a large backpack beside him. Each condemned inmate is allotted such a backpack, containing purified water, compressed food, a basic first aid kit, a map of Nile Island, and a dagger. The provisions within the backpack are sufficient to sustain 1 person for 7 days. However, after this period, should no resources be found on Nile Island, he would succumb to thirst and starvation. As far as Ishue Bai is aware, 100,000 death row inmates have been dispatched to the island, and these individuals are far from benevolent souls that survive the first. Action taken by those released from their cages is to eliminate others and seize their resources. The more resources they acquire, the greater their chances of survival. The dagger nestled within the backpack, according to official statements, is intended for the self-defense of these death row inmates. Yet, Ishue Bai understands the truth. It is meant for slaughter. As he gazes at the sharp military dagger, his eyes shift towards the other inmates confined in their cages. One must always remain vigilant. Even in an ordinary city, countless nefarious individuals lurk, ever ready to inflict harm. How much more so for these condemned criminals? Ishue Bai must remain wary of these 7 MENIT. It is entirely possible that upon reaching the island, one of them will emerge from his cage, brandishing a dagger and lunging at him. In such dire circumstances, Ishue Bai has no alternative. He must act swiftly and eliminate his adversary. On the shrouded mist island, the constructs of law and morality have utterly lost their significance. Within the other 7 cages resides a solitary woman, in her early 30s, with a mane of red hair. Though unadorned by makeup, her features are strikingly beautiful. Fine lines of crow's feet grace her eyes, yet she retains an undeniable allure. The red-haired woman huddles in a corner of her cage, cradling her knees, exuding an air of helplessness. Ishue Bai finds himself perplexed as to how such an ostensibly innocuous woman has descended to the fate of death row. Adjacent to the red-haired woman is a cage housing a gaunt, one-eyed man, whose remaining eye glimmers with malevolence as he greedily surveys her. Despite his emaciated frame, it is evident that he possesses a body honed by muscle. He scrutinizes the red-haired woman. He sensuously licks his lips, resembling a ravenous wolf fixated on fresh meat, clearly not a benign character, but rather an exceedingly dangerous individual. The T.O. Ishue Bai's left is a youthful man with alabaster skin, a pretty boy in his early 20s. His complexion is soft and tender, yet his gaze is vacant and listless, as if he has suffered a profound misfortune. Without a moment's thought, Ishue Bai surmises the ordeal this young man has endured, a delicate lad, thrust into a prison filled with vicious criminals who have not encountered a woman in decades. What transpires is all too evident. To Ishue Bai's right sits an elderly man, over 50, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his hair a blend of gray and white. Despite his advanced age, the old man possesses a remarkable vitality. His eyes shine with a penetrating darkness. Though his demeanor is calm, resembling that of a seasoned lion accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, it is unmistakable that anyone who dares provoke him will face dire consequences. Additionally, there is a bespectacled man who appears scholarly and refined, seemingly an intellectual. What is most astonishing is that even at this juncture, as 8 death row inmates are destined for the ominous Mist Island, the bespectacled man remains seated in his cage, leisurely engrossed in a thick book, which appears to be a classic novel. Ishue Bai nearly mistook the deck of what was ostensibly a military vessel for a sunlit afternoon library. Beside the bespectacled man was a cage containing a bald-headed individual. This bald man was the most robust among the 8, his physique replete with muscle, suggesting that even within the confines of prison, he had not relinquished his commitment to fitness, despite being a death row inmate. His countenance bore a fierce demeanor, as if he were on the brink of unleashing his wrath upon any unfortunate soul, epitomizing the archetype of a gang member. Lastly, there was a plump young man in his 20s, his figure undeniably rotund. Currently, he huddled in the far corner of the cage, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. For him, being dispatched to Nile Island and confined with 7 other death row inmates seemed to plunge him into an abyss of unending dread. The 8 death row inmates comprised Ishue Bai, the red-haired woman, the one-eyed man, the pretty boy, the elderly gentleman, the bespectacled man, the bald-headed brute, and the chubby youth. Each remained ensconced within their respective cages, yet each harbored their own thoughts. None could fathom whether, upon their arrival at Nile Island, they would become allies or, in the fleeting moment of their escape from the cages, seize daggers and turn upon one another in a frenzy. "Hey, little beauty, how are you?" My name is Gong Jie, and you are truly exquisite. What a twist of fate that we find ourselves on the same vessel today." The one-eyed man gazed greedily at the red-haired woman, his salivation almost palpable. Listening to Gong Jie's lewd advances, the red-haired woman clutched her head and shrank further into the corner of her cage, seemingly intent on distancing herself from him as much as possible. Observing her fearful demeanor only heightened Gong Jie's excitement. "Ha ha, fret not. I would never harm you. I am, after all, a good man, as long as you obediently accompany me. Once we reach the island, I shall take great care of you. Ha 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 ha. I'm a tough guy, and you'll certainly feel that. However, should you defy me, do you know what will transpire? The moment this wretched iron cage swings open upon our arrival at the shore, I shall swiftly pin you to the ground and, with this very knife, shred every piece of your clothing into tatters. But do not worry, I would never mar your delicate skin. I could never bring myself to do so. I must admit, this unsightly prison garb clings to you quite alluringly. Yet alas, I must rend it asunder otherwise. Many things would become rather inconvenient. Ha 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 ha. Little beauty, surely you understand. Of course, this process will be painful for you, for it has been over a decade since I last laid hands on a woman. However, I assure you, as long as you are compliant and heed my instructions, I shall endeavor to be as gentle as possible otherwise. Do not blame me for lacking tenderness." As Gong Jie spoke, he toyed with the dagger in his hand, casting a menacing glare at the others. "Hey, I advise you all to refrain from coveting this little beauty. If you dare to compete with me, I shall show no mercy. I will first sever your little trinkets and then slit your throats, watching the crimson blood spurt forth from your bodies." The old man nonchalantly shook his head. "Rest assured, I have long lost interest in women and will not contend with you. Indeed, brother, we are all in your hands. Once we reach the shore, you shall be our leader." The chubby fellow, recognizing that Gong Jie was the most dominant among them, quickly sought to ingratiate himself. Seeing the chubby man's flattery, Gong Jie grew pleased and inquired, "What is your name, chubby one?" The chubby fellow quickly responded, "Brother, my name is Chun Siju. You can call me Azu." Chun Siju wore an excessively sycophantic grin, nearly repugnant. Ishue Bai could hardly fathom how such a timid fellow could become a death row inmate. Chun Siju addressed everyone. "You all shouldn't judge me as a criminal. I am, in fact, a good person. I'm not a bad man. I was sentenced to death for hitting someone with my car. I am not a villain. My father is quite wealthy. He owns a company, and if you protect me and help us escape from Misty Island, he will reward you handsomely." Gong Jie chuckled. "Ah, a rich second generation. I shall take good care of you." Then Ishue Bai half smiled at Chun Siju. "Being a rich heir, surely you can afford a decent lawyer. How did you end up on death row?" Chun Siju replied, "I had a bit to drink that day and drove. Who could have known that I would coincidentally hit a group of children just as they were being picked up from kindergarten? I was careless and ended up killing a dozen. My father tried every means, but they still sentenced me to death. Such terrible luck. That was a limited edition sports car. It was totaled. So you see, I'm not some ruthless criminal. You need not worry about me." Upon hearing this, Ishue Bai's expression darkened. This Chun Siju, driving under the influence and at a kindergarten's in Transa, was nothing short of a beast. Ishue Bai coldly fixed his gaze on Chun Siju, drawing a dagger from his backpack, playing within his hand, and stated, "I believe you are not a malevolent criminal, but alas, we are indeed ruthless criminals. All of us having taken lives. I remember the moment I used a knife to plunge directly into that man's heart, twisting it before swiftly withdrawing. Huh! The blood gushed like a fountain, splattering all over me, staining my clothes crimson. At the sight of Ishue Bai's menacing visage, Chun Siju was visibly frightened, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Ishue Bai then turned to the old man beside him and asked, "Old man, you too have been sentenced for murder, haven't you?" The old man appeared unconcerned. "In life, one cannot avoid taking a few lives. Having lived to this age, I have long forgotten how many I have killed. Alas, it is regrettable one often walks by the riverbank, only to end up captured in the end." A few individuals engaged in a casual conversation. The robust bald man raised his voice. "I say, in a while, we shall be heading to the island. This journey to the island is fraught with peril. I've heard that many special forces have entered, yet none have returned. Moreover, we are not the only 8 to venture forth. They say there are 100,000 condemned prisoners. At such a time, fighting alone leads to a grim fate. One might be betrayed at any moment. Why not collaborate among ourselves? Together, we would surely have a better chance of survival than if we acted alone." Ishue Bai nodded slightly. "I have no objections. Once on the island, we will either turn against each other or clash with others. By collaborating, at least it would be harder for someone to eliminate us." The others remained non-committal, offering no response. The bald man decisively declared, "Then it is settled. Once we land on the island, we shall form a team. I will be the captain. My name is Xiong Hua. I have dealt with some scoundrels who entered before. What about you?" Ishue Bai responded coolly. It appeared that seeking temporary collaboration was a prudent solution. Otherwise, once they reached shore, an inevitable struggle for resources among the 8 would ensue. Faced with slaughter, Ishue Bai felt no fear. Yet he was uncertain of his ability to emerge victorious in such a conflict. Xiong Hua, with his muscular frame, and Gong Jie, a fierce individual, were not to be underestimated. In light of their unknown strengths, a temporary alliance seemed far more prudent. However, Ishue Bai was acutely aware that this so-called cooperation was merely fleeting. Once resources became scarce and interests collided, even the most solid of alliances would swiftly crumble. There are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Very well, it appears we have reached a consensus. Xiong Hua then turned to the others, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "What about you? Please introduce yourselves." The elder spoke. "I am Yuan Koei, just a laborer." "And you, pretty boy?" Xiong Hua asked, a mocking smile on his face. The young man was somewhat intimidated and meekly replied, "My name is Zhu Bowen." Observing Zhu Bowen's timid demeanor, Xiong Hua couldn't help but jest. "With such demeanor, how did you end up on death row? Did you commit murder or smuggling?" "I did not kill anyone." Zhu Bowen raised his voice. "I am wrongfully accused. They insist I murder my wife. I have no idea how she died. I did not kill her. Zhu Bowen became quite indignant, seemingly genuinely aggrieved. Xianghua chuckled. Oh, wrongfully accused? Huh. Not surprising, every year, countless individuals meet unjust fates. Hey, what about you, scholar? Xianghua then questioned the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man continued reading, replying nonchalantly, I am Jiang Haiping, a doctor. His tone was calm, indeed resembling that of an intellectual. Xianghua sneered. What crime have you committed? Did the surgery fail? A surgical failure hardly warrants a death sentence, does it? Did you forget the surgical instruments inside the patient's abdomen? Jiang Hai replied blandly, No, I consumed my patient, and the police discovered it. Ah, Xianghua was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but the gazes of the others directed at Jiang Hai also revealed a hint of astonishment. Xianghua, in disbelief, exclaimed, What did you say? You eat people? Spare me your nonsense. Are you so starved that you resort to cannibalism? Jiang Hai adjusted his glasses, his gaze remaining fixed on the book, and replied nonchalantly, It is merely a hobby. The 7 prisoners fell silent. Even the soldier guarding them could not help but cast a look of incredulity at Jiang Hai. This cultured intellectual has a penchant for cannibalism. What kind of ultimate perversion is this? Even Xianghua dared not continue to threaten Jiang Hai. Yet he still spoke with a tone of disdain. Cut it out. No need to act tough here. No one intends to harm you. With that, he turned his attention to the red-haired girl. Hey, what's her name? Hey, Gong Jie immediately interjected, glaring at Xianghua. She's mine. I've already set my sights on her. Don't even think about it. Xianghua, recognizing Gong Jie's fierce demeanor, understood that he was not to be trifled with and sought to avoid further conflict. Relax. I'm not trying to steal her. I'm just asking. After all, we're companions now, and we ought to help one another, right? My name is Zhu Mengqing, the red-haired girl said, lowering her head. Gong Jie grinned wickedly once more. Zhu Mengqing? Ha, what a lovely name. Xianghua rapped on the iron cage. All right, now that we're acquainted, let's agree on this. Once we reach the island, no one is to act recklessly. We must unite and form a team, for only together can we progress. And I shall, of course, be the leader. No objections? Xianghua seemed to relish the role of a leader. I don't mind, Yishui shrugged, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. The others voiced no opposition. However, Gong Jie scoffed. You think you could be the leader? I disagree. What qualifications do you have to lead us? Xianghua, provoked, narrowed his eyes. With a resounding thud, his massive fist struck the iron cage, causing it to reverberate. Why? Just because of my strength. What? One-eyed dragon, you don't accept that. Gong Jie sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. Big guy, size doesn't matter. Do you believe that if you stand opposite me for a mere second, I could slice your throat and stuff? Your head up your backside. Come on, give a shot. Xianghua shouted in fury, his neck flushing red. Gong Jie continued to smirk, his gaze sharp as knives. No need to rush, we shall soon arrive at the island. You scoundrel! Xianghua glared fiercely at Gong Jie, his fists clenched tightly. The palpable tension between the two men instantly froze the atmosphere aboard the vessel, enveloping it in an air of impending danger. Zhu Bowen and Shan Siju trembled with fear, their legs turning to jellied in stark contrast. Yishui Bai and Yuan Kuei maintained an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the escalating situation. As for Jiang Haiping, he remained absorbed in his book, undisturbed by the events unfolding around him at that moment. The previously clear waters ahead suddenly darkened as a vast expanse of black mist emerged, shrouding the sea and rendering everything within its grasp eerie and enigmatic. Like a colossal beast, it felt as though this black fog concealed a silent hell, that a profound silence fell over the group as they gazed at the ominous mist before them, a flicker of unease stirring within their hearts. They were on the brink of entering this black fog, which had claimed the lives of countless souls who ventured near Nile Island, with none ever returning alive. Now, they were about to embark on a path fraught with mortal peril. Just by gazing at the dark mist, Zhu Bowen and Chen Siju felt themselves nearing the brink of collapse, their eyes wildly trembling within their sockets. Even the soldiers clad in protective gear began to exhibit signs of anxiety as the ship drew ever closer. Eventually, they slowly sailed into the depths of the black fog, which instantly enveloped them in its thick embrace. Ishue Bai felt a chill wash over him as the damp mist clung to his clothes, seeping through to his skin, instilling a sense of unrest within him. It was as if something unseen lurked within the fog, penetrating his pores and infiltrating his very being. As this thought crossed his mind, Ishue Bai could almost imagine thousands of tiny creatures writhing across his skin, their plump bodies crawling over him. Is this what they call black fog? Ishue Bai rose to his feet, scanning his surroundings. The mist did not completely obscure the sunlight, thus it was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Visibility was roughly 300 meters beyond that distance. Everything became indistinct, night. Without any light sources, it would be akin to being plunged into total darkness. This meant that even if there were no unexpected monsters lurking within the mist, encountering other humans could prove exceedingly perilous, for the other party would be unable to discern whether one was a monster or not, potentially leading to a tense standoff at first sight. Like two famished wolves lying in wait amidst the grass, the foremost instinct would be to consume the other. The death row inmates are released. The emergence of the black mist has momentarily halted the conflict between Xianghua and Gong Jie. What on earth is this phenomenon? Xianghua extended his hand, attempting to grasp a handful of the chilling mist. It felt no different from ordinary fog, albeit unnervingly dark. Rumor has it that a meteorite has fallen. Gong Jie, in a moment of audacity, stuck out his tongue. Attempting to taste the essence of the mist, a meteorite has plummeted, producing such an extensive black fog. Could there be extraterrestrials involved? Haha, I've taken many lives. Yet I've never encountered an alien. Perhaps I'll have the chance to slay a couple, Ishue Bai remarked. This black mist is likely far more complex than it appears. Otherwise, those who entered would not have failed to return. Shin Siju trembled uncontrollably. The sheer unknown darkness surrounding them was enough to shatter his courage. Are we going to perish inside? Surely, there can't be monsters lurking within. Xianghua scoffed dismissively. What is there to fear? We're all death row inmates. Entering here means death, and not entering also leads to the same fate. It's all the same. If we can uncover some intelligence, we might even earn our absolution. Shun Siju quickly added, once we reach the shore, we must stick together. In the event of danger, we can assist one another. Danger? Gong Jie burst into laughter at Shin Siju's words. Little fatty, let me tell you. Once we reach the shore, the Royale peril will come from the others here. You ought to keep your distance from us. What? Shin Siju was startled by Gong Jie's menacing gaze and fell silent. At that moment, the ahead revealed a frigid beach. Amidst the black mist, the vessel gradually approached the shore, finally docking at the water's edge. A long mechanical arm extended from the ship, hoisting iron cages and lowering them one by one onto the beach. Once all 8 cages were positioned on the sand, the captain, clad in protective gear, retrieved a remote control from his possession. The ship then powered up again, gradually distancing itself from the shore. A soldier beside him inquired, Captain, aren't we going to open the cages? The captain chuckled coldly, replying, those individuals are death row inmates. If we were to open the cages immediately, who knows what those soulless beings would do? They might turn and jump aboard the ship to slaughter us. Hearing this, the soldier gazed at the 8 cages and the 8 death row inmates clad in orange prison garb within. They seemed akin to caged lions, poised to pounce and viciously attack the moment the door swung open. At that moment, Ishue Bai had already picked up a large backpack from the ground, securing it on his back, while a dagger remained firmly clutched in his hand. Although they had agreed on the ship to form a team of 8 to act collectively, it is often the case that the first to perish in this world are not the weak, but rather the foolish who place their trust in others too easily. Moreover, these individuals are all death row inmates. The concept of kindness does not exist among them. Ishue Bai glanced at the others, all of whom had shouldered their backpacks and gripped their daggers tightly. It is evident that while confined within the cage, everyone maintained a pleasant demeanor. However, as the moment of liberation approached, none were oblivious to the impending reality. Particularly, the 2 individuals, Xianghua and Gong Jie, were eagerly fixated on the tightly sealed iron gate, poised to burst forth at any moment. Gong Jie's gaze, either intentional or not, drifted towards Zhu Meqing, his purplish tongue flicking across his lips with a serpentine fervor, resembling a swollen loach. As the iron door creaked open, the hearts of all began to race. Beneath their feet lay the desolate Nile Island, a land trodden upon by 100,000 death row inmates. Before them loomed an expanse of ominous black mist, concealing unfathomable perils. In such a treacherous milieu, none could remain composed. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. with a resounding clang. The doors of the 8 cages sprang open. Almost instantaneously, all 8 individuals surged forth from their confines. In such circumstances, remaining within the cage would be tantamount to awaiting death. As they burst forth, Gong Jie swiftly pivoted and darted towards Zhu Mingqing with alarming speed. With a thud, he knocked her to the ground, pinning her beneath him, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Ha ha ha, my little beauty, don't move. Just remain still. And I promise not to hurt you. It's been over a decade since I've touched a woman. I've grown weary of men. I've waited for you all this way, and now the moment has arrived. As he spoke, one hand began to tug at Zhu Mingqing's trousers, clearly intent on violating her on the beach. Ishuebai could only shake his head in disbelief. Was this man truly in such a desperate rush? Did he not mind the filth of the sandy shore? However, it was apparent that none of the onlookers intended to assist Zhu Mingqing. Everyone could see that Gong Jie was a ruthless character, capable of cold-blooded violence. Stepping in might not yield any advantage. Moreover, their connection to Zhu Mingqing was tenuous at best, providing little incentive for intervention. Thus, all stood by, observing her struggle in silence. At that moment, with a swift motion, the bespectacled Jiang Haiping surged forward, startling everyone. This intellectual, with his refined demeanor, was not someone they expected to take such initiative. Yet, to their astonishment, he did not rush to save Zhu Mingqing. Instead, he lunged directly at the wealthy heir Chen Siju. Chen Siju was momentarily taken aback. And before he could comprehend the unfolding scene, Jiang Haiping's hand swept through the air. In an instant, a crimson gash appeared on Chen Siju's neck, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. However, his throat had already been effortlessly severed by Jiang Haiping, and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone, including Ishuebai, was left bewildered, questioning Jiang Haiping's motives for attacking Chen Siju. The two had never crossed paths before. Now, Chen Siju's lifeless body lay upon the beach, while Jiang Haiping, as if driven mad by hunger, swiftly sliced open Chen's prison attire with a dagger, revealing a mass of succulent flesh beneath. Following this, he seized the dagger and plunged it into Chen's chest. This gruesome spectacle left all onlookers in a state of shock. The doctor, resembling an elegant gourmet, methodically carved the flesh before him, savoring each morsel as he brought it to his lips, chewing thoughtfully. His garments were thoroughly soaked in crimson liquid, drenched from head to toe. Yet, Jiang Haiping remained unfazed, lost in his own culinary reverie. Observers could only perceive him as a perverse individual, a monster among condemned criminals. Moments ago, they had thought him merely boastful, trying to instill fear, but now the reality of his words sank in. A chill gripped Ishueibai's heart as he realized that this seemingly refined man could wield such merciless brutality. Reflecting inwardly, Ishueibai questioned whether he would have been able to evade Jiang Haiping's attack had the target been himself instead of Chen Siju. It was evident that Jiang Haiping had long identified Chen Siju, the wealthy heir, as the easiest prey among them, making his move the instant he was freed from confinement. Although there were no overt signs, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Jiang Haiping. This man, even if he could not be an ally, must never be made an adversary. The others, like Ishueibai, were equally horrified by Jiang Haiping's cannibalistic actions. Most terrified of all was the delicate Zhu Bowen, who, upon witnessing the dagger pierce Chen Siju's chest, collapsed in abject terror, his complexion turning ashen as he feared becoming the next victim. Meanwhile, Gong Jie forcefully restrained Zhu Mingqing, having already torn down half of her trousers, exposing a smooth, tender leg. Although he cast a glance at Jiang Haiping, he was resolute in his intent to consummate his desires with the woman beneath him, having not tasted a woman's essence in over a decade. Gong Jie was unwilling to wait a moment longer. However, Zhu Mingqing's struggles exceeded his expectations, her body writhing so much that he could not continue to remove her trousers. After more than a minute of futile effort, Gong Jie could no longer contain his frustration. "Damn it, you wretched girl. Looking for trouble, are you?" he snarled, gripping her chin tightly with one hand, while raising the other to deliver a resounding slap to her face. Just as his hand descended, Zhu Mingqing suddenly flung her arm out, revealing a dagger clenched in her grasp, and swung it fiercely toward Gong Jie's hand. Observing her adept wielding of the blade, it was evident that she was a seasoned veteran. Her strikes were swift and ferocious, executed without a hint of hesitation. The red-haired woman had seemingly feigned weakness from the onset, cleverly disarming any suspicion towards her. Now, as Zhu Mingqing suddenly launched her attack, Gong Jie found himself utterly unprepared. A pain cry escaped Gong Jie's lips as he withdrew his hand, only to discover that his pinky finger had been severed to the bone, blood gushing forth wildly, leaving merely a thin layer of flesh to hold it together, dangling helplessly from his palm. "My hand!" Gong Jie exclaimed in fury, glaring at the mangled digit, cursing. "You wretched woman! Damn it, I will kill you!" Yet beneath her fiery locks, Zhu Mingqing's eyes glinted with lethal intent. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Seizing the moment while Gong Jie was preoccupied with his severed finger, Zhu Mingqing thrust her foot toward his abdomen with tremendous force, knocking him down onto the sand. Quickly regaining her footing, one hand hastily tugged at her half-torn trousers while the other brandished a dagger, charging at Gong Jie with a ferocity akin to that of a she-wolf, intent on dismembering him. Sensing the imminent danger, Gong Jie, despite the excruciating pain in his finger, sprang to his feet. Zhu Mingqing had closed the distance, raising her dagger to plunge it into his throat. Gong Jie managed to evade her initial 2 strikes, and with a swift counterattack, he swung his dagger towards her. Zhu Mingqing swiftly retreated, feeling the sharp blade whisk perilously close to her face. Had it been a mere 3 millimeters closer, her eyes would have been brutally pierced. It was clear that while Zhu Mingqing possessed some combat skills, she was no match for Gong Jie, a ruthless and merciless adversary. She could only continue to retreat, maintaining a safe distance. Meanwhile, Gong Jie's expression shifted from rage to a calculating gaze, now sizing her up with sinister intent. "Well, you little minx, it seems you possess some skill," he sneered. "Damn it, you've managed to take out one of my fingers. You're a bit tougher than I thought." With that, Gong Jie bit down on the severed pinky, gnashing his teeth until the last remnant of flesh was severed. The gruesome sight left onlookers aghast, spitting out a mouthful of blood along with the bitten-off finger. He realized that on this fog-shrouded island, no doctor would come to his aid for any surgical procedure. That finger was lost to him for good. Swiftly, he tore a strip of cloth from his clothing, gritting his teeth as he tightly bound the remaining stub of his finger to staunch the bleeding. Despite the sweat pouring down his brow, he remained silent, not uttering a single cry of pain. Indeed, he was a true hard man. After dressing the wound, Gong Jie turned his gaze back to Zhu Mingqing, his bloody tongue licking his dagger repeatedly. "Little girl, you're quite the wild mare, aren't you? I love taming wild horses. Today, your body will be mine. Whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter." Ha. Zhu Mingqing was evidently frightened by Gong Jie's menacing expression, her pupils trembling violently in their sockets. Though all 8 of these individuals were death row inmates, Gong Jie's level of psychopathy far surpassed the others, save for that peculiar doctor with a taste for the unusual. Moreover, Gong Jie was ruthlessly brutal, showing extreme cruelty even to himself, let alone others. Zhu Mingqing understood that in a physical confrontation, she stood no chance against Gong Jie. However, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Armed with a dagger, she faced Gong Jie from a distance, adopting a combative stance, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Just as Gong Jie was about to strike, Xianghua stepped forward. "Stop. True strength lies in solitude." Xianghua's robust figure positioned itself beside Zhu Mingqing, assuming the role of a team leader. "One-eyed dragon. We agreed on the ship to cooperate. We are now a team, and we cannot permit infighting. You can either follow our lead or step aside quickly. If you choose to cause trouble, don't blame us for being unmerciful." Xianghua gripped his dagger in reverse, ready to confront Gong Jie. Although his level of cruelty did not match Gong Jie's, Xianghua had no shortage of street fighting experience. Had it not been for street brawls that led to several deaths, he would not have found himself in the dire position of a death row inmate. Gong Jie scrutinized the group before him. The pale-faced Zhu Bowen sat trembling on the beach, while Jiang Haiping continued to savor the heart of Chen Sizhu. These 2 posed little threat. However, Yishui Bai and the old man Yuan Kuei remained coldly observant. Given their demeanor, it was clear they would not align with Gong Jie. They would either side with Xianghua or wait for the 2 to engage in mutual destruction, ready to reap the benefits. Regardless of the perspective, engaging in combat at this moment was unwise. Yet, Gong Jie could never submit to another's authority. He was a lone wolf. He would either be the leader or go solo. With an evil grin, Gong Jie looked at the towering Xianghua. "Ha. I'm afraid I've never been one to play second fiddle." As he spoke, Gong Jie suddenly lunged towards Zhu Bowen, pressing his dagger against his neck. In a swift motion, he expertly disarmed Zhu Bowen of his dagger. "Stand up, or I'll slay you." Trembling, Zhu Bowen rose unsteadily from the ground, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Gong Jie gazed at Zhu Bowen's fair visage from behind, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He. This little one is truly delicate and tender. Fear not. I have no intention of ending your life just yet. I plan to separate from these fellows and seek an escape route on my own. You shall accompany me. If I cannot have a woman today, I shall settle for a man. Ha 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 ha. Yet with your tender appearance, you might as well be akin to a woman. As he spoke, Gong Jia extended his bloody tongue and licked Zhu Bowen's face, leaving behind a vivid crimson mark. Zhu Bowen trembled in terror at Gong Jia's words, immediately pleading for mercy. No, please. I beg you, do not harm me. Spare you? Gong Jia chuckled. Do you truly believe that remaining here ensures your safety? If that towering brute were to come for you, I fear the pain would be far worse. Rest assured, as long as you obey, I shall not treat you too harshly. I am quite the gentle soul. Xianghua interjected, one-eyed dragon, spare me your slander. I have no such repulsive inclinations. Zhu Bowen quickly turned to Xianghua for salvation. Brother, please, save me. Don't let him take me away. I implore you. Yet, Xianghua remained indifferent. As did the others. It was evident to all that Zhu Bowen was but a feeble wretch on this misladen island. A useless pretty boy like him served no purpose whatsoever. To bring him along would only be to carry a burden. Neither Xianghua nor Ishuaibai would wish to keep a worthless liability by their side. A foolish ally is often more perilous than a fierce enemy. Gong Jia laughed. See, these individuals do not desire your company at all. Let us go. I can no longer contain myself. I shall have my way with you now. With that, Gong Jia brandished his knife, forcing the weeping Zhu Bowen to retreat step by step into the depths of the fog. As he withdrew, he cast a glance at Ishuaibai and the others, declaring, farewell for now, but when we meet again, we shall be true adversaries. When the time comes to eliminate you, I shall show no mercy. He then turned his gaze toward Zhu Minqing, laughing heartily. Little girl, wait for me. I will have my way with you eventually. Do not perish too easily. Ensure you survive until I have my chance. With those words, Gong Jia gradually withdrew beyond 300 meters, completely vanishing into the mist, his presence entirely obscured. On the beach, only the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore remained. Well, it seems we are left with but a few, Xianghua observed Ishuaibai, Zhu Minqing, and Yuan Kuei. We agreed to venture forth together, aiding one another, and no longer turning against each other. We are allies now, and should anyone betray us, I shall be the first to unleash my wrath. Xianghua scrutinized the others, adopting a commanding demeanor, as if they had temporarily formed a new alliance. Just then, another voice chimed in, count me in, I shall join you. Jiang Haiping had just finished consuming a heart, wiping his mouth as he approached the group. He calmly assessed the situation. Collaborative efforts indeed offer a greater safety margin than solitary endeavors. Xianghua regarded him warily, stating, I must say, doctor, it is not that we are unwilling to include you, but as a man who devours flesh, what if you set your sights on us one day? You are no benign character. Jiang Haiping replied, rest assured, it has been a long time since I have tasted human entrails, hence my eagerness. After indulging in one heart, I can endure for a while. Xianghua scrutinized Jiang Haiping, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, you may accompany us. On one hand, Jiang Haiping was ruthless and meticulous, undeniably an exceptional ally. On the other hand, he was a doctor, capable of performing surgery should any injuries arise. Clearly, the advantages of having him along were significant. So, it appears we are now a team of 5, Xianghua announced. The 5, Xianghua, Ishuaibai, Yuan Kuei, Zhu Minqing, and Jiang Haiping, had temporarily united as a team. What shall we do next? Xianghua inquired, gazing into the vast, ominous fog ahead. Are we venturing onto the island? Although Xianghua considered himself the leader, he lacked a definitive plan. Ishuaibai interjected. The supplies we each carry will only sustain us for 7 days. Our primary objective must be to locate sufficient resources for survival. Otherwise, after 7 days, we shall all perish from hunger. In times of scarcity, unwilling though we may be, we will be forced to turn on one another. If we cannot seize from others, we will resort to cannibalism amongst ourselves. Thus, regardless of what transpires on this island, we must proceed inward. There is no alternative. Ishuaibai turned to face the shrouded Nilo Island, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. As for Ishuaibai's assertion, the others had no objections. It seemed there was no other course of action. Xianghua remarked, we can last at most 7 days, if we do not find food within that time. We shall starve. At least the doctor will not starve, Ishuaibai jested. When he nears starvation, he will likely feast upon us. Jiang Haiping maintained a serene demeanor, shaking his head. Even in starvation, I would never consume flesh that has lost its freshness. Yi Shuibai inquired, what constitutes freshness? The doctor responded, once a person perishes and their body temperature declines, the meat becomes unpalatable, its texture fundamentally altered. To savor the freshest human flesh, it must be consumed swiftly after death. Of course, the ideal scenario would be to carve the flesh directly from a living person. Yi Shuibai shook his head. Doctor, you are indeed something else. Let us hope we never encounter the day when we might meet at the dining table. Meanwhile, Xianghua approached the corpse of Chen Siju. Casting a disdainful glance at the bloodied remains before retrieving Chen Siju's large backpack, he remarked, I cannot speak for anything else. But if we are truly on the brink of starvation, I would not hesitate to consume a person or two. After all, we currently possess but a singular purpose, to survive safely. Xianghua gazed into the vast, impenetrable black mist and declared, let us proceed. It is time to embark. One cannot help but wonder what entities lie within that obscuring shroud. With two hefty backpacks slung over his shoulders, he boldly advanced toward the dense black fog to the north of the beach. Yi Shuibai, Yuan Kuei, Jiang Haiping, and Zhu Mingqing followed closely behind him. However, between the five companions, an unspoken distance lingered. Although they had united as comrades, it was evident that trust was a luxury none could afford. Each heart harbored a fraction of wariness. The black mist enveloped them, its density remarkably uniform, maintaining visibility at a mere 300 meters. As they ascended the beach, the ground beneath them transformed into a patch of shallow grassland, dotted with low shrubs. Yet, under the pall of the black fog, devoid of sunlight, all the vegetation had succumbed to decay, drooping lifelessly and emanating a foul stench. It was clear that within this black mist, the prospect of foraging for wild fruits to satiate their hunger was utterly bleak, further complicating their struggle for survival. The atmosphere was eerily silent, a strange tension permeating the air. Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei appeared taciturn, not inclined toward conversation. Yi Shuibai, compelled to break the silence, turned to Zhu Mingqing. My lady, I must admit, I did not anticipate your prowess. You managed to sever Gong Jia's hand quite effectively. You've played the role of the delicate maiden rather convincingly. Zhu Mingqing responded coldly, tinged with reproach, you lot are utterly unreliable. I anticipated someone would emerge as a gallant savior, yet it seems I must rely solely on my own strength. Yi Shuibai chuckled, upon this island, no one can be relied upon. Each must depend on their own resources. None would risk themselves for a stranger. Xianghua interjected with a smile, sister, do not be so harsh. Did I not step forward at a crucial moment? Zhu Mingqing shook her head, let it be. You only acted because you wished to rid us of Gong Jia, thus forcing him away. Xianghua admitted, that is indeed part of it. After all, that fellow is a madman, and keeping him in our ranks would yield no benefit. The five of us remaining are different. We are all elite. It was evident that Xianghua sought to maintain his position as the leader of the group. Should Gong Jia remain, Xianghua's aspirations to lead would undoubtedly face insurmountable challenges. As they conversed and progressed, fatigue began to set in after an hour of trudging through the mire. Frustration bubbled within Xianghua. Damn it, how much farther must we go? The fog is everywhere ahead. We might inadvertently stumble into a pit. Surrounding them was an endless expanse of mist, obscuring their view of the path ahead, leaving them uncertain if they were merely circling back. The ground beneath them remained that same patch of marshy grassland, making it feel as though they had not even set out at all. Due to exhaustion from walking, Xianghua had already drained a bottle of mineral water. At this rate, before he could find any supplies, he would deplete all available water resources and suffer from thirst. Yi Shuibai meticulously analyzed the current situation and remarked, this island was once home to normal nations and cities. Judging by the surroundings, it is improbable that there is any food in the wilderness. If we wish to locate resources, we must hasten our journey to the areas where people once resided. Even if it is not a city, a small town should provide us with what we need. We disembarked from the coast, which places us in a peripheral area. Thus, there are few signs of habitation. However, the crucial point is that we do not know our exact landing location. As Yi Shuibai spoke, he retrieved a map of Nile Island from his backpack and scrutinized its contents. We landed on the southern shore of Nile Island, so heading north should be feasible. Yet, the issue lies in our ignorance of the precise spot where we disembarked. Otherwise, we could simply follow the map towards the city. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Shuibai folded the map. That was utterly useless, Xianghua retorted impatiently. Do you have any valuable conclusions? Yi Shuibai pondered briefly and replied, It would be best for us to proceed diagonally. Why is that? Xianghua inquired. Because the roads on Nile Island are generally constructed in a north-south orientation. By advancing diagonally, we can more easily reach a road. Once we are on the road, there should be signposts that will indicate our exact location, making this map useful. Impressive, Xianghua remarked, astonished by Ishuebai's analysis. You articulate your thoughts quite well. You wouldn't happen to be a graduate student, would you? Ishuebai shrugged. No, I'm just a mere undergraduate. The most educated among us is likely the doctor. That is still better than me, Xianghua replied. I dropped out before finishing middle school and went straight into the army. Let's proceed as you suggested, diagonally, and hope we find the road soon. The five of them then altered their direction. At that moment, Zhu Minqing suddenly recalled something and turned to Ishuebai. Hey, according to your theory, we should be heading towards the former residential area. What about the inhabitants of Nile Island? They must have perished, right? Zhu Minqing's question echoed the concerns of everyone present. Ishuebai responded, I'm uncertain. Looking at the surrounding fog, it appears thick but not particularly dangerous or toxic. The residents of the island should not have succumbed to this black mist. I believe they are still alive. Zhu Minqing added, if the inhabitants are indeed alive. There is a possibility we could encounter them in the residential area. I share your apprehension, Ishuebai admitted. What are you worried about? What's the issue? Xianghua asked, somewhat confused. In the midst of the current circumstances, the entire Nile Island was shrouded in dense fog, rendering any agricultural production impossible. Consequently, the island instantaneously lost its food sources. Those who remained alive were inevitably compelled to hoard provisions. By the time we arrived, it was likely that the food in the original supermarkets had long been claimed by the island's inhabitants, who would undoubtedly be reluctant to share with us. Xianghua scoffed derisively. I thought it was something serious. If they refuse to share, we shall simply take it by force. With that, he gestured with the knife in his hand. However, Ishuebai remained pessimistic. The survivors have likely endured countless rounds of mutual plundering. Those who remain are undoubtedly ruthless rogues and scoundrels. We, mere death row inmates, likely have not claimed as many lives as they have. Moreover, Ishuebai expressed his concerns. We are not the only ones who have come to this island. There are also 100,000 condemned prisoners. Those individuals are certainly not benevolent. If they reach the gathering area before us, our predicament will become even more dire. Xianghua dismissed his fears. You are far too pessimistic, always envisioning the worst outcomes. Perhaps by the time we arrive, the original residents will have perished, leaving us free to take whatever we desire from the supermarket. We might even feast on a few buckets of instant noodles, observing Xianghua's oblivious arrogance. Ishuebai could only shake his head. Should a critical moment arise, he was resolute in disregarding any foolish decisions from this so-called leader. Following his directives would likely equate to courting disaster. Such ruffians emerging from this gang likely had a singular battle strategy, shouting at the enemy, brothers, charge together. Do not hesitate. The five of them traversed the rough terrain for over an hour, even scaling a small hillside. At last, they stumbled upon a familiar white line ahead, a road. Xianghua suddenly perked up, exclaiming, I can't believe it. We actually found the way. College student. Your idea is truly remarkable. Ishuebai replied, do not call me a college student. I graduated over 3 years ago. Just call me Ishuebai. The five individuals reached the road, which was a 4-lane, potholed country road that clearly had not been well maintained. Xianghua looked around and remarked, there are no road signs here. Ishuebai suggested, let us continue north along this road. It shouldn't be long before we encounter a sign. They proceeded along the road. And indeed, within 20 minutes, they spotted a road sign. This road was named Yistan South Road, and the sign indicated that 30 kilometers ahead lay a place called Yistan. Ishuebai quickly retrieved a map to confirm their location. They had finally pinpointed themselves on the map, situated at the southernmost tip of Nile Island. Continuing south along Yistan South Road would lead them to a small coastal village known as Noiville, likely a tourist or fishing village. Traveling south is evidently unreliable. Their current objective is to reach the major cities as swiftly as possible. The larger the city, the more abundant the resources it harbors. However, this also implies that larger cities are fraught with greater peril. This truth is not solely known by Ishuebai, the indigenous people of Nile Island. Including the 100,000 death row inmates, are equally aware of it. Ultimately, this signifies that only the strongest survivors will congregate in these cities, ready to engage in further conflict. Of course, Ishuebai cannot guarantee his arrival at the ultimate metropolis. It is entirely possible that he may become a mere stepping stone for others in a smaller town before then. Presently, their aim is to advance towards Easton. Ishuei remarked. From the map, Easton appears to be a modest town, housing perhaps around 10,000 souls. That was in the past. Now, it is likely devoid of any living beings. Xianghua, fumbling with his map, found it incomprehensible and inquired, "Is Easton far from here?" Ishuei replied, 30 kilometers. On foot, it will take 6 or 7 hours. That certainly feels quite distant, Xianghua retorted, taking a sip from his water bottle and subsequently chewing on a piece of dry bread. Ishuei cautioned, "It would be wise not to indulge in food too soon. If Easton lacks food resources, we may need to push onward." Xianghua dismissed this, asserting, "What does it matter? I have provisions enough for 2. At this point, Xianghua had begun to regard the resources left by the affluent Qinsiju as his own, rather than belonging to the entire team. Ishuei felt a twinge of discontent, a sentiment likely shared by the others, yet none voiced their concerns. Maintaining a facade of harmony remained essential. However, Jiang Hyping interjected, "I estimate it will take longer than 6 or 7 hours to arrive. We must proceed more cautiously." He surveyed the surrounding dark mist, his expression turning wary. It was at this moment Ishuei noticed the visibility within the black fog had significantly diminished. He checked the time and realized it was past 6 in the evening. In just an hour, darkness would envelop the land entirely. Without any source of light, they would be confronted with an interminable night. Each member of the group had a flashlight in their backpack, yet it was prudent to conserve their batteries, should they deplete. The flashlights would merely serve as makeshift weapons. This meant the 5 of them would navigate in profound darkness, making timely reactions to potential dangers exceedingly difficult. One could only hope that no threats would arise. Ishuei tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. They traversed an isolated stretch of road, seemingly devoid of human presence. Surely, there would be no dangers lurking here, one would hope. In the depths of the black mist, the fangs of peril awaited. Ishuei and his companions continued along the southern road to Easton, and indeed, as night fell, the surrounding brightness swiftly faded into obscurity. The rays of the sun managed to penetrate the thick black mist just enough to grant Ishuei and his companions a modicum of visibility. However, the moonlight was entirely incapable of achieving such a feat. Consequently, the surroundings of the 5 individuals were enveloped in pure darkness, rendering them unable even to see their own hands, let alone each other. As night fell, Xianghua retrieved a flashlight and cast its beam around them. Yet, the light could only reach a mere 5 or 6 meters, illuminating nothing but the fog. With no other option, Xianghua put the flashlight away once more. The 5 of them continued along the road, moving forward through the profound darkness as if traversing a path to hell. The air was devoid of any extraneous sounds, leaving only the echoes of their footsteps and the uneven rhythm of their breaths. Unlike during the day, when the island of Nile was still shrouded in mist but at least offered a glimpse of the path ahead, they now found themselves compelled to slow their pace, advancing cautiously and meticulously. After all, even a small stone on the ground could go unnoticed, leading to a potentially disastrous stumble. Despite the perilous nature of the night, the 5 maintained a delicate distance from one another, opting not to trust each other in such treacherous circumstances. A heavy silence hung in the air until Ishuei broke it. "Let us chat as we walk. We can't afford to quietly move forward only to find someone missing by morning. That would be quite the predicament," Zhu Mingqing replied. "So you suggest we line up in a single file, with the person behind holding onto the shoulders of the one in front?" Ishuei laughed. "Let us not. That would feel like a bizarre funeral procession." Xianghua, seemingly unconcerned, chimed in, "What is there to fear? We're on a road with no one around. It's perfectly safe. Are you worried about a car suddenly appearing?" Speaking of cars, Ishuei suddenly recalled, "When we reach Easton Town tomorrow, we should be able to find a vehicle. That would make our journey much more convenient." Jiang Hyping added, "I just hope to find a proper suit. Wearing this prison garb, stained with blood, is quite undignified." "Come on," Ishuei chuckled, "Doctor, in this place, not even a ghost is around. And we can't see one another. It's all the same in terms of dignity." Jiang Hyping shook his head. "You don't understand." The group continued their light-hearted banter, gradually easing the atmosphere. Although they were all convicted criminals, each with blood on their hands, they were not deranged psychopaths. Rather, when not taking lives, they were quite ordinary individuals. Engaging in conversation helped to alleviate the monotony of the night. However, at that moment, Yuan Kuei, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a grave tone. "Stay still." Everyone instinctively halted. The air was so still that even the sound of footsteps seemed to have vanished, leaving behind an enveloping silence. Yi Bai inquired, "Old man, what is the matter?" Yuan Kuei replied, "Something is approaching us. I can hear footsteps. We must be cautious." "What?" Xianghua exclaimed, brandishing his dagger and scanning the surroundings. But all he could see was an impenetrable darkness. "Are you sure, old man? I can't hear anything at all." Yuan Kuei snorted disdainfully. "If I hadn't traversed the martial world for half my life and lacked any skill, I would have perished 800 times over by now. Stay alert. Grip your blades tightly." Upon hearing Yuan Kuei's tone, everyone's hearts raced as they clutched their daggers tightly, straining to listen intently to the surrounding sounds. Yet, silence reigned. Then, within a minute, from their left side came a rustling noise. It sounded as if something was hastily running over the decayed grass. Moreover, judging by the sound, it was drawing nearer to them. Clearly, this entity had set its sights on them. It seemed that this creature was not significantly hindered by the black mist, allowing it to accurately discern the positions of the 5 individuals. They could not help but admire Yuan Kuei's abilities in that moment. However, there was no time for praise. Everyone remained tense, gripping their daggers, wary of the approaching threat. "Hey!" Xianghua suddenly shouted. "Are you human? If you are, speak. We mean no harm. If we come to blows, it would be detrimental for all." Yet, the entity continued its swift approach, even accelerating, the rustling growing more frantic, utterly unfazed by Xianghua's call. "Hey, say something." Xianghua shouted again. Still, there was no response. Yi Bai's grip on the dagger began to sweat. "It's futile. It appears not to be human. Let us all be cautious." In the darkness, the 5 stood frozen in place, not daring to make a sound. Yi Bai had slightly bent his knees, his body taut like a drawn bow, adopting a complete combat stance to maintain a sharp readiness for battle. At that moment, the sound had drawn alarmingly close. The rustling ceased abruptly. Clearly, the creature had left the decayed grass and was now on the road. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a ferocious figure lunged at Xianghua. Damn it! Xianghua felt as if something had catapulted from the ground, startling him to leap aside. However, the creature's speed was astounding. Although he narrowly avoided a direct collision, it managed to twist its head and bite a chunk of flesh from his arm. Xianghua swung his dagger at the creature. But his speed was insufficient, and he struck nothing but air. At that moment, the intense pain from his arm surged to his brain, prompting him to cry out in agony, "Damn it. It actually bit me. I will make you pay for this. Just wait. Ah, this thing is incredibly strong." The flesh of Laozi was brutally torn away. Xianghua could already feel the warm blood gushing from his arm, saturating his entire sleeve. If left untreated, it seemed he might succumb to excessive blood loss and perish right there. "Doctor, come here. Help me staunch the bleeding. Otherwise, I shall meet my end tonight," Xianghua shouted. Jiang Haiping pondered momentarily before hastily running towards Xianghua's direction. In just a few strides, he reached Xianghua's side and rummaged through his backpack to retrieve emergency bandages, expertly wrapping the wound. Through gritted teeth, Xianghua remarked, "Doctor, it's fortunate we brought you along. Otherwise, we'd be in dire straits." At that moment, the creature that had bitten Xianghua suddenly fell silent, vanishing into the darkness. Yet, Yi Bai and the others remained vigilant. Yi Bai inquired, "Xianghua, did you catch a glimpse of what it was?" Xianghua replied, "It was pitch black. How could I see anything? But I sensed it was very large, perhaps like a dog. However, its speed was extraordinary, far beyond that of any dog." Jiang Haiping added, "From the wound, it's evident that a dog's bite force could not be this strong. If its size is comparable to a dog, I suspect it may be a leopard." "A leopard?" Xianghua was taken aback. How could there possibly be a leopard in this place? Yi Bai countered, given the presence of this ominous black mist. "It's quite plausible for a leopard to exist here." He held a dagger in one hand and retrieved a flashlight from his backpack with the other. If that creature were to attack again, they had to see what they were dealing with. Zhu Minqing observed, "It seems that creature has left. There is no sound." "Not gone." Yuan Kuei interjected, straining to listen. "It's eating. It must be consuming Xionghua's flesh. Once it finishes, it will likely come for us." Upon hearing Yuan Kuei's words, everyone tensed up once more, gripping their daggers in front of them, bracing for the creature's assault. Jiang Haiping quickly completed the bandaging for Xianghua. Although the bleeding had not entirely ceased, it had significantly lessened. Thus, the two stood back to back, guarding each other's rear. Xianghua declared, "Doctor, you have saved my life. Rest assured, I am a man of gratitude, should you find yourself in danger." I will not hesitate to act. Jiang Haiping remained unfazed, his tone flat as he replied, I hope I never encounter danger. At that moment, Yuan Kuei's expression tightened. Be cautious. It has finished eating. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the vast darkness once more. Suddenly, it lunged directly at Ishuibai. Ishuibai could see nothing, only hearing the rush of wind in a frantic rush. Like an agile little cheetah, it sprang from the ground, lunging towards his neck. Fortunately, Ishuibai was well prepared. He quickly lowered his body and sidestepped, narrowly evading this attack. However, this was far from over. As the small cheetah brushed past him, Ishuibai swiftly turned around, raising his flashlight in his left hand. With a decisive flick, a beam of dim light shot forth, illuminating a fleeting figure. In just 2 seconds, the creature plunged into the deeper shadows. But that brief moment was sufficient for everyone to discern its appearance. Yet, upon catching sight of it, a wave of astonishment washed over them. A chilling dread surging from the depths of their hearts. Its body indeed resembled that of a dog, a standard hound, short-haired, with 4 slender legs and a tail like a small whip. But the creature's head was utterly peculiar, making it difficult to associate it with a dog. It seemed almost otherworldly, for on its head were not merely one mouth, but an array of mouths, 7 or 8 crowded onto a relatively small cranium. Each mouth was filled with cold, white, sharp teeth and a purplish-red tongue. These gaping maws moved in a disconcerting rhythm, their pointed teeth jostling for position as if ready to engage in a fray at any moment. This was not the head of a normal creature. It resembled a hellish beast. In merely a second of observation, the group was overtaken by fear, a profound terror welling up from within. Xianghua could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, What in the world is that thing? How can it have so many mouths? Zhu Mingxing added, It seems to lack eyes, a nose, or ears. Its entire head is just mouths. What on earth is it? A monster? Or perhaps an alien? Ishuibai shook his head. I don't know what it is, but I can assure you that a bite from this creature could very well be fatal. Xianghua scoffed. A bite? With that many mouths, how could it not tear you apart? As they spoke, everyone retrieved their flashlights from their backpacks, illuminating the area in front of them. Encountering such a monstrosity, no one wished to linger in the darkness, vulnerable to its ambush. If they were unfortunate enough to be caught by it, they might indeed be killed on the spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiping cautiously assessed, judging by its limbs and torso. It should be a dog, without a doubt. Xianghua retorted, Doctor, I don't mean to challenge you, but are there dogs in this world that resemble monsters? 7 or 8 mouths, full of teeth? That is not just a head with mouths, it's a head that has sprouted mouths. Jiang Haiping remained undeterred in his analysis. If it were indeed a dog, but its head exhibited clear abnormalities, the most rational explanation could only be one. What? The crowd inquired in unison. Jiang Haiping replied, Mutation. It may have undergone a mutation, transforming into a mutated canine. Mutation? Xianghua was utterly bewildered. What is this? A biological crisis? With mutations involved? Ishuibai's heart raced with anxiety as he gazed into the surrounding dense black fog. Doctor, could it be that this fog is responsible for the dog's mutation? Jiang Haiping nodded in agreement. Upon analysis, these suddenly appearing black mists could indeed be the catalyst for the mutation. Then Ishuibai was abruptly struck with a shocking realization, his eyes widening. But the ensuing deduction was so staggering that he found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, Xianghua was growing increasingly anxious. What are you trying to say? Speak up. Ishuibai could only continue. If this black fog is capable of inducing mutations in living beings, then it is likely that on this island, the transformations are not limited to this solitary dog. The inhabitants of Nilo Island may have already become mutants. Moreover, and of greater importance, we are currently enveloped in this very fog. Will we, too, undergo mutation? As these words escaped his lips, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of all present. A profound chill and fear enveloped their entire beings, far denser than the surrounding mist, nearly suffocating them. Surely not, Xianghua muttered. Disheartened, will we also transform into such monsters? Is this damn black fog truly that formidable? He glanced around at the ominous fog, his eyes betraying his anxiety. His verbal skepticism was, in many ways, merely a form of self-reassurance. I now understand why there are no people here. Jiang Haiping mused. Perhaps the inhabitants have all been devoured by these mutated creatures. Therefore, if humans can also mutate, in a certain regard, it could be seen as a fortuitous circumstance. At least then, they would possess some capacity for resistance when confronted by monsters. Just as he spoke, the mutated dog's footsteps echoed rapidly toward them. With a sudden rush, Illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, it lunged at Yuan Kuei, its gaping maw revealing dozens of ghastly white fangs. In that moment, everyone tightened their grips on their flashlights, gaining a clearer view. It was indeed a mutated dog. Its body, limbs, and tail bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary hunting dog. The sole distinction lay in its grotesquely elongated, tooth-laden head. It possessed eyes and ears. Yet these organs had been relegated to an exceedingly confined space, having regressed to mere dark, minuscule apertures, likely rendered functionless. The figure moved stealthily through the dense fog, relying not on its original vision or hearing. Following its transformation, this creature's strength and speed had escalated to an extraordinary level, surpassing even that of a cheetah. It charged towards Yuan Kuei with remarkable velocity, launching itself from the ground as though propelled by a cannon. Such swiftness rendered it impossible for an ordinary person to evade its onslaught. Fortunately, Yuan Kuei was no ordinary individual. With his extensive experience in the martial world, he had anticipated the mutated dog's attack. Faced with its exaggerated fangs, he prudently chose not to retaliate. Instead, he rolled to the ground, deftly evading the assault. After its initial failed pounce, the mutated dog retreated once more into the impenetrable black mist, becoming eerily silent. Everyone knew that this creature would not depart so easily. It had merely concealed itself, preparing for its next strike. Who its next target would be remained uncertain. This situation could not persist. Ishuei gripped his dagger, his expression grave. It was evident that this beast possessed superior physical prowess, and if they continued to prolong this encounter, they would ultimately suffer the consequences. Zhu Mingqing unconsciously edged closer to Ishuei. The fear of the mutated dog had eclipsed her anxiety regarding her companions. She felt that proximity to her ally would afford her a greater sense of security. Yuan Kuei spoke, "Everyone. It is impossible for any one of us to confront this monster alone. To vanquish it, we must collaborate and act in unison." At this critical juncture, their lives were at stake, leaving no alternative but to unite. Upon hearing this, the others began to hesitate. All were condemned prisoners, well aware that none among them were virtuous. Moreover, they had only just escaped their confinement, and the group had already endured a brutal clash. Trusting one's life to another was a daunting proposition. Thus, they were reluctant to accept Yuan Kuei's proposal. At that moment, a sudden sound pierced the air. The mutated dog lunged once more from the shadows. This time, its target was the most slender among them, Zhu Mingqing. Though she was not a frail woman and possessed a fierce spirit, she found herself woefully inadequate against the mutated beast. Instinctively, she stepped back, raising her dagger in a futile attempt at defense. Yet the creature's speed was overwhelming. Zhu Mingqing's retreat proved insufficient to evade its range of attack, leaving her to watch helplessly as its gaping jaws, dripping with saliva, lunged toward her. If it managed to bite her, even if she survived, a substantial chunk of flesh would be torn away. Fortunately, Zhu Mingqing was near Ishuei, their distance barely separating them. The moment Ishuei spotted the mutated dog, he immediately reacted, sprinting towards Zhu Mingqing and then launching a swift kick. With precision, he struck the creature's body, sending it crashing to the ground. The mutated dog let out a couple of whimpers, and soon, all its sharp teeth began to tremble, clashing against one another with a grating sound. Each of its mouths emitted a low, hissing growl, as if expressing intense fury at the attack. While howling, it slowly retreated into the shroud of darkness. This sudden assault genuinely startled Zhu Mingqing, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Regaining her composure, she wiped her brow and tightened her grip on her dagger, saying, "Thank you, Ishuei." Ishuei smiled. It was nothing, but this creature is remarkably heavy, far more so than an average dog. Kicking it felt akin to striking a sandbag. Xianghua, witnessing Ishuei's prowess, expressed his astonishment. "Kid, your leg skills are impressive, swift and accurate. Are you a professional?" Ishuei shook his head. "No, I merely practiced as an amateur for a while." He then glanced at Xianghua and Zhang Haiping, followed by a look at Yuan Kuei, stating, "The old man was right. This dog will not leave until it has harmed us. If we separate, we will only become isolated targets. To confront it, we must unite our efforts. Therefore, everyone, let us collaborate," he urged. Xianghua replied, "No kidding. We are already a team. Of course, we must work together, follow my lead. Now that we are all back to back, no matter from which direction it attacks, we will be prepared." "Agreed," Ishuei responded, dashing towards Xianghua and Zhang Haiping. Yuan Kuei and Zhu Mingqing, no longer hesitating, followed suit. The five quickly regrouped, forming a circle with their daggers poised outward, ready to face any forthcoming assault. Each individual entrusted their back to their comrades. At that moment, for the first time, the 5 condemned prisoners experienced a bond of trust among teammates. In the midst of their formation, they stood still, each holding a dagger in one hand and a flashlight in the other, vigilant against the encroaching darkness. However, even with the flashlights, they could only illuminate a few meters ahead, leaving them surrounded by an infinite abyss of shadows. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Not a word was spoken. As if enveloped in an eerie stillness, the 5 strained their ears, attempting to discern the location of the mutated dog. Yet, they heard no footsteps or rustling sounds. Only the rapid beating of their own hearts. Only Yuan Kuei and Jiang Haiping maintained a steady pulse. As for Yishui Bai, Xianghua, and Zhu Mengqing, their hearts beat like drums, thumping loudly in their chests. Yet, even though the surrounding black mist remained silent, the 4 of them dared not let their guard down. After all, they were at a critical juncture, facing a mutated dog, and a moment's inattention could lead to their annihilation, becoming mere prey for the beast. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed through the air. The mutated dog was charging toward them. Instantly, their hearts raced, and they crouched slightly in preparation to confront the impending assault of the creature. None could predict who the beast would ultimately choose as its victim. Thus each person was on high alert. At that moment, with a swift motion, the mutated dog burst forth from the shadows, lunging directly at Yuan Kuei's head. With eyes that were old yet sharp, Yuan Kuei immediately perceived the creature's movement. In the next heartbeat, his pupils flickered, and as the mutated dog pounced before him, he swiftly discarded both his flashlight and dagger. He then thrust his hands forward with great force. In an instant, Yuan Kuei's left hand firmly gripped the mutated dog's neck while his right hand pressed forcefully against its jaw, temporarily restraining the beast. However, the mutated dog was not so easily subdued. It lowered its head aggressively, its jaws gnashing ferociously, attempting to bite off Yuan Kuei's hand. Its body coiled, ready to kick at Yuan Kuei's chest. As Yuan Kuei faced the creature with its rabid, drooling maw, he felt as though he were grappling with a demon risen from the depths rather than a mere dog. The immense strength of the mutated dog compelled Yuan Kuei to summon all his might to maintain control over it. "Help!" Jiang Haiping shouted. He and Yishui Bai immediately discarded their flashlights and daggers, each grasping one of the dog's legs tightly, pulling outward in an effort to diffuse the creature's strength. Yet, as they tugged, the mutated dog responded with increased ferocity, howling madly and writhing in an attempt to break free from their grasp. At that moment, Xianghua and Zhu Mengqing reacted, quickly drawing their daggers. Xianghua plunged his knife into the creature's back, piercing its skin. The mutated dog let out a wretched scream of pain. Meanwhile, Zhu Mengqing thrust her blade into the creature's lower abdomen, then forcefully dragged it backward. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the creature's belly. Immediately thereafter, a segment of soft intestine fell from the creature's belly, spilling filth onto the ground. The mutated dog let out 2 desperate howls, but gradually ceased its struggles, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Its entire body went limp. At this moment, Yuan Kuei finally released his grip, allowing the creature's head to droop. In those brief 10 seconds, he felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. He crouched down, gazing at the lifeless dog, and remarked, "Old and weak, it can hardly withstand even a modicum of force." With that, he surprisingly retrieved a cigarette from his backpack, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of white smoke. Xionghua's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, "Old man, where did you conjure this cigarette from? Do you have any more? I would love to have one." For those imprisoned, cigarettes were indeed rare treasures. Yuan Kuei shook his head in silence, clearly unwilling to share, even if he possessed more. Only those who had experienced incarceration could truly appreciate the value of a cigarette. At this juncture, Yishui Bai and Jiang Haiping also loosened their grips, allowing the lifeless dog to fall to the ground. Yishui Bai, panting and wiping his brow, said, "Old man, it feels premature to call you old. Without you, we would not have been able to deal with this creature." He scrutinized the dead dog on the ground, pointing and counting meticulously. "Wow, remarkable. This creature has 8 mouths on its head." Zhu Mengqing gazed anxiously at the deceased dog. "Since it has mutated, it won't come back to life, will it?" Without hesitation, Jiang Haiping crouched down, picked up the discarded dagger, and thrust it directly into the mutated dog's neck. He then made a few swift cuts along the vertebrae, effortlessly severing the head from the body. "Now we need not worry about it reviving," he declared, wiping the dagger with his clothing. Observing his adeptness, Yishui Bai chuckled, "Doctor, you must have been a butcher. Your technique in decapitating a dog is remarkably skilled. clearly not your first time. Jiang Haiping responded, no, this is my first time beheading a dog previously. I have only dealt with human heads. Dissection is a complicated endeavor, particularly with the head, as it is challenging to manage. The flesh can be sliced. But the skull poses a significant issue, requiring it to be detached from the body first. However, the cervical structure of a dog is quite similar to that of a human, making it somewhat simpler than I anticipated. Listening to Jiang Haiping's account, the others fell silent, lacking any interest in the gruesome details of his experiences. After all, they were merely ordinary death row inmates, distinctly different from someone as disturbed as Jiang Haiping. Damn it! Xianghua kicked the dead dog, exclaiming, this is what you get for biting me. As he cursed, he delivered several more vigorous kicks. As they were engaged in their activities, a sudden grin spread across Xionghua's face, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. My friends, he began, we have all been confined for several years within these prison walls, growing weary of the refuse we were served and the stale bread they provided. Now, with this dog lying here, why not roast this fellow? Its firm flesh must surely offer a delightful taste. Gazing at the carcass of the mutated dog, Xionghua's eyes glimmered with insatiable greed, clearly resolved to feast upon the creature that had bitten him. Jiang Haiping cautiously interjected, I believe it is unwise to consume such transformed animals. Xianghua shot him a disdainful look. I say, doctor, it would be one thing for others to voice such concerns, but you, a man who feasts upon human flesh, dare to chastise me? With that, he kicked the lifeless dog once more. This fiend has taken a piece of my flesh, and I shall reclaim it. This is what they call an eye for an eye. Ishui Bai, observing the dead dog on the ground, chuckled. I think it's a splendid idea. The food in this prison has been abysmal. I haven't tasted proper meat in years. He then glanced at the others. Zhu Menqing remained non-committal, while Yuan Kuei extinguished his cigarette on the ground, stating, in any case, we should refrain from advancing for now. It is night, and we cannot ascertain how many monsters lie ahead. Venturing forth in the darkness is exceedingly perilous. We may confront one creature together, but if they multiply, we will find ourselves with no means of defense. Thus, it is prudent to proceed during the day when visibility is heightened. Although Yuan Kuei had displayed remarkable judgment and agility in the recent skirmish, it was evident that age had taken its toll, compounded by years of confinement with little exercise. The mere exertion of that simple battle had already drained his stamina. In this vast expanse of murky black mist, faced with potential dangers, Yuan Kuei lacked the strength for another confrontation. Consequently, the group unanimously agreed to halt for rest, planning to set out at dawn. Immediately, Xianghua, brimming with enthusiasm, enlisted Ishui Bai to search for fuel. The roadside was lined with clusters of weeds and low shrubs. Deprived of sunlight, the vegetation began to decay, particularly at the roots, which had turned into a viscous mud. Nevertheless, they managed to gather a substantial amount of dry grass and branches. Before long, Xianghua and Ishui Bai returned to the road, carrying 2 large bundles of dried twigs. They then stacked the branches together and ignited them with the dry grass, creating a small fire that flickered to life. In the chilling darkness of the mist, the warm glow of the flames enveloped the group, providing a comforting respite from the cold. The prison garb was already threadbare, and traversing through the murky night air only intensified the chill. However, the sudden blaze of the fire offered a reprieve, akin to stumbling upon a warm hearth on a wintry night. Unbidden, everyone gravitated towards the flames. Even the stern Jiang Haiping found himself drawn closer to the warmth. Don't be shy. If this dog isn't consumed tonight, it will be inedible come morning, for there are no refrigerators here to preserve the meat, Su Hualong declared, producing a dagger and deftly slicing a substantial piece of flesh from the mutated canine. He then carved a thin slice, spearing it with the dagger and placing it over the fire to roast. Soon, the sizzle of fat igniting filled the air, and the vibrant red meat began to curl, releasing an enticing aroma. As the fragrant scent wafted through the air, saliva pooled in everyone's mouths. After years of incarceration, this was the first time they had encountered such delectable meat. Su Hualong could hardly contain his eagerness, hastily bringing the morsel to his lips, blowing on it gently before biting down. The moment it touched his tongue, his mouth filled with saliva, and he relished the robust chewiness and the primal flavor of the meat. Despite the absence of any seasoning, its simplicity rendered it even more exquisite. Delicious, absolutely divine, Su Hualong exclaimed, swallowing the dog meat with a blissful smile illuminating his face. This is undoubtedly the finest meat I have ever tasted. The texture is unparalleled. Indeed, A muscular dog offers a distinctive experience. With that, he quickly sliced another piece to roast. Witnessing Su Hualong's enjoyment, the others succumbed to temptation, each cutting a portion from the dog and embarking on their own grilling endeavors. In an instant, they resembled primitive hunters gathered around a fire, relishing the most natural of feasts. A profound sense of satisfaction, reminiscent of a long-lost era, enveloped each of them. The joy derived from consuming their own catch was likely magnitudes greater than that from purchased sustenance. Jiang Haiping, being the most acquainted with this sentiment, understood it well, as his provisions were always a product of his own hunting. Yet, now, as the others feasted heartily upon the mutated dog, Jiang Haiping maintained an air of disdain. Unmoved by the spectacle, Yi Shuibai extended a piece of meat towards him, saying, "Doctor, do give it a try. I have sampled it and found it harmless." Jiang Haiping resolutely shook his head, his expression rife with distaste. "No, I believe it prudent to avoid such dubious fare. This is hardly worthy of being classified as sustenance." Yi Shuibai, weary of further persuasion, conceded. Jiang Haiping was indeed an eccentric character, an erudite figure with an air of sophistication, yet paradoxically a cannibal. It was perplexing that he, who partook in human flesh, would scoff at the meat of this creature. The group, indifferent to one another, began to indulge in their meal. It had been years since these individuals had savored roasted meat with such purity, and they relished every bite, fully immersing themselves in the experience. This could be considered a taste of the wild. Despite the inherent risks associated with consuming such delicacies, they seemed unconcerned. After all, a group of condemned prisoners, having taken lives, were hardly likely to fret over the nature of their food. In no time, they had reduced a mutated dog to nothing but a skeletal frame and a heap of foul-smelling entrails, leaving no organ untouched. Had the creature's head not been so repulsive, it too would have met the same fate, for the flesh of an animal's scalp offers the most satisfying chew. Once they finished their feast, Xianghua rummaged through his bag, seemingly in search of something. After a fruitless search, he began to curse. "Damn it. These guys didn't even prepare any drinks for us. No whiskey? A bottle of rough liquor would suffice." He lamented the absence of smoke and spirits during their barbecue, likening the experience to a frustrating encounter devoid of satisfaction. This crude metaphor was too much even for Yi Shuibai. Among this motley crew, Xianghua was undoubtedly the most boorish, exuding a rugged, streetwise demeanor. In contrast, Yi Shuibai, Jiang Haiping, and Zhu Mingqing appeared as quintessential white-collar individuals. As for Yuan Kuei, he resembled a bottle of aged wine, possessing a unique character. Observing Xianghua's tirade, Yuan Kuei suddenly reached into his bag and expertly produced 5 cigarettes, offering one to Xianghua. "Here, have a smoke," he said. Xianghua's eyes lit up as if he were gazing at a deity. The admiration in his gaze was such that Yi Shuibai felt he might as well be witnessing a pledge of brotherhood. Gratefully, Xianghua accepted the cigarette, igniting it over the fire and inhaling deeply as if to fill his very lungs. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled a thin wisp of smoke. "Ah," he sighed contentedly. "This is bliss. Barbecue paired with a smoke is a divine pleasure. Old man, you are truly our little miracle worker." Yuan Kuei maintained a stoic expression, responding mildly. "I hope that when we reach Easton Town tomorrow, we can find some more cigarettes. Otherwise, even if you bow before me, I cannot share my remaining stock." He then passed the cigarettes to Yi Shuibai and Zhu Mingqing, both of whom accepted. Jiang Haiping, however, waved his hand, clearly disapproving of smoking as an unhealthy lifestyle choice. Having filled their bellies with meat, the group settled down on the ground, smoking as if all their worries had vanished. For the moment, they forgot their perilous situation amidst the fog. While smoking, Xianghua's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Zhu Mingqing, as the warmth of satisfaction stirred other desires within him. In this warm and satisfying atmosphere, he gazed upon Zhu Mingqing's face and thought to himself that the young lady was indeed quite charming. Her figure was commendable as well. At 30, a woman is at the pinnacle of her allure. As he continued to observe her, Xianghua's lips began to curl into a mischievous grin. Unbeknownst to Zhu Mingqing, who was engrossed alongside Yi Shuibai in examining the severed dog's head, Xianghua's gaze had taken on an unusual quality. Yi Shuibai remarked, "This creature has eyes, ears, and nose that have all regressed, yet it possesses over 100 teeth. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain." Zhu Mingqing inquired, "Why? How could this dog undergo such a mutation?" "It must be related to this black mist," Yi Shuibai replied. "It seems to have been affected by the black mist. I suspect there may be radiation within it." After all, this is a result of a meteorite from outer space, potentially introducing alien radiation that could cause mutations in those engulfed by the black mist. Zhu Mingqing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, "Will we mutate?" Yi Shuibai shook his head. "It's hard to say." Xianghua furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. "So, could I turn into the Hulk?" Yi Shuibai chuckled. "Unlikely. You might end up like this fellow, with mouth sprouting all over your head, a rather hideous prospect." Xianghua, somewhat disgruntled, muttered, "Damn it. I finally thought I was spared from the death penalty, only to end up in this predicament. I am at a loss for words." Suddenly, Zhu Mingqing posed a question. "Yi Shuibai, what do you think would happen if humans also mutated? Would we retain our consciousness, or would we lose our minds and start attacking each other?" Yi Shuibai could only shake his head, uncertain of how to respond. Yuan Kuei interjected, "It would be best if the mutated beings lost their sanity. That would significantly reduce our troubles." "Why?" the others asked. Yuan Kuei explained, "Currently, we are on this island, and to survive, we must continue moving forward in search of resources. However, these resources are likely already claimed by other humans. Not only the island's indigenous inhabitants, but also the death row inmates who came up with us. To acquire resources, we will most likely have to engage in fierce competition and bloodshed. From what we know, after mutation, combat capabilities are greatly enhanced. If the mutated humans lose their reason, we would merely be contending with monsters. However, if they retain their consciousness, we would be facing not ordinary humans, but rather individuals with superhuman abilities." Yuan Kuei paused momentarily. Yi Shuibai quickly added, "At that point, we might find ourselves wishing for our own mutations. Otherwise, we would simply become prey for others." At this juncture, Yi Shuibai let out a resigned sigh. Xianghua seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, saying, "So, if mutation doesn't drive one insane, does that mean humanity would possess superpowers? If this is indeed the case, those transformed beings would not become especially formidable, akin to superheroes soaring through the skies." Yi Shuibai remarked, "That seems unlikely. Otherwise, those beings would not be unable to escape the fog enveloping this island." The group engaged in discussion, succumbing to a sense of pessimism. From any perspective, the current state of Nilo Island resembled a gladiatorial arena where an array of bizarre beasts had been exiled, poised for a brutal slaughter. Yi Shuibai turned his gaze towards Jiang Haiping. Unlike the others, who were engrossed in conversation, he sat in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. Yi Shuibai inquired, "Doctor, what is your perspective on this matter?" "My primary concern lies not in the consequences of the fog." Jiang Haiping's eyes reflected a hint of caution. Yi Shuibai pressed further, "Then what troubles you?" Jiang Haiping replied, "What concerns me is the origin of this fog. A meteor descended from the heavens, followed by an overwhelming mist that shrouded the entirety of Nilo Island. Is this mere coincidence, or is there a force manipulating these events from behind the scenes? If such a force exists, who are they? Humans or extraterrestrials? Deities or demons? What are their intentions?" Jiang Haiping's mind raced with a flurry of questions, leaving Xianghua bewildered, scratching his head in confusion over Jiang Haiping's meaning. Yi Shuibai, however, grasped Jiang Haiping's implication and began to feel a chill. Any anomaly does not arise without reason. There must be some unknown cause lurking beneath it all. This was precisely why various nations dispatched death row inmates to the island for investigation. Yet, the truth behind it all might be far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Yi Shuibai turned to Yuan Kuei and asked, "Elder, what is your take on the doctor's assertions?" Yuan Kuei responded with an air of indifference, "I have never understood nor wished to comprehend such grand matters. Throughout my years, surviving amidst relentless battles, I relied not on contemplation or ideology, but rather on devising ways to eliminate my enemies whenever danger approached. The truth is inconsequential. What truly matters can be summed up in 3 words: survive." As they continued towards Easton Town, their analysis of the current predicament deepened the somber mood among them. Though these individuals were condemned to death, facing execution was at least a predictable outcome. However, now stranded on this fog-laden island, they were utterly unaware of what the future held in store, nor did they know what monstrous entities might lurk within. They feared becoming grotesque creatures themselves. Yet, this pervasive sense of doom did not linger for long. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Xianghua stifled a tremendous yawn and began to feel weary. Since awakening on the warship that morning, they had not enjoyed a moment of rest. Their journey commenced with their arrival on Nilo Island, where they immediately engaged in fierce combat with one another, followed by a relentless trek. They had also battled a mutated dog, during which Xiong Hua sustained a bite. Their strength seemed to have been pushed to the very limits. I am utterly exhausted, I confessed. Xiong Hua, yawning, glanced at his watch and remarked, It's still the early hours of the morning. Dawn is far off. I shall rest first, and you can wake me in the middle of the night, so I can keep watch while you sleep. During the day, the five of them remained vigilant, wary of one another. However, after facing life and death against the mutated dog, an unspoken bond had formed among them. Those who endure life-threatening experiences together naturally develop a sense of camaraderie. As the saying goes, having shared the same roof and faced the same battles, such friendships are often the most profound. Xiong Hua felt a complete trust in the other four, resting his head on his two large backpacks and swiftly drifting into slumber, snoring almost immediately. Yishui Bai and Zhu Mingqing also began to feel drowsy. Jiang Haiping maintained his stoic demeanor, retrieving a book from his backpack and once again reading by the flickering firelight. Yuan Kuei noticed the fatigue of Yishui Bai and Zhu Mingqing and said, If you two are tired, feel free to sleep. I will keep watch here. Yishui Bai replied, Very well, I shall rest first. Old man, please wake me in the middle of the night so we can take turns keeping watch while you rest. No need, Yuan Kuei declined calmly. I can doze lightly. Even in my slumber, no sound will escape my ears. Yishui Bai chuckled. Ah, old man, you are truly remarkable. What did you do in your past life to possess such skills? Yuan Kuei responded, Oh, nothing much. I've done a bit of everything. Worked as a handyman, a mercenary, a tomb raider, a bodyguard, and even assisted in assassinations. Whatever work was available, I took on. Yishui Bai clicked his tongue, growing increasingly admiring of Yuan Kuei's experiences. This old man had truly seen much of the world. Taking the initiative, Yuan Kuei assumed the duty of keeping watch. And Yishui Bai and Zhu Mingqing no longer hesitated, lying down beside the fire and resting their heads on their backpacks. It appeared that Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei were not inclined to rest. With only one person keeping watch, there might have been a risk. But with two vigilant souls, the danger was significantly reduced, especially considering that Yuan Kuei and Jiang Haiping, in comparison to Gong Jie, could be regarded as paragons of virtue. They slept soundly until the break of dawn. When Yishui Bai awoke, he discovered that the fire had long since burned out, leaving only a heap of ash, while the fog had finally lifted to reveal visibility of about 100 meters. Today, the sky is overcast, and the sunlight is not particularly intense. Consequently, the visibility amidst the black fog has diminished significantly compared to yesterday. Zhu Mingqing, Yuan Kuei, and Jiang Haiping are all awake, while Xiong Hua remains deep in slumber, snoring softly, seemingly having slept soundly since last night. It is time to rouse him. Jiang Haiping remarks, We must reach Easton Town by today. Otherwise, we shall have to camp in the wilderness again tonight. The road is no place for repose. Yishui Bai interjects, Doctor, given our current plight, it would be best to forego any pretentiousness. With that, he shakes Xiong Hua, exclaiming, Hey, wake up. It's time to hit the road. Startled, Xiong Hua bolts upright, startling everyone around him. What is with the suddenness? Yishui Bai is equally taken aback by the commotion. Once Xiong Hua regains his bearings, he exhales deeply, directing his frustration at Yishui Bai. Could you perhaps choose a different way to wake me? What do you mean? It is time to hit the road. I was half asleep and thought I was being summoned for execution. What a fright. This remark elicits hearty laughter from the group. Judging by his reaction, it seems Xiong Hua has encountered this phrase in dreams more than once. Yet, the others are not exempt from such nocturnal experiences. Yishui Bai himself cannot recall how many times he has dreamed of being taken to face a death sentence, only to awaken abruptly from the prison cot. Let us get moving, Yishui Bai encourages, patting Xiong Hua on the shoulder. Today, we aim to reach Easton Town, ensuring we at least have a roof over our heads tonight. With that, the group promptly prepares, shouldering their backpacks, and resumes their journey. Despite the dreary weather, visibility is markedly improved compared to the night, spanning over 100 meters. Although the details remain somewhat unclear, any unusual movement would cast a shadow, preventing them from feeling utterly disoriented. Yet, even so, the five of them tightly grip their daggers, ever wary of potential dangers. After all, there is no indication that those creatures only emerge at night, and as they approach the town, it is likely that the number of lurking monsters increases, necessitating their vigilance. Having learned from yesterday's experiences, the five-member group traverses the road at a noticeably swifter pace, now familiar with their path. Furthermore, as their camaraderie deepens, Yishui Bai, Xiong Hua, and Zhu Minqing engage in lighthearted conversation, rendering the journey less tiresome as they swiftly approach Easton Town. After approximately 2 hours of walking, they suddenly spot a massive silhouette emerging from the black fog. The outline appears to resemble a car. "Hey, look ahead. Is that a vehicle?" Yishui Bai is the first to notice. The group collectively halts in their tracks. In the thick fog, any sudden appearance could harbor hidden dangers. Xiong Huadao mused as they gradually approached the past, contemplating the prospect of commandeering an abandoned vehicle to drive directly to the quaint town, thereby sparing themselves the arduous journey on foot. However, apprehensive of potential dangers lurking nearby, the 5 individuals, armed with daggers, cautiously advanced. Soon, the vehicle came fully into view. And at that moment, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. It was an unremarkable sedan, yet it bore the scars of extensive devastation. The windows were shattered, and the metallic frame had been grotesquely contorted. What was even more alarming was that the destruction did not stem from bullets or collisions, but from long, deep claw marks, as if the car had been subjected to a frenzied assault by a werewolf. The car doors had been effortlessly torn apart by a single, razor-sharp talon. The 5 stood in stunned silence, grappling with the implications of what they had witnessed. What had this vehicle endured? The once pristine automobile was now a mere shell, riddled with gaping wounds and utterly ruined. The evidence suggested that the devastation was not inflicted by modern weaponry. The grotesque gashes clearly indicated the work of a creature endowed with immense strength. The sheer force had cleaved the metal as easily as one might tear through a sheet of paper. The horror of it all was almost unfathomable, leaving them to ponder the nature of the entity capable of such power. In that fleeting moment of seeing the car, a heavy silence enveloped them. Their worst fears had materialized. Within the mists of Nilo Island, an entity existed, possessing strength far beyond that of ordinary beings. What it was remained a mystery to all. Yishui Bai instinctively turned to scan their surroundings, sensing that something dangerous lurked within the fog, watching them like a predator. Although the wrecked vehicle seemed unlikely to harbor any survivors, none of the 5 dared to relax their guard as they gripped their daggers and approached slowly. As they reached the periphery of the car, they began to inspect it. True to their suspicions, the interior was devoid of life. However, on the leather of the driver's seat lay a pool of congealed blood, now darkened and dried upon the cushion. A seatbelt had been violently severed, its fragments scattered on either side. The rest of the interior was a chaotic jumble, littered with dust and foliage that had entered through the shattered windows, rendering the cabin a scene of utter disarray. It appeared that the car had been abandoned in this place for at least half a month, a thick layer of dust having settled upon it. Yishui Bai covered his nose, unable to identify the strange odor emanating from within the vehicle. However, there is no doubt that it made him feel utterly nauseous, reminiscent of dishes left unwashed for days, with remnants of food beginning to emit a sour and pungent odor. In this damp mist, it was a veritable paradise for microorganisms. Various molds could feast upon every inch of the vehicle's interior without hindrance. Xianghua was not particularly sensitive to odors. His own body scent was already quite overwhelming. What captivated him more was the state of the vehicle's destruction. Xianghua wore an incredulous expression. Good heavens, what on earth has happened here? It looks as if the car has been shredded by claws. What could possibly tear a car apart? Even a tiger would struggle, unless it were a legendary werewolf. Despite standing 2 meters tall, Xianghua felt a profound sense of insecurity. If there truly were a werewolf lurking in this black mist, height would offer little solace. Even if he were to grow another meter, he would still be no match. In contrast to fear, Jiang Haiping was more focused on examining the condition of the car. He adjusted his glasses with one hand and leaned forward slightly, scrutinizing the details of the vehicle, ultimately concluding. All the torn marks were oriented outward. The shattered glass of the windows had splattered inward, indicating that the creature responsible for this chaos had been outside the car at the time. It appeared that this beast had sought to tear the vehicle apart to extract its occupants. Furthermore, the blood on the seats suggested that, evidently, it had succeeded. Listening to Jiang Haiping and observing the dried black bloodstains on the seat, a similar horrific image seemed to materialize in everyone's minds. A werewolf, covered in black fur, leaped onto the roof of the car, smashed the glass with a single punch, and then gripped the edge of the frame, forcefully tearing the vehicle apart. Its glaring red eyes fixated on the human figure in the driver's seat. Perhaps it was a woman, panic-stricken and screaming, trembling as she gazed at the werewolf's bloody maw. Yet, screams could not deter the creature's savagery. The werewolf ultimately ripped the car apart with brute force, grasping the woman in the driver's seat and yanking her out, severing the seatbelt with ease. What followed was a horrific scene of consumption and dismemberment. Zhu Mingqing had begun to worry, her expression tense as she glanced around at the thick fog. That monster. It isn't still here, is it? Aren't we in grave danger? Yi Shuibai replied, it's hard to say. In any case, let us be cautious. Perhaps that dog from last night was merely an appetizer. Jiang Haiping remained calm and analytical. Whether human or monster, survival necessitates the consumption of energy from the external environment. The larger and more active one becomes, the greater the energy required. Even if monsters exist, they would likely gravitate towards areas inhabited by humans or animals. The desolate wilderness is evidently unsuitable for their survival. Yi Shuibai remarked, Doctor, the scenario you describe aligns with biological logic. However, we are currently confronting unknown creatures that may not adhere to such rules. He continued. Much like extraterrestrials, they need not resemble humans with a single head and 2 legs. They might not even be carbon-based life forms. Jiang Haiping steadfastly maintained his perspective. I refuse to believe that there are phenomena in this world that contravene the laws of physics. If such entities exist, they would be akin to deities. Xianghua was still fixated on the vehicle, patting its dust-covered surface. So, can this car even be driven? Zhu Mingqing shook her head at the filthy automobile. Even if it were operable, I would never step foot inside. I would rather perish than enter that vehicle. Xianghua chuckled. I never said we had to sit inside. We could ride on the roof. Though it would mean putting someone in the driver's seat at a disadvantage. While they were conversing, Yuan Kuei bent down to peer beneath the car, declaring, the vehicle cannot be driven. The fuel tank is ruptured, and all the gasoline has leaked out. Upon hearing this, Xianghua sighed in resignation. It seems we only have the option to continue on foot. Damn it. Zhu Mingqing secretly felt relieved. Yi Shuibai, forcing himself to endure the filth, rummaged through the car but found nothing of use. Thus, the 5 of them had no choice but to proceed on their journey. It was already noon, and they needed to reach the town of Easton before nightfall. They required shelter, as sleeping on the roadside was no longer an option. Fortunately, according to the road signs, they were drawing closer to the town, and vehicles began to appear sporadically along the route. Every few hundred meters, they stumbled upon an abandoned car. Undoubtedly, almost all the vehicles had been brutally vandalized. Even the few buses that appeared had not escaped unscathed, with shattered windows and battered metal frames. There were not only claw marks, but also bite marks and dents resembling massive fist imprints. If indeed there are monsters lurking in this fog, it is evident that they are not singular in nature. As they passed each vehicle, Xianghua would eagerly approach, hoping to see if any could be started. Unfortunately, the majority of the cars had damaged fuel tanks, long devoid of gasoline. When he finally discovered a vehicle with an intact fuel tank, he rushed over only to find it wide open and completely empty, devoid of even the faintest scent of gasoline. Damn it. Is it truly this difficult to find a drivable car? Xianghua exclaimed in frustration. Yi Shuibai approached. It's not that we are particularly unfortunate, but rather that we have arrived too late. What do you mean? Xianghua inquired. Yi Shuibai pointed to the fuel cap. Initially, this cover was open, indicating that the vehicle once contained fuel, but it has since been taken by others. We arrived too late. Xianghua examined the open fuel cap and concurred with Yi Shuibai's deduction. Your reasoning is sound. This suggests that the inhabitants in this vicinity are still alive. And there are indeed survivors in this small town of Easton. It may not necessarily be the townsfolk. Jiang Haiping approached. It is also possible that they are death row inmates like us, or perhaps even Gong Jie and that pretty boy, who knows? Xianghua inquired. If there are indeed living people here, is that a good thing or a bad thing for us? Yi Shuibai shook his head. It is uncertain. It could be advantageous or detrimental, but the greater likelihood leans towards the latter. Never mind. I can't be bothered with all this. Xianghua grew impatient. If we encounter good people, we will cooperate. If we meet bad ones, we will fight. It's just a matter of life. Why overthink it? They are merely humans after all, as long as I don't run into any werewolves or the like. As they spoke, the group prepared to continue their journey. At that moment, Zhu Mingqing pointed to a location. Look over there. What is that? The spot Zhu Mingqing indicated was a bus stop, and next to it was an array of shared electric bikes. Vehicles. Xianghua's eyes immediately lit up as he dashed towards the shared bikes. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that all the electric bikes were locked, firmly secured to their charging stations. Moreover, the charging stations displayed no signs of power. They had long since run out of electricity. Ever since the fog enveloped Nilo Island, all power plants on the island must have ceased operations, resulting in a complete shutdown of the island's power supply system. Xianghua grasped one of the electric bikes tightly and pulled forcefully. The bike clanked and rattled, yet remained stubbornly affixed to the charging station, utterly impossible to remove. Finally, Xianghua lost all patience, kicking the bike in frustration and cursing. Damn it. Are they sincerely trying to make me walk? I have never walked this much in my entire life. Forget it. Zhu Mingqin consoled him. Even if we managed to get the bike out, we wouldn't be able to ride it, putting aside the lack of electricity. Without a scan, it's likely that we couldn't even start it. The others nodded in agreement, resigned to shake their heads. At that moment, Yuan Kuei approached, took a glance, then directly produced a dagger, inserting it into the gap of the charging station's casing, and gradually pried it open. Yi Shuibai asked, "Old man, what are you planning to do?" Yuan Kuei replied, "I have stolen such shared electric bikes before. They are quite easy to dismantle." Yi Shuibai was taken aback. "Old man, your skills truly know no bounds." Subsequently, the four of them watched in awe as Yuan Kuei showcased his prowess. Yuan Kuei deftly utilized a dagger to pry open the casing of the charging station, meticulously disassembling it within a mere 3 minutes, revealing a plethora of components and wires within. With remarkable skill, he proceeded to dismantle each part, often resorting to breaking them by hand in the absence of a screwdriver. In under 10 minutes, he successfully disassembled an entire row of charging stations, subsequently detaching the clips that ensnared the electric bike tires. The entire process flowed with an effortless grace, reminiscent of an artist skillfully carving a piece of meat. Thus, a row of electric bikes was liberated from their charging stations. Xianghua gazed in astonishment, utterly awestruck by Yuan Kuei's prowess, and could not help but applaud. "Impressive, old man. You are truly remarkable. If you were in our organization, you would undoubtedly ascend to a leadership position. Such talents in the realm of crime are indeed invaluable to the underworld." Yi Shuibai inquired of Xianghua, "Don't you, as members of the underworld, also steal electric bikes?" Xianghua replied, "We don't operate with such complexity. We simply bring along a large pair of pliers and cut the locks directly. Moreover, we typically avoid stealing shared bikes, as such locations are monitored. Instead, we target office buildings, pilfering from the bikes of employees, many of whom simply resign themselves to their misfortune, never bothering to report the theft. There's hardly any risk involved." Upon hearing this, Yi Shuibai rolled his eyes. "So when I bought an electric bike and rode it to the office for the first time, only to find it gone after work, it turns out it was Yulat who stole it." Xianghua scratched his head and chuckled. "What can we do? While you're working, we're working too. If we didn't steal bikes, our organization's funds would dwindle, so every member has their tasks." Yi Shuibai remarked, "So you rely on stealing bikes to sustain your gang?" Xianghua laughed, "Not solely. We also engage in other activities such as pimping, receiving clients, collecting protection fees, and even running a few internet cafes and noodle shops. Our underworld operations are far more diverse than your corporate endeavors." As they conversed, Xianghua mounted an electric bike and twisted the throttle, but to no avail. "This won't work, old man. It won't start without scanning," Yuan Kuei replied. "That's simple enough." He approached, prying open the bike's casing with his knife, exposing the internal wires, and deftly snipping a few before reconnecting them around a component. "Try it now." Xianghua eagerly twisted the throttle again. With a beep, the electric bike roared to life. Everyone erupted in excitement. Having a bike meant they wouldn't need to walk any longer. Burdened with heavy bags, their legs had grown weary. Xianghua exclaimed, "Old man, with your skills, we could steal bikes all the way. Who knows, we might even score a few supercars." Yuan Kuei maintained his calm demeanor, stating, however, "This electric bike won't last long, and whether we encounter other vehicles will depend solely on our luck." Subsequently, Yuan Kuei dismantled the remaining vehicles, granting each individual their own electric scooter. The 5 of them gripped the handlebars and sped through the dense black fog toward Easton Town. "Haha, this is splendid," Xianghua exclaimed, laughing triumphantly. "There isn't a single police officer on this road. I can drive however I please. Be cautious," Yi Shuibai warned. "The fog is thick all around." "Don't crash." "Fear not," Xianghua reassured, thumping his chest. "I am quite adept at riding through fog. In my motorcycling days, I was even swifter, over a decade. I've only had 5 fatalities." As the 5 adventurers mounted their electric scooters, they transformed into streaks of speed. Initially, they proceeded with trepidation through the murky darkness, fearing the emergence of lurking monsters. However, once they discerned that no danger lurked, Xianghua's audacity surged, and he pressed the throttle, racing forward while shouting, as if he were galloping on a wild stallion across the vast plains. After all, How could a man, who had been a condemned prisoner for years, contain his exuberance upon suddenly experiencing the liberation of unrestrained speed? Seeing Xianghua so exhilarated, the other four had no choice but to accelerate in pursuit. Falling behind even slightly would leave them ensnared in the fog. The five raced ever closer to Easton Town. As they approached, buildings began to emerge alongside the road. This was a small town, devoid of skyscrapers, yet 10-story buildings were not uncommon, with visible residential areas as well as shops and office buildings. Simultaneously, abandoned vehicles became increasingly prevalent, though nearly all were in disrepair. Electric scooters, motorcycles, and bicycles lay strewn chaotically upon the ground. Upon entering, it was evident that this town had long been forsaken. Dust and filth blanketed the streets. Broken debris littered the ground, reminiscent of a city ravaged by a zombie apocalypse. Dried bloodstains were visible everywhere, imparting a desolate and tragic atmosphere. Coupled with the oppressive fog, this place could easily serve as a filming location for a horror movie. Ishuebai observed that within the town, the buildings and utility poles bore grotesque damage, seemingly inflicted by monstrous assaults, with claw marks and fist imprints abundantly evident. Ishuebai shouted, "This place resembles a war-torn zone, utterly dilapidated, and not a soul in sight, no people, not even a corpse. It feels profoundly eerie." Jiang Haiping remarked, "We have come to this town in search of supplies. Since we are already here, we should first scout the area for food or fresh water. Then let us halt," Xianghua declared, applying the brakes, causing the rear of his scooter to swerve slightly, executing a stylish drift. It is evident that the ability to drive is one of the fundamental skills of the underworld. The other four individuals also parked their vehicles. "Where shall we find supplies?" Zhu Menqing inquired with a perplexed expression. However, it was Ishuebai who, with keen eyes, quickly pointed across the street and said, "Look, there is a supermarket over there." Glancing over, they indeed spotted a sign that read Ruinjia Supermarket. "Oh, it appears to be a chain store," Xianghua remarked with a chuckle. "This might yield some rewards for us." Ruinjia Supermarket is a large chain establishment, offering a variety of daily necessities, cookware, instant noodles, duck necks, bread, and steamed buns. Although Yiston Town is not expansive, the chain supermarket here, while not as grand as those in major cities, should still be well stocked with various supplies. However, the supermarket appeared dark and desolate, clearly untouched for quite some time. It seemed that since the day the ominous fog enveloped the area, the supermarket had ceased operations. "Let us venture inside. Perhaps we will stumble upon some unexpected treasures," Ishuebai suggested, brandishing a flashlight in one hand and a dagger in the other as he made his way towards the supermarket. The others also retrieved their flashlights and daggers, following Ishuebai closely. As they walked, Jiang Haiping cautioned, "This doesn't feel like the outskirts. We are in a residential area, and there could be others hiding here. We must remain vigilant." Zhu Menqing added, "This place feels like a ghost town. There are no signs of life whatsoever." "That is indeed peculiar," Ishuebai replied. "Given the size of this area, there should be at least 100,000 residents. It is hard to believe that not a single soul remains. All vanished into thin air." Xianghua chuckled. "Perhaps all the inhabitants were devoured by those werewolf monsters, which is why not a single person is left." Ishuebai grimaced. "Let us hope that is not the case. Otherwise, our fate would not be much better." As they conversed, the five of them reached the entrance of the supermarket. The large doors stood ajar, and not only the doors, but even the glass windows had been shattered, seemingly to facilitate entry. Inside, the lights were out, and the thick fog contributed to an ominous darkness. Ishuebai shone his flashlight inside, revealing shelves askew as if the supermarket had been ransacked in a frenzy. Fortunately, a glance around showed that it had not been completely emptied. There were still numerous items within. "It appears we should be able to find some supplies. At the very least, there ought to be food and water," Ishuebai declared. Xianghua's eyes sparkled at the chaotic scene. "Hee. Perhaps there's even alcohol and cigarettes. It's been years since I've had a drink. I could really use a bottle of herbo too, haha." With that, Xianghua could no longer contain his excitement and boldly stepped inside the supermarket, flashlight in hand. "Let us go in as well and search together," Ishuebai urged. Jiang Haiping reminded, "We must remain cautious. There may be others lurking within." The four individuals tightened their grips on their daggers and ventured into the supermarket. Upon entering, they were greeted with a disarray of overturned shelves, with various goods scattered across the floor. Armed with flashlights, they cautiously navigated through an array of pots, pans, children's toys, plush dolls, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, a veritable cornucopia of objects. Yet, conspicuously absent was any food. Instant noodles, beef jerky, bread, beverages, sunflower seeds. Bottled water, none of the edible essentials were to be found. Not even cigarettes or alcohol. Damn it. Su-in, exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. What the hell is going on? Where's the alcohol? I would settle for a line of cola. Is this not a supermarket? Enraged. He kicked a pile of bottles on the ground. These worthless items, I thought they were sodas, but it turns out they're just a bunch of shampoos and body washes. Is this some kind of joke? There is not a single edible item here. Why should I shone his flashlight in a particular direction and remarked, not necessarily. Some of those might be consumable. Su-in, glanced over and noticed a shelf precariously leaning with dozens of bottles of soy sauce and aged vinegar. He scoffed. I'd rather die of thirst than drink that nonsense. Hip quickly assessed the situation. Clearly, this place has already been scavenged by others. Any supplies that could sustain life have likely been removed. The mood among the group grew somber as they realized the supermarket's resources had been preemptively taken. Who could have taken these supplies? Zhmng inquired. Hip shook his head. It's unclear. It could have been the original residents or perhaps other convicts. Damn it. Su-in cursed again. So, we arrived too late to gather anything. The group's spirits were notably dampened. The bread they had on hand could last them 5 or 6 days, provided they rationed it strictly. However, after a hearty meal of dog meat the previous night, their bodies were now signaling a quick onset of hunger due to the excessive consumption, leading to a rapid metabolism. Consequently, everyone felt ravenous, and the thought of not finding food only deepened their despondency. Yet, this isn't entirely a bad situation, Yun-ku interjected. Su-in questioned, what do you mean? Yun-ku explained, the fact that someone has come to gather supplies indicates that this town must have resources. Moreover, these supplies are likely concentrated in a specific location. If we can locate that place, we shouldn't have to worry about food. Upon hearing this, Su-in's eyes lit up. Then let us hurry and search for it. If we find it, we'll seize those supplies. He began to move towards the exit of the supermarket. However, the other 4 remained still. Su-in turned back. Hey, what are you 4 doing? There's nothing to eat here. Let us go. Shui elucidated. According to the elders' assertions, this town harbors more than just our faction, implying that we now face adversaries. However, we remain oblivious to the identity of these opponents, their numbers, or their armaments. Even should we resort to plunder, victory is far from assured. Hence, such matters warrant careful deliberation. Xianghua shrugged. How do we deliberate? Shall we send someone to negotiate? Shui chuckled. Perhaps that could be a viable option. Is it not your forte? Xianghua shook his head. You fail to grasp. Negotiations necessitate manpower. And with merely 5 of us, we cannot muster a formidable presence. At that moment, Yuan Kue approached a row of brooms, meticulously selecting one. We currently lack weaponry. Each of us armed with naught but a dagger. While this supermarket may not offer sustenance, procuring a few weapons should pose no challenge. Even a kitchen knife would surpass the utility of our daggers. Xianghua nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Yet what is the intention behind your selection of a broom? Are we to tidy the ground before engaging in combat? Yuan Kue maintained a stoic expression, merely stating, the efficacy of a weapon lies in its ease of use. With that, he extracted a sturdy stainless steel broom handle from the pile, discarding the brush head, leaving behind a metallic shaft just over 1 meter in length and 2 centimeters in diameter. Though not exceptionally robust, the metal's composition was sufficiently lethal, particularly for an experienced killer like Yuan Kue. It is said that a seasoned criminal could wield even a pencil to vanquish several strong men. Having secured a suitable weapon, the others began rummaging through the supermarket. Shui, wielding a flashlight, combed through the debris-laden shelves. Hangers, frying pans, basketballs, badminton rackets, tennis rackets all appeared to possess potential as weapons, yet their lethality was undeniably limited. Wielding a basketball in combat would likely elicit laughter rather than fear. Shui pressed on in his search. Electric mosquito swatters, scissors, rulers, selfie sticks, toilet brushes. Clearly, none of these could serve as viable armaments. Just as despair began to set in, he suddenly spotted a familiar item amidst the rubble, nunchaku. Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had indeed discovered a fitting weapon. Scattered on the ground, the nunchaku remained in their packaging, unopened, numbering around 30. Both wooden and metallic variants were present. For convenience, Shui selected 4 or 5 pairs of metallic nunchaku and stowed them in his large backpack. Ultimately, he unwrapped one pair, twirling it in his hands. Although it had been some time since he practiced, the moment he grasped the nunchaku, muscle memory surged forth with vigor. He began to wield them with flair, producing a series of sharp whistles as the metallic nunchaku sliced through the air. In close combat, the lethality of the nunchaku is evidently far superior to that of Lord Yuan Kuei's broomstick. Having selected his weapon, Ishui Bai turned back. After a few paces, he spotted Xianghua. In his right hand, Xianghua wielded a wooden baseball bat, while his left was busy retrieving 2 boxes of adult rubber products from the ground, stuffing them into his backpack. Upon noticing Ishui Bai, Xianghua raised his head, and their eyes met, leading to an inevitable moment of awkwardness. Ishui Bai chuckled. "You seem to be quite leisurely today." Xianghua grinned and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not like that one-eyed dragon. I have no interest in men." It was evident that he had his sights set on Zhu Mingqing. Such matters were of no concern to Ishui Bai. He glanced at the baseball bat in Xianghua's hand and inquired, "Is this your weapon? It seems a bit lacking." Xianghua laughed. "Did the old man not say that what feels right is paramount? I've taken down no less than 18 people with a baseball bat before. One good swing is quite formidable." Xianghua also noticed the nunchaku in Ishui Bai's hand and expressed a hint of admiration. "What is this? Have you trained in martial arts?" Ishui Bai replied, "I trained for half a year." Xianghua urged, "Then hurry up and show me a few moves." Ishui Bai shook his head. "I haven't practiced any fancy tricks. From day one, I focused solely on how to kill. The methods of killing aren't visually appealing, nor do they hold much interest." As he spoke, he temporarily stowed away the nunchaku. Upon their return to the entrance, Zhu Mingqing had already returned. The woman held a wooden mop handle over a meter long in her hand, and astonishingly carried a complete set of knives on her back. Various sizes of kitchen knives. A set of 6 were now neatly inserted into a plastic case, which she had secured to her waist for easy access. Zhu Mingqing's appearance resembled that of an ancient female warrior, grasping a long staff while wielding a treasure trove of blades. The sight of that box of knives exuded an inexplicable sense of humor. Ishui Bai remarked, "Very impressive. Your weapon can also serve as a cooking tool when not in battle." Zhu Mingqing shot him a glare. "Stop mocking me. At least my knives are far sharper than your nunchaku." At that moment, Jiang Haiping also returned. Everyone was taken aback at his appearance. The orange prison uniform he once wore was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was clad in a neatly tailored black suit. Complementing this ensemble were a pair of gleaming leather shoes. The large backpack had vanished, replaced by a briefcase he now held in one hand. In the other, he gracefully held a highball glass filled with clear water, sipping it as if savoring decades-old fine wine. Observing Jiang Haiping in his impeccably formal attire left everyone momentarily stunned. Ishui Bai chuckled. "It seems to be you, doctor. For a moment, I thought you were an insurance salesman." Xianghua replied, "I can understand you using this cup for drinking alcohol, but what were you thinking when you chose it for water? Does the flavor differ when using a glass cup?" Jiang Haiping shook his head, a look of bemusement on his face, and said, "Life is akin to a desolate wasteland. Only rituals can imbue this barren expanse with a semblance of meaning." Ishui Bai remarked, "Ah, you are quite the philosopher. Aside from that attire, what else have you brought?" Jiang Haiping responded, "There are books over there. I've taken a copy of Crime and Punishment and Madame Bovary. You might find something suitable for yourselves among them." Xianghua laughed. "No book suits me, except for one by Liu Bei. Yet, I ought to find myself a proper outfit. Wearing prison garb indefinitely is hardly appropriate." With that, he headed towards the clothing section of the supermarket. Ishui Bai inquired of Jiang Haiping, "Doctor, haven't you brought any weapons with you?" Jiang Haiping replied, "I have over 20 dining knives. They resemble my surgical scalpel and are quite handy." "All right then," Ishui Bai said. "I can now ascertain that you are merely an eccentric, not a fool." With that, he too made his way to the clothing section. Before long, Ishui Bai, Xianghua, and Zhu Mingqing had each found an outfit. Xianghua donned a loose jacket, which accentuated his already imposing physique. Ishui Bai changed into a gray tracksuit, prioritizing ease of movement. Zhu Mingqing opted for a pair of jeans and a white shirt, which, in contrast to the unisex prison uniform, perfectly showcased her form as a mature woman. Only Yuan Kuei remained in his orange prison garb, refusing to change, insisting that old clothes fit better. The 5 of them, having gathered their desired items from the supermarket, resumed their search for supplies in the town of Easton. Vehicles within the town, as long as their fuel tanks were intact, had their gas caps pried open and were completely drained of gasoline. Furthermore, all electric scooters had their batteries removed, leaving only the inoperable shells behind. It appeared that this small town had undergone a thorough scourging, with nothing of value remaining. As they scoured the shops lining the streets, they found only useless items. As for food and drink, there was none to be found. Clearly, these establishments had been ransacked from top to bottom. Ishuei twirled a pair of nunchaku in his hands, striving to regain his proficiency. Xianghua gazed into the surrounding dense fog and said, "What the hell do we do now? We can't possibly leave this place and seek another." Ishuei Baidao remarked, "The nearest town is still several dozen kilometers away, and any substantial city lies over 100 kilometers from here. Our electric vehicle has depleted its power, and if we were to walk, it would take us no less than 4 to 5 days. Our remaining food and water are insufficient to sustain us. Moreover, even if we reach other towns, the situation is likely to be no better. By the time we arrive, everything will have been taken by others." Xianghua wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words, merely sighing in resignation. At this moment, food is their utmost concern. Freshwater, however, is not a scarcity. The temperature is relatively low within this black mist, and each morning, they can observe a sufficient amount of dew. In dire circumstances, this dew can be collected for drinking. Yet, the lack of food poses a significant dilemma. Without sustenance, they face starvation. Yuan Kuei then spoke. "We should cease our search of stores and supermarkets." "What do you mean?" Xianghua inquired. Yuan Kuei explained. "Those who scavenge for supplies inevitably target stores and supermarkets first. These places have long been stripped bare, leaving little behind." "Where should we go then?" Xianghua asked. Yuan Kuei suggested, "Let us head to the residential area. The supplies there are dispersed and not easily removed all at once. Moreover, each household stores their provisions differently. Even if someone has already visited, they may not have uncovered all the resources. By going to the residential area, we stand a chance of finding something." Yuan Kuei's assertion was evidently sound. The 5 of them set off toward the residential building. They quickly entered a small community, which consisted of a somewhat dilapidated commercial building. The elevator had long ceased to function, and they had to ascend the stairs, flashlight in hand, floor by floor. Upon entering the residential building, they found, indeed, as Yuan Kuei had stated, that some apartment doors were ajar. However, others remained locked tight, showing no signs of forced entry. It appeared that those who had scavenged before them had not ventured into these rooms. "Huh, it seems we have arrived just in time," Xianghua exclaimed, selecting a door and raising his foot to kick the security door with all his might. Bang! A resounding noise echoed. To his astonishment, the security door remained unscathed, with only a small dent where he had kicked it. "What the hell? Is this door of such excellent quality?" Xianghua cursed again. Ishuei Baidao interjected. "This door swings outward. Kicking it from the inside will not yield results. It seems that forcing the door open violently will be quite difficult." He then turned to Yuan Kuei. "Old man, are you capable of picking locks?" Yuan Kuei nodded. "I have practiced. Let me give it a try." He then pulled a long piece of wire from his backpack. Xianghua was astonished. "Where did you get that wire, old man?" Yuan Kuei replied. "I just picked it up from the supermarket. It has been my habit to carry some wire and blades for convenience." As he spoke, Yuan Kuei approached the security door, twisting a piece of wire into a small hook, which he then inserted into the lock. After a few deft manipulations, a soft click resonated. With another twist of the doorknob, the sturdy security door surprisingly swung open. The entire process took less than a minute. Ishuei chuckled. "The old man remains as steady as ever." Xianghua was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Wow, that's incredible. It's even faster than using a key. Old man, it seems you must have done your fair share of thievery in your youth." Yuan Kuei merely replied with nonchalance. "Fortunately, this door was not deadbolt, otherwise it would have been a hassle to open." He then pulled the door open and stepped inside the room, followed closely by the others, who illuminated their path with flashlights. The results of their sweep were remarkably fruitful. This household had not been invaded. Every item was neatly arranged, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust. In the kitchen sink, a few unwashed bowls sat, their remnants of food now cloaked in a thick layer of mold. It appeared that the homeowner had not returned since their departure, likely having perished in the mist outside. It seemed a man resided in this abode. Ishuei glanced at the table and noticed a computer along with an assortment of tangled data cables. The interior bore no decorative items. Only a few pairs of worn-out sneakers strewn across the floor. Ishuei attempted to power on the computer, but it was lifeless, yielding no response. In the kitchen, Zhu Mingxing likewise tried to turn on the faucet, but it only emitted a dry sputter before falling silent. Jiang Haiping suggested, "Let us look for food." There should be rice and flour in a house like this. Soon, Zhu Mengqing discovered half a bucket of rice and a stash of cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar in the kitchen cabinet. However, the rice was now covered in green mold, rendering it inedible. Zhu Mengqing remarked, "This house is saturated with moisture from the fog, spoiling the rice. I suspect the other homes are similar. Unless we find rice in sealed bags, we won't have anything to eat." Yi Shuibai replied, "Let us search slowly. With so many households in this town, we are bound to find something edible. At least it's better here than out in the wild." Just then, they were startled by Xionghua's retching sound, accompanied by a string of curses. "What is that awful smell?" Turning around, they discovered he had opened the refrigerator. Presumably, it once housed food, perhaps even fresh meat, which had spoiled without refrigeration, producing an overwhelming stench. Xianghua cursed, "Did I open a refrigerator or a coffin?" As he shone his flashlight into the fridge, his eyes suddenly brightened. He shouted, "Ha! Look what treasure I've found." The others turned to see him reaching into the fridge, surprisingly pulling out 2 cans of beer. At this moment, not only was Xianghua excited, but even Yi Shuibai and the others were stirred. "Wow, that's impressive. You actually found beer." Xianghua's eyes gleamed as he chuckled. "How about we open it right now?" Yi Shuibai replied, "Are you sure you don't want to save it?" "Save what?" Xianghua exclaimed. "I can hardly contain myself. It's been years since I've had a drink. I can't wait any longer. Let us just open it." With that, he disregarded any further discussion and swiftly popped open a can, tilting his head back to take a hearty gulp. As the beer flowed down his throat, he relished the long-lost taste of alcohol, letting out a satisfied belch, his face alight with joy. Yi Shuibai quickly interjected, "Hey, don't be greedy. There are 4 of us here." He rummaged through the kitchen cabinets for a few bowls. After quenching his thirst with a generous sip, Xianghua was no longer as ravenous, so he divided the remaining beer among the bowls, though he kept a portion in his wine glass for Jiang Haiping. However, with only 2 cans of beer distributed among 5 individuals, the portions were rather meager, disappearing in just a large swig. Xianghua raised his bowl, grinning, "Come on, everyone. Let us toast. This is our first found supply. May we discover even more treasures ahead. Ideally, a lot more beer. This little bit isn't enough for me. Cheers. Cheers." The group clinked their bowls together, downing their beer entirely. Although it was merely ordinary wheat beer, to these condemned prisoners, it was akin to ambrosia. Each one finished their drink, their faces reflecting a long-lost sense of contentment. "All right," Xianghua chuckled. "Now that we've finished, we should search elsewhere. Perhaps we'll find more beer." Thus, the 5 resumed their exploration, moving through the floors and searching room by room. There were not many rooms left unentered. Most doors stood ajar, revealing scenes of bloodshed and chaos, suggesting that many rooms had witnessed brutal battles. The already accessed rooms had yielded little in terms of supplies, rendering further searches somewhat futile. Hence, they focused their efforts on the unopened chambers. Fortunately, with Yuan Kue, a seasoned veteran, wielding a wire like a master key, they easily pried open door after door. In just a short period, they managed to gather supplies from all the rooms across several floors, and to their astonishment, they had indeed found quite a bounty. They discovered clean cooking oil, unopened rice, and even a variety of snacks like chips, all in pristine condition. Furthermore, they stumbled upon numerous alcoholic beverages, beer, white spirits, red wine, cola, green tea, several cans of cocktails, and a bottle of pure whiskey. They also unearthed an impressive stash of cigarettes, totaling over 30 packs, along with a box of cigars. Though these cigars are of poor quality, sealed within a plastic bag, they remain dry. There are a total of 6. The moment Xianghua laid eyes on the cigars, he eagerly tore open the packaging, placed one between his lips, and ignited it, taking deep puffs. However, as he inhaled, his expression soured. "What the hell is this? Such a thick stick, and I thought the flavor would be exquisite. Yet it's even inferior to a cigarette." Yi Shuibai chuckled. "These low-grade cigars don't even cost more than a pack of cigarettes. Smoking this is hardly better than chewing on tobacco leaves." Just then, Zhu Menqing glanced out the window, revealing the pitch-black night. "It's dark. Should we continue searching?" she inquired. The group exchanged glances, and it was Yi Shuibai who made the decision. "Let us hold off on the search for now and rest. None of us slept well last night. Let us tidy up and get a good night's sleep. After all, what we've found is sufficient for the 5 of us for half a month." Thus, they located a relatively clean house and moved all their gathered supplies inside, fashioning a small mountain of provisions. They then closed and locked the door, barricading it with a sofa to ensure absolute security. "All right," Yi Shuibai said. securing the sofa at the entrance. Now we can sleep soundly tonight. Even if wild dogs intrude, we'll have ample time to deal with them. At that moment, Zhu Mingqing exclaimed in surprise, "Look!" She pointed toward the window of the living room. The group followed her gesture and peered outside into the dense night fog, where, at a distance, a faint light flickered against the darkness. It appeared to be a source of illumination. "What is that?" Xianghua asked, gazing at the hazy glow as he approached the window. The others joined him, peering toward the source of light. Xianghua remarked, "It looks like the light from an electric bulb, and it seems quite bright." Yi Shuibai pondered, stroking his chin. "It does resemble electric light. But this island is shrouded in black fog. All power plants should have ceased operations. Where could they be sourcing their electricity?" Jiang Haiping speculated. "That must be the group scavenging for supplies in Easton Town. It seems they've acquired quite a bit, enough to generate electricity." Yi Shuibai added, "If that truly is another group, judging by the scale of that light, they likely outnumber us significantly. What should we do?" Zhu Mingqing queried. "Should we make contact? We have no idea if they are friend or foe. Approaching recklessly could be perilous." Everyone fell into contemplation. Xianghua finally said, "Ultimately, whether we engage with them or not is inconsequential. We have enough food to sustain ourselves, and there is no need to covet their supplies." The crowd nodded in unison, rare in their agreement with Xianghua's sentiment. Yi Shuibai suggested, "Let us rest for now. Even if we intend to investigate, it should be done in daylight. Venturing out at such a late hour is ill-advised." "Indeed," Xianghua concurred. "Let us first sleep through the night. After a long day of travel, I am utterly exhausted." He picked up a flashlight and illuminated the interior of the house, stating, "There are 2 bedrooms here. How shall we divide them?" Yuan Kuei replied, "I can take the sofa, allowing me to keep a vigilant watch at the entrance." Yuan Kuei's alertness was commendable, akin to the finest reconnaissance soldier. And his presence in the living room instilled a sense of security among the others, thus no objections were raised. Jiang Haiping declared, "I require a bed. Without resting on a proper mattress, it cannot be deemed true sleep. Furthermore, I would prefer that none of you enter my room. I am not accustomed to sharing a bed with other humans." At this juncture, Jiang Haiping suddenly recalled something and smacked his forehead in dismay. "Curse it! I should have grabbed an additional set of pajamas at the supermarket. How can one sleep without proper nightwear?" The group fell silent, exasperated by the doctor's finicky nature. Yi Shuibai chuckled, "Doctor, why not simply sleep in the nude? This is not a prison where you're under the watchful eyes of fellow inmates. Rest assured, we shall not intrude upon your privacy. If you doubt us, feel free to lock the door." Jiang Haiping shook his head in resignation. "Very well. I shall make do with what I have. Until tomorrow." With that, he grabbed his large briefcase and entered one of the bedrooms, closing the door behind him. Xianghua turned to Yi Shuibai and Zhu Mingqing, inquiring, "What about us?" "There remains one room. I will also sleep on the living room sofa." "I shall keep the old man company," Yi Shuibai replied. Upon hearing this, Xianghua's gaze suddenly shifted toward Zhu Mingqing, his intentions unmistakably lewd. "How about we occupy that room together? I notice the bed is quite spacious, ample for 2. Zhu Mingqing shot him a cold glare and retorted, "No need. I will remain in the living room. I have no desire to share a bed with a strange man." "Strange man?" Xianghua chuckled. "We are partners, allies, inseparable comrades." Zhu Mingqing scoffed, "Spare me your nonsense. I saw you grab a box of condoms at the supermarket today. Do not entertain any thoughts towards me. Otherwise, consider the fate of Gong Jie." At her reminder, Xianghua immediately recalled the gruesome sight of Gong Jie's severed pinky finger. That bloodied appendage served as a stark warning. This woman possessed a fiercely unyielding temperament. Should one force the issue, they might encounter unprecedented resistance. Xianghua certainly had no intention of wagering his pinky finger, and the stakes could be far higher than that. Xianghua could only shrug innocently, saying, "We are all adults here. It is quite normal for certain events to occur. After all, I am single, and you are alone as well, right? Why not embrace it?" Zhu Mingqing replied, "No need for that. You have your own hands. Deal with it yourself and refrain from scheming against me." As she spoke, Zhu Mingqing surprisingly drew a knife from her waist, stating, "It seems I shall have to sleep with this knife in hand from now on to prevent you from harboring any ill intentions. Come now, what are you saying?" Xianghua chuckled. "Rest assured, while I may not be a virtuous person, I would never force anyone into an uncomfortable situation. Since none of you wish to enter the room to sleep, I shall take my leave." He continued, "If any of you wish to join me in bed during the night, feel free to come in." With that, Xianghua walked into the room without closing the door and promptly lay down to sleep. Within 5 minutes, the sound of his snoring filled the air. It must be said that this fellow's quality of sleep was indeed enviable. In the living room, only Yuan Kuei, Yi Shui-bai, and Zhu Mengqing remained. The three sat on the sofa, conserving electricity by leaving the flashlight off, thus the entire room was shrouded in darkness. During the day, Yuan Kuei had taken a nail from the supermarket and was now attempting to drill a hole into a metal pipe with it. The air was filled with the squeaking sound of the twisting nail. "What are you up to, old man?" Yi Shui-bai inquired curiously. Yuan Kuei replied, "I have nothing better to do, so I might as well keep myself occupied." It appeared he did not wish to engage in conversation with Yi Shui-bai, for he was a man of few words. The atmosphere soon fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to speak. At that moment, Zhu Mengqing, seated beside Yi Shui-bai, broke the silence with her question echoing in the darkness. "Yi Shui-bai, what led to your imprisonment? Why do you ask?" Yi Shui-bai responded, "You don't seem to resemble a murderer at all," Zhu Mengqing noted. Upon hearing this, Yi Shui-bai chuckled. "Ah, I appreciate your faith in my character, but regrettably, I am indeed a murderer. That is how I ended up here. Are you not the same? You hardly appear to be a killer. Among the 5 of us, only Xiong Hua seems to fit the profile of a criminal." Suddenly, Zhu Mengqing's tone turned sorrowful. "I never wished to kill anyone, but often I had no choice. I was left with no alternatives." Upon hearing this, Yi Shui-bai nodded in understanding. Indeed, many times, taking a life is a matter of having no choice. "Then why did you kill?" Zhu Mengqing asked earnestly and solemnly. The room remained enveloped in darkness, with visibility reduced to nothing. Yet, Yi Shui-bai could still sense Zhu Mengqing's gaze fixed intently in his direction. He fiddled with his fingers, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "My father was a worker, a laborer in a large steel factory. One day, while he was at work, an iron framework suddenly collapsed behind him. A steel pipe hurtled out and struck him on the head, and just like that, he was gone. Human life is indeed so fragile. With just that one blow, it was over. Such small factories often lack adequate safety measures. So I decided to file a lawsuit against the factory, seeking accountability." Zhu Mengqing inquired. "And then? Did they take responsibility?" As Yi Shui-bai recounted the past, he unconsciously lit a cigarette, a faint red glow emerging in the darkness. "They did take responsibility," he said with a bitter smile. "After 2 years of litigation, they compensated me a mere 10,000 yuan. My only relative in this world was lost, and all I received was that paltry sum. Damn it. Meanwhile, the factory owner continued to buy cars and houses, living like a feudal lord. I couldn't comprehend it, couldn't fathom why, so I resigned. I used to be a sloth, preferring to lie down rather than sit, showing no interest in sports like basketball or running. After quitting my job, I spent half a year training at home, practicing with nunchaku, staffs, and knives, mastering the art of inflicting harm. Then, one Dragon Boat festival, I went to the factory owner's home armed with nunchaku and a knife. I killed him and his wife, and their 2 children, who were still quite small, barely reaching my waist." Zhu Mengqing listened to Yi Shui-bai's tale, equally silent. After a while, she asked, "Were you afraid those children would seek revenge in the future?" Yi Shui-bai shook his head. "No, after killing the owner and his wife, I was a bit blinded by rage and ended up killing them too. I never imagined that seeing blood would exhilarate me. Damn, I felt like a monster." He chuckled again, drawing on his cigarette as the red glow flickered in the darkness. Zhu Mengqing fell into silence, uncertain how to respond to Yi Shui-bai's narrative. Eventually, Yi Shui-bai broke the silence. "What about you? You don't seem like a murderer. How did you kill?" "I..." Zhu Mengqing chuckled bitterly. "It seems I need a cigarette too." She lit one for herself before continuing. "I used to work in sales, financial sales to be precise. During a year-end party, I got drunk, not completely, but just enough to have some awareness. At that time, the manager insisted on driving me home, forcibly putting me in the car. Once we reached my home, he tossed me onto the sofa and began to strip off my clothes. I tried to resist, but his strength was overwhelming and being intoxicated, I stood no chance against him. At that moment, there happened to be a fruit knife on my coffee table. So I seized it and plunged it directly into his head. It entered through his right eye and pierced into his brain. He merely uttered 2 cries before succumbing to death, and the blood that gushed from his eyes stained my sofa. After recounting her tale, Zhu Mengqing took a drag from her cigarette. Yi Shui-bai remarked, "This must qualify as self-defense. Even if it were deemed excessive, it shouldn't warrant a death sentence." Zhu Mengqing shook her head. "The lawyer on the opposing side asserts that there is no evidence to support my claim of self-defense, and in the end, I was convicted of intentional homicide." Yi Shui-bai began to feel sympathy for Zhu Mengqing, You truly have been wronged. In contrast, I am truly deserving of my fate. Zhu Mingqing replied, I suppose we are to be considered villains. Yi Shuaibai chuckled. Well, we certainly cannot be regarded as good people. What do you think, old man? Yi Shuaibai turned his gaze toward Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei, still drilling holes, responded, what is this talk of good and bad people? In this world, there exists only one kind, human beings. Indeed, Yi Shuaibai nodded in agreement with a smile. Why ponder so much? We have already found ourselves in this wretched place. Let us rest, he said, as he leaned heavily against the sofa and closed his weary eyes. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Let go of the past. After spending several years in prison, where the mattresses were as hard as boards, he had not experienced the softness of a sofa in a long time. Thus, when he reclined, his entire body felt at ease, and he quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Yi Shuaibai was awakened by the sound of rain. Before he even opened his eyes, he could hear the patter of rain outside the window. Peering out, he saw a dreary gray landscape that was little better than the night before. Fortunately, Xianghua had turned on the flashlight, providing a sliver of light. At the same time, a strange aroma filled the air, causing Yi Shuaibai's stomach to grumble. In the living room, there were now 4 of them: Xianghua, Yi Shuaibai, Zhu Mingqing, and Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei had drilled several holes into the steel pipe, and one end had been sharpened to a point, looking exceptionally lethal. If it were to pierce someone, it seemed likely that blood would gush forth through the pipe in a frenzy. It appeared that Yuan Kuei had transformed the steel pipe into a formidable weapon. What time is it? Yi Shuaibai inquired. Zhu Mingqing replied, it's a little past 7. Only 7? Yi Shuaibai expressed surprise. It's quite rare for old Xiong to wake up naturally at such an early hour. I did not wake naturally, Xianghua interjected. I was awakened by hunger, so I got up to cook a pack of instant noodles and also had a bag of spicy strips. Damn it. These guys know how to devour instant noodles at home, but don't think to stock up on marinated eggs or sausages. It's simply not satisfying. As he spoke, Xianghua lit another cigarette and smoked it leisurely. With their supplies now plentiful, the sense of desperation had dissipated entirely. Instant noodles? Yi Shuaibai had finally discerned the source of the delightful aroma wafting through the room. Yet curiosity tugged at him. How did you manage to boil water without running water or gas? Xianghua pointed towards the rain outside, explaining, I collected rainwater. As for the fire, I burned a few garments from the wardrobe. It was sufficient to produce boiling water. The sound of raindrops tapping against the window persisted. Impressive. Such ingenuity, Yi Shuaibai chuckled as he listened to Xianghua's method of preparing instant noodles. Although they found themselves in the city, there was an unexpected essence of wilderness survival in the air. Just then, Yi Shuaibai's stomach grumbled, prompting him to rise and sift through the pile of supplies amassed in the center of the living room, resembling a small grain heap. He unearthed a bottle of cola, a bucket of instant noodles, and a bag of chips. Contemplating the uncertain future and the possibility of hunger, he refrained from selecting too many provisions. Mindful of what lay ahead, mimicking Xianghua, he retrieved a porcelain bowl from the cupboard, approached the window, and filled it with rainwater. He then placed it on the stove and scavenged a few winter garments from the wardrobe, igniting them and positioning them beneath the bowl. The flames erupted instantaneously. In less than 10 minutes, the rainwater reached a boil, though the bowl had turned ashen from the fire. Yi Shuaibai poured the boiling water into the bucket of noodles, waited 4 minutes, and then indulged in his breakfast. It had been several years since he last savored instant noodles, and now, the experience brought him an unexpected sense of joy, far surpassing the dry bread and the dog meat from the previous night. Slurping the noodles, he stood by the window, gazing towards the direction where the lights had flickered the night before, remarking, the electric lights over there seem to have extinguished. Xianghua retorted, it's broad daylight. Of course they're off. Yi Shuaibai shook his head. Within this black fog, all the buildings are shrouded in darkness. The distinction between day and night is hardly discernible. I suspect those fellows wouldn't squander electricity. They must have had a reason to illuminate the lights. As he spoke, he finished his noodles and began sipping the mildly spicy broth, chuckling. I expected the rainwater in this black fog to taste peculiar, yet it is surprisingly clean. Far superior to the tap water in prison. Zhu Mingqing remarked, it appears that this black fog, aside from obstructing visibility, poses little other threat, assuming those mutated beings are unrelated to it. Just then, Jiang Haiping's door swung open, and he reappeared before everyone, impeccably dressed in a suit. Doctor, how did you sleep? Yi Shuaibai inquired. Jiang Haiping shook his head. I'm not accustomed to anyone else's bed. It feels quite uncomfortable. Xianghua sighed. You're rather finicky, aren't you? Even after we offered you the bed, you still find something to complain about. Jiang Haiping wore a serious expression and stated, humanity must not lower its standards due to unfavorable circumstances. You should refrain from quoting famous sayings, oh great philosopher. Yi Bai retorted with a chuckle. He discarded the empty instant noodle cup and settled back onto the sofa, savoring a can of cola. The other four remained seated on the couch, as the beam of Xionghua's flashlight illuminated the space. A profound silence enveloped the room, with the five of them exchanging no further words. Yi Bai continued sipping his cola, while Xionghua indulged in a subpar cigar, relishing the sensation of that robust object between his lips despite its unpleasant taste. Zhu Mingqing puffed delicately on a slender cigarette, and Jiang Haiping leaned against the sofa, perusing the copy of Crime and Punishment he had brought from the supermarket. Meanwhile, Yuan Kuei positioned a steel pipe to his lips, his 10 fingers deftly covering the holes. Soon, a gentle breath escaped his lips, and the pipe emitted a melodious sound. As Yuan Kuei's fingers danced, a beautiful melody resonated throughout the room. It dawned on Yi Bai and the others that the old man had drilled holes in the pipe last night to craft a flute, truly impressive, in Yuan Kuei's hands. The steel pipe served both as a weapon and an instrument, embodying the essence of resourcefulness. In that moment, the five of them sat together in darkness, encircled by a beam of white light, each indulging in their vices, smoking, reading, and listening to the enchanting flute music mingling with the gentle patter of rain outside. Their spirits lifted. It felt as if they were not ensnared in a bizarre fog, but rather gathered on a serene Saturday night. Friends convening in a cozy cabin nestled in the woods. Burp. Yi Bai finished his cola and let out a soft burp, inquiring, shall we head to that place with the lights today? We can go, Xionghua immediately replied. Staying here is quite dull. Zhu Mingqing shrugged. I'm indifferent. Either way is fine by me. Jiang Haiping, still fixated on his book, responded, I prefer not to go out. It's raining. And I don't wish to dirty my shoes again. Yuan Kuei then turned to Yi Bai, saying, why don't you decide? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Bai had inadvertently assumed the role of the core figure in their small group of five. Zhu Mingqing, Jiang Haiping, and Yuan Kuei were all characterized by their uncontentious natures. Although Xionghua boisterously claimed leadership, his brawn was matched only by his simplicity of thought, lacking in opinions and plans. Consequently, many decisions subtly fell into Yi Bai's hands. He glanced out the window, although the rain was not visible. The sound of droplets hitting the ground was audible. Thus, he declared, let us forego it. On a rainy day, unexpected events may arise, and we should prioritize our safety. Regarding our supplies, they are sufficient for the five of us to sustain ourselves for quite some time. It is an opportune moment for us to pause and reflect on our future. Once the rain ceases, we shall venture to that place. This suggestion was met with unanimous consent from the group. However, Xionghua inquired, what future matters are we to contemplate? Yi Bai pondered for a moment before responding. We must consider what our purpose is here. We are all condemned prisoners. The government has promised that if we can ascertain the cause of the black mist, all our crimes will be absolved. Yet, at present, we remain ignorant of what the black mist truly is, let alone its origins. Therefore, we must carefully deliberate on all that lies ahead. Xionghua, with a nonchalant expression, remarked, why bother? At least we are not facing execution for now, and we can continue to survive here. What does it matter what the reasons are? However, Yi Bai's demeanor turned serious. Are we to spend the remaining decades of our lives ensconced in this fog? That would be akin to living as specters. I still desire to escape. At the very least, I wish to see the sun once more before I die. Are we destined to remain in this mist for the entirety of our lives? Do you yearn for freedom? Yi Bai cast his gaze upon the other four. Each bore a distinct expression, yet it was evident that a flicker of hesitation lingered in their eyes. The most pressing issue on Nero Island is the absence of sunlight and a power system, rendering it incapable of generating any resources. They can only scavenge what remnants are left behind. This implies that the island's resources will be perpetually depleted without any renewal, leading to a grim fate where the remaining inhabitants may ultimately perish from starvation. They cannot endure for decades in this haze, as the supplies are insufficient for them to live until a natural end. Zhu Mingqing extinguished his cigarette and said, enough of this nonsense. Who in their right mind wishes to spend a lifetime in this wretched place? There is no electricity, no internet. We scavenge like wild dogs for food. Frankly, I would prefer to be in prison. Xionghua echoed, I too wish to escape. After all, I have hundreds of brothers and dozens of sisters outside. I genuinely cannot bear to part with them. If only I could return, I would revel in riding motorcycles, frequenting nightclubs, indulging in fine spirits, and enjoying life to the fullest. Yuan Kuei contemplated and added, I too long to return. I have a son, whom I have not seen in over a decade. Yet I still wish to lay eyes on him once more, for he is my flesh and blood. Only Jiang Haiping remained engrossed in his book. Yi Shuibai asked, And you, doctor? Do you wish to escape? Yes, Jiang Haiping replied with determined nodding. Yi Shuibai was taken aback. Why? Is there something or someone awaiting you outside? Not particularly, Jiang Haiping shook his head, but there are too few people here. When I crave human flesh, I fear I may find it difficult to source my ingredients. Jiang Haiping spoke with an unsettling nonchalance, causing Yi Shuibai to shudder involuntarily. The scene by the beach once again resurfaced in his memory. Jiang Haiping's knife sliced through Chen Siju's skin, then cradled the beating heart of Chen Siju. The bright crimson blood flowed over Jiang Haiping's prison garb. Each recollection sent a shiver down Yi Shuibai's spine. This gentle and refined doctor harbored such a cruel penchant, a disposition that few could accept. I say, doctor. Yi Shuibai leaned closer to Jiang Haiping, tentatively inquiring, how often do you indulge in this cannibalistic habit? If you haven't consumed human flesh in a while, do you experience any urges? Jiang Haiping pondered for a moment before responding, this is not a condition, merely a hobby. Much like an aficionado of fine wines or cigars, I exist in a profound void, only filled when I savor the taste of human flesh. Thus, I am perpetually engulfed by the desire to consume. Yet, akin to those who indulge in vices, I can exercise my reason to restrain my cravings and control my actions. However, if too much time elapses, and those suppressed desires reach a critical threshold, I fear I will no longer be able to govern myself with reason. Yi Shuibai recalled the moment Jiang Haiping was released from his cage, lunging at the wealthy scion, Chen Siju, like a famished wolf. At that time, Jiang Haiping's eyes were aflame with desire, reminiscent of a desperate alcoholic who had abstained for a month, gazing longingly at a fine vintage. It was likely that his incarceration had denied him the taste of human flesh, causing his pent-up yearning to erupt in such a manner. How long do you think you can endure now? Yi Shuibai asked. Jiang Haiping replied, half a month. Within that time frame, I can still exercise control. My reason is not so fragile. Yi Shuibai leaned back, chuckling, huh? Then let us strive to find other humans within this fog in half a month. Otherwise, you might resort to devouring us. I'd prefer not to become your meal. At that moment, Jiang Haiping set aside crime and punishment, closing the pages, and turned his gaze towards Yi Shuibai, as if ready to engage in a discussion. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, Shui, you mentioned planning for the future. You must have some thoughts in mind. Seeing Jiang Haiping's willingness to converse, Yi Shuibai felt a surge of excitement. Among them, it seemed Jiang Haiping was the only one inclined to engage in dialogue. Xianghua had little to share, and Zhu Minqing also contemplated few matters. Though the old man possessed immense capability, his demeanor remained tranquil, as if he could accept any circumstance. Thus, Yi Shuibai found himself with a plethora of thoughts and no suitable confidant. With Jiang Haiping now initiating the conversation, he eagerly spoke. I have considered this matter. It all began with a meteorite falling, shrouding the entire Nile island in black mist. Based on our experiences, within this ominous black mist, grotesque monsters are likely to emerge. And it appears that the inhabitants here have been ruthlessly attacked by these creatures. All anomalies on Nilo Island are intricately linked to this black fog. In our quest to uncover the truth behind the mist, it is paramount to ascertain what transpired on this island following its arrival. Xianghua, lighting a cheap cigar, remarked, How on earth are we supposed to find out? There is no way to check the surveillance here. Jiang Haiping grasped Yi Shuibai's intent. So you wish to venture to that well-lit place, seeking the original inhabitants of Nilo Island. Yi Shuibai nodded affirmatively, precisely. If we can locate the original residents, we shall discern what has transpired over the past month. Subsequently, we can deduce the nature of this black fog. At this juncture, a contemplative silence enveloped the group. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Haiping cautiously nodded. I concur with your perspective. To uncover the truth, the most effective course of action is to locate the indigenous people of this locale. Of course, this presupposes that the original inhabitants of the island are still alive and have not morphed into monsters. Monsters. The mere mention of the term conjured images of that grotesque dog with mouths for a head, as well as the ghastly claw and hammer marks littering the streets of Easton Town. If such beings possessing superhuman strength truly exist, Their meager arsenal of baseball bats and nunchucks would prove utterly inadequate. Ishuei turned his gaze once again towards the building that had illuminated the previous night. Murmuring to himself, "Let us wait for the rain to cease. Once it does, we shall venture forth to investigate. I can only hope that those within are normal humans, rather than an entire edifice of monsters. Otherwise, we would be approaching not merely an ordinary building, but a veritable tower of horrors." At last, the rain subsided. It had been relentless, pausing briefly around noon, only to resume by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, continuing until dusk when it finally began to wane. Ishuei had initially suggested that once the rain ceased, they could attempt to approach the well-lit edifice. After all, the roads in the town were not plagued by the muddy pitfalls characteristic of rural areas. However, it turned out that the rain indeed persisted throughout the entire day, leaving the 5 of them confined indoors. Feeling a chill, Xianghua sought out an iron pot and, wielding a cleaver, chopped several wooden chairs into pieces to create a small fire within the pot. This arrangement resolved their lighting concerns, eliminating the need to drain the batteries of their flashlights. The cold was also alleviated, and huddled by the warmth of the fire, they basked in a peculiar sense of coziness, the amber glow casting a rosy hue upon each face. Food was no longer a worry. Not only did they have instant noodles, but Zhu Mingqing even prepared a hearty pot of rice. Although the rice was somewhat stale, it paired remarkably well with the pickled vegetables, far surpassing the fare of a prison meal. If food were perpetually abundant, Ishuei might genuinely wish to remain in this room indefinitely. A warm fire, a few close friends, and some cans of beer, such a life was nothing short of heavenly. The day slipped away, and as night fell, everyone prepared to retire. As before, Xianghua and Jiang Haiping entered the bedroom while Ishuei Zhu Mingqing, and Yuan Kuei lingered in the living room. The fire continued to crackle in the hearth, making the living room far more comfortable than the bedroom. The following morning, Ishuei awoke on the sofa shortly after 6, while the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, the sound of rain was absent outside the window. Had the rain ceased? He mused aloud, curiosity piqued. To his surprise, Yuan Kuei, although his eyes were closed on the sofa, was alert enough to respond. "It stopped last night. I reckon the ground is nearly half dry by now." Ishuei was not particularly astonished by Yuan Kuei's wakefulness. "Is that so?" he murmured, glancing out the window. The outside world was enveloped in darkness. But Ishuei understood that he was gazing toward the direction where he had seen the lights the night before. "Let us venture in that direction today. Who knows what we might discover?" he suggested, reaching toward the fire to warm his hands, rubbing them together for warmth. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, he harbored a sense of unease and apprehension. After all, no one knew what lay in that direction, friends or foes, humans or monsters. Yuan Kuei, perceiving Ishuei's tension, offered reassurance. "Do not fret over events that have yet to unfold. We are those who have escaped the precipice of death. How much worse could our circumstances possibly become?" Ishuei nodded in agreement. As he casually turned his head, he noticed Zhu Mingqing sleeping beside him. She lay on the sofa, covered by a thin blanket, with only her small feet clad in white socks exposed. Zhu Mingqing was quite lovely, especially without makeup. In the glow of the firelight, her face appeared natural and serene. In slumber, she was merely an ordinary woman, devoid of any semblance of a killer. Ishuei could not help but shake his head, pondering the irony of their situation. These individuals, seemingly ordinary, had found themselves in such dire straits. Life was arduous. One misstep could plunge them into an abyss from which there was no escape. Though the government claimed that unraveling the mystery of the Black Mist would absolve them of all wrongdoing and allow them to reintegrate into society as normal citizens, Ishuei was acutely aware that uncovering the truth behind the Black Mist was a distant and elusive goal. For them, it was but a fragile hope. Before long, Jiang Haiping awoke and emerged from the bedroom. Zhu Mingqing was also roused from her slumber by the commotion caused by Jiang Haiping. By 9 o'clock, the outside world was bathed in light, and Xianghua lazily emerged from his room. After a modest breakfast, the group began deliberating on the matter of venturing out to scout their surroundings. Xianghua inquired, "How shall we proceed? Shall we go together?" "It is best if we do not," Ishuei countered. "We are unaware of who else inhabits this small town. We have painstakingly gathered these supplies. If we all leave and someone were to pilfer them, it would pose significant trouble. We must retain some presence here to safeguard our resources, for they are vital to our survival in the days to come." Xianghua declared, "Nonetheless, I am determined to go out. Staying cooped up in this room will drive me mad." Jiang Haiping raised his hand, asserting, "I will remain behind." It rained all day yesterday. The ground outside is surely still damp. I do not wish for my suit to become soiled, as it is my only attire. After a moment's contemplation, Ishuebai responded, "Very well, Doctor and Miqing, you two shall stay here to keep each other company. The rest of us, Xianghua, the old man, and I will stealthily venture to that large building to assess the situation." With that, Ishuebai rose and secured a dagger to his belt, grasping a pair of nunchaku in his hand. In this fog-shrouded town, stepping outside entailed peril, necessitating the readiness of weapons. Xianghua emerged from his room, wielding a sturdy baseball bat. As the three prepared to depart, Jiang Haiping suddenly interjected, "What if you three encounter danger?" "Bah!" Xianghua retorted, visibly displeased. "Doctor, must you not harbor a glimmer of hope for us? Surely, we can avoid peril." Ishuebai acknowledged the validity of Jiang Haiping's concerns. After all, in this town, stepping outside could lead to an encounter with foes or monsters, and no one could guarantee their safety. "Doctor," Ishuebai replied, "at most we will be gone for 3 days. Even if we do face danger, we shall endeavor to resolve it within that time frame and return to regroup. If we have not returned by the end of 3 days, you may assume we have perished and must find your own way." Ishuebai gazed earnestly at Jiang Haiping as he spoke. Jiang Haiping nodded in understanding. Xianghua, however, was unimpressed by such arrangements. "Let us not be so melodramatic, like a bunch of timid souls. Have faith, nothing will happen. If we encounter danger and cannot withstand it, we simply need to run fast enough to vanish in this haze. Trust me, we shall be fine." With that, the three set forth towards the door. Ishuebai wielded his nunchaku, Xianghua gripped his baseball bat, and Yuan Kue held a sharp steel pipe. The trio strode out with the resolute air of warriors embarking on a quest, leaving Jiang Haiping and Zhu Minqing with only the determined silhouettes of their departing figures. Thus, they ventured towards the enigmatic building. Ishuebai, Xianghua, and Yuan Kue stepped out of the residential block. Due to the incessant rain that fell all day yesterday, coupled with the absence of sunlight, the entire island was enveloped in a thick, dark mist, leaving a layer of dampness upon the ground. However, visibility today is relatively good. Extending nearly 400 meters, it appears that beyond the shroud of mist, the sun in the sky is shining brightly. The town of Easton, post-rain, remains desolate and eerily vacant. Yet, there lingers a faint odor of mildew in the air. While the bloodstains and refuse strewn across the streets seem to have come back to life under the cleansing rain, Xianghua inquired, "Ishuebai, do you recall the direction of that building?" Ishuebai certainly remembered, with a vivid impression etched in his mind. He gestured toward a specific location, stating, "It's over there. Let us search through the buildings one by one." Yuan Kue suggested, "It would be prudent to keep close to the walls of the buildings to avoid being seen by others." Thus, the three of them, adhering to Yuan Kue's advice, proceeded along the edges of the walls, advancing toward the structure that might harbor occupants. The streets and buildings here had long been ravaged, resembling a forsaken city. Therefore, as they traversed, they did not need to be overly discreet, for the surroundings gave no indication of other people being present. They continued their search, inspecting building after building. At first glance, the initial structures appeared entirely uninhabited. All shop doors stood ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior, dilapidated and devoid of any signs of life. Based on Ishueibai's deductions, should a building be occupied, it would undoubtedly have defensive measures established on the ground floor. Otherwise, if enemies were to infiltrate, the inhabitants would be plunged into grave peril. Indeed, within an hour, they soon spotted a distinctive edifice in the distance. This particular building, from afar, was encircled by a ring of iron sheeting, rendering it as impenetrable as a fortress. Not even a dog could slip inside. Clearly, this structure had been fortified after the onset of the mist. Prior to its arrival, such an enclosure would have served no purpose. However, due to their distance, the three could not discern the finer details. It was likely that this was the building they sought. Ishuebai halted momentarily, gazing at the distant structure, and spoke. Xianghua asked, "Why? Are you confident?" "I would say there's a 90% chance," Ishuebai replied. "That type of fortification must have been constructed by those within the building, and judging by the scale of the defenses, there are likely quite a number of people inside. I estimate at least several hundred." Xianghua inquired, "Do you think the people inside are the original residents of this town? Or are they the death row inmates who came to the island with us?" "I suspect it is more probable they are the residents," Ishuebai conjectured. "Why do you think so?" Xianghua asked. Ishuebai remarked, "This defensive structure cannot be completed in less than 4 or 5 days. And it certainly cannot be accomplished by merely 10 or so individuals." Even if the death row inmates who accompanied us to the island were to arrive here faster, they would still lack the time to locate the iron sheets and gather sufficient manpower to enclose them. Upon hearing this, Xianghua immediately interjected, "Then let us hasten." "Shall we? Did you not mention the need to consult a local about the dark mist?" Ishuei shook his head. "There is no rush. We should proceed with caution. We cannot ascertain whether those across from us are foes or allies, thus it is prudent to observe before engaging." Yuan Kuei also spoke up. "Ashuei makes a valid point. We must consider everyone we encounter as a potential adversary, for this way, we shall not suffer loss." "Very well," Xianghua relented, suppressing his impatience. "Then we shall advance slowly. As the team leader, I must maintain a broader perspective." As for Xianghua's self-proclamation as leader, neither Ishuei nor Yuan Kuei seemed to mind. The trio began to edge along the wall, gradually approaching the towering edifice. Yuan Kuei brandished a steel pipe. Ishuei gripped his nunchaku tightly, while Xianghua held his baseball bat with equal resolve. All three were poised for combat at a moment's notice. As they drew nearer, the structure gradually emerged more distinctly from the dark mist before them. The first thing they discerned was the 4 large characters emblazoned on the waist of the building. Tianxiang Building, likely its name. This edifice was clad in opaque blue glass, piece by piece, resembling a suit of blue armor. This style of decoration seemed rather dated, suggesting that the building was constructed no less than 15 years ago. Surrounding the Tianxiang Building was a perimeter of iron sheets, resembling a protective barrier. The sheets, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, completely obscured the first floor, rendering its interior invisible. As the trio continued their approach, they soon found themselves merely 30 meters away, just across a street from the building. It was at this moment that Ishuei noticed the iron sheets bore severe signs of damage, as if someone had forcefully scaled them. Many edges were even curled upwards. Furthermore, the exterior sheets were marred with mud and bloodstains scattered haphazardly. Clearly, this location had once endured a fierce invasion, with intense battles erupting within. I ask, "Are you certain there are indeed people inside this building? Look at the state of these battered iron sheets." Xianghua voiced his skepticism while gazing at the pockmarked metal. It was indeed perplexing. Ishuei concurred. The evidence here suggests a struggle occurred, with attempts made to breach the structure. However, if that were the case, one would expect the occupants to be on constant patrol, ever vigilant against potential threats. Yet now, the silence here is overwhelming, utterly devoid of any signs of life. Yuan Kuei remarked, "In any case, we must exercise greater caution. The bloodstains on those metal sheets appear quite fresh, unlike remnants from the past. This indicates that in this small town, apart from us, there are at least 2 other factions, and they have already clashed. When countless collectives converge in a single locale, the moment 2 groups engage in conflict, all others inevitably find themselves entangled in the fray. Once a battle commences, it is exceedingly difficult to bring it to a close." Xianghua, listening to Yuan Kuei, inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we proceed?" Ishuei replied, "Let us draw closer and observe for any signs of human patrols. If we detect the presence of others, we must retreat promptly and endeavor to communicate. Above all, we must avoid conflict. We are but 3 in number." Thus, the trio continued to advance cautiously, moving from the base of the wall onto the street, now mere meters away from the edifice. Their pace slowed to almost a standstill. Ishuei strained to gaze upwards at the building, yet through the dense fog, he could discern no trace of humanity. Could it be that no one resides here? Or have we simply arrived too late? Ishuei found himself bewildered. If there were indeed no inhabitants, then these fortifications must be genuine, and there were no signs of destruction or breach. However, if people were present, the silence of the building was overwhelmingly profound, devoid of even the slightest whisper of wind. Xianghua's impatience grew. "Damn it, this delay drives me mad. If there are people, let them reveal themselves. I detest this guessing game." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash resounded. 2 sheets of metal were suddenly toppled by an immense force. Instantly, the surrounding metal wall bore 2 gaping breaches. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of individuals surged forth from the openings, shouting in unison. Each person brandished weapons, resembling 2 ambushed assault units that erupted from the confines of the metal wall, their battle cries echoing ferociously. Before Ishuei and his companions could react, they found themselves encircled by hundreds of humans, each wielding lethal arms, their predatory gazes fixated upon the trio as if they were a pack of wolves eyeing vulnerable lambs. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent permeated the air. Xianghua was taken aback. What the hell? What is going on? Wasn't there no one just moments ago? Why are there suddenly so many? Ishuei felt a chill seep into his bones. Instinctively, he took several steps back, his nunchaku positioned defensively across his chest, stating, "It is evident that we have fallen into an ambush." Meanwhile, within the residential building, Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing sat by the hearth, basking in its warmth. Jiang Haiping's gaze was entirely absorbed in the pages of a book, leafing through them with unwavering focus. Treating Zhu Mingqing's presence in the room as if she were merely an inconsequential element of the atmosphere, Zhu Mingqing found herself at a loss for words to share with Jiang Haiping as she languidly drew on a cigarette, slumped on the sofa in a state of idleness. Both individuals acted as if the other were non-existent, each ensconced in their own realm of thoughts. However, this delicate equilibrium was soon disrupted. Suddenly, a series of crisp footsteps echoed through the corridor. Someone was approaching. In an instant, Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing became alert, springing to their feet from the sofa. "What is happening?" Zhu Mingqing inquired. "Is it a Shuei and the others returning, or?" Jiang Haiping replied, "It's hard to say. Either scenario is possible. We must conceal ourselves." Without hesitation, they flipped the iron pot on the floor, extinguishing the fire within, and switched on a flashlight, ready to hide. At that moment, a loud bang resounded as the door to their room was violently assaulted. The rhythmic pounding grew increasingly aggressive until, with a final, forceful crash, the lock was shattered, and the door swung open. In that instant, both Zhu Mingqing and Jiang Haiping realized that the intruder was certainly not Ishuei Bai and his companions. It was someone else entirely. If it had been Ishuei Bai, he would never have resorted to such brutal tactics to breach the door, to safeguard against danger. Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing had previously barricaded the door with a sofa, meaning that upon entry, the intruder would immediately see the obstruction. If he possessed any semblance of intelligence, he would quickly deduce that there were people inside the room. Indeed, as the door opened, a surprised emanated from the threshold, indicating that the intruder had sensed something was amiss. The living room was shrouded in darkness. Nonetheless, Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing dared not move about, lest they attract attention. Seeking refuge in the bedroom or kitchen was clearly out of the question now. As Zhu Mingqing pondered their next move, a warm, gentle hand suddenly grasped hers, pulling her in a particular direction. It was Jiang Haiping's hand. The warmth emanating from his palm instilled a sense of security within her, and she felt herself being effortlessly drawn along like a delicate ribbon. Jiang Haiping led her to a corner where a standing air conditioner stood, behind which lay a triangular space. They squeezed into this cramped area, which, although small, provided a temporary concealment for their bodies. Pressed closely together, they could both feel each other's heartbeat and warmth. Zhu Mingqing's hand brushed against the smooth fabric of Jiang Haiping's suit, and she caught a faint whiff of his subtle fragrance, suggesting that this man had also procured a few bottles of elegant perfume from the supermarket. Zhu Mingqing found herself entangled in a web of complexity. Throughout the years, aside from being violently pinned down by Gong Jie, this was the first time she had been in such close proximity to a man. The presence of Jiang Haiping evoked an unprecedented sense of astonishment within her. In this perilous moment, her heart raced incessantly, and her breathing grew increasingly labored. However, Jiang Haiping remained composed, his heartbeat steady and measured, his breath silent and devoid of any indication of distress. It was difficult for Zhu Mingqing to fathom the extent of this man's psychological resilience. At that moment, the sound of furniture being moved reached the doorway, followed by a beam of white light piercing through the darkness. A man declared, "Lao Bai, I sense there might be someone in this room." Another man cautioned, "Be careful. If there is indeed someone, we should quickly summon the others and avoid acting rashly." From this exchange, it seemed these two men had accomplices. Soon, the white light approached the living room, prompting Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing to cautiously peek out from behind the air conditioner. They discerned two burly men, flashlights in hand, entering the living room. Both wore orange prison uniforms, garb that Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing were all too familiar with, having seen it for several years. It appeared these two men were also death row inmates sent to the island. Though they lacked backpacks, each tightly gripped a dagger, a standard issue for inmates, one that Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing recognized well. The men advanced cautiously into the living room, illuminating the space with their flashlights to guard against any ambush. Fortunately, concealed behind the air conditioner, Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing had positioned themselves behind the two men, thus remaining undetected. The men scanned the room with their flashlights, finding no one, but soon their eyes fell upon a pile of supplies heaped on the floor: cigarettes, alcohol, beverages, and snacks. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with greed. Haha, Lao Bai. We've hit the jackpot. This is effortless. It seems someone has already gathered these supplies for us. They are nothing short of angels. The men's gazes lingered hungrily on the bounty. One man, more composed than the other, noticed a large iron pot on the ground. He bent slightly to overturn it, revealing the wood inside, which still emitted faint sparks, not entirely extinguished. Be careful. The man immediately felt a surge of anxiety. There were intruders in the house, and it appeared that upon our forcible entry, they had extinguished the flames in haste to avoid detection and concealed themselves. Another man, now alert, swept the flashlight across the bedroom and kitchen, stating, "They must be hiding in either the bedroom or the kitchen, perhaps even the bathroom. What should we do now?" After pondering for a moment, the first man suggested, "Let us inform the others. We cannot ascertain how many individuals are inside, and it would be unwise to act recklessly. We should retreat for the time being." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when suddenly a hand emerged from behind him, appearing directly before his throat, gripping a silver glinting kitchen knife. In an instant, the knife sliced through the air with alarming swiftness, severing the man's throat in a heartbeat. The entire episode transpired in less than 5 seconds, leaving the man utterly unprepared. As the beam of the flashlight illuminated the scene, the sharp silver glimmer flashed momentarily, and the man's throat was cleanly cut, precise and brutal, with a torrent of blood gushing violently from his windpipe. The owner of the knife, of course, was Zhang Haiping. His movements were so swift and silent across the floor that even Zhu Mingqing did not notice when he had departed, his knife already having pierced through the man's throat. This remarkable speed was undoubtedly a result of Zhang Haiping's extensive training throughout his medical career. The second man, witnessing his companion's blood spraying onto him, was momentarily stunned, his mind failing to comprehend what had transpired. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Zhang Haiping had already leaped behind him, the sharp knife gliding towards the man's throat. Only then did he recognize the peril, hastily attempting to retreat. However, it was too late. The knife had already delicately grazed his neck. Though the motion was gentle, the blade's sharpness far exceeded what the man could have anticipated. This was no ordinary kitchen knife. Through Zhang Haiping's meticulous honing, it had neared the standard of a surgical scalpel. Thus, with a mere stroke, akin to slicing through tofu, the man's flesh was effortlessly severed, blood erupting from his windpipe and spilling onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, within less than 10 seconds, both men lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Even Zhu Mingqing was taken aback, astonished by how seamlessly Zhang Haiping executed the assassination. It seemed that this individual had not been unfamiliar with such stealthy tactics to deal with his ingredients. Yet, with the two intruders neutralized, the immediate crisis had been momentarily averted. However, before Zhu Mingqing could exhale a sigh of relief, a beam of white light suddenly pierced through the doorway, illuminating Zhang Haiping's figure. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Zhang Haiping turned to see 2 bloodied corpses on the ground. At the entrance, a man clad in an orange prison uniform peered inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Haiping flung a dinner knife, which sliced through the air and struck the man's throat with deadly precision. The man collapsed, yet his cries echoed through the empty corridor. "Help! There is someone here. Our people have been killed." The sound reverberated, and the hallway soon filled with the rapid approach of footsteps, as if countless individuals were surrounding them. "This is bad. We must leave at once, or it will be too late," Zhang Haiping exclaimed, hastily grabbing his briefcase from the sofa and rushing towards the exit. Zhu Mingqing inquired, "What about the supplies?" Zhang Haiping replied, "At this juncture, we cannot carry the supplies. Just take whatever you can to ensure we won't starve temporarily." Accordingly, Zhu Mingqing seized a large backpack and followed Zhang Haiping out the door. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and they dared not switch on the lights, opting instead to flee in a panic. The air was thick with the chaotic sound of footsteps drawing nearer. Suddenly, a beam of white light flickered in the middle of the corridor. Zhang Haiping quickly pulled Zhu Mingqing aside, seeking refuge behind a corner, halting their movements for fear of being discovered. Before long, the white light became increasingly chaotic as a dozen figures emerged. Zhang Haiping and Zhu Mingqing remained silent, holding their breath to avoid detection. Fortunately, the pervasive darkness cloaked the corridor, and as long as the flashlight did not directly illuminate their hiding place, they stood a greater chance of remaining unseen. Darkness often symbolizes peril, yet at times, it also offers a semblance of safety. Even amidst such danger, Zhang Haiping cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. Over 20 individuals appeared in the corridor, all wielding flashlights in one hand and daggers in the other. Each of them was unmistakably garbed in orange prison uniforms, death row inmates. Upon spotting the bodies at the entrance, the convicts became visibly agitated. What is happening? Are there others here? One mused, marveling at the skill with which the knife had been thrust into the throat of the fallen. Little did he realize that the knife had been thrown from a distance, an act that would have left him even more astonished had he known. Let us proceed with caution. That individual may still be inside. If spotted, do not hesitate. Eliminate him immediately. A group of prisoners, with daggers in one hand and flashlights in the other, cautiously ventured into the room. Soon, excited voices echoed from within. Haha, there is an abundance of supplies here. Our arrival has truly been fortuitous. This is a bountiful harvest. Quickly, find those hidden individuals. Eliminate them, and we shall divide these treasures among ourselves. From their tone, it was evident that they were already searching the room for their quarry. Jiang Haiping remarked, this residential building is no longer safe. If they do not find anyone inside, they will surely realize that the occupants have escaped. Next, they will search the entire building. We must leave at once. Having spoken, Jiang Haiping and Zhu Mengqing refrained from using their flashlights and cautiously navigated through the darkness, descending the staircase step by step. As they moved, they remained vigilant for any dangers that might lurk around them. It seemed that on every floor, the sounds of footsteps and the flickering beams of flashlights from others could be heard. At any moment, they might encounter this group. Thus, Jiang Haiping gripped a dinner knife tightly, while Zhu Mengqing held a knife at the ready, prepared to strike at any adversary. Fortunately, their movements were sufficiently stealthy, allowing them to avoid detection by the others in the building. Ultimately, the two managed to return safely to the ground floor and quickly fled the residential area. Seeking refuge behind a shop, the dawn light began to break, dispelling the darkness, and their tension eased as they settled on a step to rest. Zhu Mengqing gazed towards the direction of the residential building, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The supplies we painstakingly gathered have been taken by those ruffians. Jiang Haiping remained composed. We are no longer within the realm of civilization. We are entangled in the law of the jungle. In the jungle, it is either you seize from me or I seize from you. Either you kill me or I kill you. As long as we are alive, we can seek supplies elsewhere or find another opportunity to reclaim what was taken from us. As he spoke, Jiang Haiping looked down at his shoes, now soiled with mud from dashing along the rain-soaked streets. He shook his head in dismay. What a pity for my shoes, no matter how pristine they once were. They are bound to be sullied in such an environment. Zhu Mengqing inquired. Those individuals are death row inmates, much like us, yet their numbers seem to vastly exceed ours. Jiang Haiping adjusted his glasses and replied, it appears that they have congregated and formed a small gang. Clearly, our strength is insufficient to contend with them. Moreover, these are death row inmates, likely as deranged as Gong Jia. If it comes to blows, we may find ourselves at a significant disadvantage. Listening to Jiang Haiping's serious analysis, Zhu Mengqing suddenly chuckled and said, from what you imply, it seems we are rather unworthy of being death row inmates. Jiang Haiping did not refute this but replied, you, a Shui, Xianghua. Frankly speaking, you are all still normal individuals, not lunatics. If you were to encounter someone like Gong Jia, there is no doubt you would suffer greatly. At that moment, Zhu Mengqing suddenly had a thought and exclaimed, oh no. What is wrong? Jiang Haiping inquired. Zhu Mengqing replied, we have left the residential building. But a Shui and the others are unaware. If they return and run into that group, it would spell trouble. Hearing this, Jiang Haiping felt a tinge of anxiety. It seems we must remain hidden near the residential building. We cannot leave. Otherwise, when a Shui and the others come back, they will truly be like sheep entering a tiger's den. On the other side, outside Tianxiang building, Yishui Bai, Xianghua, and Yuan Kuei found themselves surrounded by hundreds of people. The three were encircled, trapped in a perilous situation. To ensure their safety, they huddled together, facing outward, determined to protect their backs with their companions. What the hell is going on? It's so quiet, and suddenly this crowd appears. Xianghua cursed, gripping his baseball bat tightly. He had seen such scenes many times before. As a member of a gang, it was rare for him to go a month without engaging in brawls. However, the problem now was that there were only 3 of them, while their adversaries numbered in the hundreds, perhaps even over 1,000. In this scenario, the trio had no hope of victory. Old man, Xianghua, let us not act rashly, Yishui Bai advised. Even if we were superhumans, we couldn't possibly take on this mob. Let us see if there is a way to avoid conflict. Yishui Bai surveyed their encircling foes. Without exception, all were men. Their clothing filthy and clearly not washed in ages, resembling a group of refugees. The newly arrived death row inmates could not have become this dirty. Thus, it was evident that these men were natives of the island. Fortunately, Ishueba noted that these individuals appeared to be ordinary humans, some even quite gaunt, suggesting malnutrition. They were not monsters, nor had they undergone mutation. The enemies Ishueba and his companions faced were certainly not superhumans. However, each man among the group wielded a weapon. Some carried clubs, others held thick steel bars, and a few had fashioned makeshift mace-like weapons by driving rusty nails into wooden sticks. A blow from such an instrument could lead to tetanus even if it did not result in death. Thus, engaging in combat with these individuals was decidedly not the optimal choice. Fortunately, at this moment, the group merely surrounded the three individuals without launching a reckless attack. Although their expressions were taut with tension, none took the initiative to strike. Instead, they opted for a standoff, weapons in hand. This presented a valuable opportunity for communication. Ishueba hastily called out, "Hey there, everyone. We are not bad people. We harbor no ill will towards you. It is in our best interest to avoid any conflict." Upon finishing his plea, the men exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to make a decision. Just then, a man's booming voice echoed, "Damn it. You just attacked us yesterday, and now you're back to gather intelligence. You lot are quite audacious. You death row inmates. Had I encountered you before the fog rolled in, I would have executed each of you with a single shot." The assailants instinctively parted to create a narrow pathway, allowing a man clad in a pristine white suit, cigar in mouth, to step forward. This man, in his 40s, donned sunglasses and had an imposing physique, suggesting he was well-versed in physical fitness. His dazzlingly white suit shone like a glaring incandescent bulb among the crowd. With a single glance, Ishueba discerned that this impeccably dressed man was the leader of the refugees. Moreover, from the man's words, it seemed this building had indeed been attacked the previous day, aligning perfectly with the mud stains and blood marks on the iron sheet. Ishueba quickly interjected, "Brother, it appears there has been a misunderstanding between us. We have remained in our own territory all day yesterday and have never approached this place nor clashed with you. We are not enemies. At most, we are merely strangers." The suited man furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes scanning rapidly from behind his sunglasses. Soon, his gaze fixated on Yuan Kue, who was clad in an orange prison uniform. The suited man's lips curled in disdain as he removed the cigar and arrogantly proclaimed to all, "Listen up. These three are certainly not good people. Now that they have fallen into our hands, let us ensure they do not leave alive. Whoever kills one of them will be rewarded with a case of beer and a woman to accompany you for a week." Upon hearing the mention of beer and women, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with excitement, their primal desires unabashedly surfacing. Sensing he had achieved his aim, the suited man smirked and waved his hand, declaring, "Let the festivities commence. Charge." With that command, all around, armed individuals surged forward with shouts, overwhelming the three like a tide of chaos. "Kill them! Kill them!" In an instant, Ishueba and his companions felt as though they had plunged into a fierce battlefield, destined to be trampled by a legion. Xianghua spat vehemently, cursing, "So you wish to fight, do you? Very well. I shall accompany you into battle. I have never feared anyone in a brawl. Even if I perish here today, I will ensure that dozens accompany me to the grave." With that declaration, he raised the baseball bat in his hand and charged forward with fervor. "Hold on. We, Ishueba and I, intended to deter him, to urgently strategize. Yet, Xianghua had already lunged towards the adversaries. When it comes to youthful exuberance, this fellow truly rivals anyone." In mere moments, Xianghua reached the throng, brandishing his bat and striking a man squarely on the head, causing him to collapse instantly. Following that, he wildly swung the bat, flailing it indiscriminately at the crowd. As he swung, he spewed curses, "To hell with you. All of you shall perish. Watch as I obliterate you. Not only shall I annihilate you, but I shall also destroy your entire family. I will butcher your son and violate your daughter. Damn it. All of you die." Amidst this chaotic frenzy of violence and vitriol, Xianghua exemplified the brutish tactics of the underworld. Lacking finesse and strategy, his accuracy was notably poor. Yet, his ferocity projected an intimidating aura. Initially, he held the upper hand against the crowd, landing blows on several individuals and even seizing another stick, wielding both in concert. However, as the throng multiplied, his advantage swiftly diminished. He found himself ensnared, surrounded by countless assailants wielding their clubs against him. Though he fought back fiercely with his bat, the sheer number of adversaries overwhelmed him, and he became ensnared in their midst, as blows rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Fortunately, the strength of his attackers was not overly formidable, and Xianghua, relying on his robust physique, managed to endure. Meanwhile, Yi Bai observed Xianghua being mercilessly assaulted and felt utterly helpless. After all, he too was about to confront a multitude of foes, akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to safeguard himself. Yet, from Xianghua's skirmish, Yi Bai discerned that the men opposing them were not particularly formidable fighters. In fact, he surmised that a significant portion of them had likely never engaged in a brawl before. They lacked strength, demonstrated little experience with weapons, and several even became entangled with their own clubs while attempting to strike Xianghua, nearly turning their assault upon one another. As Yi Bai pondered this, a group of assailants rapidly approached him and Yuan Kuei. At that moment, Yuan Kuei suddenly swung the steel pipe in his grasp, producing a sharp whoosh through the air. To their astonishment, 3 or 4 adversaries toppled over, shrieking in distress as they fell. It was only then that Yi Bai realized the formidable nature of the old man's steel pipe, far exceeding his initial expectations. He watched as Yuan Kuei extracted nails from his pocket, inserting them into the upper end of the pipe. With a swift motion, he flicked the pipe, sending the sharp, pointed nails flying forth like arrows, piercing the air with lethal intent. Under Yuan Kuei's deft handling, the force with which these nails were launched rivaled that of crossbow bolts. After a few vigorous swings, more than 10 adversaries were struck, collapsing with anguished cries. Yet, an even greater throng surged toward the two of them, closing in rapidly. The peril was escalating swiftly. Yi Bai's mind raced. If these assailants drew near, Yuan Kuei's steel pipe would lose its advantage of distance, relegating it to close combat, an arena where the elderly gentleman, despite his prowess, would be at a significant disadvantage. Furthermore, they were vastly outnumbered, surrounded by hundreds. Even with a submachine gun in hand, escaping unscathed seemed implausible. For them, it was a dire predicament, a veritable death trap. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Yi Bai's eyes as a thought struck him. As a horde charged towards him, mere inches away from having their makeshift weapons thrust into his face, he urgently declared, "Old man, I'm going to take a gamble. Our survival hinges on this moment." With that, Yi Bai sprang forward, brandishing his nunchaku and advancing upon the throng. His eyes widened, resembling a vengeful deity, he bellowed, "You all shall perish." The sheer force of his roar momentarily startled his assailants, instilling a flicker of fear that froze them in place. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Bai swiftly lowered himself and rolled into the fray, darting amidst the crowd. As he scuttled along the ground, he unleashed a flurry of strikes against their shins with his nunchaku, each blow eliciting anguished yelps from the enemies. Chaos erupted as the crowd descended into disarray, bewildered and uncertain of how to respond. These individuals were not seasoned combatants. They were merely ordinary citizens, unaccustomed to any form of fighting, let alone the unconventional tactics employed by Yi Bai. Now, with Yi Bai's figure obscured from view, all they could hear were the cries of their comrades echoing around them, instilling a profound terror as they instinctively recoiled, fearing the imminent strike of the nunchaku against their vulnerable legs. Not only them, but also the burly man clad in a white suit displayed a curious expression. He stood at the rear of the crowd, removing his sunglasses in an attempt to discern what was occurring. Yet, all he could perceive was the throng jostling about as if a wild dog had indeed surged in from beneath their feet. "What the hell is going on? What are you all doing?" The suited man cursed in frustration. Just then, out of nowhere, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, armed with nunchaku. He resembled a sprinter poised to launch from the ground, springing forth with great speed towards the suited man. It was Yi Bai, taking advantage of the chaos. He had maneuvered his way through the front of the crowd, sprinting towards the suited man with unparalleled swiftness, aiming to capture the king before seizing the thief. The suited man immediately grasped the situation, hastily discarding his cigar, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a sleek black handgun. However, before he could chamber around, Yi Bai had already leapt before him. Without a moment's hesitation, the suited man raised his robust arm, aiming to strike Yi Bai. Yet, Yi Bai's agility was beyond his comprehension. In a mere flicker, Yi Bai evaded the man's elbow strike and swiftly circled behind him. At that moment, the suited man hurriedly readied his firearm, but just as he prepared to pull the trigger, Yi Bai's body was pressed against his back, followed by the chilling touch of a dagger firmly pressed against his neck, carving a deep line into his skin. An arrogant voice whispered into the suited man's ear, "Don't move." Your gun may be quick, but it cannot outpace my knife. With his life hanging by a thread, the suited man dared not stir, freezing in place. Ishui Bai, showing no mercy, reached out and disarmed him, seizing the gun into his own possession. The suited man could not help but exclaim, "Young brother, your skills are truly impressive. You are the most accomplished fighter I have ever encountered." "A martial artist, perhaps?" Ishui Bai replied, "Merely a hobbyist. It seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. I had intended to engage in a civil conversation, yet you were far too impulsive, resorting to violence at the very outset. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. It appears my assumptions were correct. Only when a blade is at your throat can one converse meaningfully. Now, let us engage in a proper discussion. But first, I suggest you instruct all your subordinates to cease their actions." With that, Ishui Bai raised the handgun in his other hand and pulled the trigger. A resounding gunshot echoed through the vast expanse of the city. Upon hearing the gunfire, everyone collectively halted, turning their gazes towards Ishui Bai. After the gunshot, all movement ceased. The crowd collectively turned their gaze towards Ishui Bai, realizing that the man in the suit had been taken hostage by him with a knife. Panic ensued among them. "What do you intend to do?" "Release the sheriff at once. If you dare harm him, we will not show you any mercy. We will surely kill you. Let him go. Release him." The throng began to shout at Ishui Bai. Yet, with the man in the suit firmly in his grasp, none dared to act recklessly. Ishui Bai quickly called out to Yuan Kuei and Xiong Hua, "Elder, Xiong Hua, come here." Yuan Kuei and Xiong Hua hurriedly approached Ishui Bai, while the onlookers could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Soon, Xiong Hua and Yuan Kuei arrived at Ishui Bai's side. Yuan Kuei appeared relatively unscathed, but Xiong Hua's clothing was tattered, covered in bruises and wounds, his face marred by injuries. It was evident that he had endured a fierce battle. "You really did well. Capturing this fellow," Xiong Hua praised without reservation. Meanwhile, the man in the suit attempted to persuade Ishui Bai, "Young man, if you kill me, I assure you that they will retaliate against you all. Since you have captured me, why not let me go and flee immediately? Let today's events be forgotten." "What do you say?" Despite the sharp blade at his throat, the man remained calm, even conversing with Ishui Bai, displaying a semblance of levity. Indeed, he was a formidable character. However, Ishui Bai naturally dismissed his proposal. They had come to this building in search of the natives, only to be confronted aggressively by these individuals upon their arrival. Now that he finally had the opportunity to converse, he could not let it slip away. With a smile, Ishui Bai replied, "There is no rush. I have many questions for you. It seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. Why did you and your men attack us without provocation?" The man in the suit retorted, "Without provocation? It was you who attacked us yesterday. That is why we laid in wait." Ishui Bai countered, "I have already stated that we did not assault anyone. What do you mean by an attack yesterday?" The man responded, "Yesterday, 30 to 40 individuals, just like you, clad in orange prison uniforms, attempted to breach our iron walls to steal our supplies. We fought fiercely, and 5 of our men died before we managed to drive them back." Ishui Bai immediately grasped the situation. It seemed another group of death row inmates had appeared. "That group from yesterday has no connection to us. We are strangers. Today is our first visit here," Ishui Bai clarified. The man in the suit, alert, inquired, "Then what is your purpose here?" Ishui Bai stated, "You are aware that we are prisoners, correct?" The man replied, "Your clothing makes it painfully obvious. It's not as if you're wearing company uniforms." In the midst of the encroaching darkness that has shrouded Nile Island, we, the outsiders, have been forcibly dispatched by the government. They have promised us clemency for our transgressions, provided we uncover the truth behind the ominous fog. To my knowledge, there are a total of 100,000 prisoners on this island. The assailants who attacked you yesterday were likely another group of inmates. The night before last, we observed lights in this vicinity, which compelled us to approach. Our intentions are not to engage in combat or to seize supplies, but rather to unveil the mysteries that have unfolded since the fog's arrival." Upon hearing this, the man in the suit chuckled heartily and remarked, "Ah, I see. It appears there has been a misunderstanding between us. However, as the saying goes, one cannot truly know another without first clashing. It seems we are now acquainted. Since you express a desire to discuss the happenings on this island, let us converse. Yet, given the circumstances and our current posture, this does not seem the most suitable setting for a dialogue. Shall we venture into the building and find a more comfortable place to converse?" Reflecting upon his words, Ishui Bai turned to Xiong Hua and Yuan Kuei and inquired, "I have never handled a handgun. Have you?" Xianghua replied, somewhat incredulously, of course, I have. In this underworld, one cannot rely solely on a blade. Without firearms, one is bound to meet an untimely demise. Are you proficient in shooting? Ishuei pressed. Xianghua scratched his head and responded, well, I can hit a target, provided it is not too far away. Realizing he could not depend on Xianghua, Ishuei turned to Yuan Kuei, and you, old man? Yuan Kuei maintained his stoic demeanor, yet his gaze exuded confidence when I wielded a firearm. You were likely not yet born. Consequently, Ishuei decisively handed Xianghua's gun to Yuan Kuei, stating, let us follow him inside and find a suitable place to converse. Old man, do me a favor, keep this fellow within your line of sight. Should any unusual circumstance arise, eliminate him immediately. Ishuei held unwavering faith in Yuan Kuei's capabilities, particularly his experience in reconnaissance and adaptability. Yuan Kuei accepted the handgun with resolve, assuring, rest assured, half a second is ample time for me to dispatch him. The man in the suit appeared exasperated and exclaimed, must we not extend a modicum of trust toward one another? I hardly resemble a villain. Ishuei shook his head, I apologize. But we cannot afford to trust anyone too readily at this juncture. With that, he slowly withdrew the dagger from the man's neck. The man in the suit adjusted his pristine white attire and retrieved a cigar from his pocket, preparing to light it. At that moment, a sudden gunshot rang out. Yuan Kuei had fired. In less than a second, no one could discern the old man's movement. The bullet had accurately struck the cigar, shattering it to pieces. The man in the suit broke into a cold sweat but managed to regain his composure. In contrast, the hundreds of men nearby were startled by the sudden gunshot. The man in the suit removed the remaining half of his cigar from his mouth. It now resembled a firecracker that had exploded. He shook his head helplessly, discarded the cigar, and addressed Yuan Kuei. Old man, what on earth are you doing? Yuan Kuei replied, I am merely reminding you that in half a second, I could accurately shoot your head. You would do well to refrain from any rash movements. When it comes to killing, I am not one to hesitate. The man in the suit nodded and smiled, understood. I can already see that from your attire. However, old man, next time just speak your mind directly. There's no need to fire a gun. Bullets are a rare commodity. Each shot counts, and they are hard to come by. So, do conserve them. With that, the man in the suit adjusted his collar and formally extended his hand toward Ishuei. Greetings, skilled young brother. My name is Li Mingxing. Though they call me Brother Xing or the Sheriff, I am Ishuei. This venerable elder is Yuan Kuei, and he is Xianghua. Ishuei introduced the three men. Li Mingxing raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Then please, let us proceed inside. We shall find a quiet room to converse at our leisure. He then led the way into the Tianxiang building, with Ishuei, Xianghua, and Yuan Kuei following closely behind. The hundreds of men gradually made their way inside afterward. Xianghua had relaxed his guard and walked in with ease, while Yuan Kuei remained vigilant, firmly gripping his handgun and maintaining a safe distance from others to ensure he would not be disturbed. Ready to eliminate Li Mingxing at the first sign of trouble. Although Li Mingxing walked ahead with his back to Yuan Kuei, he could vaguely sense a menacing aura emanating from the elder, which made him somewhat uneasy. Upon entering the metal-walled area, Li Mingxing's subordinates promptly repaired the walls, maintaining a tight defense around the Tianxiang building. Inside the metal walls stood hundreds of armed sentinels on guard. On Nero Island, a pervasive black mist seeped into every corner, and the Tianxiang building was no exception. With the metal walls blocking any light, the interior of the building was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet, from the shadows, Ishuei could hear rustling sounds, indicating that the first floor was not empty and that others were present. At that moment, as they entered the lobby, several men swiftly approached, eagerly illuminating the way for Li Mingxing with flashlights. As the beam of the flashlight illuminated the scene, the first-floor hall gradually came into clearer view before Ishuei. However, what followed was a wave of astonishment within him. To his surprise, the hall was densely packed with people, elderly individuals, men, women, and children alike. A quick estimation revealed that there were over 1,000 individuals present, and the number of those unseen was surely greater still. These individuals donned tattered clothing, lay on the ground, their hair unkempt, bodies emaciated, and their gazes devoid of vitality. They stared at Ishuei and his companions with a dazed expression, their eyes lacking any spark of life. Ishuei remarked, I truly did not anticipate that there would be so many people here. Mr. Li, how many are there in total? Li Mingxing replied, You certainly would not have imagined this. There are a staggering 17,633 individuals residing within this Tianxiang building. The figure was precise. and Li Mingxing recalled it vividly. He continued, "Do not underestimate this building, my young friend. Our Yiduan town is a remote locale, incomparable to those grand cities. Yet, 17 years ago, this very Tianxiang building was the tallest structure in our town. Upon its opening, it became the most bustling hotel. If one were to invite a lady for dinner and lodging at Tianxiang Hotel, she would eagerly rush over. Although many facilities have since deteriorated, it remains a significant edifice in Yiduan town, which is why I established the refuge here." As he spoke, Li Mingxing retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them to Yi Xuebai and Xiong Hua, while Yuan Kuei declined, preferring to keep his focus on his firearm. Li Mingxing acquiesced, partaking in one himself, exhaling smoke as he advanced. "I was originally the sheriff of this town. A minor official, if you will, driving around in a patrol car, occasionally apprehending a thief or two. Unexpectedly, in a single night, the entire town was shrouded in fog, causing panic among the populace. It was then that I organized a group, using the Tianxiang building as our base to establish a refuge. I managed to gather sufficient supplies in a timely manner, thus sustaining this multitude. Otherwise, these thousands, men, women, and children, would have perished from starvation long ago." Listening to this, Li Mingxing appeared almost heroic. Yi Xuebai observed, "These individuals do not seem to be in good condition." Li Mingxing responded, "Locked away in a single building, doing nothing, and deprived of sunlight, how could their condition possibly improve? However, this is the situation we find ourselves in. What can we do? We live one day at a time. I can protect them for a day, and that is all I can manage." A hint of helplessness lingered in Li Mingxing's tone. Establishing a sanctuary responsible for the daily lives and safety of over 10,000 individuals is undoubtedly no trivial endeavor. A few individuals engaged in conversation as Li Mingxing led the way, ascending the staircase step by step. Yi Xuebai observed that the higher they climbed, the fewer inhabitants resided on each floor, rendering the spaces increasingly vacant. It appeared that those residing on the uppermost levels enjoyed superior privileges within this grand edifice. Li Mingxing, without a doubt, wielded supreme authority here. The men stationed with clubs stood at attention and saluted him with unwavering loyalty. It was as if this place resembled a miniature kingdom, with Li Mingxing as its sovereign. Before long, they reached the 9th floor, which was enveloped in darkness. Yet, at that moment, Li Mingxing called out, "Turn on the lights." With a decisive action, a man stationed at the corridor promptly activated the wall switch. Instantly, the corridor was illuminated, revealing over 10 opulent crystal chandeliers that bathed the space in a warm, golden glow, transforming the corridor into a dazzling spectacle. The floor beneath Yi Xuebai and his companions shifted from a hard surface to a plush carpet, making them feel as though they stood not in a dimly lit building, but in the hallway of a 5-star hotel. Since their arrival on Nile Island, Yi Xuebai had never dared to dream that they would bask in such radiant light. Yi Xuebai was not only filled with wonder, but also began to comprehend how the lights he had seen the previous night had come to be. Xiong Hua could no longer contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredible. The DCOR, the chandeliers, they shine almost as bright as the sun." Yi Xuebai then inquired of Li Mingxing, "Sheriff, where do you source this electricity? If my deductions are correct, all the power plants on Nile Island should have ceased operations by now." Li Mingxing chuckled. "Indeed, the power plants here have long since failed. However, there are ways to generate electricity. We procured several generators and collected all the gasoline from this town, using it to produce power. While illuminating the entire building might be somewhat extravagant, it is feasible to occasionally light up my floor." He then escorted the three into a reception room adorned with genuine leather sofas and upscale wooden furnishings, reflecting a quintessential nouveau riche style. Li Mingxing took his place on a large sofa, exuding an air of hospitality. "Please, make yourselves comfortable, as if you were at home." Yi Xuebai and the others settled onto the sofa. At that moment, Li Mingxing clapped his hands, and suddenly, the door to the reception room swung open, revealing a remarkably imposing figure, a man even more robust than Xiong Hua, who strode confidently into the room. The man sported a closely cropped hairstyle, his visage resembling an almost archetypal square face, emanating an aura of unyielding authority without overt anger. His eyebrows were thick and formidable, reminiscent of a temple's fierce guardian. His physique exhibited a level of robustness that likely surpassed even that of Xiong Hua. Li Mingxing promptly introduced him to the trio. "This is my invaluable assistant, my right-hand man, Wang Ming. Just by his name, one can discern he is indeed a stalwart figure. His combat skills are commendable, young man. I surmise his prowess rivals your own." Ishuei nodded politely, acknowledging it is evident he is a formidable individual. Yet, Wang Ming displayed no sign of pride. His expression remaining as stern as iron, decidedly uninviting. Li Mingxing chuckled. Do not be alarmed. This is simply his demeanor. He is not one for social interactions, an honest man at heart. He is a detective who once served under my command. When the fog of confusion descended, he chose to join me in establishing this sanctuary. As he spoke, Li Mingxing's gaze shifted to the bruised and battered Xianghua. My apologies, dear friend. My subordinates may have been a bit too forceful. I trust your injuries are not severe. I can have Wang Ming arrange a private room for you and summon a nurse to attend to your wounds. Xianghua waved dismissively. No need for that. These minor injuries are inconsequential. I have fought before and endured broken bones without ever entering a hospital, so this mere skin abrasion is nothing. Li Mingxing chuckled. Ah. Brother Xiong, you seem to have misunderstood my intentions. I take it you have spent quite some time in confinement? Indeed, it has been several years. What of it? Xianghua replied, somewhat puzzled. Li Mingxing squinted, a sly smile creeping onto his face. The reason I suggested a nurse to tend to your wounds is not out of concern for their severity. Rather, our nurses here are all gentle and attentive young women. Once they attend to your injuries, you might have the opportunity for a pleasant conversation. Would you not agree? Upon hearing of the female nurse, Xianghua's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He slapped his thigh and rose abruptly from the sofa, exclaiming, Why didn't you mention the female nurse sooner? Let's go. Where is she? I must see her at once. I thought my injuries were trivial, but they seem to be starting to ache. Perhaps I have some hidden injuries that require the care of a nurse. Observing Xianghua's eagerness, Li Mingxing erupted into hearty laughter, joined by Ishuei Bai. Li Mingxing turned to Wang Ming, instructing, Take Brother Xiong to a guest room and have a young nurse attend to his wounds. Also, bring some young ladies with drinks to properly entertain Brother Ishuei Bai and this esteemed elder. Wang Ming turned and exited, his lips firmly sealed. Yet he followed Li Mingxing's orders without question. Xianghua hurriedly followed suit. Ishuei Bai understood that with the allure of a female nurse ahead, it would be futile to restrain Xianghua, but he still cautioned, Old Xiong, do exercise caution. Xianghua was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head and inquiring, What should I be cautious of? Ishuei Bai could only respond, Be wary of your battered visage. We Wu and Ti want to frighten the nurse. Xianghua waved his hand dismissively, assuring, Rest assured, I am quite gentle with young ladies. With that, he followed Wang Ming out. Wang Ming led Xianghua to a guest room, which had once been part of a grand hotel. The bed and linens were all in place and surprisingly clean. However, the restroom and shower facilities were utterly unusable, as there was no running water. Wang Ming instructed Xianghua to wait in the room while he attended to other matters. Xianghua leaped onto the plush bed, reclining comfortably and allowing his imagination to wander to the delightful scenes that awaited him. At that moment, there was a series of knocks at the door. Startled, Xianghua quickly sat up and cheerfully called, Come in, come in. The door swung open, revealing a young girl clad in a nurse's uniform, cradling a large medical kit. She appeared to be in her early 20s, unadorned with makeup, her skin remarkably clean. Yet, she seemed timid, her gaze averted as if genuinely intimidated by Xianghua. Upon entering, she closed the door behind her and approached him slowly with the medical kit, murmuring, They said you were injured and that I should check on you. Where are you hurt? Xianghua, observing the youthful nurse, felt his mouth watering and adopted a more mischievous tone. Injured? Oh, I have many wounds. My entire body is a tapestry of bruises in dire need of care. The nurse, clearly aware of his flirtation, blushed deeply. However, she had no choice but to approach him, positioning herself by the bedside, placing the medical kit on the nightstand and opening it. In that instant, Xianghua felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated an array of playful props and costumes within, perhaps even a foxtail. Instead, he found only bandages, alcohol, and syringes. It dawned on him that this nurse was indeed a professional. As this realization settled, a wicked gleam returned to his eyes. A professional nurse, he mused, was surely more exhilarating than a mere role-playing nurse. The nurse emanated a subtle fragrance, and Xianghua felt the blood coursing through his veins, surging with excitement. Yet, she still dared not meet his eyes, fixating instead on the medical kit as she suggested, Perhaps I should apply some alcohol to disinfect your wounds. Xianghua, unable to contain himself any longer, retorted, What do these wounds matter? We should seize the moment to engage in far more important endeavors. Upon concluding his statement, he abruptly seized the nurse's hand and forcefully drew her into his embrace. Ah! The nurse exclaimed, finding herself enveloped in the robust arms of Xianghua. In a swift motion, he skillfully flipped their positions, pinning her beneath him. Chaos reigned in the living room, akin to a ladder of disorder. Within moments, a group of charming hostesses entered, pushing a cart adorned with glass cups, bottles of fine red wine, and a box of cigars. Each hostess, adorned with delicate makeup and clad in elegant kipayos that revealed their shapely thighs, exuded an alluring grace. Li Mingxing rose with a smile, addressing the guests. Ladies, this is merely a humble abode, now shrouded in mist, and I find myself lacking in adequate provisions to entertain you. Let these wines and cigars suffice. He first offered cigars to the two guests. Yuan Kuei declined, while Yi Shuibai graciously accepted, honoring Li Mingxing's gesture. Subsequently, Li Mingxing poured wine for himself and Yi Shuibai before resuming his seat on the sofa. With a wave of his hand, the hostesses nestled beside him, leaning into his side, while others approached Yuan Kuei and Yi Shuibai. Yi Shuibai promptly declined their attention, prompting Li Mingxing to allow them to retreat. As Yi Shuibai took a puff from the cigar, he realized he had little experience with such indulgences and could not discern its quality. Yet, he noted a spicy initial taste followed by a hint of citrus sweetness, which intrigued him. Across from him, Li Mingxing savored a sip of red wine, ignited his cigar, and reclined against the sofa, crossing his legs while his hands roamed over the curvaceous figures of two hostesses, indulging in their presence. In a moment of disorientation, Yi Shuibai envisioned this not as a small town enshrouded in fog, but rather as a lavish suite in a five-star hotel. With the man before him not a sheriff safeguarding thousands, but a decadent tycoon. Mr. Li, Yi Shuibai remarked, this red wine, the cigars, and these beautiful ladies are likely pleasures not afforded to all within this building. Upon my arrival, I observed many on the first floor appearing malnourished. Surely, your reserves should not leave them wanting for sustenance? Li Mingxing paused, taken aback, before erupting in hearty laughter. Indeed, I possess ample supplies. When the mist first descended, the entire town plunged into darkness, sparking panic among the populace, who were at a loss for what to do. In that moment, I keenly recognized the necessity of securing sufficient provisions. Otherwise, there would be no escape. As the fog enveloped us, all government functions ceased, and mobile phones lost signal, rendering us cut off from the outside world. All order has collapsed, plunging the entire town into unprecedented chaos. Within this turmoil, those who first recognize the changed rules of the game will seize control of the future. Thus, I hastily gathered my subordinates and retrieved firearms from the police station, establishing Tianxiang Tower as our stronghold. We commenced an unrelenting quest for supplies, raiding supermarkets, convenience stores, and grocery shops. Anything of value was promptly acquired. Yi Shuibai questioned, acquire? Perhaps seize is a more fitting term. Li Mingxing replied with a chuckle, no, I prefer the term requisition. The town was already in disarray. Do you comprehend what lies ahead? Once everyone realizes that order and law have become obsolete, they will turn against one another, fighting for resources and engaging in bloodshed. My aim is to establish a new order amidst this crisis, to control all resources, which can then be systematically distributed to everyone. Without such measures, what you would witness here would not be a community of over 10,000 peaceful residents, but rather a landscape strewn with corpses and bones. Yi Shuibai nodded, observing Li Mingxing, who reveled in recounting his exploits. However, Sheriffly, it appears that your resource collection has afforded you quite a comfortable existence, countless beauties, unparalleled power, fine wine, and luxurious cigars. These are pleasures you could never have attained during your tenure as sheriff. Li Mingxing nonchalantly shrugged. Isn't this what I deserve? I gathered the supplies. I protected those people. I saved them. Shouldn't I possess all of this? Without me, they would have perished. Is it wrong for me to enjoy a better meal and indulge in a few women? Surely that is not excessive. As he spoke, Li Mingxing playfully pinched the cheek of a nearby woman, grinning. Look at this young lady, so vibrant. Had she remained on those lower floors, do you know what her fate would have been? Gaunt and malnourished, with dry skin, struggling to survive, and potentially at the mercy of other men. Only by being with me can she live so comfortably. He then turned to the woman, laughing. Tell me, are you happy to be with me? The woman nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I long to stay by your side. She leaned closer to Li Mingxing, her affection evident. Witnessing her obedient demeanor, Li Mingxing laughed heartily. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, I understand, young brother, that you may perceive me as cruel for not ensuring those on the first floor are well fed and well cared for. However, you must realize that while my resources are abundant, they are also finite. Who knows how long this fog will linger? It could last an eternity. We cannot cultivate food here, only expend our supplies. If I deplete my resources now, in the end, everyone will face starvation. Those individuals spend their days doing nothing, merely huddling like ants. And surviving is already quite an achievement. Why indulge in excessive feasting? At this juncture, Li Mingxing's countenance darkened, as if laden with unspoken grievances. Young brother, you cannot fathom the reality. On the surface, these people appear to be simple, harmless residents, but I assure you, each harbors a demon within. The moment they sense an opportunity, do you know what their first course of action will be? It is to eliminate me, usurp my position, and seize all that I possess. They will not genuinely feel gratitude for my protection. Thus, I must rally my own forces. I require a faction wholly loyal to the Li family. Only then can I sustain this establishment and ensure the survival of over 10,000 souls. What grounds do I have to expect their loyalty? There is but one method. I must provide them with meat, wine, and women. Only through such means can I secure their support. Young brother, maintaining order in this grand structure is far from the glamorous life you might envision. I am beset by numerous troubles. Do you understand? Li Mingxing lamented, his words reminiscent of countless dictators throughout history, embodying a certain logic. Yi Shuai nodded in acknowledgement. I comprehend that in a chaotic environment, survival relies solely on violence and ruthless tactics. Upon hearing Yi Shuai's statement, Li Mingxing's expression brightened with satisfaction, erupting into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I relish engaging with individuals like you. At least you are no mere bookworm. Although you are a murderer and I am a policeman, now, with the fog descending, all order has been disrupted, and there is little distinction between us. With that, Li Mingxing took another sip of his drink, suddenly inquiring, by the way, what is the world outside truly like? Just how extensive is this shroud of fog? Ever since its arrival, we have been unable to receive any signals from the outside, nor can we transmit any, not to mention mobile phones. Even the wireless pager fails to communicate over a distance of mere hundreds of meters. This fog seems to obstruct all forms of communication. So, what exactly lies beyond? Li Mingxing's curiosity was piqued. Yi Shuai replied, my knowledge is limited, but I do know that after a meteorite fell on Nile Island, a black mist enveloped the entire island overnight. The islands, along with the surrounding seas, have been engulfed in a dense fog that continues to expand. However, the rate of this expansion is currently quite slow, posing no immediate threat to the planet at large. Upon hearing this news, Li Mingxing's expression grew grave once more. I see. Have the governments of other nations not considered sending someone to investigate and rescue us? Yi Shuai replied. The United Nations dispatched a contingent of special forces to Nile Island, yet none of them returned safely. Hence, they resorted to sending us, the condemned prisoners. After all, our lives are of little concern to them. Li Mingxing took a deep draw from his cigar, sighing, it appears the situation is far more dire than I had imagined. I had thought there would at least be some safe areas on Nile Island. According to your account, it seems no one else can come to our aid. We are left to fend for ourselves. At this point, Yi Shuai inquired, why not simply leave the island? After all, Easton Town is quite close to the coast. If you have gasoline, you could reach the shoreline in less than half a day by car. Li Mingxing shook his head. And then what? Even if we reach the seaside, we have no boat. Are we to swim our way out? Furthermore, no one dares to leave this building recklessly. For the outside is fraught with danger. Within that pitch-black fog, any corner could harbor those creatures. As he spoke, even Li Mingxing, who usually exuded confidence, displayed a hint of fear in his eyes. Not just him, but the two women beside them also paled, their expressions filled with concern. Yi Shuai keenly noticed the change in their demeanor. The creatures Li Mingxing referred to were undoubtedly the source of their terror. He quickly pressed on, Mr. Li, what exactly are these creatures you speak of that dwell within the fog? Monsters, Li Mingxing exclaimed emphatically. Terrifying monsters. Creatures that devour humans. Young brother, you may find it hard to believe, but this fog is not merely a common mist that obscures visibility. It drives everything into madness, distorts them, transforming them into horrific aberrations. This dark fog is the most bizarre phenomenon I have ever encountered. Those monsters are akin to the demons of hell, cruel, savage, and bloodthirsty. You can scarcely fathom what they truly are. Yi Shuai, however, regarded Li Mingxing intently and said, No, I believe I have an inkling of what you are describing. What do you mean? Li Mingxing's expression tightened, and he quickly realized, Are you suggesting that you have already encountered those monsters? Yi Shuai nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed. We encountered a monstrous creature, a mutated hound, its head grotesquely adorned with mouths, reminiscent of the infernal guardian of the underworld. Its combat prowess was formidable. It took our combined efforts to vanquish it. Li Mingxing remarked, "You were fortunate not to have faced a more terrifying entity. Otherwise, you might not have survived to reach this place." At this juncture, Ishuibai extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, his gaze gravely fixed upon Li Mingxing. Throughout our journey, we observed various signs of devastation, entirely beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. We surmise that within this shroud of mist lies an extraordinarily potent and enigmatic force that has irrevocably altered everything on Nile Island. This is why we sought out the indigenous people of the island. To unravel the mystery of the fog, we must comprehend what transpired here. Thus, Ishuibai inquired earnestly, "Mr. Li, what transpired here over a month ago when the mist first appeared?" Li Mingxing relinquished his relaxed posture, sitting upright. His hands released from the lady's grasp, now clasped tightly together as he began to recollect those haunting memories. Initially, we believed it to be merely an unusually dense fog, expecting it to dissipate with the wind in no time. However, it soon became apparent to everyone that this black mist was far from ordinary. Rather than a simple fog, it resembled a colossal demon overshadowing the sky. As Li Mingxing continued recounting, he shared, the events unfolded almost overnight. That morning, I awoke, preparing to head to work. Upon opening the door, I sensed something amiss. Just like now, the outside was enveloped in black fog, a massive cloud shrouding the entire town. Despite the peculiar nature of the mist, I dismissed it as just morning fog, believing it would clear once the sun fully emerged. Thus, I thought little of it and took out my phone, intending to consult my colleagues at the police station about potentially increasing traffic posts to avert accidents. To my dismay, I discovered there was no signal, no messages could be received, nor calls made. I initially presumed my phone was malfunctioning, but as I glanced outside, I saw residents rushing about, their phones equally devoid of signal. The entire town was in darkness, devoid of water, as if both the water and power plants had ceased operation. It was then that I realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly pedaled my bicycle toward the police station. Other officers had also arrived, but we could not reach any superiors. All we could do was wait. We decided to wait for the thick fog to dissipate before making further plans. Thus, we ventured out onto the street, wielding a loudspeaker to urge all vehicles to refrain from leaving, in order to prevent any unfortunate incidents. As the hours passed, we began to sense that something was amiss. By 2 in the afternoon, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, with the fog showing no signs of lifting. The density of the fog had not changed in the slightest, and panic began to ensue among the populace, as if the apocalypse were imminent. A nagging feeling crept into my mind. Perhaps this fog would never clear. With no means to contact other organizations, I realized that soon this town would descend into chaos. With all order collapsing, the police station and government would come to an immediate standstill, and without supplies, we would face starvation. Without hesitation, I led the officers from the precinct to seize control of the Tianxiang building, scouring the vicinity for provisions to stockpile as a makeshift warehouse. As our actions commenced, others quickly grasped the urgency of the situation. Consequently, Easton Town began to fragment into numerous factions, with individuals frantically looting supermarkets and malls, even robbing one another. Within the fog, cries of pain and despair echoed, resembling a hellscape. The timid hid within their homes, paralyzed by fear, while the bolder seized the opportunity to venture out, stealing goods, abducting women, and settling old scores against rivals. Countless individuals attempted to escape in their vehicles, believing that reaching other cities would grant them safety. At that moment, the town resembled a battlefield. It is crucial to understand that in such tumultuous circumstances, it is the unruly rogues and gangsters who thrive, swiftly amassing a haul of stolen goods. The prospect of those supplies falling into their hands was undeniably perilous, yet we were armed. Thus, a few of us officers, guns drawn and in our patrol car, prepared to confront the notorious criminals wreaking havoc. However, scarcely 3 minutes into our drive, a dark object collided violently with our vehicle. This small entity, no larger than a basketball, possessed an astonishing strength, flipping our patrol car over as if it were a mere toy. The creature shattered the glass and lunged at one of my comrades, attempting to bite his face. In a state of confusion and without choice, I fired my weapon, taking down both the creature and my injured brother in a single, frantic barrage. "Do you know what that thing was that burst in?" I asked. "Perhaps it was some kind of monster," Ishuibai replied, shaking his head. Li Mingxing's expression was clearly one of sheer terror, as if the scene from that moment was replaying vividly before his eyes. "It was a cat. Yet, It was no ordinary feline. Its four paws had transformed, resembling human hands, with fingers elongated and slender, each measuring over 20 centimeters. Furthermore, one paw possessed an astonishing 20 fingers, each tipped with claws sharp as steel. In total, those paws bore 80 human-like fingers, their razor-sharp claws viciously embedded in the skull of our police comrade, as it ferociously gnawed at his face. By the time I managed to slay it, the brother's nose and eyeballs had been devoured, half of his facial skin was torn away, and even his skull had cracked, revealing the quivering brain within. At this juncture, Li Mingxing's countenance darkened considerably, while the two women turned deathly pale, as if on the verge of retching from fright. Ishuibai had encountered mutated wild dogs and understood the deep psychological turmoil one experiences upon first encountering such grotesque creatures. And what happened next? Ishuibai inquired. Li Mingxing replied. In our panic, we quickly scrambled out of the vehicle, only to discover that it was not merely that one cat. It seemed that all animals in the small town had begun to exhibit abnormal behaviors. Dogs by the roadside, pigeons in the sky, all had developed bizarre appendages and were relentlessly attacking the humans in the streets. The sight terrified everyone, prompting frantic screams as people sought refuge in shops and buildings. We, as police officers, were not spared from the savage onslaught. The birds above transformed into a myriad of monsters, launching assaults upon us. We could only return fire while hastily making our way back to the Tianxiang building, as none of us wished to remain outside. I considered myself fortunate for not succumbing to those beasts, yet many of my subordinates were overwhelmed and devoured piece by piece. By the time we reached the Tianxiang building, a host of mutated creatures had already infiltrated it: cats, dogs, and even snakes. One particular snake was as thick as a telephone pole, its belly capable of splitting open, revealing a gruesome array of sharp teeth numbering in the hundreds. When its belly tore apart, it resembled a demon gaping its maw, brutally tearing a woman in half. Truly, it was a creature akin to a demon. Li Mingxing extinguished his cigarette with force, as if still haunted by the memories. We were all gripped by fear at that time, particularly within the building where there was no electricity or light. None knew whether monsters lurked within. Yet, the outside was far more perilous, making the indoors feel relatively secure. Even as police officers, we were terrified in the face of the monsters surrounding us, but I knew that fear served no purpose: to survive. We had to devise a plan. Thus, accompanied by a group of individuals, I dismantled the iron sheets from a nearby construction site and encircled the building. We stationed guards to ensure that the monsters lurking outside could not breach our defenses. Armed with firearms, we began a systematic search, floor by floor, illuminating our path with flashlights. Upon encountering any creature within, we swiftly exterminated it. After more than 10 arduous hours, we succeeded in eradicating every last monster in the building, albeit at a grievous cost of over 100 lives among our ranks, a veritable massacre. However, their sacrifices were not in vain. At least the building was rendered safe, providing temporary respite for the police and their families residing within. Yet, beyond the confines of our iron barriers, the monstrous horde continued their relentless assault on humanity. Upon discovering vacant streets, they surged into office buildings, shops, and residential complexes, seeking to prey upon the terrified inhabitants concealed within. Notably, these creatures did not limit their violence to humans alone. They also turned upon one another, as if all mutated beings had succumbed to madness, driven solely by an insatiable hunger for flesh. Their senses were astonishingly acute, enabling them to detect living beings with remarkable precision, as though the black fog could not hinder their awareness. Consequently, as these abominations breached the buildings, the humans inside were compelled to flee outdoors. Our own structure was not spared from the onslaught. Fortunately, our preemptive construction of iron walls provided a crucial defense. We stood behind those barriers, armed with guns and clubs, ready to repel any intruders. During this tumultuous period, the townsfolk soon recognized that our building offered a temporary sanctuary, prompting them to rush towards us for refuge. After careful consideration, I acquiesced to their plea. On one hand, they were fellow residents of the town, akin to kin. On the other, our own numbers were dwindling as we fought off the relentless creatures. Without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before we would all perish. Thus, I welcomed as many as possible, organizing them to utilize tables and benches as makeshift barricades against the monstrous onslaught. The scene was more harrowing than any battle. Can you imagine? Outside the iron walls, hordes of mutated cats and dogs, driven mad, leapt toward us, attacking any human they encountered and refusing to release their grip once they bit down. We would lose 3 or 4 individuals for every mutated beast we managed to kill. Some of the dogs had grown larger than horses, sprouting multiple heads and charging headlong into the iron barriers. In our attempts to slay one of these aberrations, we suffered over 40 casualties and expended more than 200 rounds of ammunition. Yet, the mutated animals were not the most terrifying aspect of our plight. The most dreadful occurrence was yet to unfold. Li Mingxing cast a chilling glance at Yi Shuaibai, a sinister glint in his eyes. Yi Shuaibai had already deduced the answer, a wave of dread washing over him. Nevertheless, he shook his head, prepared to allow Li Mingxing to recount the tale himself. Li Mingxing gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it, it's not just the animals that are mutating. The townsfolk are starting to change as well. Some individuals are sprouting hair, becoming akin to gorillas. Others have developed tails, a third hand, or dozens of eyes on their faces. There are those whose hands have transformed into long, claw-like appendages, resembling werewolves. Initially, these mutations presented only minor anomalies, posing no immediate danger. Yet, it seems there exists a critical threshold. Once the transformation reaches a certain point, these individuals lose their sanity and, like wild beasts, launch attacks on those around them, be it family, friends, parents, or children. They overpower their victims and devour them whole. Little brother, witnessing one person consume another is a horror that even a murderer might never have encountered," Li Mingxing articulated, seemingly attempting to instill fear in Yi Shuaibai. However, Yi Shuaibai had indeed witnessed such a grotesque scene just 3 days prior, as he observed Jiang Haiping devour Chen Sizu's heart piece by piece. Yet Jiang Haiping was not a monster, merely a pervert, and when he indulged in cannibalism, it appeared as though he savored the experience, starkly contrasting with the mutated beasts. Yi Shuaibai chose not to dwell on these trivial details and instead inquired, "How many individuals have mutated?" Li Mingxing replied, "At first, there were not many. But as time progressed, their numbers swelled. Each time a mutated human emerged, we lost hundreds in the effort to neutralize the threat. These transformed beings possess strength, speed, and endurance akin to monsters. Some have survived being shot multiple times, even sustaining 3 bullet wounds to the head without succumbing." Panic ensued among everyone. The emergence of a single mutant was simply unacceptable. Thus, whenever someone displayed early signs of mutation, we would immediately eliminate them to prevent further calamity. However, this led to a paradox. Those who might have transformed and would have willingly revealed themselves instead chose to hide, avoiding detection. The most terrifying aspect of these mutations lies in the uncertainty of who will transform and when, as well as how grotesquely they may change. During those days, the exterior was besieged by mutated humans and animals, while inside, new mutations continued to emerge among the populace. The residents of Tianxiang Building lived in constant dread, torn between the threats outside and the potential dangers within. Hour after hour, day and night, the building echoed with wails and cries, resembling a hell on earth. As the number of mutated humans escalated, so did the death toll. The blood within the building flowed like a waterfall, cascading down the stairs, creating an eerie semblance of a blood curtain cave as one ascended the staircase. For nearly 5 days, I scarcely closed my eyes, indulging only in brief moments of slumber, perpetually engaged in combat, either devising ways to thwart the monstrous entities outside or subduing the aberrations that emerged from within. Despair was nearly overwhelming. I believed that I could hold on for just 2 more days. After that, the inhabitants of the building would surely succumb, and all would perish at the hands of those mutated fiends. On several occasions, in my delirium, I imagined that I too had transformed, becoming a monster intent on devouring others. I was beset with the dual fears of being slaughtered by these creatures and of becoming one myself, living in a state of perpetual dread. The others were equally despondent. Their hopelessness mirrored my own. Merely listening to Li Mingxing's account, Yi Shuaibai could vividly envision the harrowing scene. He recounted, "It indeed sounds terrifying. We barely survived an encounter with a mutated dog. How could you withstand so many monsters? Yet, given your description, amidst such fierce conflict, it seems almost impossible for you to have harbored any hope of victory. What sustains your existence now?" Li Mingxing's expression grew grave. Indeed, I too believed we were doomed, that survival was beyond our reach. Suddenly, overnight, something inexplicable occurred. The mutated beasts attacking us, along with the aberrant humans that had come from elsewhere, all vanished. They simply disappeared. It was as if, apart from Tianxiang Building, the entire eastern town had transformed into a ghost town. Where have the monsters gone? Upon hearing Li Mingxing's revelation, Yi Shuaibai's countenance darkened further. "Where did they go?" he inquired. Li Mingxing shook his head. I do not know, but this is undoubtedly fortuitous for us. At least we can enjoy a temporary respite. After the departure of those creatures, I personally led a team to scour the town for supplies, for within Tianxiang building, there are over 10,000 mouths to feed. We gathered as much food, water, batteries, gasoline, and medicine as we could. In short, we hoarded anything deemed useful in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. However, during our search, we discovered that our small town seemed devoid of life, as if we were the last remaining survivors. Once we had amassed a sufficient stockpile of supplies, we ceased venturing outside and remained hidden within the building. Occasionally, a stray mutated creature would emerge, but they were few and far between. Until yesterday, when dozens of criminals clad in orange prison uniforms launched an assault against us, only to be repelled once again. Ishuei remarked, they must be like us. Condemned prisoners sent here. The provisions provided by the government would sustain us for a mere 7 days, so to survive, they feel compelled to seize our supplies. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxing let out a disdainful grunt, exclaiming, Damn it, they are encroaching upon my territory. It's tantamount to courting death. If it weren't for my insufficient ammunition, I would have long since dispatched that band of miscreants. Ishuei refrained from dwelling on the matter of the death row inmates and instead inquired, misterly, after those monstrosities vanished. Do the individuals within the building continue to mutate? Li Mingxing nodded in acknowledgement, stating, the mutations have never ceased. The terror lies in the unpredictability. One cannot ascertain who will undergo mutation, as there exists no discernible pattern. Once a human transforms, they immediately lose all rationality and launch attacks on others. Consequently, we have no choice but to conduct daily inspections. Should we discover any signs of mutation, we act without hesitation to eliminate the threat. In total, we have dealt with no fewer than 800 individuals. Li Mingxing shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. Ishuei remarked, in such extraordinary circumstances, one must resort to desperate measures. Were I in your position, I would act similarly. How do you dispose of those who have mutated? Do you bury them or incinerate them? I have yet to see what a mutated human looks like, and I am somewhat curious. Li Mingxing grinned malevolently. That might prove to be a challenge. We neither bury nor burn them. Why would we waste such prime meat, especially when we are currently facing a food shortage? All the mutated individuals we have eliminated are ground into meat paste. We operate the meat grinder at maximum capacity, so, my young friend, your desire to behold a mutated being is likely unattainable. They are far too pulverized and stored in the freezer, rendering them unrecognizable. Ishuei felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ever since arriving on this island, I have encountered nothing but perversions. He commented, sheriffly. Your taste is rather peculiar. Li Mingxing laughed heartily. Me? You are sorely mistaken, my young friend. I do not partake in the flesh of those mutated beings. My freezer is stocked with ample steak and lamb chops, meant for those on the first floor. For them, it is a rare delicacy. Ishuei shook his head, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Li Mingxing shifted the tone of the conversation, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Ishuei. Young man, if you truly wish to comprehend what a mutated individual resembles, then you need only wait. Several mutations occur here daily. Furthermore, Li Mingxing leaned closer to Ishuei. His eyes darkening ominously, you might soon find yourself undergoing mutation as well. Ishuei's heart sank at the thought. Would he too become a mindless creature, driven solely by the impulse to attack others? He sighed and stated, if that day comes, sheriffly, I hope you will incinerate me. I would rather not become sustenance for others, only to be excreted as waste. Laughter erupted from Li Mingxing. Li Mingxing erupted into hearty laughter, his cigar being incessantly puffed. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. Should you mutate into a monster, I will be compelled to eliminate you and bury you in a grave, at the very least preserving your remains. Ishuei chuckled lightly and continued his inquiry. What form will those humans take post-mutation? Will they possess formidable combat capabilities? Li Mingxing took a sip of red wine and replied, if they have not fully transformed, it may not be so dire. However, once a complete mutation occurs and madness ensues, we are faced with grave complications. Some individuals may suddenly sprout numerous arms and legs, crawling frantically on the ground, or even scuttling up walls like a damned spider. Others may develop exceptionally tough skin, as hard as stone, impervious to bullets. Moreover, based on my observations, the longer the mutation persists, the stronger their abilities seem to become. Thus, we must act decisively at the first sign of trouble, otherwise we may all perish. Ishuei pondered, his brow furrowing. It appears that everything originates from this black mist. It is likely this very mist that has caused the mutations in both humans and animals. Once we decipher the true nature of this black fog, we shall uncover the truth behind the mutations. Li Mingxing remarked, "Brother, are you truly prepared to assist the government in uncovering the truth?" Yi Shuibai replied, "Now that we have arrived on this island, rather than awaiting our demise, it is preferable to press forward. Perhaps we might discover a path to survival." Li Mingxing responded, "That is indeed a valid point. However, I sincerely hope you choose to stay. Join my organization. With your exceptional skills and the old man's remarkable marksmanship, you are a rare talent." Yi Shuibai countered, "Isn't a force of over 10,000 people sufficient, Sheriff Li? Do you wish to burden yourself further?" Li Mingxing chuckled, "Not at all. Having more individuals won't impoverish me. Talent is perhaps the most precious commodity in this world. Moreover, the crux of the matter is, if we cannot become allies, we may very well find ourselves adversaries." As the mention of adversaries hung in the air, the atmosphere grew solemn. Yi Shuibai inquired, "Sheriff Li, what do you mean by that?" Li Mingxing shrugged, "It is quite simple. While this Tianxiang building possesses certain resources, as you have indicated, the entirety of Nilo Island is shrouded in mist. This implies that we have little hope of rescue and will merely consume our resources until we starve. Thus, to survive, we must seize the resources of others. If you wish to endure, you too must appropriate what belongs to others. Hence, if we do not become allies, we shall inevitably become enemies, thrust into a struggle for survival. Young brother, given your impressive abilities, it would not be easy for me to confront you. Conversely, I command an army of over 10,000. It would not be a simple task for you to contend with me either. Thus, it would be prudent to collaborate. You should join us and become my formidable ally. My subordinates, to put it bluntly, are merely ordinary residents, now cowering within this edifice, akin to domesticated swine, sleeping and eating, awaiting their next feeding. Should we attempt to seize resources, they would likely prove ineffective, far inferior to you, who are seasoned with the blood of adversaries. Moreover, should we decide to raid for supplies, we must act swiftly. Time is of the essence." Yi Shuibai inquired, "Why?" Li Mingxing replied, "The rationale is straightforward. The resources on this island are finite, and as time progresses, others are depleting them as well. If we wait a month to strike, we may only secure the air itself." Yi Shuibai concurred, "That is indeed the case. Therefore, will you join my faction? In doing so, I can assure you of sustenance, spirits, and companionship." Li Mingxing playfully squeezed the dairy re of two women beside him, chuckling, "Should you choose to align with us, these two, along with others, will be at your leisure, indulging you until you can scarcely rise from bed. Ha ha ha. My provisions are ample enough for you to lead a life more opulent than that outside. However, should you choose not to join, know that I am no philanthropist and will not share my resources with you." Li Mingxing's demeanor turned serious. Yi Shuibai responded, "I fear I cannot provide an answer at this moment. There are 5 of us, and we have 2 companions outside. Whether to join or not requires a consensus among us all. Furthermore, we currently possess sufficient supplies and need not fret over sustenance for the time being." Unbeknownst to Yi Shuibai, their resources had nearly all fallen into the hands of another group. At that moment, the door to the parlor swung open once more. Xianghua, beaming with delight, sauntered in wearing slippers and a bathrobe, plopping down beside Yi Shuibai. "Ah Shui, how goes your conversation? Have you discerned the nature of this enigma?" Xionghua's face gleamed with joy, radiating a vibrant glow, reminiscent of someone who had engaged in vigorous exertion the previous night. Yi Shuibai surmised that this fellow had expended all his pent-up energy, now feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. Yet one could only pity the petite nurse, who, confronted by a man of Xionghua's stature, must have endured considerable discomfort. Yi Shuibai stated, "Chiefly has extended an invitation for us to join him, to become a part of this building." "That sounds splendid." Xianghua readily agreed. "I find this place quite agreeable, especially with so many charming young ladies around." Yi Shuibai recognized that agreeing to this would, in a sense, render them henchmen to Li Mingxing. It is said that a man who eats from another's hand is beholden to him. This could spell trouble. Thus, he suggested, "Let us first confer with the doctor and Zhu Mengqing. After all, we are in this together and cannot abandon them." Xianghua nodded vigorously. "You are correct. We are all partners. One must never abandon one's companions. It is essential that we confer with them." Thus, Yi Shuibai addressed Li Mingxing, saying, "Officer Li, let us first discuss this matter with our allies outside before deciding whether to join you." "Of course," Li Mingxing replied, glancing at his watch. "It is already afternoon, and nightfall approaches. Please join me for a meal, and you may rest here tonight." Tomorrow, you can return to deliberate with your companions. I sincerely invite you to join us. Yi Shuai-bai was preparing to leave, yet upon hearing the invitation to stay, Xiong became visibly excited and immediately expressed his agreement. Yi Shuai-bai recognized that Xiong intentions were likely driven by his interest in women, and he felt powerless to prevent him. Consequently, the three of them reluctantly decided to spend the night at the Tianxiang building. With darkness imminent and another group of prisoners outside, venturing out could lead to complications. Staying in the building for the night had its advantages. Before long, Wang Ming arrived to escort them to the dining hall. Upon entering, they beheld a round table adorned with an array of steaming dishes, stir-fried kidney, boiled pork slices, yam stew with ribs, and spicy braised chicken, amongst several other classic delicacies. A bottle of fine white liquor had also been opened. It was apparent that Li Mingxing's claims were not exaggerated. He likely possessed nearly all the supplies in the entire Yisodan town, including the chef. It was no wonder that the other group of death row inmates sought to mount an attack. If one were short on provisions, one would certainly consider seizing this place. The dining experience was rather mundane, primarily consisting of Xiong Hua and Li Mingxing drinking excessively, engaging in camaraderie as if they were lifelong friends, despite having just met. After the meal, the usually stern Wang Ming arranged accommodations for them. Yi Shuai-bai specifically chose a suite with 2 bedrooms to ensure that the three could remain together, preventing Li Mingxing from isolating them one by one. Although Li Mingxing verbally invited them to join, Yi Shuai-bai remained cautious of his true intentions. Upon reaching their rooms, Xiong Hua took one, while Yi Shuai-bai occupied another. Yuan Kuei, adhering to his usual habits, settled on the living room sofa, facing the door with one hand resting on his firearm, prepared to act should anyone intrude during the night. With the old man keeping watch, Yi Shuai-bai felt utterly at ease and returned to his room, collapsing onto the soft bed in preparation for sleep. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from his door. Following that, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a woman clad in a short black skirt who quietly entered. Closing the door behind her, Yi Shuai-bai looked over in confusion, discovering a petite young woman before him. Although she appeared youthful, her heavily applied makeup exuded an air of worldliness, lending her a rather mercenary appearance. "Who are you?" Yi Shuai-bai inquired with curiosity, his other hand discreetly reaching for the nunchaku beside the pillow. The young woman glanced at him, offering a faint smile as she replied, "Just relax. I am here to attend to you." With that, she began to methodically remove her garments, one by one. In less than half a minute, she stood before Yi Shuai-bai, completely unclothed. He found himself momentarily at a loss. Just moments ago, he had harbored suspicions regarding her intentions, his mind rife with wariness. However, now, with nothing concealed, she presented herself entirely, devoid of any hidden weapons. Yi Shuai-bai's vigilance eased, yet his eyes darted uncertainly, unsure where to focus, feeling it inappropriate to gaze too intently at certain areas. Nevertheless, his instincts compelled him to steal glances. "What are you attempting to do?" Yi Shuai-bai questioned. "I am not some lecherous individual." The young woman merely smiled, gradually inching closer to the bed before seating herself beside him, leaning in. Yi Shuai-bai instinctively shifted away, only to find her surprisingly assertive. She deftly turned and settled onto his lap. In that moment, Yi Shuai-bai's entire being tensed. Observing his anxious demeanor, the young woman chuckled. "What's wrong? Do you find me unattractive? Or perhaps my figure is lacking?" As she spoke, she playfully swayed her body. Yi Shuai-bai's gaze was inadvertently drawn to her movements, yet he maintained his composure, responding, "I understand that you are here out of necessity, seeking refuge in this building. You are also a victim of circumstance. Although Chief Li has sent you to entertain me, rest assured, you may simply spend the night here without any expectations." Upon hearing this, the young woman burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you are quite the decent person. Should I issue you a good person card? Fear not, over the past month, under the chief's arrangement, I have lost count of the men I have shared my company with. If not 100, then certainly 50. I have long ceased to care about such matters. If the chief were to discover that I had not fulfilled my duties, he might even scold me. So please, do not refuse any longer." As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer, her face inches from his, her warm breath brushing against his ear. The voice was akin to a deep bass current, gently flowing into Yi Shuai-bai's mind. "On such a protracted night, if we do not engage in some activity, I too shall find it rather tedious. In this thick fog, no one knows how much longer they might survive. Thus, it is better to embrace the day with joy." Upon hearing these words and witnessing the girl's proactive demeanor, Yi Shuai-bai ceased his resistance, his hands naturally resting upon her smooth waist. "What is your name?" he inquired. The girl replied, "Call me Mai Zi. I have heard that you are a death row inmate who has been in prison for quite some time." Ishuibai nodded. "Indeed. It has been a lengthy confinement." Mai Zi let out an impish laugh. "Hee hee. After being cooped up for so long, you surely won't disappoint me." Ishuibai chuckled. "I shall do my utmost." With that, he embraced Mai Zi's slender waist tightly, flipping their positions to take the initiative. The following morning, when Ishuibai awakened, Mai Zi had already departed. He dressed, raked his fingers through his hair, and turned on the bedside lamp, preparing to wash up. However, upon reaching the bathroom door, he remembered that although this was a hotel, the building had long since ceased to have running water. With a resigned sigh, he opened the door and stepped into the living room. There, Yuan Kuei sat motionless on the couch like a statue, facing the suite's entrance. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, Ishuibai might have believed him to be a mere mannequin. One hand gripped a steel pipe, while the other held a handgun, as if he remained in a state of vigilance. "Old master?" Ishuibai tentatively inquired. Yuan Kuei slowly opened his eyes. "What is it?" "Haha, nothing much." Ishuibai plopped onto the couch. "I merely wanted to see if you were asleep." Yuan Kuei responded, "I do not need to sleep. I can simply doze off. Besides, with the racket you and Xianghua made last night, it was impossible for me to sleep." Ishuibai could only shrug awkwardly. "What can I say? They were so hospitable. I had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, I have been confined for several years without any contact with women. Suddenly experiencing such an encounter, I found it quite difficult to control myself." Ishuibai could not help but reminisce about the events of the previous night. It must be said, Mai Zi was indeed a lively and captivating girl, and she was entirely the initiator, leaving him almost overwhelmed. Yuan Kuei rarely smiled. "So, during your time in prison, did you not consider finding a man to entertain yourself?" Ishuibai hastily shook his head. "I'm not like Gong Jie. I have no interest in men." At this point, Ishuibai mused. "I wonder if that pervert Gong Jie is still alive, and what about Zhu Bowen, that pretty boy? If he is still alive, he must have been thoroughly spoiled by that pervert Gong Jie in these past few days." Yuan Kuei remarked, "Why worry about that pretty boy? He has been in prison for so long, he has likely grown accustomed to it." A hearty laugh escaped from Ishuibai, who then added, "That lad has seen his fair share of battles, hasn't he?" Suddenly, he leaned closer to Yuan Kuei, suggesting, "Old man, why don't I guard the door with a gun for a while, and you can find a lady to unwind? You've been confined longer than any of us. I can only imagine how much you must be suffering." Yuan Kuei shook his head in refusal. "What's the matter? At your age, you shouldn't be at the stage where your heart desires more than your strength allows. Perhaps Li Mingxing has stashed away some little pills that could invigorate you." Ishuibai teased. Yet, Yuan Kuei's gaze was resolute as he replied, "In my lifetime, I have loved but one woman, and she remains the sole object of my interest." "Your wife?" Ishuibai inquired. Yuan Kuei sighed and shook his head. "No, I was never able to marry her." "Why not?" Ishuibai pressed. "Because I was arrested," Yuan Kuei explained. "I had committed so many crimes that I was prepared for capture, never once fearing it. Yet, just as I fell in love with a woman and wished to spend my life with her, I was imprisoned. It seems fate was playing a cruel joke on me. When I didn't care, I was safe, but the moment I cherished someone, trouble found me. I attempted to escape to find her, but before I could succeed, she passed away, leaving me with nothing but our child, whom I have yet to meet. I, a man who has erred greatly and taken many lives, have long ceased to value my own existence. Yet now, I yearn to break free from this fog and catch a glimpse of my son. Even if just for a moment. He must resemble his mother greatly." As dawn broke, the dark mist outside was illuminated by a pale light, heralding a clear day. On the sofa, Ishuibai and Yuan Kuei continued their conversation. The door to Xionghua's room swung open, and he emerged in a bathrobe, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning. "What are you two doing so early, exchanging experiences?" Xianghua chuckled as he joined them on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other. Ishuibai cast a glance at Xianghua and, following the wide, open robe, caught sight of something he would rather not have seen. "Could you please put on some clothes? Your position leaves little to the imagination," Ishuibai quipped. Xianghua laughed. "We're all men here. What is there to be modest about? Besides, it's much cooler this way." Ishuibai shook his head in exasperation. "All right. Just don't focus solely on your comfort. We need to return and discuss with Zhu Mengqing and the doctor whether we should join here. If we take too long, they will start to worry about us." Upon hearing these words, Xianghua found himself unable to refute and returned to change into his sports attire. Hoisting his baseball bat anew, The trio exited the suite, only to discover that the floor was eerily silent. Save for a few subordinates of Li Mingxing stationed at the corner of the corridor. Yi Shuibai, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Hey, where is Officer Li? Are there no others present?" The subordinate replied, "They are on the first floor. At this time each day, they conduct inspections of everyone inside the building." Inspections? Inspections for what? Yi Shuibai pressed. Inspections for mutations. Upon hearing the term mutation, Yi Shuibai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. According to Li Mingxing, at any moment, anyone could potentially undergo a mutation. Once a human mutates, they lose their reason and launch indiscriminate attacks on others. Therefore, to ensure the safety of everyone within the building, it is imperative to detect any signs of mutation early and eliminate such individuals. It was likely that they were currently conducting inspections, and perhaps today they would uncover a few mutated individuals. "Let us go take a look," Yi Shuibai suggested. "Although we have seen mutated dogs, we have yet to witness what a human looks like after mutation." Thus, the three hastened down the stairs, arriving at the second floor. At this juncture, for the sake of convenience during inspections, the lights on the second floor were illuminated, casting a bright glow over what appeared to have once been a dining hall. Surrounding the hall were numerous private rooms. Now, countless weary souls, men and women separated, were queuing up, each stepping into the private rooms one by one. Li Mingxing sat on a wooden chair, puffing on a cigar, while exhaling smoke and observing the scene before him. Beside him, Wang Ming stood like a sentinel, his towering physique exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Upon noticing Yi Shuibai's arrival, Li Mingxing waved, "Little brother, you're awake. Come, sit with us." The three approached, and Li Mingxing generously offered them cigars, which Yi Shuibai and Xiong Hua accepted, indulging in the smoke. Yi Shuibai then asked, "Officer Li, is this what you refer to as inspecting for mutations?" Li Mingxing gestured towards the private rooms and replied, "Indeed, every morning we conduct inspections, allowing everyone to enter the rooms, strip down, and check for any signs of mutation on their bodies. If we neglect this, who knows when a mutated individual might emerge and begin their rampage." Intrigued, Yi Shuibai queried, "Have any mutated individuals been discovered today?" Li Mingxing immediately grasped the implication of his question and chuckled. "What? Do you wish to witness it firsthand?" Yi Shuibai nodded. "Yes. I have never seen what a human looks like post-mutation." Hearing this, Li Mingxing promptly rose, exclaiming with a smile, "Out of over 10,000 individuals, there are bound to be a few mutations daily, and today is no exception. Little brother, follow me, let me show you." As he spoke, he strode toward a private room, with Wang Ming closely trailing behind him. Yi Shuibai and the other two followed suit. Upon entering the room, they were met with the startling sight of three individuals, completely unclothed. A woman in her 40s and two men, one in his 20s and the other in his 50s, stood before them, their emaciated bodies starkly revealing the consequences of prolonged malnutrition. The bright lights of the room illuminated their shame as they cowered in the corners, trembling with embarrassment. Upon the entrance of Li Mingxing, the younger man, seemingly grasping at a lifeline, disregarded his nakedness and rushed forward. He fell to his knees before Li Mingxing, fervently bowing his head and weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Officer Li, I beg you, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Please, spare my life. I will do anything you ask. I'll be your dog. Just please do not take my life." The man quivered with dread, overwhelmed by the impending specter of death. Li Mingxing, puffing on his cigar, gazed at him with an air of resignation. "Young man, do not blame me. This is beyond both your control and mine. Who told you to mutate? If you seek a scapegoat, you must blame your own misfortune. I cannot stand idly by and watch you transform into a monster." The man implored, "Officer, let me go. I will distance myself. I promise to keep far away. Even if I completely mutate, I will not harm anyone here. Just let me leave." Li Mingxing shook his head. "Who knows whether you would return as a monster? I cannot take that risk. You must all perish today. In this fog, there are no choices left. But fear not, before your demise. I shall ensure you have a hearty meal and even find you a woman, allowing you one last taste of joy before the end. Consider it my final act of mercy." With those words, the man seemed to lose all hope, collapsing to the ground, his throat emitting a mournful wail. In the corner, the man and woman wept, engulfed in despair. Meanwhile, Yi Shuibai scrutinized the man before him. The man's left leg had already transformed from human flesh into a patchwork of hard, scaly armor, reminiscent of fish scales, appearing incredibly resilient and covering most of his thigh. The dense, overlapping scales slightly parted, creating an unsettling sight that sent shivers down Yi Shuibai's spine. It was easy to envision that if this man fully mutated, such armor would envelop his entire body, rendering him impervious to any blade or bullet. Should he not be eliminated beforehand and subsequently launch an assault upon complete transformation, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic disaster. In the midst of the fog, devoid of mercy, as he gazed upon the three weeping souls before him, a fleeting glimmer of compassion flickered in Yi Shuaibai's eyes. Li Mingxing, perceptive to this sentiment, remarked, "Young brother, do you pity them?" Yi Shuaibai nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is quite unfortunate to meet such an untimely demise without cause. Yet, were I in your position, I too would have to eliminate them. Throughout history, humanity has thrived not upon morality, but rather on brutality." Kong Hua furrowed his brow, unable to bear the sight of the mutated creature, muttering, "Damn it. This is utterly revolting. I can hardly stomach anything." The grotesque amalgamation of human flesh and scales evoked a profound sense of discomfort. At first glance, Kong Hua felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yi Shuaibai then turned his gaze to the other two mutated individuals. On the man's back, a large cluster of holes resembling a beehive had formed, each varying in size and closely packed together, dark as if leading into the innermost depths of his being. The woman, on the other hand, had sprouted a dark red tail from her posterior, the end of which resembled a hook, exuding an indescribable strangeness. The three mutated beings undoubtedly cast a vast shadow over Yi Shuaibai's heart. Would he, too, have to contend with such monstrosities in the future? Or perhaps, would he one day transform into an unsightly creature himself? Presently, the emergence of mutations was shrouded in uncertainty, as was the nature of their forms. No one could predict how an individual might ultimately manifest under the influence of this eerie fog. Having witnessed these aberrations, Yi Shuaibai and his companions swiftly exited the private chamber, their stomachs turning at the sight of those repulsive mutated organs, wishing not to behold them even once more. They bid farewell to Li Mingxing, preparing to return to their original residential building to confer with Zhu Mingqing and Jiang Haiping. Li Mingxing accompanied them to the entrance of the Tianxiang building, his reluctance evident as he watched them depart. "Dear friends, I sincerely hope you will consider joining us here. I possess ample provisions, fine wine, and cigarettes that can afford you a life no less comfortable than that of the outside world. More importantly, to endure longer in this fog, we shall inevitably confront others. It is best for us to be friends rather than foes." Observing Li Mingxing's earnest plea, Yi Shuaibai smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with my companions. Your strength is formidable. I have no desire to become your adversary." With that, he stepped beyond the ironclad walls and made his way back to the residential building. Along the way, Kong Hua remarked, "I believe we should consider joining them." "Ah Shui, what do you think?" Yi Shuaibai nodded, expressing his agreement. "I believe it's a viable option. They have provisions, drinks, and women, but more importantly, their influence is considerable. Li Mingxing commands a force of around 1,000 henchmen. If we were to become adversaries, we would find it exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand against him. What do you think, old man?" Yi Shuaibai turned his gaze towards Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei replied, "I am indifferent. As long as one survives, the manner of living is inconsequential." Inside the Tianxiang building, after a morning of inspections, it was discovered that 7 individuals had exhibited signs of mutation. Reluctantly, Li Mingxing ordered Wang Ming to deal with these 7. Meanwhile, the remaining subordinates began distributing basic water and food to the residents on the first floor, maintaining the established order. Li Mingxing, cigar clenched between his teeth, ascended to the upper floors, entered his bedroom, and firmly shut the door behind him. He sank heavily into a soft sofa, fatigue etched upon his face. The arrogance that once gleamed in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an abyss of confusion. He took several deep puffs from the cigar, finding it lacking in flavor, and extinguished it in the nearby ashtray. With a swift motion, he tore open his shirt, exposing his chest. Despite his advancing age, Li Mingxing, having maintained his fitness as a police officer, revealed slightly defined muscle contours beneath his bronze skin. Yet, an alarming mass of flesh marred his chest, from which numerous tendril-like appendages emerged, akin to delicate tentacles, numbering 30 or so, resembling tiny fingers protruding from his skin. These appendages moved independently of Li Mingxing's will, drifting aimlessly once freed from the constraints of his shirt, intertwining like the limbs of countless octopuses. As he gazed down at the tendrils on his chest, a profound sense of desolation washed over him, culminating in a long, deep sigh escaping his lips. Meanwhile, as they traversed the shrouded mist, Yi Shuaibai, Xiong Hua, and Yuan Kuei finally returned to the residential building. Approaching within 20 to 30 meters of the structure, the trio moved cautiously through the darkness. Ishuebai and Xianghua engaged in casual conversation, while Yuan Kuei remained silent. Suddenly, Yuan Kuei's eyes glimmered with an unusual alertness. He swiftly raised his hand to halt the advancing pair, declaring, "Hold on, something is amiss." Startled, Ishuebai and Xianghua paused. "What is it, old man?" Ishuebai inquired. Yuan Kuei's eyes shone with a piercing intensity, akin to a wolf stalking its prey, fixating on the entrance of the residential building. "This place is not as it was when we departed yesterday. Not the same." Xianghua scratched his head, gazing suspiciously. "What's different?" "A few broken iron gates. A pile of garbage. Wasn't it the same yesterday?" Yuan Kuei replied. "I can't specify what's different, but this place has undoubtedly changed since we left yesterday. It has been tampered with by someone." Ishuebai couldn't discern any changes. Xianghua also failed to see anything amiss. He chuckled. "So what if it's different? Perhaps the doctor and that girl just came down and rummaged around a bit. What's the big deal?" With a wicked grin, Xianghua added, "Who knows, while we were away, the doctor and that woman might have indulged in their own little world, battling it out for countless rounds. With us gone, they could scream as they pleased. Just imagining it is exhilarating." Despite being unable to perceive any alterations, Ishuebai chose to trust Yuan Kuei, saying, "I believe the old man has his reasons for saying this. We should exercise caution." "What is there to be cautious about?" Xianghua scoffed, utterly unconcerned. "What kind of monster could possibly emerge from this place? Don't be timid. It's broad daylight. What's there to fear?" As he spoke, he swung his baseball bat and strode toward the residential building. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps erupted from within the named building, followed by a cacophony of shouts. A group of over 30 robust men clad in orange prison uniforms burst forth from the residential building, wielding steel pipes and wooden clubs, charging ferociously toward the three. They resembled a horde of frenzied primitive hunters, fixated on their prey. Surrounded by death row inmates, Xianghua exclaimed in shock, quickly retreating. Yet, the death row inmates were clearly intent on battle, charging forward with wild abandon. Within moments, a man lunged directly at Xianghua, raising a steel pipe to smash down upon his shoulder. "Die!" the man shouted, bringing the pipe crashing down. Xianghua hastily raised his left hand to block the blow. "Oof!" he grunted in pain, and in response, he kicked out fiercely, striking the man in the abdomen and sending him staggering back. Xianghua had encountered such sudden brawls countless times before and was somewhat adept at handling them. However, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. It was a full-blown melee. Xianghua dared not confront them head-on. He swung his baseball bat to fend off a few attackers and quickly retreated to Ishuebai and Yuan Kuei's side. "Good grief. This is genuinely dangerous." Xianghua cursed furiously. "What do we do now?" "Run. If we don't, we're done for," Ishuebai yelled, drawing out his nunchaku and turning to flee. Xianghua and Yuan Kuei swiftly followed suit, dashing into the swirling black mist. Yet, the group of death row inmates showed no signs of letting up, relentlessly pursuing them. After barely half a minute of running, Ishuebai suddenly realized that only Xianghua remained by his side. As he glanced back, Yuan Kuei had already pulled ahead by several dozen meters. Given his advanced age, he was no match for the youthful vigor of the others. His speed was markedly inferior. Now, it seemed that the group of condemned prisoners was closing in on him. Damn, these individuals must be the ones attacking the Tianxiang building. Resolutely, Ishuebai declared. "Save the old man." He pivoted, brandishing his nunchaku, and rushed back towards Yuan Kuei. Seeing Ishuebai return, Xianghua hurried after him. For Xianghua, as a man of the underworld, it was a matter of loyalty. Even at the cost of his own life, he could not abandon a comrade. Xianghua and Ishuebai quickly reached Yuan Kuei's side. At that moment, the group of condemned prisoners had caught up, and Ishuebai swiftly hurled his nunchaku, sending two of them staggering back. Simultaneously, Xianghua employed a combination of kicks and sweeping strikes with his baseball bat to fend off 4 or 5 attackers. Yuan Kuei, with fierce determination, raised his steel pipe and plunged it into the thigh of an approaching man. With a sickening thud, the sharp metal pierced flesh, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the man collapsed, a gaping wound in his thigh gushing blood. The trio's counterattack was ferocious, akin to a pack of wild beasts. Especially Yuan Kuei, who struck with precision and brutality. He exhibited no fear even in the face of condemned criminals, instilling terror in them instead. Consequently, the assailants hesitated, momentarily halting their advance to form a surrounding circle, encircling the 3 men. Soon, they found themselves enclosed by over 30 prisoners, all eyes fixed on them, weapons in hand, poised for action. This was a dire predicament. Xianghua shook his head, realizing that these individuals were not easily dealt with. Indeed, compared to the residents of Tianxiang Building, although fewer in number, each of these condemned men was a formidable figure. Their gazes were ruthless and their strikes decisive, far surpassing the residents in combat effectiveness. In terms of cruelty, they were undoubtedly more formidable than the trio. What on earth was happening? Xianghua still could not comprehend the situation. How had so many people emerged from this building? Yishuibai responded. It is evident that these fellows have taken control of the building. They are undoubtedly searching for supplies just like us. What about that girl and that deranged doctor? They must be somewhere within this building. Concern for his teammates crept into Xianghua's mind. Yishuibai's expression darkened. If these people have been here for some time, the doctor and Zhu Minqing may have already fallen victim to their malice. The supplies we gathered are likely in their possession now. Xianghua erupted in anger. Damn it. We toiled all day to find this, only for this group to swoop in and seize it. Huh? It seems that robbery truly is the most effective method. What shall we do now? Yishuibai responded. We are outnumbered. We must find a way to maneuver, ideally avoiding entanglement, lest we suffer the consequences. As he spoke, Yishuibai positioned his nunchaku before him and called out to those around. Everyone, you too are condemned prisoners, are you not? It appears we share a common fate. We are all brought here as captives. Surely there's been some misunderstanding among us. We bear no grudges, and there is no need for a fight to the death. Stop your nonsense, shouted a condemned prisoner. You killed 2 of our brothers yesterday, and we're here to settle the score. You think you can escape justice after slaying our kin? So they had indeed killed 2 of their comrades. It seemed that Zhu Mingqing and the doctor were unscathed. Yishuibai mused. Those 2 managed to take down a couple of them after all. Yet, he still wished to avoid conflict as much as possible. We weren't here yesterday. It was not us who clashed with you. Indeed, it was our companions who did the killing. Xianghua chimed in. Yishuibai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had hoped to distance himself from the doctor and Zhu Minqing, yet this fool had inadvertently implicated them. As soon as Xianghua spoke, the 30 or so condemned prisoners across from them erupted in fury, shouting, You dare to kill our people? You will pay dearly for this. Those who provoke us will meet a grim fate. You 3 must die? One burly man bellowed. Brothers, let us kill them and avenge Lao Ding and Lao Liang. Slaughter them and prepare a feast. Haha, today we shall feast on fresh meat. That big guy looks particularly succulent. Xianghua retorted. Go to hell. Come over here and try it. I'll take down anyone who dares approach. Even in death, I'll drag down 7 or 8 with me. With that, he drew a dagger from his waist. The condemned prisoners were not easily daunted by such bravado. Each one was a bloodthirsty villain, unafraid of conflict. Brothers, charge. Let these scoundrels know our might. At the command of one prisoner, all the condemned men raised their weapons, roaring as they rushed toward the 3, ready to fight to the death. However, at that moment, bang, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the desolate city. A bullet had precisely pierced the skull of one condemned prisoner, creating a gory exit wound. His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. As his brain and blood splattered forth from the back of his head, his body fell rigidly to the ground. The shooter was Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei clutched the pistol, his gaze fierce and resolute, fixed upon the group of individuals poised to charge. The condemned men momentarily froze, their eyes widening at the sight of the weapon in Yuan Kuei's hand, abruptly halting their advance and instinctively retreating. In that moment, a palpable understanding settled among them. Should they rush forward together, even with Yuan Kuei armed, he could not possibly deter them all. Yet, they were equally aware that if they pressed on, Yuan Kuei would undoubtedly fire. No one could ascertain that they would not be the unfortunate soul struck by his bullet. Thus, each condemned man began to shrink back, unwilling to assume the role of the hapless victim. The true terror of a bullet lies not in its impact, but in its potential. A fired bullet threatens only one, while an unfired bullet instills dread in all. The surrounding crowd hesitated, granting Yishuibai and the others a fleeting moment of respite. Yishuibai whispered, Old man, how many bullets do you have left? Yuan Kuei replied, For remaining. Only 4. Yishuibai lamented, That is utterly insufficient. There are over 30 of them. Our chances appear bleak. What shall we do? Xianghua inquired. Yishuibai surveyed the surrounding condemned men and remarked, They number just over 30, and their formation is quite loose. Perhaps we can find a way to break through. If we are to escape, you all should go. I will cover your retreat, Yuan Kuei stated calmly. I have little time left in this world. I cannot outrun them. So let me stay behind. You two must give your all to escape. What nonsense is this? Before Ishui Bai could respond, Xianghua interjected with fervor. We are a team. I cannot abandon my brothers to run alone. Old man, if you cannot run, I will carry you out. He thumped his chest confidently. Yuan Kuei chuckled softly. Who would have thought that after living so long, someone would still consider my plight? I truly appreciate your concern. Enough with the sentimentality. Let us make a decision quickly. When do we charge? I am ready, Xianghua urged. Let me assess the terrain first, Ishui Bai replied, brandishing his nunchaku as he meticulously scrutinized their surroundings. If they were to force their way out, it was imperative to choose a densely built area in the open. They held no advantage. They needed to navigate through a complex terrain to facilitate their escape. At that moment, a striking figure emerged in Ishui Bai's line of sight. It was a woman. A slender-waisted woman, her form voluptuous, approached gracefully through the thick black mist. She donned a resplendent red gown, her décolletage revealing a generous expanse of pale skin, creating a stunning contrast with the vivid fabric. The woman, her smooth feet adorned with striking red high heels, approached with a graceful elegance. Each step resonating with a rhythmic click against the damp concrete floor, an echo that seemed to strike the hearts of all present. The condemned men, in unison, turned their gazes towards her, their eyes wide with desire, incessantly licking their lips. Even the nearby Xianghua found himself entranced by the ethereal figure emerging from the mist, momentarily forgetting his precarious situation. As she drew nearer, her silhouette and beauty became increasingly defined within the obscuring haze. Ishui Bai's heart skipped a beat. He could swear that this woman was the most breathtaking he had ever encountered. With a jawline and brow so sharply chiseled, complemented by lush red lips and fox-like eyes, she epitomized seduction. Had she lived in ancient times, Ishui Bai had no doubt she would have been a captivating consort, leading kingdoms to ruin with her allure. This woman radiated purity, devoid of any impurities, exuding an unabashed charm that instinctively ensnared every man's attention. Even without direct eye contact, one's soul would be irresistibly drawn to her enchanting form. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, causing her long hair and crimson dress to sway slightly, unveiling a glimpse of her flawless, porcelain skin, a sight that proved unbearable for all. Now, it was not just Xianghua who was captivated. Even Ishui Bai found himself momentarily dazed by her beauty. However, he quickly shook his head to regain his composure, only then realizing that a man was trailing behind her. He had been so entranced by her alabaster skin and alluring figure that he had entirely overlooked the man's presence. The man, with dark skin and dressed in an orange prison uniform, towered above the others, even surpassing Xianghua by a head or two, giving Ishui Bai the impression of a colossal beast standing beside a delicate beauty, reminiscent of a scene from the film King Kong. His fierce gaze scrutinized every man who dared to regard the woman, filled with disdain and fury. Xianghua, oblivious to the man's existence, remained fixated on the woman's form, his mouth nearly watering in awe. Goodness, this woman is astonishingly beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning girl in my life. That face, that figure, those legs, simply perfection. Ashui, I bet you anything, she is wearing nothing beneath that skirt. I caught a glimpse when the wind blew, just a shadow. Ashui, shall we devise a plan to seize that woman? Damn it. Even just her leg is enough for me to indulge for half a year. Xianghua was utterly entranced by desire. Ishui Bai interjected, Brother, wake up. We are currently surrounded. Are you still thinking about women? Seizing her. Have you noticed the burly man behind her? Do you think you can overpower him? At Ishui Bai's reminder, Xianghua shifted his gaze to the dark-skinned giant, his eyes widening in shock. What on earth? Is this guy truly that massive? The giant's arms seemed to be thicker than Xianghua's own legs. Ishui Bai discerned that this pair, one male and one female, appeared to be the leaders of this group of death row inmates. Furthermore, judging by the woman's seductive and arrogant gaze, it seemed she was the true core figure among them. Ishui Bai's heart raced with anxiety. If that giant engages in combat with us, we stand little chance of survival. Soon, under the watchful eyes of dozens of lecherous men, the woman in the red dress approached, closing the distance to less than 40 meters from Ishui Bai and his companions. With a charming smile, she addressed the trio, Hello, my name is Han Jinjin. Like you, I too am a death row inmate brought to this island. I never expected to encounter you here. Han Jinjin's voice was melodious, not a tinkling chime, but rather imbued with a unique texture that exuded allure. Naturally, Ishui Bai was captivated by the beautiful voice of the woman. However, in this precarious situation, he found no joy in her words. Yet, He was undeniably curious about how such a stunning woman had fallen to the fate of a death row inmate. He had no doubt that this enchantingly beautiful woman harbored a ruthless and cruel heart. "We must have some misunderstanding," Ishuebai said, striving to divert his gaze from her decolletage. "This building was originally under our control, and we had 2 companions inside. However, we returned from gathering resources only to find ourselves surrounded by your subordinates. We are entirely unaware of what transpired within the building." Han Jinjin replied, "Our people entered this residential building yesterday, and 2 of our companions were killed. It must have been your companions' doing. Now, we have lost another member to your gunfire. It appears we have become enemies." At this declaration, the eyes of the other death row inmates glinted with menace. Yet, wary of the gun in Yuan Kuei's hands, none dared to launch an unprovoked attack. Ishuebai could only continue to negotiate. "I do not wish for this conflict, but as you can see, many events are merely accidents. If we continue to fight, more lives will be lost on both sides. Rather than suffer mutual destruction, why not part ways peacefully? Would that be agreeable?" Ishuebai tentatively proposed. Han Jinjin smiled seductively once more, and then her fox-like eyes suddenly emitted a fierce glare. "Part ways? I fear it is not so simple. Our numbers currently favor us, while you find yourselves at a disadvantage, leaving you with no chance of victory. However, as you rightly stated, continuing this conflict would only result in mutual destruction. Thus, I can offer you a choice." Ishuebai inquired cautiously, "What choice?" Han Jinjin replied with a smile, "Join us and become my subordinate. As long as you are with us, we can wipe the slate clean regarding past grievances." Ishuebai asked warily, "What benefits are there to joining you?" Han Jinjin chuckled, "Of course, there are advantages. By joining us, we shall share both trials and triumphs. Whatever we acquire, be it food, tobacco, or liquor, you shall receive your share. In this shroud of uncertainty, only unity can ensure our survival. This principle should be clear to you as well. Of course, these are not the greatest benefits," she continued. Ishuebai pressed, "What, then, is the greatest benefit?" "Me," Han Jinjin replied alluringly, casting a captivating glance in his direction. "Should you choose to join and become my subordinate, you will gain my favor. If you doubt this, you may inquire among them. Each of them has found boundless joy in my company." Ishuebai surveyed the surrounding death row inmates, noting their greedy and yearning gazes fixed upon Han Jinjin. He had no doubt about her words. A woman seeking to command a group of death row inmates must rely on her allure, especially one as strikingly beautiful as Han Jinjin. Before Ishuebai could respond, Xianghua interjected, "Ishuei, I think this is a viable option. Our odds are not particularly favorable, and aligning with them seems a wise choice. Moreover, hey, to be able to share a bed with such a lovely lady a few times is quite the bargain." Ishuebai shot him a glance. "Brother, please calm down. Look at how many people are here. Even if you join, you'd be lucky to have a turn once a month. These individuals are not like the ordinary residents of Tianxiang Building. They are death row inmates, and this requires careful consideration." Turning back to Han Jinjin, Ishuebai asked, "What conditions are attached to joining you? What must we do?" "Quite simple," Han Jinjin shrugged. "To be my subordinate means obeying my commands without resistance and showing absolute loyalty. Furthermore, you must surrender your firearm. Such dangerous items rightly belong in my possession. How reasonable do these terms appear?" Ishuebai lowered his voice. "Old Master, Xianghua, what do you think?" Xianghua readily agreed. "I have no objections. After all, it's all the same wherever we are, just killing and robbing. What about you?" "Old Master?" Ishuebai inquired. Yuan Kuei remarked, "Whether to join or not is of little consequence to me. However, I have never heeded another's command throughout my life. Should I relinquish this firearm, it would likely herald our demise." Ishuebai concurred, stating, "I share your sentiment. Without the deterrent of our weapons, we would undoubtedly be 3 corpses by now. I do not trust this woman. Zhu Mengqing and the doctor have already taken 2 lives, and we have eliminated one as well. If we were to join them, who could guarantee that we would not face retribution? Moreover, they are likely the same group that attacked Tianxiang Building. Joining them would mean aligning ourselves with their conflict against Li Mingxing and his associates. Clearly, there is no advantage in joining forces with them." Xianghua scoffed. "That woman could be considered a benefit, perhaps." Ishuebai inquired, "Are you truly willing to join for her?" After a moment's hesitation, Xianghua resolutely declared, "I will stand with you. If you choose to join, I shall join as well. If you abstain, I too shall refrain. Damn it, when it comes to women and brothers, I will always select my brothers." Hearing this, Yishui Bai couldn't help but chuckle at the clumsy giant's candor. Han Jinjin asked once more, have you reached a decision? Will you join us? Should you choose to do so, I shall belong to one of you tonight, or perhaps all three of you together. Her fox-like eyes radiated charm and allure. However, Yishui Bai swallowed hard and replied, I apologize, but we may need more time to deliberate. Could you grant us a moment? Han Jinjin's expression turned steely. I'm afraid not. You have no time for consideration. You either join us, or you shall perish here. The choice between life and death lies solely with you. Her gaze had grown aggressive, leaving no room for hesitation. If we agree to join, may we retain our firearms? Yishui Bai asked. Han Jinjin flatly refused. No. If you wish to join, you must demonstrate your sincerity. I will not accept anything short of complete allegiance to me. This matter is non-negotiable. Yishui Bai felt a surge of anxiety. The situation had become exceedingly precarious. If they chose not to join, they would undoubtedly be besieged by the 30-odd death row inmates. Although Yuan Kuei wielded a firearm, the ammunition was insufficient to confront such a multitude. Conversely, should they opt to join, there was a significant risk that the moment they surrendered their weapons, Han Jinjin might renege, leaving the three of them vulnerable to attack from the other inmates. Were they truly willing to stake their lives on the promises of death row convicts? Even if Han Jinjin remained steadfast, becoming her subordinates would merely reduce them to expendable pawns in battle, with no assurance of survival. Currently, Yishui Bai finds himself in a precarious predicament, facing a dilemma where every choice seems to lead to an unsatisfactory outcome. Shui, what shall we do now? Xianghua inquired anxiously. Yishui Bai shook his head. I am at a loss as to what to do. Both paths seem to lead to ruin. Old man, do provide me with some guidance. Yuan Kuei remarked. Are you both afraid of death? What is there to fear? Xianghua scoffed. I am a man destined to perish. Yishui Bai concurred. Indeed, we are not far from death ourselves. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuei stated, in that case, it is my belief that it is better to perish by one's own hand than to fall victim to another's. At these words, a knowing smile graced Yishui Bai's lips. Ha ha ha, old man, you speak with wisdom. It is indeed preferable to die by our own hands. If that is the case, let us charge forth. Whether we succeed or not is left to fate. But if we must die, we should ensure to take a few others with us. We must not let our demise be in vain. With that, he brandished his nunchaku before him, casting a haughty gaze at Han Jinjin, and remarked, my lady, truth be told, your figure is undeniably alluring. As a man, I am tempted to sample your charms. However, it is regrettable that the three of us are made of sterner stuff, incapable of bowing down, thus serving under you is out of the question. Unlike those few gentlemen who would kneel for mere moments of pleasure, we are resolute. Our plan is set. We can either retreat and part ways, or if you insist on mutual destruction, then let it be so. We do not intend to claim victory, but we shall assuredly take a few with us. Yishui Bai's visage contorted into a fearsome expression, radiating a murderous intent. It was the first time he revealed such a terrifying countenance since arriving on this island. One befitting a killer. The nunchaku in his grasp sliced through the air, emitting a chilling whistle of impending violence. Xianghua, undeterred, wielded a baseball bat in one hand and a dagger in the other, exclaiming, Ha, little beauty, perhaps you and your companions may not be able to best us three. If we eliminate the others, you shall find no escape. I will pin you to the ground, allowing you to witness the true meaning of a formidable man. Yuan Kuei refrained from boasting, remaining silent, yet one hand grasped a gun while the other held a blood-stained steel pipe. The icy glint in his aged eyes radiated a ferocity that surpassed all. The three stood resolutely, prepared for a fight to the death. This formidable spirit instilled fear in the 30-odd condemned prisoners surrounding them, as they exchanged wary glances, none daring to step forward. Han Jinjin's gaze shifted from seductive allure to an icy, menacing glare. She cast a glance at the condemned prisoners surrounding her and spoke, Listen well, all of you. These three individuals are clearly intent on opposing us. We have already lost 3 brothers at their hands, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked. If any of you can slay one of them, I shall devote 3 days to him, during which I will be entirely his. He may indulge in me as he pleases. I can kneel before him, allowing him to relish every moment to the point of ecstasy. Therefore, if anyone wishes to possess me solely, now is your opportunity. Delay, and it shall be lost forever. As she spoke, Han Jinjin gracefully lifted the hem of her red skirt, revealing her fair, supple thigh. The condemned prisoners around her were instantly filled with rage and desire. Under such overwhelming temptation, none could resist. Suddenly, with a swift motion, one of the prisoners charged forward, brandishing a club, and lunged at Yishui Bai, shouting, Die! Jinjin is mine. I will have her for 3 days, and even if I perish, it will be worth it. Seeing this scene, the other prisoners were unwilling to be outdone. A chorus of shouts erupted as they launched a fierce assault on the 3 individuals. At that moment, with a swift motion, Yuan Kuei pivoted and raised his gun. Bang! A bullet shot forth with great speed. However, Yuan Kuei did not aim at any of the attacking prisoners, but rather at Han Jinjin herself. The bullet sped towards her head. As an experienced veteran, Yuan Kuei understood the principle of capturing the leader before subduing the followers. Since these prisoners were all under the woman's influence, eliminating her would diminish their ferocity. Yet, at the very moment the bullet was discharged, a massive figure suddenly interposed itself before Han Jinjin. It was the burly, dark-skinned man standing behind her. Puff! The bullet, originally aimed squarely at Han Jinjin's head, struck instead into the man's robust arm. Han Jinjin cried out in alarm, "Tian Gang, are you all right?" The man named Tian Gang merely grunted, his expression devoid of emotion. "Do not worry, I am fine. It is just a bullet. I have endured countless before." From the outset, Tian Gang had been closely observing Yuan Kuei. As soon as Yuan Kuei moved, he instantly grasped his intent and reacted in a heartbeat, placing himself between Han Jinjin and danger. Yuan Kuei was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly robust man possessed such keen combat awareness and swift reflexes. This fellow was certainly no ordinary individual. He must have undergone professional military training. Yuan Kuei, drawing upon his experience, swiftly assessed that this imposing, dark-skinned man ranked among the top 10 in combat prowess among those he had encountered. Keeping him alive will only bring disaster. With this thought, Yuan Kuei raised his gun, ready to eliminate the man and eradicate future troubles. However, at that moment, the remaining death row inmates surged forward, leaving Yuan Kuei no time to act. He could only lift a steel pipe to defend himself. In less than 10 seconds, the 3 of them were completely surrounded by the inmates. Countless clubs and steel pipes rained down upon them, while others wielded knives, stabbing fiercely at the trio. Ishui Bai swung his nunchaku to fend off the attackers, striking each assailant on the head with precision. Xiong Hua, armed with a baseball bat, swept through the chaos while repeatedly slashing with a dagger. Yuan Kuei held his sharp steel pipe, blocking and thrusting with determination. Under the pressure of impending death, the 3 of them unleashed unprecedented strength, showcasing remarkably fierce combat prowess. Yet, they were merely 3 ordinary humans, not superhumans, and facing over 30 attackers was akin to an ant shaking a tree. In just a few brief moments, Xiong Hua had been stabbed 4 times and struck by several blows. Ishui Bai also suffered a stab wound and endured multiple hits. Yuan Kuei managed to dodge some of the sharp knives but could not escape being struck by the steel pipes. The group was tightly packed, descending into a savage melee. As injuries mounted on both sides, madness enveloped them, with each side roaring and attacking their adversaries. In an instant, the air was filled with blood and screams. It was clear that if this continued, the only outcome would be defeat for Ishui Bai and his companions. As they faced the onslaught, Ishui Bai could no longer wield his nunchaku effectively. He drew his dagger, using the nunchaku to block attacks while fiercely stabbing at the man before him. Shouting, "Xiong Hua, old man, if we are to die, let us die together on the same day. Remember to take a few of them with us. Even in death, we must not go down in vain." Xiong Hua bellowed in response, "Don't worry, even if I have to bite, I'll take a few of those bastards with me." The battle had escalated to unprecedented brutality. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, 2 Molotov cocktails suddenly flew into the crowd, shattering among them. Instantly, the bottles exploded with a deafening crash, flames erupting and engulfing several death row inmates in a fierce blaze. The broken bottles sparked a massive fire. The inmates caught in the flames screamed in agony, fleeing in panic and abandoning their assault on Ishui Bai and his friends. The once silent city was now filled with their cries. The inmates rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Those who were not burned were now terrified, retreating in fear as they gazed at the sudden inferno, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Ishui Bai and his companions were engulfed in confusion, uncertain of the origin of the flames. Fortunately, being at the epicenter of the onslaught, they were spared from the flames' encroachment. Just as their bewilderment deepened, a sharp honking pierced the air. In an instant, 2 electric scooters sped towards them, arriving at their side with remarkable swiftness. The riders were none other than Zhang Haiping and Zhu Mengqing. With a swift motion, the scooters came to a halt before Ishui Bai and his group. Zhu Mengqing shouted, "Get in the car." The suddenness of the situation left no time for explanation, and they leaped onto the seats of the scooters. Xianghua plopped down behind Zhu Mingqing, while Ishuibai jumped onto Jiang Hyping's scooter, reaching out to pull Yuan Kuei up beside him. The two-person capacity of a single scooter was already cramped, leaving Yuan Kuei with no choice but to precariously balance on the rear axle. Hold on tight, Jiang Hyping urged, twisting the throttle to its maximum, and with a roar, they shot forward. Zhu Mingqing quickly followed suit. Upon witnessing their escape, Han Jinjin shouted, "Don't let them get away." The remaining prisoners, untouched by the flames, rushed after the two scooters. However, they had barely taken a few steps when, bang, a violent gunshot rang out. One of the prisoners fell lifelessly to the ground. The rest were momentarily taken aback and hesitated to pursue further. In that fleeting moment of chaos, the two scooters disappeared into the swirling black mist, leaving no trace behind. Watching the 5 individuals vanish before her eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossed Han Jinjin's face. These 5 are far stronger than I had anticipated. The next time we meet, they will undoubtedly be formidable adversaries. Observing Han Jinjin's troubled expression, Tiangang gently placed his enormous hand on her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, you will be safe." Feeling the warmth of Tiangang's hand, Han Jinjin found temporary solace. She took a few steps forward, gazing at the fallen prisoners. A glimmer of discontent began to surface in the eyes of the prisoners. Several had sustained burns, while others bore wounds from clubs, steel pipes, and knives. Out of more than 30, a significant portion bore injuries, not to mention the 2 who had been shot dead. The assault on the 3 had inflicted such extensive damage, which was utterly unacceptable. A collective sense of discontent filled the air, mingled with disappointment and anger. Murmurs of curses echoed through the crowd. Though directed at Ishuibai and his companions, the discontent was also an expression of dissatisfaction towards Han Jinjin. Han Jinjin gazed at the group of individuals, her tone softening as if she were soothing an irate boyfriend. "Are you all injured? I am truly heartbroken. Let us return swiftly. I shall tend to your wounds." She then paused deliberately, leaving all the condemned prisoners staring at her in confusion. At that moment, Han Jinjin slightly lifted the hem of her crimson gown and remarked, "All those who are injured, tonight you shall be my guests. I will ensure you are well compensated. This evening, you may indulge in whatever manner you desire." Her voice was laced with alluring charm and indulgence. The previously gloomy expressions of the prisoners suddenly brightened, filled with desire as they beheld Han Jinjin's graceful figure, causing them to salivate uncontrollably. Observing the success of her tactics, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in her eyes. However, behind her, Tiangang regarded her retreating silhouette, words unspoken, feeling both helpless and resigned. Ishuibai and Yuan Kuei rode on 2 electric scooters for over 10 minutes, ensuring that Han Jinjin and her entourage would not pursue them, before finally stopping by the roadside. Ishuibai and Yuan Kuei jumped off the scooters and collapsed onto the ground, both nursing injuries. Ishuibai had sustained several knife wounds, which were still bleeding. Meanwhile, Xianghua remained in the vehicle, his arms wrapped around Zhu Mingqing's slender waist, burying his head in her flowing red hair. Zhu Mingqing, displeased, said, "Hey, I say. You scoundrel, are you taking advantage of me at a time like this?" Xianghua chuckled, "Sister, you can't say that. You were riding so swiftly as a passenger. It is only reasonable to hold on to your waist to avoid falling off. If I truly wished to take advantage of you, my hands would not be resting there. I would reach a bit higher for more comfort." Zhu Mingqing retorted coldly, "If your hands dare to wander higher, I shall ensure they are severed. Release me. Get out of the vehicle," she commanded sharply. Faced with this fierce young woman, Xianghua dared not provoke her further. After all, with Gong Jia as a cautionary tale, he was wary of her formidable nature. Reluctantly, he released her and exited the vehicle, laughing, "Sister, I initially thought you to be a remarkably beautiful woman and genuinely desired to engage with you. However, after encountering that Han Jinjin, I must say, in my eyes, you have suddenly lost some of your allure. So rest assured, unless my desires become unbearable, I shall not trouble you." Zhu Mingqing shot him a glare. "I appreciate your candor." Xianghua's thoughts wandered again. "Ah, that woman is truly fiery. I cannot help but desire to claim her and indulge in her repeatedly." Ishuibai, exasperated, interjected, "I say, brother, with everything going on, your mind is still preoccupied with such base thoughts? Are you truly willing to risk your life for a woman? The woman is no ordinary foe. She is indeed a formidable character." Xianghua chuckled. "A man who meets his demise for the sake of a stunning beauty embodies the essence of manhood, does he not? Ha ha ha. Is it not said in ancient times that to die beneath a rose is to remain dashing even as a ghost?" Ishuibai interjected, That would be a peony. What does it matter to me what flower it is? As long as it is a flower. Xionghua's eyes sparkled with mischief, as if lost in delightful reverie. Jiang Haiping coldly regarded the multiple wounds on Xionghua's body and stated, "If you do not lie down and tend to your injuries, you shall soon meet your end." Upon hearing Jiang Haiping's words, Xianghua recalled that he was indeed battered and bruised. The recent melee had not only left him with numerous blows but also several deep cuts. Fortunately, his tough skin and robust physique had kept him alive. Had it been Yi Bai, he might have succumbed long ago. Blood continued to spout from Xionghua's wounds, prompting him to sit down hastily and apply pressure to the two most gushing holes. Jiang Haiping parked the vehicle, retrieved a backpack from the front compartment, and took out a first aid kit, preparing to attend to Yi Bai's bleeding. Xianghua shouted, "I say, doctor, should you not tend to me first? I am the most gravely injured." Jiang Haiping replied, "You appear to be in fine health to me." Xianghua erupted, "What kind of quack are you? I'm perfectly fine. The blood I've lost could mop the floor. Hurry and help me, or I swear I'll haunt you as a ghost." Reluctantly, Jiang Haiping began to treat Xionghua's wounds first. Although Yi Bai had been stabbed, his wound was minor, and he managed to apply pressure to stop the bleeding himself. Jiang Haiping cut open Xionghua's shirt to assess the wounds, then sprayed alcohol onto them. "Ouch! You bastard!" Xianghua cried out, nearly losing consciousness from the excruciating pain. "Are you attempting to murder me and feast upon my remains? This is intolerably painful." His dramatic display elicited laughter from both Yi Bai and Zhu Mingqing. "You had best endure it," Jiang Haiping advised. "I must disinfect the wounds." "This is not disinfection. You are torturing me," Xianghua exclaimed, sweat pouring down his forehead. "I would rather endure a few more cuts than suffer this agony." "Then shall we forego disinfection?" Jiang Haiping inquired, scrutinizing him. "Their weapons may not be clean. You could become infected, and there is a significant risk of tetanus." Listening to Jiang Haiping, Xianghua gritted his teeth. "Fine, proceed. May this disinfectant end me." Thus, Jiang Haiping continued to spray alcohol, and Xianghua could only bear the pain, beads of sweat streaming down his brow. Yi Bai chuckled, "Old Xiong, shall we find a chess set? And while you're bandaged, we can play a game." "I do not know how to play chess," Xianghua retorted. "Perhaps if Ming Ming performed a dance for me, it might distract me and alleviate my suffering." "Get lost," Zhu Mingqing scolded. Yi Bai, weary of continuing to jest with Xianghua, remarked, "Today, we are fortunate to have both of you. Otherwise, the three of us would have truly perished at their hands." "How did they manage to emerge?" Jiang Haiping, while tending to his wounds, replied, "I have no idea where they came from. They entered while we were still inside the building. We managed to eliminate 2 of them and temporarily escaped, but we could only carry 2 bags. The rest of our supplies were seized by that group. We feared your return and an encounter with them, so we kept watch nearby." Zhu Mingqing added, "Fortunately, we found some liquor in another building, and the doctor fashioned a few Molotov cocktails. Without that, we would have been unable to save you. The disparity in numbers was simply too great." Yi Bai remarked, "It seems we have forged an enmity with them, and our next meeting will be a battle to the death." Zhu Mingqing responded, "The prospect of conflict is manageable, considering the vastness of this town and the pervasive black fog. As long as we remain concealed, we are not easily discovered. However, our supplies will only last for another 2 days. We must seek additional provisions, or survival will become insurmountable." "Do not worry about the supplies," Yi Bai interjected. "We entered the building with the electric lights yesterday. The resources there are ample enough for sustenance, even sufficient for a multi-day banquet. Moreover, the residents there have been inviting us to join them." Yi Bai then recounted the events surrounding Li Mingxing, including the emergence of the mutated humans. Zhu Mingqing and Jiang Haiping listened intently, their brows furrowing in concern. Yi Bai inquired, "What shall we decide? Should we join them or contemplate other options?" Zhu Mingqing pondered for a moment and responded, "They have abundant supplies and a considerable number of personnel. Joining them does not seem a poor choice. Presently, there are 3 factions in this town, including us, and we are the weakest. Rather than confront those condemned criminals, it may be wiser to align with the residents of that building. As you mentioned, they are normal citizens, which is far safer than dealing with criminals. But joining them implies we would have to confront those condemned criminals together," Yi Bai cautioned. "After all, that group has already set their sights on the building." Zhu Mingqing countered, "Even if we do not join them, we are still likely to encounter those criminals." Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully and turned to the doctor, asking, "What is your opinion?" Jiang Haiping responded calmly, The nearby residential buildings have been thoroughly scavenged by that group of criminals. There is hardly any resource left. Our options are limited. Our primary goal must be survival. However, can we truly trust the Li Mingxing you mentioned? Yi Shuibai chuckled in this thick fog. Who can be trusted? He certainly does not trust us either. Yet at least, on the surface, we can maintain a semblance of peace and maneuverability. Jiang Haiping pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, I agree to join. Perhaps I might even procure some fine ingredients there." Yi Shuibai remarked, "Doctor, why do you always contemplate consuming human flesh? Instead, let us wait until we have dispatched those condemned criminals. You may choose one among them to feast upon." Jiang Haiping shook his head. "Those men are foul and repugnant, certainly not fit for consumption." "What about that woman? She seems to possess tender flesh." Yi Shuibai chuckled. Xianghua interjected, "Doctor, that woman is mine. Even if you wish to partake of her, let me enjoy her first. If I cannot have her, I shall die with regret." Jiang Haiping scoffed. "Women like that are even more odious than men. I shan't lay a finger on her." Xianghua grinned with satisfaction. "That is splendid. Once we capture her, I can savor her at my leisure." Observing Xianghua, the lecherous fiend, Yi Shuibai shook his head. "You, my friend, are bound to face dire consequences because of your obsession with women. Let us agree then. Once the doctor has treated our wounds, we shall head to Tianxiang building and join their ranks. However, this means we will become Li Mingxing's henchmen, living under another's roof and beholden to them." Zhu Minqing smiled. "It's merely temporary. In the end, it remains uncertain who will suffer and who will benefit." After a brief discussion, the five of them unanimously decided to join Li Mingxing's camp, thus becoming members of Tianxiang building. Although their medical supplies were insufficient, Jiang Haiping managed to staunch Yi Shuibai and Xianghua's wounds, at least halting the bleeding. As for the blunt force injuries, Xianghua was rugged enough to withstand them, while Yi Shuibai's physique could endure as well. Conversely, Yuan Kuei, due to his advanced age, suffered from bruising on his skin from these superficial injuries. It would likely take him a good 10 days to recover fully. After tending to their wounds and resting for a while, the group dressed and tidied themselves to avoid revealing their injuries. They then mounted their electric bikes and made their way directly to the exterior of Tianxiang building. Upon learning of their return, Li Mingxing personally descended to the ground floor, accompanied by Wang Ming and a host of subordinates to welcome them. "Ha ha ha, my young brothers, I knew you would return. We are kindred spirits." Li Mingxing, clad in a pristine white suit, exuded the aura of a charismatic leader. His gaze swept over Jiang Haiping and Zhu Minqing before lingering on Zhu Minqing, a hint of amusement playing across his features. "Young brother, are these your other two companions?" Yi Shuibai promptly introduced. "This is Zhu Minqing, and this is Jiang Haiping, an exceptionally talented physician." "Excellent, excellent. A doctor is precisely the talent we lack here." Li Mingxing spoke with a sudden seriousness. "However, my dear friends, there are some harsh truths I must express up front. Your joining my ranks is, of course, a cause for my utmost delight. Yet, as you are aware, we find ourselves ensnared in this wretched fog, where the unpredictable lurks around every corner, and the potential for mutations remains an ever-present threat. Therefore, shortly, I shall require my associates to conduct a thorough examination of your persons to ensure that no alterations have occurred. Furthermore, henceforth, you shall undergo daily inspections, just like the other inhabitants of this edifice. Should any mutations arise..." Li Mingxing paused, casting a meaningful glance at the group. "You understand my implications, I trust?" Yi Shuibai, Xianghua, Jiang Haiping, Yuan Kuei, and Zhu Minqing exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. However, they recognized the absence of better alternatives, and should mutations indeed manifest, they would have to accept their misfortune. Thus, Yi Shuibai nodded. "I comprehend your intentions. We are amenable to your conditions." "Ha." Upon hearing Yi Shuibai's response, Li Mingxing erupted into applause and laughter. "That is splendid. We welcome your inclusion. With your presence, our establishment shall soar to new heights." He gestured for them to enter, guiding the five into the building. Following Li Mingxing, Yi Shuibai and the others ascended the staircase to the second floor. The lights on this level illuminated the surroundings, casting a bright glow within the space. The ordinary residents of the building gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the arrival of these five newcomers. Several men cast glances towards Zhu Minqing, their eyes brimming with desire, for her beauty was truly remarkable among the residents, accentuated by her striking red hair. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Mingxing pointed towards several private rooms, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, in the presence of everyone here, please proceed to undergo your examinations." As the overseer of this establishment, it is imperative that I maintain the confidence of all. Naturally, Ishuebai and his companions had no grounds for refusal. They approached the 5 designated rooms, preparing for the inspections. Li Mingxing assigned 2 women to examine Zhu Meiqing, while the remaining 4 men were designated for the other checks. As Ishuebai entered his room, 2 robust men soon followed, their physiques indicating a background in physical training, though they did not appear overly imposing. Surprisingly, the 2 bore an uncanny resemblance, as if sculpted from the same mold. Ishuebai chuckled. It seems you 2 are twins. The twin brothers displayed little warmth. One replied coldly, I am Song Qinghao, and this is my brother Song Cheng'an. We were both athletes in our pasts, and we are not to be trifled with. The implications were clear. Ishuebai smiled amicably, remarking, You 2 possess quite robust physiques. It appears you are adept at combat. In response to Ishuebai's friendly demeanor, the 2 remained icy and unyielding. Song Qinghao urged, Enough of the pleasantries. Hasten and remove your clothing. Who knows if you have undergone any mutations? If so, we must expel you forthwith. Song Cheng'an echoed the sentiment. Indeed, hurry and disrobe. We need to conduct a thorough examination. A flicker of displeasure crossed Ishuebai's gaze. Yet, being in a position of dependence, he acquiesced. He retrieved his nunchaku and a dagger from his waist, placing them at his feet before gradually shedding his garments. Soon, he stood completely bare, revealing only his flesh. Unperturbed by the presence of the 2 men, Ishuebai confidently extended his arms, declaring, Please, examine me thoroughly. I certainly do not wish to mutate without my own knowledge. The brothers scrutinized Ishuebai with steely gazes, taking in the bandaged wounds and bruises adorning his body. Song Qinghao inquired, Have you been stabbed? Ishuebai replied with a smile, In this thick fog, danger lurks everywhere. Sustaining minor injuries is hardly remarkable. The brothers fell silent, continuing their meticulous appraisal of Ishuebai, feeling the intensity of their stares, which resembled the probing of a scanner. Ishuebai sensed an underlying animosity, as if they were determined to unearth some fault within him. I say, my physique is rather limited. You have been scrutinizing me for quite some time, surely you have seen enough? The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, their teeth clenched ominously. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Song Qinghao closed the distance, his gaze filled with palpable menace. Ishuebai could even discern the crimson veins coursing through his fierce eyes, a wave of danger washing over him. Song Qinghao menacingly questioned, I ask you, have you come into contact with my Z? My Z? At the mention of the name, Ishuebai momentarily faltered before recollecting the girl who had been assigned to him by Li Mingxing the previous night, the exceedingly forward young woman. Observing Song Qinghao's expression, Ishuebai sensed a peculiar connection between Mai Zi and the 2 brothers. Nodding, he confirmed, Indeed, I was with the girl named Mai Zi last night. Do you know her? You dare touch her? Song Qinghao bellowed, charging forward. Fortunately, Song Qinghao intervened, preventing what might have escalated into a physical altercation. Song Qinghao glared at Ishuebai, declaring, I warn you, this fellow, Mai Zi, is our friend. If you dare to lay a finger on her again, we will ensure you pay dearly for it. Ishuebai began to comprehend the fervor that fueled the 2 brothers. He glanced at them with a smirk, replying, Friends? If that were merely the case, I doubt you both would exhibit such a monumental reaction. It seems that the lady named Mai Zi has captured your affections. How amusing. 2 brothers falling for the same girl. Truly a testament to your twinship. Song Qinghao retorted, This is none of your concern. In any case, you are forbidden from approaching her again. Do you hear me? Otherwise, we will make you regret it. Ishuebai scoffed dismissively. Make me regret it? I must remind you. Gentlemen, I'm a guest of your Captain Li. Should you choose to confront me, I fear Captain Li will not take kindly to your actions. Such a threat was of no consequence to Song Qinghao, who merely chuckled coldly. Let me make this clear. Do not think that having the captain's backing grants you the freedom to act recklessly. You are, after all, an outsider. I know this building far better than you, and I could orchestrate your demise without a hint of suspicion falling upon me. From this day forth, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from Mai Zi. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. Ishuebai regarded Song Qinghao's menacing expression and replied, How should I address you too? Why do you insist on troubling me? That lady, Mai Zi, was not of my choosing. She was willingly offered to me by your Captain Li. Moreover, aside from myself, there must be hundreds, if not dozens, who have shared her bed, including your dear Captain Li, who has likely enjoyed her company countless times. Why the indignation, my young friends? Your Mai Zi has long been a well-sampled delicacy. My presence adds neither to her worth nor detracts from it. As he spoke, Ishui Bai wore a triumphant smile. In an instant, the faces of Song Qinghao and Song Cheng had paled, their rage obliterating their reason. "You're courting death," Song Qinghao shouted, raising his fist to strike Ishui Bai. However, in that moment, Ishui Bai swiftly kicked, sending a dagger at his feet, soaring into the air. With a deft motion, he evaded Song Qinghao's punch, catching the dagger mid-flight and pressing the cold blade against Song Qinghao's throat. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. Song Qinghao and Song Qing'an were caught off guard. The tables had turned, and the initiative lay entirely in Ishui Bai's hands. "What do you intend to do? If you dare to kill, I will fight you to the death," shouted Song Cheng'an. Yet, with Song Qinghao's neck under the knife's edge, he dared not approach, fearing Ishui Bai's lethal intent. Ishui Bai cast a disdainful glance at the two twins and remarked, "You two, do you truly believe you are worthy of challenging me? To eliminate you would merely require a flick of my hand. However, for the sake of officerly today, I shall spare your lives, otherwise. This spectacle would be rather unsightly. But heed my words. From this moment forth, whenever you see me, steer clear. I am not someone you can provoke with impunity. I am a condemned prisoner. You are in no position to threaten me. Should you dare approach me again with your idle chatter, I shall disregard any favor from officerly and send you both to meet the King of Hell. Now, be gone." Upon finishing his words, Ishui Bai delivered a swift kick to Song Qinghao's back, sending him flying. Stumbling, Song Qinghao struggled to maintain his balance and was about to fall when Song Cheng'an rushed forward to steady him. The two glared furiously at Ishui Bai. Ishui Bai shot them a fierce glare, prompting them to quickly avert their eyes, too intimidated to continue their confrontation. Logically, such threats would warrant immediate retribution from Ishui Bai. However, on one hand, they had just arrived in this building, and committing murder upon entry would indeed be excessive. On the other hand, although the brothers appeared somewhat robust, they lacked any real combat experience and were hardly formidable opponents, merely two simpletons. Thus, Ishui Bai chose to let them off for the time being. The brothers, now too afraid to threaten Ishui Bai further, watched as he donned his attire and exited the private room. Outside, Yuan Kuei, Xiong Hua, and Zhu Minqing had already conducted their inspections. It was only Zhong Haiping, whose suit took considerable time to clean, who finally emerged after a few more minutes. Following the completion of the inspections, the five did not exhibit any signs of mutation. Consequently, Li Mingxing erupted into hearty laughter, clapping his hands. "Excellent. From this moment on, you five shall be our brothers. We will share both trials and tribulations. Everyone in this building is family. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall host a banquet tonight to warmly welcome you. Wang Ming, please escort these five friends upstairs to their accommodations." Wang Ming had been engrossed in his phone, his thumb scrolling back and forth. Upon hearing Li Mingxing's command, he temporarily set his phone aside and led Ishui Bai and the others upwards. Initially, Wang Ming intended to arrange several rooms for them, given that the upper floor was formerly a hotel with ample single and double rooms. However, Ishui Bai and his companions preferred to stay together, so they opted for a spacious family suite with 3 rooms, where they settled in. Wang Ming ushered 5 individuals into the room, and while scrolling through his phone, he asked expressionlessly, "Is there anything else you require? If so, I can arrange for someone to bring it to you." After the chaotic battle, Zhang Haiping was the first to inquire, "Do you have a record player? And records too, preferably classical music. While I appreciate Beethoven, I find myself more inclined towards Bach's compositions." Wang Ming, perplexed, shook his head in confusion. "We do not possess such items." Ishui Bai then glanced at Wang Ming's phone, intrigued. "Hey, where did you get that phone?" "It's mine," Wang Ming replied. "I purchased it 2 years ago." Ishui Bai shrugged. "What I meant was, does it still work? Is there any signal?" Wang Ming shook his head. "There is no signal. I cannot receive or make calls, and even the Bluetooth signal fails to transmit." Ishui Bai surveyed the surrounding mist, which, although illuminated by the light, still floated hazily in the air, resembling tendrils of smoke. It seemed evident that this fog possessed a remarkable ability to obstruct signals. Ishui Bai queried, "Then what are you doing with a phone that has no signal?" Xiong Hua chuckled. "What else could he be doing? Of course, he must be watching films. Haha. This guy has surely downloaded a ton of movies on his phone, right?" Wang Ming, dismissive of the lewd Xiong Hua, replied blandly, "I read novels. I have downloaded many. As long as there is battery, it can occupy my time for quite a while." "What novels do you read?" Ishui Bai leaned closer. Wang Ming responded, "The card game of the Ghost Slayer. Is it good?" "Meh." Wang Ming shook his head. Xiong Hua interjected, "Ishui, why are you asking so much? You don't even have a phone." Suddenly, he looked at Wang Ming with a conspiratorial air. Say, buddy, do you have any films on that phone? I haven't watched anything in ages. If you do, could you lend me a peek? Just half an hour would suffice. Yishui Bai laughed. Half an hour? I reckon a few minutes would be enough for you. Get lost, Xiong Hua retorted, speechless. Wang Ming shook his head. I only have novels on my phone, nothing else. If you have further requests, feel free to approach me. If not, I shall take my leave. With that, he clutched his phone and turned to exit the room. Observing Wang Ming's broad back, Xiong Hua remarked, this fellow must be a formidable fighter, but he is utterly dull. There's no excitement in him. Meanwhile, in a room of an apartment building, darkness enveloped the space, save for a row of candles flickering beside a massive bed. The warm glow of the candles illuminated the contours of a woman, revealing her exquisite and slender form. Han Jinjin lay languidly on the bed, as if all her strength had been depleted, contorted into a beguiling shape. Her gaze was dreamy and vague, as if her consciousness had drifted far beyond the earthly realm. Floating in the skies above, the items within the room lay in a state of disarray, each one wrinkled and chaotic. Everything that Han Jinjin had just experienced seemed to be entwined in this tangled mess. The entire chamber was enveloped in a misty, damp atmosphere, as if draped with dew. Tian Gang approached the bedside, his imposing shadow casting a vast darkness over Han Jinjin. In his eyes, there flickered an abundance of helplessness and sighs. Jinjin, why must you choose this path? Upon hearing Tian Gang's words, Han Jinjin's consciousness stirred slightly. She abruptly sat up, gazing up at him with pleading eyes. Will you despise me? Will you find me unclean, unworthy of belonging solely to you? Tian Gang's gaze momentarily faltered as he replied, I would never despise you, yet I do not condone your actions. Han Jinjin countered, but in this fog, is there a better way? Tian Gang asserted, I can protect you, just the two of us, anywhere we choose to go, as long as I am by your side. No one can harm you, provided you are willing to come with me. He lowered his gaze to meet Han Jinjin's, revealing a sincere glimmer in his eyes. Yet, Han Jinjin responded, no, I do not wish to leave. I want to survive, but not merely as an ordinary person. Tian Gang, this is our opportunity. This place is shrouded in mist, devoid of order, without government or police. Here, we can do anything we desire. We can form our own faction and continuously devour others. Growing ever stronger, we can dominate this fog. We can become its rulers. As she spoke, Han Jinjin extended her delicate fingers to intertwine with Tian Gang's robust, calloused hand. As if inviting him, or perhaps pleading, Tian Gang, let us together reign over this mist and create a grander world, shall we? Tian Gang, observing the avarice gleaming in Han Jinjin's eyes, cautioned, Jinjin, if you continue down this path, your desires will consume you. I am not afraid. Han Jinjin laughed. I believe I can master my desires. With that, her tender hand pressed forward, finally locking fingers with Tian Gang's. She looked at his impassive face, then offered a playful smile. Tian Gang, together, let us seize what we desire. Once we become the rulers of this world, I will belong to you forever. I will be yours alone. As night descended, the outside world was plunged into darkness. Yet, the Tianxiang building was ablaze with light, its private rooms adorned with a splendid array of fine wines and dishes. Li Mingxing was warmly welcoming the 5 newcomers who had joined that day. Faced with a table laden with delectable delicacies, Xianghua wasted no time in indulging himself, devouring the feast with abandon, leaving his lips glistening with grease and savor. Others remained remarkably composed, particularly Jiang Haiping, who, even as a death row inmate, had not savored such exquisite cuisine in years. Yet, he delicately savored each morsel, meticulously slicing the steak into small pieces, as if attending a soiree of the elite. Observing these individuals, Li Mingxing's gaze revealed a sense of admiration. The most direct method to ascertain a person's excellence is to expose them to the temptations of desire. The sumptuous banquet laid before them undoubtedly possessed a formidable allure for those on death row. However, Yishui Bai and Jiang Haiping, in the face of such indulgence, remained unflinching, displaying neither greed nor the gratitude of one receiving charity, as if this were the natural order of things. Li Mingxing began to narrow his eyes slightly, realizing that encountering these 5 individuals was akin to drawing 5 winning cards. 52, you are now officially welcome to the Tianxiang building, my brothers. Li Mingxing rose, raising his glass with a smile. Today, your joining brings me immense joy. You are all talents, and with your presence, we shall strengthen our resolve amidst this fog of uncertainty. Rest assured, I, Li Mingxing, value brotherhood above all, and shall never treat you unjustly." In response, Ishui Bai and the others raised their glasses in return. At that moment, Li Mingxing approached Zhu Mingqing from behind, his hand casually resting on her shoulder. Leaning in slightly, almost brushing against her face, he spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Fear not, my dear, for I hold brotherhood in high esteem. And I am equally attentive to the fairer sex." Zhu Mingqing's expression soured instantly. She shot a cold glance at Li Mingxing and retorted, "Do you know why I became a death row inmate?" Li Mingxing chuckled. "I would be eager to hear the tale." Zhu Mingqing replied, "Because a man laid his hands on me, and in that moment, I killed him." Her tone was fiercely stern, laced with a hint of menace, immediately alerting Wang Ming beside her. Yet, Li Mingxing remained unfazed, retracting his hand from Zhu Mingqing's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, you truly are a spirited woman. Remarkable." He then returned to his seat. Soon, the banquet concluded, and after bidding farewell to Li Mingxing, Ishui Bai and the others retreated to their respective rooms. The ambience of their suite, of course, was far from the brilliant lights of the dinner. Only a few dim bulbs cast a soft glow, preventing them from being engulfed in darkness. They harbored no objections to this. Being under someone else's roof, even a glimmer of light was a rare blessing. The five of them reclined languidly on the living room sofa, sated and at ease. Only Jiang Haiping maintained an upright posture. Xianghua, puffing on a cigarette, chuckled. "Hey, do you think we'll have such feasts every day from now on? This is certainly a far cry from our days in prison." Ishui Bai replied, "What a fanciful notion. Today is merely a welcome banquet, a bit more extravagant than usual. Do you genuinely expect to dine like this daily?" "Indeed. We ought to be a bit more considerate." Xianghua nodded. "At least now we have plenty of cigarettes to smoke. Chief Li is quite generous. He arrived and immediately gifted us a whole pack. Quite the lavish gesture." At this point, Xianghua began cursing again. "Damn it. Just thinking about those death row inmates makes me furious. All the food and drink we painstakingly gathered, along with the liquor, were snatched away by those scoundrels." Ishui Bai remarked, "Such is the nature of this world. The weak are devoured by the strong. We can only blame our own inadequacies." Xianghua vowed, "Just wait. Once my injuries heal, I'll avenge this grievance by slaughtering those death row inmates and claiming that woman for myself." Ishui Bai laughed. "Enough of your obsession with her. Remember, lust is a double-edged sword." As they conversed, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Ishui Bai went to answer it, revealing Wang Ming standing outside. "Is there something you need?" Ishui Bai inquired. Wang Ming replied, "Chief Li wishes to invite Ms. Zhu for a chat." All eyes turned toward Zhu Mingqing. Xianghua grinned. "It seems Chief Li has taken a liking to you, my future chief's wife." Zhu Mingqing shot Xianghua a fierce glare before asserting, "Is Chief Li only inviting me?" "Yes, just you," Wang Ming confirmed. "However, he assures you that he will not offend you in any way." With that, Wang Ming produced a revolver from his pocket, stating, "This is a gift from Chief Li, equipped with 6 bullets. He instructed me to inform you that should he ever act inappropriately, you are free to shoot." "Wow," Xianghua exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "This guy certainly spares no expense in his pursuits." He looked at Zhu Mingqing. "So, Mingqing, are you going or not?" Zhu Mingqing was reluctant to go. Yet, faced with such a display from Li Mingxing, she felt that declining would make her seem cowardly. Resolutely, she stood up, saying, "Why not? What man have I not encountered? Am I to be afraid?" With that, she approached the door, accepting the revolver from Wang Ming, checking the bullets before stepping outside. Wang Ming then addressed Ishui Bai and the others. "The chief asked me to inquire if you require women. I can arrange for that immediately." Yuan Kuei and Jiang Haiping remained silent, displaying no interest. Just as Ishui Bai was about to decline, Xianghua excitedly interjected, "Absolutely. Send me a young lady. Preferably different from yesterday. I prefer women with a fuller figure." Ishui Bai now remarked, "Old bear, you've only just been injured today, and your body is riddled with wounds. Is this how you carry on?" Xianghua chuckled, "It doesn't hinder me. A few cuts, one delay matters." Ishui Baidao could only shake his head in exasperation. Under Wang Ming's guidance, Zhu Mingqing entered a room. Upon pushing the door open, she was greeted by the mesmerizing glow of candlelight and a warm atmosphere. A plush large bed occupied one corner, while adjacent to it stood a sofa and a small coffee table. On the table lay a bottle of red wine, a solitary candle, and 2 glass goblets. Li Mingxing sat on the sofa, indulging in a cigar as he awaited Zhu Mingqing's arrival. Upon seeing her enter, he promptly rose, displaying a broad smile. "Miss Zhu, you've arrived. Please, take a seat." Zhu Mingqing, feeling at ease, stepped further into the room and settled onto the sofa, inquiring, Chiefly, what is the purpose of your invitation? The ambience here seems rather unsettling. Unsettling? Li Mingxing chuckled. I meticulously arranged this setting. Isn't it atmospheric? If only I had flowers, I would have scattered rose petals across the bed. What a romantic scene that would have been. Zhu Mingqing maintained her stern demeanor. Haha. Chiefly, you certainly have your ways. It seems you've had your fair share of flings with young ladies. Ah, let us not overdo it. Truth be told, I'm a simple man, devoid of intricate schemes, he replied, taking a seat beside her while maintaining a respectful distance. He crossed his legs and, illuminated by the candlelight, scrutinized Zhu Mingqing's features, saying earnestly, Miss Zhu, you are truly beautiful, especially your eyes, which possess a hint of defiance. Quite charming. I shan't beat around the bush any longer. The sole reason I summoned you here is that I wish to be intimate with you, he declared boldly. Zhu Mingqing's heart skipped a beat. She had not anticipated such directness from this man. Chiefly, you are indeed straightforward, she replied with a smile. I expected you would first lay some groundwork, perhaps shower me with sweet words to lull me before making your move. Isn't that the usual approach for men? Li Mingxing laughed. Miss Zhu, it is true that I am a man of desires, but I am not a rogue. Do not forget my position. I am a police officer. As he spoke, he raised his glass in a toast. Zhu Mingqing followed suit but hesitated momentarily. Rest assured, there are no substances in this wine. It's quite challenging to procure such narcotics nowadays, he assured her. With that, Zhu Mingqing dispelled her doubts and took a small sip. Nevertheless, her focus remained on the handgun at her waist. Should anything feel amiss, she would not hesitate to draw and fire. However, there seems to be no issue with this wine. After taking a small sip, Zhu Mingqing did not experience any discomfort. She inquired, Captain Li, could you elucidate why you desire to sleep with me? Li Mingxing replied, It's quite simple. You are a woman, and you are beautiful. Is that all? Zhu Mingqing expressed surprise. Indeed, that is all. I expected you to utter some nonsense about love at first sight. Ha ha. Li Mingxing laughed heartily. Miss Zhu, we are no longer children. Let us dispense with such tricks. Between men and women, it is merely a matter of physical attraction. There is no such thing as love at first sight. To be frank, I have slept with every woman of reasonable beauty in this entire building, excluding the elderly and children. I even engaged with a girl weighing 180 pounds, simply to experience what it felt like. A hint of disdain flickered in Zhu Mingqing's eyes. Captain Li, you truly are indiscriminate in your appetites. Unfazed by her judgment, Li Mingxing chuckled. This is not about indiscretion. It is about living in a state of intoxicated oblivion. Ha ha ha, Miss Zhu, what kind of existence are we leading? We dwell within a fog, where monsters may emerge at any moment, and we ourselves might transform into monsters. Perhaps tomorrow, I might succumb to death, and everything will vanish. So why not indulge while we are alive, living as we wish? The bed is right here. If you desire, we can commence immediately. There is no need for pretense of affection. We exist in the face of death and oblivion. There is no other reason. You are a woman, I am a man. So why not cherish the fleeting moments we have? Listening to Li Mingxing's words, Zhu Mingqing's thoughts began to blur. As he stated, they were indeed individuals who could perish at any moment. Why not relish the remaining days and fully embrace life? Zhu Mingqing returned to the suite, her cheeks flushed. Yi Shuibai and the others were in the living room. Jiang Haiping was perusing a book. Yuan Kue had his eyes closed, seemingly meditating, while Yi Shuibai twirled a dagger in his hand, practicing the dexterity of his fingers. Xianghua, donned in a loose robe, sat with his legs crossed. Smoking a cigarette, his expression decidedly lewd. Upon noticing Zhu Mingqing's return, Xianghua immediately grinned. Oh, back already? How is Captain Li's prowess? He looks so robust. He must be quite vigorous. Zhu Mingqing shot him a disdainful glance. What nonsense are you spouting? I did nothing. Xianghua, with an incredulous expression, replied. Your face is flushed to that extent. How could you claim you did nothing? It is perfectly normal between men and women. Did I not just enjoy myself with a young lady? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Shuibai broke into a sinister laugh. Old bear. You only lasted 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Yi Shuibai? Xianghua immediately seethed with anger, feeling deeply insulted. I've already mentioned that this is not my usual standard. I am injured today. Do you understand what that means? You can't just judge based on appearances. It's perfectly normal to have a mere 3 minutes occasionally. Yi Shuibai, casually crossing his legs, adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Say whatever you wish. I've noted your 3 minutes. You scoundrel, Yi Shuibai? Xianghua cursed in frustration. Yi Shuibai chuckled a few times before quickly adopting a serious tone. All right, The jesting is done. Let us discuss serious matters. Serious matters? Xianghua questioned, puzzled. What serious matters are there? Do we have anything of significance to address? Ishuibai replied. We are currently settled here, but must we remain indefinitely? Ultimately, we know little about this building. Most importantly, how much supplies does Li Mingxing have hoarded? Xianghua remarked. He must have a lot, considering he treated us to lavish feasts. Surely, he has ample provisions. Are we supposed to seek an opportunity to probe his resources? Ishuibai nodded. Indeed, we ought to investigate his stockpile. I am genuinely curious about the treasures hidden within his warehouse. At that moment, Jiang Haiping, who had been engrossed in his reading, lifted his head and said, I have examined the elevator equipment. Above this floor, there are 4 additional floors. Yet it appears no one resides above us. If I am correct, those upper floors are likely designated for storage. Yuan Kuei, eyes closed, added. The stairway leading up is heavily guarded, with at least 15 individuals stationed there. Li Mingxing places great importance on the upper levels. Xianghua was taken aback. When did you two learn all this? Yuan Kuei replied nonchalantly, a glance is all it takes. There is nothing complicated about it. Xianghua shook his head, bewildered by their thought processes. Ishuibai remarked, thus, our chances of ascending to the upper floors are virtually non-existent. They are under tight security. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Although Li Mingxing's storage was directly above them, it was highly improbable that they could simply break through the ceiling. Moreover, they lacked the necessary equipment. Just as Ishuibai was about to sigh, Yuan Kuei unexpectedly interjected. Actually, there is another way to reach the upper floors. Another way? Xianghua inquired. What route? The heavenly path? The stairway is heavily guarded. However, Ishuibai and the others had already grasped Yuan Kuei's implication. Ishuibai said, what the old man means is that we could climb up from the outside. What? Xianghua exclaimed in shock. Climb from the outside? Brother, we are on the 10th floor. If you slip while climbing, you will. Ishuibai nodded, acknowledging the danger. Exactly. It would be fatal. You would be shattered to pieces. In the deep of night, the 5 of them instinctively gathered by the window, opening it to gaze outside. The world outside is shrouded in darkness, enveloped by a dense black mist. Gazing down from the outer wall, one can only perceive the sheer verticality of the abyss. Standing amidst an endless void of obscurity, it is as though they are not perched atop a towering edifice, but rather teetering on the precipice of a cliff, with the expanse beyond resembling an infinite sea of clouds. Peering into the unfathomable blackness below, Xianghua begins to shake his head in trepidation. Should he plummet, he would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. The others, however, are less preoccupied with the height of their perch. Jiang Haiping leans forward, illuminating the outer wall with his flashlight, remarking, the exterior is adorned with decorative scaffolding and various window ledges, which can serve as handholds and footholds. If we ascend these ledges, we should be able to reach the upper levels. Yuan Kuei nods in agreement. Indeed, this location is quite suitable for climbing. Certainly more so than the prison walls. Are you really going to climb? Are you out of your mind? Xianghua vigorously shakes his head. I, for one, will not attempt such a feat despite his robust physique and greater strength compared to the others. Climbing is not within Xianghua's repertoire. He would struggle to execute even 10 pull-ups before succumbing to exhaustion. Yuan Kuei also shakes his head in resignation. Typically, I could manage it, but today, having sustained an injury, I fear I might falter. Jiang Haiping calmly sets down his book. I can ascend. The difficulty is trivial. Then I shall join you. Ishuibai declares, shaking out his arms, ready for the challenge. Zhu Mingqing expresses her concern. Ishuibai, you are injured as well. Climbing the outer wall now is perilous. Ishuibai reassures her with a smile. This injury is minor, and it will not hinder my movement. Rest assured. I shall be fine. With that, he lightly leaps onto the window ledge, grinning at the others. Now, let us discover what treasures lie hidden within Li Mingxing's cavern. With a swift motion, he bites down on his flashlight and leaps aside, landing gracefully on the air conditioning unit outside the building. Although the distance is not great, he handles it with ease, yet the audacity of his action sends a wave of fear through Xianghua. While unafraid of confrontation or wielding a knife, he cannot overcome his acrophobia, making such extreme sports insurmountable for him. Ishuibai has ventured out. Jiang Haiping follows suit, climbing onto the window ledge and flipping over the wall, extending his hand to grasp the upper edge of the window ledge, pulling himself up entirely. The Tianxiang building, erected over a decade ago, retains its old architectural style on the exterior, adorned with various decorative iron frameworks, thus facilitating the ascent for Ishuibai and Jiang Haiping. Had the Tianxiang building been a modern office structure with a facade of flat glass, unless they possessed the abilities of Spider-Man, scaling it would be an impossibility. Zhu Mingqing and Yuan Kuei peer out of the window, anxiously observing the scene above, as Yishui Bai and Jiang Haiping clutched their flashlights. They navigated along the outer wall, ascending carefully atop various supports, window ledges, and air conditioning units. Despite his injury, Yishui Bai found himself amidst a seemingly bottomless chasm. The night sky, draped in darkness, howled with the wind, tugging at their garments. In that moment, Yishui Bai and Jiang Haiping appeared like tattered rags clinging to the wall, at risk of being swept away by the gusts. Yishui Bai grasped the metal framework, inching upward, surprised by Jiang Haiping's audacity to climb in such perilous circumstances. "Doctor, your skills are quite commendable," he muttered through gritted teeth as he persevered. Jiang Haiping remained composed, explaining, "The difficulty of climbing this outer wall is not considerable. The footholds are in close proximity. Even a high school student could manage it. The only challenge lies in the height, which can induce fear. Once fear sets in, one's hands and feet tremble, leading to potential mishaps. Maintaining a stable mindset is key. It is not insurmountable." His reasoning held merit. Guiding an individual along a half-meter wide path is feasible for most. But when that path is suspended high above the ground, with 1,000-meter or even 100-meter abyss below, countless individuals would soon falter and plummet. Though it is the same half-meter, the onset of fear can induce tremors in the human body. Thus, often it is not external adversaries that conquer a person but the fears that dwell within. This mindset is precisely what Jiang Haiping, with his exceptional temperament, possessed. For him, climbing hundreds of meters was no different than ascending a mere few. Before long, they reached the fourth-to-last floor's window. Peering inside revealed a pitch-black void. Devoid of any light, the flashlight's beam faltered, failing to illuminate the interior. Yishui Bai freed one hand to attempt to open the window, only to discover it was securely locked. They had no choice but to continue their ascent. They climbed to the third-to-last floor, then the second-to-last, and finally reached the last floor, where the darkness persisted, and the windows were firmly secured with no signs of being pried open. "Doctor, all the windows here are locked tight. We can't get in," Yishui Bai exclaimed. Jiang Haiping suggested, "Let us check other windows. There must be one that can be opened." Thus, their approach shifted from ascending vertically to moving horizontally as they stepped onto the window ledges, searching for an accessible entry. Their figures gradually faded from Zhu Mingqing and the other's view amidst the enveloping night. After approximately 5 minutes had elapsed, at long last, Yishui Bai discovered an unlocked window. With a forceful push, he swung it open, allowing the wind to rush into the room. "Doctor, over here," he beckoned. And with a swift crouch, he squeezed through the window. Jiang Haiping followed suit, leaping onto the windowsill and then ducking inside, deftly closing the window behind him. They found themselves enveloped in a profound darkness, where visibility was utterly non-existent. Jiang Haiping adjusted the brightness of his flashlight, casting a beam of white light that illuminated countless rows of densely packed shelves, laden with various canned goods, foodstuffs, and bottled water. Gazing at the abundance of supplies, Yishui Bai couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, as he had surmised, this place was a vast warehouse brimming with resources. In the room, Xianghua had returned to the sofa, drawing a cigarette and exhaling smoke leisurely. "I hope those two fellows make it back safely. Running up a building in the dead of night is downright insane," he remarked. Yuan Kuei and Zhu Mingqing had also settled back in, standing by the window, where visibility had diminished to nothing. Yuan Kuei commented, "Climbing such a building is a trivial matter. A Shui and the doctor should be fine." Xianghua shook his head. "You all seem quite unhinged." At that moment, Zhu Mingqing produced the revolver gifted to her by Li Mingxing, beginning to examine it. She opened the magazine, revealing 6 tightly packed bullets that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Suddenly, she turned to Yuan Kuei and said, "Old man, could you devise a weapon for me?" Yuan Kuei inquired, "What kind of weapon do you desire?" Zhu Mingxing replied, "Although I possess a gun now, it only has 6 bullets. Once they are expended, this firearm is no more useful than a stone. In terms of skill, I cannot compare to any of you, whether it be you, the doctor, or a Shui. Your abilities surpass mine by a wide margin. As for strength, I am no match for Xianghua. We may face even more perilous foes in the future. Relying solely on a knife or dagger would likely yield little effect. Thus, I was wondering if you could craft a convenient weapon for me, preferably one that is long-range or somewhat extended." Listening to Zhu Mingqing's request, Yuan Kuei pondered for a moment and replied, "Let me see if I can fashion a crossbow for you." As long as I can find some cord, I can dismantle a chair to create one. That would be wonderful, old man, Zhu Mingqing said with a grateful smile. Xianghua quickly added, "An old man, could you also whip up something for me? This baseball bat lacks the necessary impact. While it can inflict pain, the damage is rather minimal. Against tougher opponents, a few hits won't faze them." Yuan Kuei glanced at the baseball bat beside Xianghua and remarked, "If you find this too simplistic and desire more harm, simply drive a few nails into the stick, transforming it into a mace." His words struck a chord with Xianghua, who brightened instantly. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" With a few nails added. "A single swing will surely draw blood, no matter how thick their skin. Your idea is brilliant." With that, he prepared to leave in search of nails. However, Zhu Mingqing hurriedly stopped him, reminding him that Yishui Bai and Jiang Haiping had already climbed out along the outer wall. It was best for them to remain indoors to avoid drawing attention. Should Li Mingxing or Wang Ming be lured over and discover Yishui Bai and the others missing, it would spell trouble. Meanwhile, Yishui Bai and Jiang Haiping had successfully entered the upstairs room. Under the beam of their flashlight, they gazed at the densely packed supplies, feeling as if they had stumbled into a vast underground warehouse. Concerned that there might be guards on the upper floors, they quickly adjusted the flashlight to its lowest setting to avoid detection. However, after a considerable time, they encountered no other disturbances aside from themselves. It appeared that Li Mingxing's men were only stationed at the entrance of the staircase, failing to anticipate that someone would dare to climb from the outer wall. In a hushed tone, Yishui Bai remarked, "There's quite a lot here, Inspector Li. If all 4 floors are as packed as this, I suspect the food could last us for half a year." Jiang Haiping replied, "Food is secondary. Let us see if there are other more valuable items." The two of them proceeded to search room by room with the flashlight. Each room was filled to the brim with shelves, stacked high with various goods, revealing no signs of scarcity. There was not only food and water, but also an assortment of medicine bottles, bandages, batteries, cigarettes, and alcohol. It was no wonder they had found nothing in the supermarket. It seemed all had been relocated here by Li Mingxing. As they continued their exploration, a sudden loud buzzing sound emanated from the room ahead. Cautiously, they approached, discovering an empty room with 2 machines humming incessantly. Inside were more than 40 diesel generators, of which only 2 were operational, laboriously consuming the diesel within. Long electric cables extended from both machines, indicating that the power supply for the entire building was sourced from these generators. In an adjoining room, they found it filled with refrigerators, all stocked with frozen chunks of meat. Amidst the chaos, a meat grinder stood, still dripping with blood and remnants of flesh. Yishui Bai realized the frozen meat likely belonged to those unfortunate individuals who had been discovered to have mutated. Rather than allowing the mutated individuals to descend into madness and assault others, it would be more prudent to reduce them to mere flesh, distributing the remnants to sustain the lives of others. Yishui Bai acknowledged this harsh truth, yet he found himself incapable of consuming the flesh of fellow humans. In contrast, Jiang Haiping's eyes gleamed with a sinister light upon catching the scent of blood wafting from the meat grinder, his teeth involuntarily grinding together, producing a chilling sound. In the depths of darkness, observing Jiang Haiping's gaze and the sound of his gnashing teeth filled Yishui Bai with a flicker of dread. This man appeared to be a cultured intellectual as long as he remained detached from cannibalism, yet transformed into an utterly terrifying demon when intertwined with such horrors. As they meticulously searched through the remaining rooms, Yishui Bai and his companions discovered numerous barrels of gasoline stacked high, collected and stored within metal drums, filling 6 separate chambers. Clearly, they had not only siphoned the gasoline from the vehicles in the town, but had likely left no station untouched. Their exploration of this floor's resources concluded swiftly, prompting Yishui Bai and his group to descend the staircase to the penultimate level for further investigation. The scene remained cluttered with shelves brimming with a variety of supplies. Yishui Bai's face lit up with excitement at the sight of these provisions, while Jiang Haiping felt a tinge of disappointment. He had not found any records or books, essentially. The items he sought were conspicuously absent. Continuing their descent, they soon stumbled upon a peculiar room housing several enormous safes, all securely locked and seemingly impenetrable. The encryption level of these vaults was such that even Yuan Kuei would struggle to breach them. Intrigued, Yishui Bai inquired, "Doctor, what could possibly be inside? What warrants such high security, seemingly on a different level of importance than the other supplies? Could it be money, savings accounts, or perhaps gold bars?" Jiang Haiping replied, "In this fog of uncertainty, both money and gold bars have lost their significance. What then could be so crucial as to necessitate multiple safes for its storage? Ishuei pondered aloud. Yet, before he could finish, an understanding smile crossed his face as he realized the answer. Indeed. The only items worthy of such secure preservation would be firearms. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhu Mingqing, Xianghua, and Yuan Kuei were idly smoking, passing the time. Suddenly, two figures leapt through the window. It was the safely returned Ishuei and Jiang Haiping. Upon seeing them, Xianghua quickly asked, "So, what did you find up there? Were there any supplies?" Ishuei nodded affirmatively. "Yes." "How much?" "A great deal. More than enough. If one were to sustain themselves alone, it would suffice for a decade." Ishuei remarked, "Not only do we have food and water, but also medicine, cigarettes, alcohol, gasoline, and perhaps even firearms." Zhu Mingqing responded, "If we have gasoline, it implies that we can start the vehicles on the street." Ishuei nodded in agreement. Xianghua eagerly inquired, "Since there are supplies, why did you not take some with you? Returning empty-handed seems rather futile." Ishuei replied, "There's no rush, after all. Those items are firmly within our grasp and cannot escape. We have already discreetly opened the window of the room above, making it much easier to access in the future. When the time comes, retrieving the supplies will be effortless." As he spoke, Ishuei lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Despite having completed the climbing task, he had sustained injuries, and the earlier exertion had caused his wounds to throb. He could only temporarily suppress the pain with the cigarette. "What do we do next?" Zhu Mingqing asked. "Should we stay here, or should we steal some supplies and head elsewhere?" Xianghua replied, "We have benefited from Captain Li's generosity, cigarettes, alcohol, and women. It would be rather ungrateful to steal from him." Yuan Kuei was indifferent to this. "For the sake of our own objectives, such matters hold little significance. We are merely taking a few supplies. It does not constitute wrongdoing." Ishuei remained noncommittal, stating, "Let's take it one step at a time. For now, we certainly cannot leave. I, the old man, and Xianghua are all injured. Venturing elsewhere would only lead to danger, and departing in our condition would not be wise. Therefore, let us remain here to recuperate. However, should a particular situation arise, it would be a different story." "What situation?" Xianghua did not comprehend. The others, however, were fully aware. Ishuei explained, "At present, all humanity shrouded in this fog may be subject to mutation. If one among us were to mutate and was discovered, they would likely meet the same fate as others, at the hands of Li Mingxing, turned into sustenance." Xianghua stated, "Then, should any of us mutate, we must leave immediately. We cannot stand by and watch a friend be killed." "But what if we leave?" Ishuei questioned. "If one of us truly mutates, losing rationality and beginning to attack others, even if we manage to escape, what then?" Ishuei left the thought unfinished, and the others understood his implication. If one among the five were to mutate, they would be left with no choice but to eliminate their own friend. Thus, this hastily formed group, having only been together for a few days, would inevitably disband. The night had grown deep, with only 3 bedrooms available. Xianghua unabashedly claimed one and fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Haiping also entered a room, closing the door behind him. Yuan Kuei, as usual, remained seated on the sofa, seemingly incapable of lowering his guard at any moment. Ishuei had no intention of competing with Zhu Mingqing. He said, "You should go to your room and rest. I will stay in the living room with the old man. The sofa is quite comfortable, and I find it more pleasant than the bed." Zhu Mingqing did not refuse. She stood up and returned to her room, closing the door behind her. However, less than 3 minutes later, she reopened it. Looking at Ishuei, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ishuei, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you." "What is it?" Ishuei asked, perplexed. "You're being rather mysterious." With that, he stepped into Zhu Mingqing's room, at which point she promptly shut the door. Ishuei casually sat on the bed, reclining back and chuckling. "I must say, Mingqing, your invitation to enter your bedroom at this late hour is quite tantalizing for a vigorous young man like myself." Zhu Mingqing sat on a chair beside the bed, lighting a cigarette, her brow furrowed as if she were contemplating something. "Earlier, I visited Li Mingxing, and he shared some thoughts that I found quite insightful." "What thoughts?" Ishuei sat upright again. "He mentioned that we are currently shrouded in uncertainty, and none of us knows if we will see tomorrow. So we should seize the moment and enjoy life." Upon hearing this, Ishuei laughed. "So, did you engage with him?" Zhu Mingqing shook her head. "No. Why not?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I cannot draw close to men. I harbor a fear of them." Ishuei regarded her silently. Zhu Mingqing continued. Back when I was still a student, one night after study, I passed through a park, and suddenly, a man jumped out, covering my mouth and dragging me in. You can probably guess what happened next. Ishuei's expression softened with sympathy. So, that was your first time? Zhu Mingqing exhaled a puff of white smoke. It was my first and only time. Ever since then, I have not interacted with men. Deep down, I resist them profoundly. Yet sometimes, I wonder what that experience truly feels like. Is it really as beautiful as they say? If I were to die like this, I would probably feel a sense of regret. Ishuei, is that feeling truly as delightful as described? Ishuei chuckled, as a man. I find it quite agreeable, but I cannot speak for a woman's experience. However, judging by their expressions, it must be quite enjoyable. At that moment, Zhu Mingqing's gaze suddenly turned to Ishuei. After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke. As Li Mingxing said, we could die at any moment, and I do not wish to depart this world with regrets. Therefore, I want to understand what it feels like between a man and a woman. But I am uncertain how far I can go. Could you assist me? Ishuei's heart raced heavily at her words. Soon after, a somewhat mischievous smile crept onto his face as he began to remove his outer garment, chuckling. You should have mentioned this sooner. I am a person of great kindness, and my greatest joy lies in helping others. Such benevolence is, of course, an obligation I cannot shirk. Here I stand, ready to perform a good deed. As we approached the moment of excitement, I looked at the exhilarated Ishuei and rolled my eyes at him, saying, Must you be so brazen? Much like Xianghua. Ishuei replied, Sister, surely I differ from old Xiong. I can barely be considered a gentleman. Otherwise, among the four of us men, you would not have chosen me first for this task, would you? Zhu Mingqing shook her head. The one I wished to select was the doctor. But he would undoubtedly decline, leaving you as my only option. Ishuei, feeling quite helpless, remarked, At least you did not place me behind the old gentleman. Zhu Mingqing regarded Ishuei and said, I am uncertain how far I can go, so please do not act recklessly. If you dare to force the issue, I will not hold back. Ishuei acknowledged, I am aware you are a woman of ruthless resolve. I do not wish to meet the same fate as Gong Jie. I shall remain still. You may proceed, if that suffices. Listening to his words, Zhu Mingqing pondered deeply before finally nodding and extinguishing her cigarette. Rising from her chair, she approached Ishuei step by step. The distance between them diminished, and Zhu Mingqing continuously squeezed her hands, her nerves reaching a peak. Ishuei, too, felt a surge of anxiety, his heart racing as if he had returned to years past, embodying the pure yet inexperienced boy he once was. Soon, Zhu Mingqing arrived at the bedside. After a brief moment of hesitation, she sat face to face on Ishuei's lap. Their gazes locked, mere inches apart. Ishuei could feel Zhu Mingqing tremble, as if she instinctively recoiled from the presence of a man, a challenge she found difficult to surmount. Meanwhile, Ishuei's body had grown rigid, his face flushed with embarrassment. The two shared an awkward gaze for 2 minutes before Ishuei could no longer bear it. Sister, he said, if you do not wish for me to move, then you should take the initiative. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Playing statues? Zhu Mingqing bit her lip, staring intently at Ishuei before suddenly declaring, Very well, I shall begin to kiss you now. With that, she swiftly leaned in, her lips meeting his. Ishuei barely had time to close his eyes before being caught off guard by Zhu Mingqing's sudden advance. He could only acquiesce. At first, both were exceedingly awkward, but gradually they seemed to find their rhythm, becoming entangled in the moment. Their breaths quickened as Ishuei's hands began to explore Zhu Mingqing's waist, while her hands rested upon his shoulders. Thus, they shared a kiss that lasted a full 5 minutes. Ishuei truly could not endure any longer. With a sudden motion, he flipped over and pinned Zhu Mingqing beneath him, immediately beginning to fumble with her clothing in a frantic attempt to undress her. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Mingqing forcefully pushed Ishuei away, sitting up on the bed, and exclaimed, Enough! If we continue, I won't be able to handle it. Let us stop here. Please, let us not go any further. Ishuei was bewildered, thinking, Wait a minute, dear sister, I'm already quite aroused. And you choose this moment to call a halt? You understand how difficult this is for me, right? I truly am. His face displayed a mix of helplessness and frustration. Zhu Mingqing, curled up on the bed, gazed at him with an apologetic expression, saying, I'm sorry. I really can't go on. Seeing her distress, Ishuei felt a flicker of compassion and replied, All right then, let us leave it at that. You should get some rest. With that, he rose, donned his coat, opened the door, and stepped outside, swiftly traversing the living room and exiting the suite, where he began to search the dimly lit hallway. Before long, he spotted a glimmer of light in the lounge, revealing Wang Ming seated on the sofa. Engrossed in a novel on his phone, Yi Shuibai hurried over, sheepishly scratching his head. The stoic Wang Ming momentarily detached from his literary world and inquired, "Do you need something?" Yi Shuibai awkwardly moved his lips before speaking. "Could you help me find a room and a girl? I'm in quite a hurry." Wang Ming observed the flushed face of Yi Shuibai, and a hint of disdain flickered in his cold eyes. The five of them had barely settled into Tianqiang building, and soon 2 days had slipped by. For Yi Shuibai and his companions, these days were rather mundane. Each day began with a health inspection to ensure no mutations had occurred, followed by long hours of boredom in their suite. Of course, aside from Xianghua, who had, over the span of 2 days, caused mischief with 5 young women. Li Mingxing could no longer treat them to lavish feasts as he had on the first day, however. Their meals remained generous, certainly superior to those of the ordinary residents on the first floor. More importantly, they now had ample supplies of cigarettes to pass the time. The old man, Yuan Kue, had somehow procured some fibrous rope and dismantled a chair, crafting a hand crossbow for Zhu Meiqing, who in turn learned to fashion wooden arrows from a dagger. Xianghua had also driven dozens of nails into his baseball bat, transforming it into a veritable mace. The sight of those rusty nails carried a palpable aura of lethal potential. Although Yi Shuibai and Zhu Meiqing had shared a few moments of intimate interaction, neither of them were particularly petty individuals, thus avoiding any awkwardness or estrangement. However, since that evening, Zhu Meiqing had not sought Yi Shuibai out again for such activities. It appears that Zhu Meiqing's deep-seated aversion towards men remains firmly entrenched, not easily eradicated. As for the battle wounds they bear, after a mere 2 days of rest, they have healed remarkably well, even more so than that of ordinary individuals, with Yi Shuibai and Xianghua exhibiting an astonishing rate of recovery. Jiang Haiping was somewhat taken aback by this. By afternoon, the 5 of them lingered in the living room of their suite. Jiang Haiping was engrossed in a book, while the other 4 idly smoked, exuding an air of tranquility as if they were savoring a peaceful weekend. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from downstairs, followed by a cacophony of shouts and battle cries echoing up from below. "What on earth is happening?" Xianghua exclaimed in alarm. Yi Shuibai leapt from the sofa and rushed to the window, peering down. Through the misty haze, he discerned that a large truck had smashed through the iron wall beside Tianqiang building. As a group clad in orange prison uniforms brandished weapons and shouted as they charged into the building. Observing the chaos unfolding below, Yi Shuibai's brow furrowed with concern. Xianghua anxiously inquired, "Shui, what is going on? What do you see?" Yi Shuibai replied, "Someone is attacking Tianqiang building, and it appears to be Han Jinjin's crew." "What? Han Jinjin?" Xianghua stood up excitedly. "That's the woman in the red dress, right?" "Calm down, Lao Xiong," Yi Shuibai cautioned. "They are here to attack, not to socialize." "What should we do now?" Zhu Meiqing asked. Yi Shuibai glanced at them and asked, "What do you think?" Xianghua shouted, "Enough. Just make a decision already. Don't look to us for ideas. I have none." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Shuibai stated, "We are trapped in this building with no escape routes. If Li Mingxing's people cannot withstand Han Jinjin's assault, this building will fall to her. And given our existing grievances with her, we would be doomed. For our own sake, we must thwart her advance. Then let us go," Xianghua declared, already grasping his baseball bat and checking his dagger at his waist. "If a fight is unavoidable, we should confront them rather than wait for them to come for us." The others swiftly rose to their feet. Yuan Kue picked up a steel pipe, Zhu Meiqing armed herself with a knife and a crossbow, and Jiang Haiping retrieved a kitchen knife from his briefcase, slipping it into his suit pocket. Yi Shuibai also equipped himself with nunchaku. As the 5 prepared to exit, Yi Shuibai quickly reminded them, "If we do encounter Han Jinjin's group, let us not rush in blindly. We should offer minimal assistance. The real fighting should be left to Li Mingxing's men." Zhu Meiqing and the others nodded in understanding, grasping Yi Shuibai's intent. These 5 individuals constituted the core of their small organization, compared to Li Mingxing's extensive team that could not afford any losses. Pushing the door open, one immediately notices that the hallway lights have all sprung to life. Li Mingxing's subordinates hurriedly rush downstairs, their hurried footsteps echoing through the corridor. Each individual clutches either a steel pipe or a wooden club, their expressions taut with anxiety, evidently poised for an impending confrontation. Meanwhile, the women within the building cower in the corners, their faces etched with worry as they watch the tumultuous descent of these figures. However, Yi Bai and his companions fail to spot Li Mingxing or Wang Ming, suggesting that the two have likely already descended to the lower levels. Consequently, Yi Bai and his group follow the throng downwards. With the emergency lights illuminating the corridor, they swiftly reach the second floor. In the brightly lit hall of the second floor, Wang Ming stands with a group of individuals, locked in a standoff against a band of prisoners. Neither side dares to strike first, resulting in a tense stalemate. The hall's center is strewn with the fallen. Dozens of members from Tianxiang building lie on the ground. Some have already succumbed to their injuries in pools of blood, while others clutch their wounds, moaning in agony. It is evident that a fierce battle has transpired, and the casualties on the side of Tianxiang building far exceed those of the death row inmates. Despite their numerical advantage, these ordinary residents stand little chance against a group of condemned prisoners, inevitably finding themselves at a disadvantage. The death row inmates, numbering over 40, exhibit fierce expressions. Wielding weapons fashioned from steel rebar over a meter long, their ends sharpened into lethal points, transforming them into makeshift spears. It appears that their armaments have undergone significant enhancement over the past few days, elevating their combat effectiveness to a markedly superior level compared to just days prior. Behind this formidable group of prisoners stand Han Jinjin and the burly Tian gang, orchestrating the offensive with commanding presence. On the side of Tianxiang building, Wang Ming grips a steel pipe in one hand and a dagger in the other, leading approximately 200 subordinates. Their weaponry primarily consists of wooden clubs and rudimentary makeshift flails, which are woefully inadequate against the sharpened rebar. Ordinary residents who once inhabited the second floor, elderly individuals and children, now huddle in corners, even positioning themselves behind Han Jinjin and her cohort. It is abundantly clear that they wish to remain uninvolved in this conflict. Presumably, the situation on the first floor mirrors this, as the ordinary residents have not mounted any resistance against Han Jinjin's faction. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to ascend from the throngs of thousands on the first floor to the second in such a brief span of time. At this moment, both sides remain locked in a tense standoff. A palpable sense of danger permeates the hall, even more dense than the mist that shrouds the space. Each group fixates on the other, primed for an eruption of violence. Yet, it is evident that the gazes of the death row inmates are unwavering and predatory, akin to a pack of beasts that have caught sight of their prey. For them, the elimination of the resisting forces before them would grant them dominion over the Tianxiang building, where exquisite feasts and fine wines awaited. Even the women within those walls would be at their disposal for indulgence. These condemned criminals, once ruthless assassins, were now driven by desperation to fight for their survival. However, Wang Ming's subordinates, witnessing the grim fate of their comrades in the hall, revealed a glimmer of trepidation in their eyes. Their numerical superiority had provided no assurance. Yi Bai observed the shift and recognized that the tide of battle was decidedly against them. Han Jinjin's group was nearly poised to overwhelm the defenders of the Tianxiang building. Yet, at this moment, Han Jinjin refrained from issuing an immediate assault order. Instead, she addressed everyone present, including Wang Ming's soldiers and the surrounding civilians, proclaiming, "Fear not, for we are not villains. Our purpose here is not to slay you or to enslave you. Rather, we come to rescue you. I understand the plight you endure. Within this very building, there exists an abundance of resources, ample food and water, yet you are reduced to mere scraps, barely sustaining your existence. Why is this? Because your provisions have been monopolized by Li Mingxing. He has crowned himself the emperor of this edifice, reveling in lavish feasts and wielding power, while you are left to obey his commands, subsisting on meager rations, living a life worse than that of slaves. He enjoys warmth and light, while you are forced to huddle in the shadows below. As long as Li Mingxing maintains control here, your suffering shall continue, until your very bodies mutate, leading to your demise at his hands. Thus, I implore you, do not remain like lambs led to slaughter by Li Mingxing. Join me in ousting him, and together we shall share the bounty of this building. You shall savor meat, drink wine, smoke, and lead lives befitting of normalcy. Now is not the time to resist us. It is the moment to unite with us. Do not hesitate any longer." As the impending confrontation loomed, Yi Bai muttered, "This is perilous." "What do you mean?" Zhu Mingxing inquired. Yi Bai replied, "That woman possesses an intimate understanding of the circumstances within the building, which can only suggest one thing. There is a traitor among us. She must have an insider in the building, and I fear there are those who no longer heed Captain Li's commands." "A traitor?" Xianghua questioned. "Surely, there can be no advantage in siding with her. What could possibly motivate someone to betray us? She has so few followers and lacks resources. Ishuebai then posed a question, Old Xiong. If Han Jinjin were to promise you that, should you assist her in successfully taking this place, you would have free reign for a month. Would you agree? Of course I would agree, he retorted. Xianghua chuckled knowingly, but soon grasped Ishuebai's implication. It became evident that this woman could barter her body for numerous advantages. Men are creatures easily governed by biological instincts. A mere flirtation from the opposite sex or an empty promise can ignite their passions, leading them to recklessly pursue perilous ventures. Suddenly, Xianghua had a realization and mischievously remarked, "Let us not stretch it to a month. Let us say 21 days instead. The remaining week serves no purpose." Ishuebai was left speechless. You truly are something. At that moment, Han Jinjin continued to rally the crowd. Everyone, reflect upon the lives you are currently leading. I doubt I need to remind you that Li Mingxing spends his days indulging in wine, meat, and women above, while you languish below like domesticated pigs, scarcely resembling human beings. Moreover, should you be discovered to have mutated, that man would not hesitate to eliminate you, leaving no chance for escape. Given this situation, why do you still support Li Mingxing? I assure you, as long as I am here, I will ensure that everyone leads a better life. And anyone who mutates will not be killed, but allowed to leave freely, provided they distance themselves from here. The resources of this building rightfully belong to all of us. Only by expelling Li Mingxing can we all thrive. Observing Han Jinjin fervently rallying the crowd, Xianghua furrowed his brow. What is this woman up to? Her rhetoric sounds like a damn uprising. Ishuei, do you think these residents will fall for this woman's rhetoric? Ishuei replied, these 40-odd individuals, clad in prison garb and wielding steel rods, appear menacing, almost as if they are ready to devour anyone. Do you really believe the residents would heed her words? Xianghua was perplexed. If that is the case, why does she say so much? Ishuei explained, she doesn't require the residents to assist her. She merely needs them to refrain from opposing her. Is that even possible? Xianghua still struggled to comprehend. Ishuei continued. The most populous group in this world is the silent majority. These individuals never dare to step forward or voice their opinions, even when their interests are compromised. They silently endure. Isn't that utterly foolish? Xianghua couldn't help but scoff. Ishuei cautioned, such remarks may wound many. Look at these residents. They embody the silent majority. It is nearly impossible for them to rise up and shout. Furthermore, Han Jinjin's conditions are indeed enticing. These residents are well aware that Han Jinjin is not here to liberate them, but rather to control them, removing one emperor only to install another. Yet now, if a resident mutates, they face execution by Li Mingxing, while Han Jinjin promises not to kill those who mutate. For these residents, the temptation is exceedingly great. As every individual harbors the potential for mutation, the fear of facing execution looms over all. Thus, I surmise that more would lean towards Han Jinjin. Even with the knowledge of her questionable character, Ishuei was currently elucidating matters to Xianghua. Han Jinjin, having spotted Ishuei amid the crowd, exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, it is you. I can't believe you have ventured into this building. It seems we have some unresolved grievances, do we not? However, fret not. As long as you are willing to join us rather than assist that fellow surnamed Li, I shall overlook the past. Together, we shall be the best of partners. What do you say?" Han Jinjin gazed alluringly at the five. Xianghua, captivated by Han Jinjin's exquisite beauty and nearly flawless physique, found himself lost in thought, his face betraying a lewd expression. "So, pray tell, what benefits might we receive should we choose to ally with you?" Han Jinjin playfully adjusted her skirt, her alluring eyes glimmering. "As long as you contribute sufficiently to my cause, the rewards will be plentiful." Ishuei, disinterested in Xianghua's infatuation, quietly addressed Yuan Kuei. "Old man, do you have your firearm? That Han Jinjin is the mastermind behind everything. With your marksmanship, you could eliminate her with a single shot. Once she is gone, all will be resolved." Yuan Kuei responded, "It is not so simple. While killing her may be easy, that giant will not allow me to succeed." It was then that Ishuei noticed Tian Gang, who loomed large behind Han Jinjin, nearly overshadowing her presence, to the point of being overlooked. At that moment, Tian Gang's piercing gaze scanned the crowd like an astute military radar, monitoring every movement, particularly those of Ishuei and his companions. Should Yuan Kuei make even the slightest move, this behemoth would swiftly react to safeguard Han Jinjin's life. The intensity of Tian Gang's stare resembled a powerful spotlight, brimming with lethal intent. Even the briefest connection of Ishuei's gaze with Tian Gang's sent a shiver down his spine. as if struck by an unseen force. Such a sense of threat was rare for Yi Shuaibai. Even when faced with Yuan Kuei or Jiang Haiping, he believed he could hold his own in a confrontation. Yet, before Tiangang, he found himself devoid of courage. Gradually, he approached Wang Meng and inquired, "Hey, Wang Meng, where is Captain Li?" His absence at this moment seems rather inappropriate. Wang Meng coldly replied, "Regardless of whether the captain is present, I will thwart these individuals. Should they dare to attack, I will ensure none of them remain." Hearing this, Yi Shuaibai could only shake his head in resignation. It was evident that Wang Meng was oblivious to the current state of affairs, his mindset akin to that of Xiong Hua, fixated solely on conflict and aggression. Meanwhile, Han Jinjin posed her question once more. "So, have you made your decision? Cease your resistance. Once we have driven away Li Mingxing, there shall be only benefits for you. None of detriment. You shall not succeed." Wang Meng bellowed, "You dare to assault this place? That makes you our enemies. I shall ensure your return is impossible. Everyone. These villains have come merely to seize our supplies. Eliminate them. These death row inmates are certainly no good." Rallying his comrades, Wang Meng shouted fervently, brandishing the steel pipe in his grasp as he charged forth. In this moment, Yi Shuaibai swiftly surveyed the crowd, only to find many hesitating, lacking the resolve to follow Wang Meng into the fray. If this continued, Wang Meng would likely charge alone to his doom. It was imperative for them to align with Li Mingxing now, unlike the ordinary residents within the building, who were mere slaves to Han Jinjin's gang. These five bore the blood of condemned criminals on their hands. Should the Tianxiang Tower fall into Han Jinjin's domain, their fate would be dire. Under such circumstances, Yi Shuaibai could no longer remain a mere observer. Noticing the lack of fervor among those around him, he quickly joined Wang Meng in a rallying cry, "Charge! Let us clash with them." He then propelled himself forward, colliding forcefully with the 3 or 5 individuals in front of him. The startled group, initially reluctant to step forward, found themselves thrust into action, unable to retreat. Uncertain of the situation behind them, they assumed all were advancing and thus had no choice but to follow suit. Raising their weapons and shouting, "Charge!" as the front line surged, the momentum had taken hold, leaving the rear with no choice but to lift their arms and join the cacophony, rushing towards the condemned criminals. Yi Shuaibai, noticing the others had followed, discreetly slowed his pace, ensuring he was not at the forefront. Wang Meng led the throng, shouting as they launched their assault against the death row inmates. The fighting spirit of the condemned ignited in response, wielding their sharp steel bars as they charged forward with ferocity. Within moments, the two factions collided violently, a brutal melee commencing. The condemned, armed with their jagged steel, stabbed mercilessly, creating gaping wounds with each thrust. Meanwhile, the defenders of Tianxiang Tower, despite suffering grievous injuries in the front ranks, leveraged their numerical advantage to encircle the attackers, relentlessly striking back. The hall transformed into a scene of unimaginable carnage. Blood splattering as cries of anguish filled the air. Such intimate, close-quarters combat proved more brutal than any war, manifesting as a veritable tableau of hell. The ordinary residents surrounding the scene were utterly terrified, trembling in the corners, their bodies instinctively retreating against the walls. The chaotic melee that began as an evenly matched struggle gradually tilted in favor of the death row inmates. These were no ordinary criminals, they were ruthless murderers. And once they became enraged, they fought with wild abandon, devoid of any semblance of strategy. Each of them, faces flushed and eyes wide with fury, resembled rabid hunting dogs. Initially wielding steel rods, but soon resorting to viciously brandishing knives and even biting at the noses and ears of their adversaries. Particularly notable was Tiangang, who shielded Han Jinjin behind him, swinging his powerful arms and using a resident as a makeshift club, striking down anyone who dared approach. Among the combatants in the Tianxiang building, only a small fraction were former police officers. The rest were merely ordinary citizens from Easton Town, unaccustomed to such brutal combat. The ferocity of the death row inmates surpassed even that of some mutated humans. They were impervious to pain, consumed solely by primal roars and exhilarating shouts. The hall reverberated with the agonized screams of the defenders. The 5 members of Yi Shuaibai blended into the fray, choosing to bide their time rather than engage directly. They saw no reason to risk their lives for the building. Soon, Yi Shuaibai realized that not only were they holding back, many of the Tianxiang building's combatants were also lingering at the rear, brandishing their weapons and shouting, feigning a fervor that belied their hesitation to advance. It appeared that these individuals were either deathly afraid or had been won over by Han Jinjin. Despite the numerical advantage of the Tianxiang building's personnel, they soon found themselves in retreat. The wounded began to fall back, forcing those like Wang Ming, who fought valiantly at the front lines, to withdraw as well. A distance of 7 or 8 meters separated the two sides. The carpet was soaked in blood, with over 20 individuals from the Tianxiang building writhing on the ground in agony. The death row inmates, drenched in blood and with chunks of flesh in their mouths, displayed no fear. Rather, they reveled in their excitement. In stark contrast, those at the forefront of the Tianxiang building, including Wang Ming, were not only serious physical injuries but also expressions of heightened tension. Wang Ming himself had sustained 2 gaping wounds, countless cuts from knives, one eye swollen shut, and bloodied lips that spat out 2 broken teeth. In the wake of such a devastating defeat, the morale of the Tianxiang building's defenders had all but evaporated. Meanwhile, the death row inmates, still hungry for more, advanced with bloodied steel rods in hand, laughing maniacally as they taunted, "Ha ha ha. Come on, bring it on. Let me kill a few more of you worthless scum. Once we eliminate you, this building will belong to us. Fine wine, sumptuous meat, and women, all will be ours. Ha ha." These words unmistakably betrayed their true intentions, starkly contrasting with what Han Jinjin had suggested. However, now, this group was consumed by bloodlust, exhilarated like ancient barbarian soldiers poised to breach the city gates, ready to indulge in pillage and debauchery. Han Jinjin could no longer restrain them. The condemned prisoners began to advance step by step towards Wang Ming and his companions, their shoes pressing down on the carpet, squeezing out crimson stains with each step. The warriors of Tianxiang Tower, faced with these madmen, recoiled in terror, leaving only Wang Ming to valiantly hold his ground. It was evident that these death row inmates were on the verge of unleashing a massacre. Suddenly, a sharp chime rang out from the hall. The elevator had arrived at this floor. The doors creaked open, and all eyes turned in curiosity. Standing within was a man clad in a white suit. A cigar clenched between his teeth. It was Li Mingxing. At that moment, Li Mingxing bore a submachine gun slung across his chest, while in each hand, he held a grenade. The safety pins already removed, emitting wisps of white smoke. As the elevator doors parted, with a swift motion, Li Mingxing hurled both grenades into the fray. Before the grenades even touched the ground, he lifted his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage upon the group of condemned prisoners. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The overwhelming firepower erupted in a cacophony. Boom, boom. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and the grenades detonated with cataclysmic force. The entire building trembled. Crystal chandeliers shattered above, while concrete and debris rained down like confetti. The carnage was horrific. Several condemned prisoners at the epicenter of the blast had their heads and limbs obliterated, their bodies careening chaotically through the hall. Flesh, fingers, and even intestines were sent spiraling through the air. Those not at the center of the explosion were also caught in the massive shockwave, flung aside violently. These 2 grenades did not merely reduce the condemned prisoners to mere fragments. Some residents of Tianxiang Tower were equally affected, succumbing to the violent tremors. A few suffered internal injuries, coughing up blood and collapsing, their bodies convulsing. Yet, this was not the end. The room had already been shrouded in a dark mist. And now, with the explosion, dust and debris swirled through the air, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Amidst the chaos, as anguish cries filled the air, Li Mingxing's submachine gun roared incessantly, unleashing a torrent of bullets akin to a cascading waterfall, relentlessly directed towards the condemned prisoners. The death row inmates, along with the residents of Tianxiang building, were caught in the merciless crossfire, emitting heart-wrenching screams of agony. Those fortunate enough to escape the gunfire were engulfed in panic, their voices rising in terror. Had Li Mingxing chosen to sweep his weapon across the hall, the lives of hundreds among the thousands present would undoubtedly have been extinguished. Yishui Bai lay sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness with which Li Mingxing would act. Leaving no opportunity for negotiation for Han Jinjin and her companions, opening the elevator doors to unleash a barrage. It was crucial to note that this room housed not only condemned prisoners but also innocent residents of Tianxiang building. A single volley spared no one. It was a strategy of inflicting harm upon 800 while suffering a loss of 1,000, and yet Li Mingxing executed it with chilling resolve. Even Yishui Bai, despite being a condemned prisoner himself, felt a twinge of inferiority in the face of such brutal decisiveness. Soon, the magazine was emptied, plunging the room into a temporary silence, broken only by the moans of the wounded. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Li Mingxing standing alone, his submachine gun in hand, puffing on a cigar. The others, paralyzed by fear, remained crouched on the ground, too terrified to lift their heads. Where the grenades had detonated, Only a grotesque mass of blood and flesh remained. In the wake of Li Mingxing's assault, a significant number lay fallen, both condemned prisoners and innocent civilians, including the elderly and children. Some had been struck dead by gunfire, while many more, wounded, clutched their injuries, crying out in despair. As the gunfire ceased, the remaining individuals dared to rise once more. Wang Ming was the first to stand, followed by a few others emboldened by his action. However, the majority of the residents remained in a state of shock, eyes wide, unable to process the horror that had just unfolded. Ishuibai, too, rose to his feet, surveying the scene of carnage before him. Among the fallen were both the condemned and ordinary citizens, all reduced to a state of despair. The ferocity of the recent gunfire was akin to that of a genuine battlefield. At that moment, witnessing the incapacitation of all adversaries, Li Mingxing disdainfully snorted. Removing his cigar to inquire, Wang Ming, do check if those damned individuals are all accounted for. Upon his command, Wang Ming began to scan the area meticulously. Just then, a voice broke the silence. 3 have escaped. It was Zhang Haiping, who had swiftly counted the condemned inmates, reporting, the big guy, the woman, and a small man are missing. The rest are here. Li Mingxing furrowed his brow, pondering the absurdity of the situation. This shouldn't be happening. With my firepower, it is inconceivable that these individuals could escape. His assertion held a kernel of truth in his efforts to ensure that every prisoner was struck. He had even broadened the sweep of his gunfire, resulting in the deaths of numerous innocent residents. Yet, the undeniable fact remained that 3 had managed to flee. In resignation, Li Mingxing commanded his subordinates, those death row inmates who are still alive, ensure they are eliminated. Our injured personnel should receive medical attention, and the remaining members must repair the exterior metal wall. Everything must be completed within 2 hours. We cannot afford any further complications. With that, Li Mingxing turned to return to the elevator. At that moment, a man suddenly stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of abuse upon Li Mingxing. What are you doing, Li? The man's eyes bulged with rage, his face flushed, tears streaming down his cheeks, as if he were consumed by a profound anguish. Li Mingxing turned back, his demeanor dripping with disdain. What is it you wish to convey? The man continued his tirade. Do you realize how many lives you've extinguished? You have slaughtered countless innocents. You are nothing but a beast. You have never cared about our lives, have you? As he spoke, the man dropped to his knees, cradling an elderly woman in his arms. Her head bore the marks of violence, with half her face grotesquely disfigured and numerous wounds marring her body. It was evident that these were the fruits of Li Mingxing's actions. Clutching the woman, the man shouted at Li Mingxing, "You killed my mother. She did nothing wrong. Yet you took her life. You are a monster. You have no regard for the other residents of this building. You wield your power like a tyrant, viewing us as mere dogs. You are an unspeakable beast." His voice grew increasingly fervent, saliva flying with each word. The remaining residents, witnessing the man's passionate outcry, began to cast accusatory glances at Li Mingxing. Ishuibai furrowed his brow, sensing the brewing tempest. Li Mingxing's eyes flickered momentarily before he responded, "I apologize. It is my fault. I will ensure your mother is given a proper burial. You claim I do not care, yet I built the sanctuary for your protection. Without me, you would have perished long ago, devoured by those monsters. I acknowledge that my actions may have been excessive, but given the chance, I would do it again. Those individuals are ruthless death row inmates. Do you comprehend the number of lives that would be lost if we were to confront them directly? Sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of safeguarding this place. I merely chose a path with fewer casualties. I am truly sorry, but I acted to protect you." For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Although resentment simmered in their eyes, none dared to voice their discontent, enduring the oppressive stillness and silence. Only the man, as if driven to madness, erupted into a maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, protect us?" The man, whose surname was Li, unleashed a torrent of curses, his voice laced with fury. "We had barely entered when you murdered my wife, simply because of her so-called mutation. Now, you have taken my mother as well. I will avenge them." In a sudden frenzy, he lunged at Li Mingxing, gripping his collar with an intensity that suggested he might attempt to sever his throat with his teeth. Wang Ming swiftly intervened, yanking the man back with great force. In that instant, a tearing sound echoed through the air. The man was pulled away, but not before Li Mingxing's shirt was ripped open, revealing his chest adorned with a multitude of small tentacles, 62 in total, manifestations of his mutation. A collective gasp filled the room as the onlookers beheld the grotesque side on Li Mingxing's chest, their stomachs churning in revulsion. The tentacles, numbering in the hundreds, writhed like a mass of serpents, each movement more nauseating than the last. Some among the residents began to retch, their faces pale with horror. They stood frozen. Fear etched across their features, including Wang Ming, who found himself at a loss for words. It was clear to all that Li Mingxing had undergone a profound transformation. Yi Shuibai, equally dumbfounded, involuntarily took a step back, having never before witnessed a human mutated to such an extent. Li Mingxing's chest was almost entirely covered in tentacles, each slender appendage stretching 2 to 3 decimeters long, resembling a writhing mass of worms trapped in a confined space, repulsive and terrifying. The crowd's collective gaze fixated on Li Mingxing, their eyes betraying suspicion, fear, and a flicker of anger. Damn it all. Li Mingxing spat venomously, expelling a mouthful of phlegm before casting aside his cigar with disdain. His fierce gaze swept across the crowd, reading the emotions of anger, panic, and terror reflected in their eyes. He could surmise their thoughts and nodded decisively, a scornful smile curling his lips. Yes, you see it right. I have mutated. Tomorrow, I may very well become a monster. So what? Do you intend to come and kill me? By all means, come for me. I will be waiting in my room. But before you attempt to take my life, you must first deal with these living condemned prisoners, clean up this mess, and repair the iron walls outside. Once you have accomplished that, then you may come for me. I will be waiting upstairs. With that, Li Mingxing turned, gun in hand, and made his way back to the elevator, pressing the button. The doors began to close slowly. The room was filled with a palpable tension as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what course to take. Yet, a vague consensus had begun to form in the minds of all present. A profound silence enveloped the hall, even the wounded death row inmates, upon witnessing the transformation of Li Mingxing, revealed a rare flicker of fear in their eyes. It appeared to be their first encounter with an altered human being. As outsiders, the condemned men found the ominous black mist utterly unfamiliar. In the hushed atmosphere, it was Wang Ming who broke the silence. A few of you. Step forward and deal with these death row inmates. For those who do not wish to kill, take our wounded for treatment. If they bleed out, they will truly perish. With that, Wang Ming picked up a sturdy wooden club from the ground and approached one of the injured inmates. The man, shot and unable to move, was paralyzed with fear as he watched Wang Ming advance like a malevolent deity, stammering in desperation. No, don't kill me. I can join you. I can work for you. Please, don't kill me. However, Wang Ming gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with anguish, utterly indifferent to the inmate's pleas. He stood by the condemned man's side and, raising the club, aimed for his head. No. The inmate screamed, but it was too late. With a swift, vicious swing, Wang Ming brought the club crashing down upon the man's skull, the impact resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood and brain matter that splattered across the floor. After dispatching this individual, Wang Ming turned with malice towards another surviving inmate, blood and brain matter dripping from the club onto the carpet. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, abandoned printing shop, a massive man lay sprawled on the floor, the ground soaked in a vivid crimson tide. This man was Tian Gang. Beside him, Han Jinjin was in utter disarray, holding a flashlight, her mind racing as she gazed at the profusely bleeding Tian Gang. Moments earlier, upon the arrival of Li Mingxing in the elevator, Tian Gang had sensed impending doom, swiftly scooping up Han Jinjin and retreating. Yet, the speed of Li Mingxing's gunfire was insurmountable. Tian Gang could not outrun the bullets. His back was riddled with wounds, each shot feeling like venomous fangs burrowing into his flesh, tearing at his innards. Despite his grave injuries, Tian Gang endured the excruciating pain, managing to escape from Tianxiang building, seeking refuge in the street-facing printing shop. However, by the time he burst through the door, his strength had been utterly depleted. His back was drenched in bright red blood, and he collapsed heavily onto the floor, staining the scattered sheets of pristine white paper surrounding him. Han Jinjin gazed at the gravely injured Tian Gang, utterly speechless, unable to fathom the reality before her. In her desperation, she cried out, "Tian Gang, you will be fine. You must be fine. How can I stop the bleeding? I will save you. You cannot leave me." Tian Gang weakly shook his head. "No, Jinjin, I fear I can no longer accompany you." As a seasoned former Special Forces soldier, he was acutely aware of his dire condition. Some bullets had struck his bones, while others had penetrated his vital organs. Coupled with the recent vigorous exertion, the wounds within him had been irreparably torn apart. Even if the world's finest doctors were to perform surgery, it would be futile. "Tian Gang, you must run. My blood has marked the path. If they follow the trail, you will be in danger. Hurry, flee as far as possible. It's all my fault." Han Jinjin cried in self-reproach. "If I hadn't attacked their position, you wouldn't be hurt. Tian Gang, I command you not to die. If you perish, I will be left all alone. You cannot leave me." Just then, a malevolent voice interrupted, laughing wickedly. Ha ha ha. Do not worry. You will not be alone. I shall always be by your side. Ha ha ha. Han Jinjin looked up to find the sinister figure of Du Wei, a henchman of her executioner. His gaze was filled with treachery and desire as it roamed hungrily over her form. Sensing imminent danger, Han Jinjin attempted to flee, but Du Wei lunged forward. Ensnaring her in his embrace, his lips greedily caressing her delicate neck, while he laughed wickedly. Ha ha ha, my little beauty, now that everyone else is dead. You belong solely to me. Han Jinjin was firmly trapped in Du Wei's grasp as his insatiable hands began to roam over her waist. His hands were not unfamiliar with her exquisite form, but this time was different. This body, once a fleeting prize, was now entirely his to exploit without fear of competition. The thrill of possession surged within him as he pressed her to the blood-soaked ground, tearing her red dress with a swift motion, exposing her fair skin. Du Wei chuckled sinisterly. You two are truly touching. Since that is the case, I shall demonstrate before Tiangang how well I'll take care of you from now on. Ha ha. With that, he continued to violently shred Han Jinjin's clothing in front of Tiangang. She struggled fiercely, shouting in protest. Let me go. No. Release me. Lying amidst a pool of blood, Tiangang watched in utter fury as Han Jinjin was subjected to brutal treatment. His anger reached a boiling point as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, Du Wei, release her. You wretched scoundrel. Yet, the more Han Jinjin struggled, the more enraged Tiangang became, and Du Wei thrived on the torment he inflicted. The sensation of humiliating another invigorated Du Wei, who pressed one hand firmly against Han Jinjin's nape, submerging her delicate face into the crimson liquid. With his other hand, he began to unbuckle his belt. At that moment, a colossal shadow erupted from the ground like a mountain descending upon them. It was Tiangang, summoning every last ounce of strength for a final, ferocious assault on Du Wei. He tackled Du Wei to the ground, his massive frame pinning Du Wei down, while his powerful hands pressed against Du Wei's head, forcing it down with relentless pressure, as if attempting to burst an overinflated basketball. A pain scream erupted from Du Wei. The agony of his head being crushed sent his adrenaline soaring. He drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed frantically at Tiangang, delivering dozens of blows in an instant. Nevertheless, Tiangang did not relent despite the excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the suffering, and continued to exert all his remaining strength to crush Du Wei's head. Du Wei's torment reached its zenith, his wails grew increasingly desperate, and his stabbing slowed, his entire body beginning to convulse. Finally, with a resounding thud, Tiangang's hand obliterated Du Wei's skull, reducing it to countless fragments. While brain matter and blood splattered across the ground, Du Wei's head lay completely flattened, as though crushed by a heavy truck. At last, Tiangang succumbed to his exhaustion, collapsing back to the ground, awaiting his own demise. Tiangang, Han Jinjin cried, rushing to his side. At this moment, Tiangang was barely conscious, unable even to open his eyes fully. Having been riddled with bullets and then stabbed hundreds of times by Du Wei, he was at the brink of death. Tiangang, you must not succumb. You will be all right. You will be all right. Han Jinjin's voice was rife with despair and anguish. Tiangang could no longer discern Han Jinjin's words. His vision blurred, he could not even identify her presence. In a faint whisper, he implored, Jinjin, do not let your desires lead to your ruin before he could finish. Consciousness slipped away, and the once mighty heart ceased to beat, leaving only Han Jinjin's desperate wails in its wake. Within the confines of Tianxiang Building, all condemned prisoners met their end at the hands of Wang Meng, who wielded a wooden club with ferocity. It seemed as though through these acts of violence, he sought to expel the tumultuous emotions raging within him. The remaining ordinary residents began to tidy up the mess under Wang Meng's command, dragging the corpses on the ground to designated locations. Some women and children in the corners dared not to look. It was the first time in their lives they had witnessed such a gruesome scene. Yishu Bai and his 4 companions also felt compelled to assist. Unable to stand idly by, Yishu Bai and Xiong Hua began moving the bodies, while Zhu Mingqing and Yuan Kuei helped to clear the shattered rooms. Only Jiang Haiping leaned alone in a corner, his eyes fixed on the bloody forms of humanity before him, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. A primal instinct stirred within him, creating a desire for the fresh flesh and blood, yet he scorned the remains of condemned criminals. He could only force himself to suppress these urges through sheer rationality, striving to maintain his composure. Unbeknownst to Yishu Bai, Jiang Haiping wrestled with his inner turmoil. Instead, he perceptively sensed that the atmosphere in the room had turned peculiar. Ever since the discovery of Li Mingxing's mutation, the gazes of those present began to flicker, as if weighing unseen considerations. A sense of impending danger enveloped Yi Bai, filling him with an unsettling pressure. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed from downstairs, heart-wrenching cries that seemed to herald some calamity. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Ming swiftly exclaimed, "Let us go. Grab your weapons and head down. Turn on the lights." With that, he seized a wooden club and charged down the stairs. The others quickly armed themselves, following closely behind Wang Ming. Though they harbored doubts about Li Mingxing, they remained obedient to Wang Ming. After all, Li Mingxing's flamboyant demeanor, marked by constant drinking, smoking, and womanizing, made him less likable, while Wang Ming, a man of asceticism, abstained from all vices, earning respect for his solitary passion for reading novels. If he desired women, alcohol, or tobacco, one word from him would summon Li Mingxing to provide more than enough. As Wang Ming descended, Yi Bai exchanged a glance with Xiong Hua and the others, who promptly abandoned their tasks to follow suit. Upon reaching the first floor, the lights were fully illuminated. They beheld a chaotic scene. Thousands of people were shouting and scattering about, as if the ground beneath them were a searing hot grill. Shadows darted across the floor with astonishing speed. Yi Bai squinted, attempting to discern the nature of these fleeting figures. Yet his eyes could not keep pace with their rapid movements. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly spotted a gaunt old man lying on the ground, wailing in agony, while a dark creature was perched upon the man's abdomen, gnawing furiously. At last, Yi Bai realized that the shadow was none other than a rat. The battle of the rats. A single rat. But this was certainly not an ordinary mouse, for its size was comparable to that of a football, nearly rivaling that of a one-year-old cat. The rodent pounced upon the old man's belly, gnawing frantically, causing blood and flesh to be torn away bit by bit, while the old man, bereft of strength to resist, could only emit cries of agony and despair. It was not just the old man. Several others had also succumbed to the onslaught of the mice, besieged and savaged. Some individuals were even assaulted by 3 or 4 mice simultaneously, their limbs being mercilessly devoured. Other mice scurried about on the ground, launching themselves at the humans. A rough estimate suggested that there were at least 30 or 40 of them. It appeared that the chaos had ensued after Han Jinjin and his companions had crashed their truck into the outer iron wall, allowing these mice to invade and feast upon the unsuspecting. If they did not act swiftly to eradicate this menace, the residents of the building would surely become the rodent's next meal. Yi Bai promptly drew his dagger and dashed towards a resident who had been knocked down, navigating through the panicked crowd. Upon reaching the fallen individual, he swiftly plunged the dagger into the mouse's belly from behind, lifting it with a swift motion. The rodent let out a high-pitched squeal as its abdomen was pierced, its 4 paws flailing in the air, writhing in an attempt to escape the blade. Yi Bai was taken aback, astonished by the immense strength that this seemingly small creature possessed. He felt a fleeting moment of difficulty in controlling it. Turning the mouse over to observe its appearance, he was suddenly struck with horror at the sight before him. This was no ordinary mouse, it had mutated. Its body and limbs retained the form of a mouse, yet its face, particularly its mouth, had transformed entirely, revealing 4 elongated fangs reminiscent of the legendary saber-toothed tiger. Each fang was as long as Yi Bai's pinky finger, now stained with blood and clinging to shreds of flesh. It appeared that it had been using these fangs to feast upon humans. Now, as the mouse locked eyes with Yi Bai, it became agitated once more, emitting frantic squeaks and flailing its paws as if intending to leap at Yi Bai's face, aiming to gnaw at his nose and eyes. Observing the creature closely, Yi Bai decided to no longer indulge it. He crouched down, pinning the mouse to the ground with his dagger, and retrieved his nunchaku, delivering a fierce blow. With a sharp crack, the mouse's head was shattered, turning it into a puddle of gore. The creature convulsed a few times before falling still. Having dealt with this particular mouse, Yi Bai immediately advanced towards the others. He swiftly dispatched 4 or 5 additional mice from the residence, all reduced to mush beneath his nunchaku. However, at that moment, taking advantage of Yi Bai's distraction, a mouse suddenly charged from behind, launching itself at him. Yi Bai keenly sensed the sound of wind behind him. Before his mind could react, his body had already responded, nimbly evading the attack. The mouse missed its target and fell to the ground. Yi Bai was startled. Had he been just a moment slower, he would have become the creature's next meal. How dare it attempt to prey upon him? Anger surged within Yi Bai as he prepared to eliminate the mouse. However, just as the rodent hit the ground, a knife descended from above, plunging directly into its skull. The mouse let out a squeak and fell still. The wielder of the knife was none other than Wang Ming. "Impressive, Brother Ming," Yi Bai remarked, acknowledging Wang Ming's remarkable skills. In terms of speed, strength, and precision, Wang Ming was undoubtedly an exceptional fighter. His training was rooted in military combat techniques. Compared to Yishui Bai, his moves may have been fewer, but they were undeniably simple and effective. Wang Ming, unfazed by Yishui Bai's praise, turned his attention to dispatching other mice. Yishui Bai gazed at his own hands, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. In that moment, he knew that, given his own abilities, evading the mouse should have been nearly impossible. Yet, his body had exhibited an unprecedented agility. As if it were instinctively responding to his slightest thought, Yishui Bai was bewildered by this transformation, yet he was certain that something within him had changed, stirring a sense of unease. Now, the skilled individuals within the building had begun to join the efforts to eradicate the mice, including Yuan Kuei, Xianghua, and Zhu Mingqing, who lent their assistance. Xianghua wielded a baseball bat studded with nails, striking the mice with fervor. Although these rodents had mutated, they remained mere mice, and humanity was more than capable of dealing with them. In no time, over 20 had been dispatched. The remaining mice, frightened, scurried away, escaping through the breaches in the metal walls and disappearing into the fog-laden city. With the mice driven away, the unrest on the first floor settled for the moment. Wang Ming urged, "Hurry and repair the metal walls, or those mice will return." Quickly, his tone carried hints of anger and dissatisfaction. The presence of death row inmates reaching the second floor indicated that the individuals on the first floor had offered no resistance, merely observing. This incensed Wang Ming, leaving no room for softness in his voice. The residents were intimidated by Wang Ming's demeanor and hurried outside to restore the toppled metal walls. "Let us ascend. They can handle the labor," Xianghua suggested, patting Yishui Bai on the shoulder. Yet, Yishui Bai remained rooted in place, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Zhu Mingqing noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Yishui Bai gazed thoughtfully in the direction the mouse had scurried away, nodding slightly. "I sense something is amiss. What do you find strange?" Zhu Mingqing inquired. Yishui Bai replied, "Do you recall the dog we encountered? That creature relentlessly attacked us, employing various tactics, vowing not to relent until it achieved its goal. Yet these mice, upon launching an assault on this edifice, exhibited an uncanny cohesion in their retreat at the first sign of peril. It evokes a peculiar feeling within me. Logically speaking, mutated animals should possess no semblance of rationality, existing solely for combat and slaughter. However, this group of mice seems to operate as a unit, attacking together and withdrawing in unison. I can't shake the unsettling notion that these mice may possess consciousness." Conscious mice? Zhu Mingqing failed to grasp the implications. What difference does it make whether they are conscious or not? Yishui Bai shook his head, admitting, "I am not entirely sure. Perhaps I am mistaken." Xianghua interjected with a dismissive scoff. "If you have something to say, just say it. Spare me the theatrics. It's quite irksome." With a resigned sigh, Yishui Bai continued, "Based on our current understanding, humans and animals may undergo mutations under the influence of the dark mist, gaining unprecedented powers at the cost of losing their rationality, becoming mindless killing machines. However, if mutated animals could retain a semblance of awareness, the scenario alters drastically." As Yishui Bai analyzed the situation, his expression grew increasingly grave. Xianghua queried, "What changes?" Jiang Haiping, following Yishui Bai's line of thought, posited, "If mutated animals can retain awareness, it stands to reason that humans might also retain their consciousness post-mutation. If a human retains lucidity while possessing abilities far surpassing those of ordinary beings, well, what would that make them?" At this juncture, Xianghua appeared taken aback. "That would mean they are, essentially, superhumans. What distinguishes this from acquiring superpowers?" "Indeed," Yishui Bai lamented, "our understanding of this enigma is still woefully inadequate. To uncover more, we must." He lifted his gaze, surveying the towering structure that surrounded them. Everyone comprehended the unspoken implication, to gain further insight into this nebulous mystery. They could no longer remain within the confines of this building. They must press onward. The residents of the building had begun to repair the metal walls, a task Yishui Bai and his companions found unappealing, and they ascended the stairs instead. Upon reaching the upper floor, they were en route to their suite when they passed by Li Mingxing's room. Inside, Li Mingxing sat alone on the sofa, a bottle of whiskey in hand and a cigar clenched between his teeth, puffing furiously, causing sparks to fly from the end of the cigar. It was evident that he was wrestling with profound discontent at that moment. Yishui Bai cast a glance at Xianghua and the others, suggesting whether they should enter and converse with Li Mingxing. Naturally, Xianghua shook his head, as did Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei, and Zhu Mingqing exhibited no desire either. Consequently, Yishui Bai waved his hand, indicating for them to return to the suite while he proceeded into Li Mingxing's room. Seated across from Li Mingxing, Yi Bai offered a smile before stating, "Officer Li, it seems rather dismal to drown your sorrows alone in drink." Li Mingxing refrained from elaborating, instead reaching for a cigar, which he tossed toward Yi Bai. He then grabbed a pristine bottle of whiskey from the nearby coffee table and hurled it in the same direction. Yi Bai deftly caught it, prompting a faint smile to finally grace Li Mingxing's troubled visage as he remarked, "Good reflexes. Come, let us drink heartily together." Yi Bai accepted without hesitation. Uncapping the whiskey and taking a swig, he seldom indulged in foreign spirits, and the tar-like flavor was somewhat unfamiliar to him. "What is the situation below?" Li Mingxing inquired. Yi Bai replied, "A horde of mutated rats has intruded. We managed to drive them away. The individuals on the first floor are currently reinforcing the metal walls, and they should be completed shortly." Mutated, once again with the mutations, Li Mingxing exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke before adding, "I too have mutated. In this world, one can never be certain. It truly defies reason." Yi Bai cautiously probed, "When did your mutation begin?" Li Mingxing, showing no intention to conceal, responded, "It started 2 days prior to your arrival." "What does it feel like to mutate?" Yi Bai asked, curiosity piqued. Li Mingxing shook his head. "There is no sensation at all. I didn't even notice the additional appendage on my chest. I attempted to sever these tendrils with scissors, but as soon as I cut one, it regrew instantly. No blood, no pain. I have no idea what it is." With a rueful smile, he continued, "I suppose my demise is not far off. In a day or two, I might lose my sanity and descend into madness. Ultimately, the difference between living and dying may become insignificant." As he spoke, Li Mingxing suddenly sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Bai. "Young brother, do you know why I initially invited you to join us?" Yi Bai shook his head. Li Mingxing elaborated, "I have already begun to mutate. Sooner or later, I too will become a monster. When that time comes, there must be someone within this building capable of ending my life. Otherwise, all will be lost." Yi Bai was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the rationale behind Li Mingxing's invitation would be so grave. Li Mingxing continued, "Truth be told, I was initially consumed by fear, terrified of becoming a monster myself. That night when I truly began to mutate, I spent the entire night wide awake, smoking half a pack. I knew it was only a matter of time before my turn came, but when it finally arrived, I found myself unprepared. However, I eventually came to terms with it. After all, death is inevitable. I might as well live the remaining days to the fullest, rather than live in constant dread. Only this building requires my presence, thus I must conceal the existence of mutations and maintain its stability. Initially, I was quite anxious about what would happen here if I were to perish, but it seems now that with your presence, the situation may improve significantly." Li Mingxing stated with a degree of conviction. Yi Bai inquired, "What about Wang Ming? His abilities are not inferior to mine, are they?" Li Mingxing shook his head. "He is incapable. Do not be deceived by that boy's stern facade. He may appear formidable and serious, yet he is fundamentally a simple-minded soldier, obedient to orders but lacking initiative. You must understand that the inhabitants of this building are not benevolent. It is merely my machinations that uphold the stability here. To maintain this environment, I must use resources and women to win over those with combat prowess. Without offering them benefits, I cannot ensure order. Once I am gone, chaos will ensue. The residents will either engage in infighting or rush to seize food and women. These individuals are like this. Under pressure, they exhibit weakness and goodness. Without restraint, they swiftly transform into beasts. You witnessed their expressions when I revealed the mutations, did you not? What were they contemplating? Each one of them desires my demise. Damn it, since the emergence of the mist, I have safeguarded their safety, and now what? Now they all wish for my death. As for the women who have come to join us, I do not consider myself a virtuous individual," Li Mingxing remarked while puffing on a cigar. "Yet, I cannot be deemed a villain either. Initially, I established this sanctuary to protect their lives. Without my presence, upon your arrival in Easton, not a single soul would be found alive. I admit, I control all the resources. This cigar and fine wine are temptations I cannot resist. But how much can one person consume? I do not expect profound gratitude from those individuals, but now it is not enough that they do not appreciate me. They harbor resentment. They despise me, never directing their ire towards the monstrous mutations that once assaulted them, but rather towards me, wishing fervently for my swift demise." Li Mingxing continued, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. "Listen well, young brother. In the future, do not concern yourself with the lives of others. With a plethora of resources at your disposal, indulge yourself. Do not extend help to anyone or play the role of a savior, no matter your efforts. No one will express gratitude. Li Mingxing's mood was distinctly despondent, while Ishuibai remained silently attentive, offering no response. Moments later, Wang Ming entered and addressed Li Mingxing, "Brother, that woman has returned." "What woman?" Li Mingxing queried. Wang Ming remarked, "It is that woman who led the death row inmate to attack us this morning. She has come back outside the building and specifically requested to see you." Li Mingxing straightened in his seat, cautiously inquiring, "How many people has she brought with her this time?" Wang Ming shook his head. "She came alone." "Alone?" Li Mingxing was taken aback. What could she possibly intend to do by herself? After a moment's reflection, he added, "Well, let us see. I hardly believe she can cause any trouble on her own." With that, Li Mingxing equipped himself with a handgun, securing it at his lower back, and then followed Wang Ming downstairs. Ishuibai accompanied them as well. Upon reaching the first floor, they found the outer iron wall had been repaired. They created an opening, and around 20 individuals emerged through it. Indeed, outside stood only Han Jinjin. Once donned in a vibrant red dress, she had now changed into a flowing white gown. Yet, her stunningly beautiful visage remained exquisitely adorned and captivating. Even in the purest of whites, she exuded an enchanting allure, seemingly enhanced by a different kind of beauty. The unmasked desire and determination in her eyes appeared undiminished. Now, with only Han Jinjin before him, Li Mingxing's vigilance eased significantly. He gazed at the enchanting woman, a smile breaking through. "Ah, my dear lady, you are quite audacious to come here alone. What? Are you planning to assault our building all by yourself?" Han Jinjin responded with a playful smile. "Oh, chiefly, please do not mock me. I am but a frail woman, hardly capable of launching an attack against you." She continued, "It is not by choice that I came alone. It is simply that I am the last of our group. I had no alternative but to come by myself." Though she spoke thus, Li Mingxing could not easily accept that Han Jinjin was truly alone. He inquired, "What is your purpose in coming here? What do you seek?" Han Jinjin replied with a smile, "As a delicate woman, what ill intentions could I harbor? In this shroud of darkness, one cannot survive alone, especially someone as defenseless as I. Thus, I have but one aim, to seek your acceptance, chiefly. Will you take me in?" She gazed at Li Mingxing with a beguiling charm, her eyes lingering and seductive, reminiscent of a fox that had cultivated its allure over a millennium. Li Mingxing's eyes darted, as if weighing her words, before he finally asked, "To join us?" "Ha! We have no desire to support an idler. If you wish to join, what benefits can you offer us? After all, you have caused the demise of many of our brothers. Why should I trust that you genuinely wish to join us? Merely expressing your desire is clearly insufficient." Without further elaboration, Han Jinjin swiftly removed her white gown. Beneath the flowing skirt, there lay nothing but an exquisite form, its beauty magnified by the ethereal mist that enveloped it, rendering it irresistibly enchanting. The onlookers were momentarily entranced as a stunning beauty appeared before them, completely bare. The visual impact overwhelming. Even Ishuibai felt a sudden jolt within. Wang Ming, unable to bear the sight, averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Li Mingxing, touching his throat, sighed in resignation. "You, my dear, have truly found my Achilles heel." In the Tianxiang building, under the cloak of night, the five of them sat in the living room. Outside, Han Jinjin's piercing cries penetrated the solid wooden door, resounding throughout the room. Not only this room, but likely the entire building reverberated with her voice. Xianghua, nestled in the sofa, found himself restless, muttering, "Damn it, does she really need to scream so loudly? How much force did Li Mingxing exert? This is merely his tactic." Ishuibai observed keenly. "Her voice is sufficiently loud to ensnare anyone who hears it. Ah, this woman is cunning through and through." Xianghua remarked, "One day, I too shall partake in this woman's allure. For now, it seems Li Mingxing is the fortunate one." Ishuibai responded, "Li, the police chief's days are numbered. Let him indulge for a while. However, we must now deliberate seriously, as the situation has changed. Initially, we joined for safety, yet with Li Mingxing's transformation, the ordinary residents are no longer content under his control. I sense that this building has become a powder keg, with the potential for explosion looming imminent. We have never truly belonged here. We are merely guests of the police chief. Should the residents rise against him, we too may find ourselves entangled in the fallout. To put it simply, we must contemplate our escape. This is no longer a place for us to linger. Is it not a tad disloyal to leave like this?" Xianghua scratched his head, looking quite troubled. "To be honest, Li, the police chief has treated us well, providing us with food and drink. You simply do not wish to part with the women here," Zhu Minqing teased with a light laugh. Xianghua replied, "It's not quite that. Women are merely a part of my life, and I am no lecher." Zhu Minqing chuckled, "If you are not a lecher, then Yishui Bai must surely be a paragon of virtue." "Hey, I haven't done anything to provoke you," Yishui Bai retorted helplessly. "The critical issue is Yishui Bai," striking the table, remarked, "At present, Li Mingxing can no longer contain the crowd below. Among those above, it seems that only Wang Meng remains unwaveringly loyal to him. The others merely serve him for the benefits they receive, enjoying food and drink at his expense. Should the residents from below rise up, would they truly risk their lives for Li Mingxing? I think not. Moreover, Li Mingxing has already undergone a transformation. He could lose his sanity at any moment and descend into madness. If he does mutate, we must eliminate him. Otherwise, he may very well turn on us. And once he is gone, can we continue to dwell here in safety?" Yishui Bai's analysis crystallized with increasing clarity. He inquired, "What do you all think?" Yuan Kuei replied, "Given the risks, we must begin preparations. There is no doubt about that." Zhu Mengqing and Jiang Haiping nodded in agreement. Xianghua then asked, "How shall we prepare? What actions should we undertake?" Yishui Bai stated, "If turmoil could erupt at any moment, we must ensure we can depart swiftly. Thus, we need to begin stockpiling supplies. This includes not only food and medicine but also fuel. In essence, we must gather everything necessary for our journey to the next location." At this juncture, everyone instinctively raised their heads, gazing at the roof above. The upper 4 floors housed a warehouse brimming with supplies. Yishui Bai's intentions were unmistakable. They were about to commence thievery. "In all my years, I have never stolen anything," Xianghua lamented, as if his very character were unraveling. Yishui Bai, somewhat incredulous, questioned, "So, everything you possessed was purchased with your own money?" Xianghua shook his head. "No, we simply took it by force. How's that any better than theft?" "Surely, thievery requires a certain skill," Yishui Bai scoffed, rising to his feet. "We must act swiftly. I estimate that Li Mingxing will safely mutate within a matter of days, leaving us little time. If we move now, we will have support to cover our actions." The support Yishui Bai referred to was Han Jinjin's piercing voice. It was likely that the occupants of the 2 floors above were utterly captivated by her enchanting sound, allowing Yishui Bai and his companions to ascend without drawing attention. However, he mused, that woman certainly knows how to scream. Yishui Bai continued, "And what of Officer Li? It has been nearly 20 minutes. Has he consumed 200 blue pills? His fighting spirit is remarkable." Xianghua chuckled. "If that woman were mine to enjoy, I would undoubtedly consume an entire box of blue pills to fully relish her. Should that woman truly fall into your grasp, I would begin to pity her," Yishui Bai remarked, already approaching the bedside and lifting his gaze upwards. During their last infiltration, they had quietly opened the window upstairs, meaning that reaching the warehouse above would take them hardly 10 seconds, faster even than if Li Mingxing and his companions were to use the front door. "Let us go, doctor. It should just be the 2 of us," one of them said, swiftly flipping his body and leaping onto the windowsill, quickly scaling the outer wall. Jiang Haiping hurriedly followed suit. Yuan Kuei, unwilling to concede to age, closely trailed Jiang Haiping after he too had climbed out. Xianghua and Zhu Minqing lacked such acrobatic prowess and remained inside the building. The primary objective for Yishui Bai and his companions was food, medicine, and gasoline. Fortunately, Li Mingxing's warehouse was well stocked with these essentials. Thus, the 3 of them began to relentlessly gather supplies from the shelves. To avoid detection, they did not focus on a single shelf but instead took a variety of items, ensuring their actions would not be conspicuous. The trio fervently amassed resources, reminiscent of farmers diligently harvesting corn in a bountiful field. In no time, the provisions they collected were sufficient for all 5 of them to last a month. They also secured some medical supplies and 3 barrels of gasoline. However, it was impossible for them to carry these items back to their room. If discovered, it would spell disaster. The best course of action was to toss the supplies downstairs. With no other human gathering spots in Easton Town aside from the Tianxiang building, they could safely discard the goods onto the street without fear of them being taken. Without hesitation, they fashioned makeshift bundles using bed sheets to package the food and medicine before throwing them down. A dull thud echoed through the night as the bundles hit the ground. However, within the building, the excited shouts of Han Jinjin drowned out the noise. Even if the residents on the lower floors heard the sound, they would not suspect anything amiss, remaining blissfully unaware of the treasures hoarded above them. Having tossed down the food and water, they wrapped the remaining 3 barrels of gasoline in blankets before heaving them down together. With a heavy thump, they landed in the darkness. In just half an hour, they had successfully stolen all the necessary items. Whenever they chose to leave, they would find these supplies awaiting them. After completing their task, the three returned inside. And at last, Han Jinjin's voice ceased. Yi Bai surmised that Officer Li had likely been thoroughly depleted by the woman. With the mission accomplished, the spirits of the five lightened considerably, and they each went to rest. With Yi Bai and Yuan Kuei settling down on the living room sofa while the others returned to their rooms. The following day, as the dawn broke and the world remained shrouded in a thick mist, Yi Bai stepped out of his suite, the others still ensconced in their slumber. He ventured forth alone, intending to request the chef on this floor to prepare a modest meal for him. En route to the kitchen, he chanced upon a living room where a remarkable sight captivated him. Han Jinjin was seated at the dining table, savoring a freshly cooked steak. Intrigued, Yi Bai entered the room and approached her. Upon noticing his presence, Han Jinjin looked up, her face lighting up with a charming smile. "Good morning, Mr. Yi," she greeted. Yi Bai was taken aback, not expecting such warmth from her. "Please, have a seat," she continued, gesturing toward the plate of steak. "Are you hungry? If so, I can cut some pieces for you." He settled into a chair, shaking his head in refusal. Curiosity piqued, he gazed at Han Jinjin, who was indeed a rare beauty, her features elegant and refined. Even at such proximity, he found no fault in her appearance and was momentarily entranced. Noticing his lingering gaze, Han Jinjin inquired with a playful smile, "What is it? Do I have something on my face that warrants such scrutiny?" Each smile and frown of hers exuded an undeniable allure. Yi Bai leaned back slightly before responding. "You do recall that I killed several of your subordinates, do you not?" "I do," she replied, "and the memory is quite vivid." "Then how can you maintain such an amiable demeanor? Do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" He probed. With a soft chuckle, she replied, "I share no bonds with those condemned men. To me, they were merely tools. Besides, that is all in the past. I focus solely on the future, having no interest in bygone grievances." Understanding dawned on Yi Bai as he nodded. "You are not merely a beautiful woman, but a cold-hearted and ruthless one as well. Is that not a virtue?" Han Jinjin replied with a smile. "Since childhood, I have been surrounded by men, troublesome boys my age, and older gentlemen in their 30s, 40s, and even 60s, all seeking to draw near to me. You can surely surmise their intentions. When I lacked the ability to protect myself, beauty was not a gift, but rather a peril. I was claimed by various men before I even grasped the nature of male and female relations. This sensation of being a prey since birth is something you likely cannot fathom." Yi Bai remained silent. Han Jinjin continued, "Thus, to safeguard myself, I must wield my beauty as a weapon. It is my sole armament. I remain deeply grateful for the indignities inflicted upon me by those men in the past. They have illuminated the harsh reality that this world operates under the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Consequently, I have adopted a demeanor that is both cold-blooded and ruthless. Is that not commendable? To possess mastery over one's own destiny amidst this shroud of darkness." Han Jinjin replied to Yi Bai with a smile, her eyes revealing a rare innocence, as if she had long since reconciled with her fate. Yi Bai could only acquiesce, acknowledging that if he were in her position, he might not possess her level of prowess. "After all, you have managed to command the obedience of dozens of men. And that skill is no small feat." Han Jinjin chuckled. "Men are such simple creatures. A mere lifting of the skirt, and they will submit to your will." As she spoke, she nonchalantly tugged at her skirt, revealing her fair thighs. Yi Bai recognized her intentionality, yet his gaze instinctively fell downward before he quickly averted it. Han Jinjin laughed heartily. "Mr. Yi, this is merely the biological instinct of your gender. Even you cannot resist it. I, too, have my vulnerabilities in this regard." Yi Bai managed an awkward smile. Suddenly, Han Jinjin leaned closer to him, her delicate hand resting on his knee. Her gaze was fixed intently on Yi Bai, alluring and enchanting. "Mr. Yi, I am now without followers. I am but a frail woman. In this murky abyss, it is exceedingly difficult for someone like me to survive. I know you possess remarkable skills. You could protect me. If you choose to safeguard me, I can offer you anything you desire. Mr. Yi, look at me." Han Jinjin spoke earnestly. Yi Bai's gaze met hers, and in that moment, her beautiful eyes seemed to be two bottomless black holes. He endeavored to maintain his composure, resisting the temptation to succumb. He was acutely aware that many men had already been ensnared by those very black holes. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she spoke in a voice as delicate as gossamer. "Mr. Yi, tell me truthfully, have you ever contemplated possessing me?" Yi Bai's body tensed, feeling as though he were on the verge of being ensnared by this captivating enchantress. Yet, he managed to retain his self-control and replied with a smile. I have indeed contemplated your form, yet I am fully aware that your body is bristling with thorns. To extricate myself safely without harm would likely prove challenging. Han Jinjin replied with a grin. You might as well try. Perhaps you could remove all my thorns. Let it be, Ishuibai chuckled as he rose to his feet. I prefer to avoid risky endeavors, and you ought to rest as well. After all, you were quite active throughout the night. If this continues, your body may not withstand it. Han Jinjin laughed. Captain Li is indeed a formidable man. Yet I believe you are no less capable. Furthermore, if you are willing, I shall devote everything to accommodate you. Ishuibai approached the door, smiling as he said, Let us discuss it later. Perhaps one day I might suddenly lose control. I shall be waiting for you. Han Jinjin replied, I am always ready for you. Ishuibai exchanged a few casual words before hastily leaving the room and retreating to a corner. He leaned heavily against the wall, breathing laboriously. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. This woman had evidently begun to view Ishuibai as her prey. She was a seasoned huntress. Once he fell into her trap, he would likely become her puppet, little by little. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost control. Fortunately, it was he. Had it been Xianghua, that room would have surely transformed into a battlefield by now. Ishuibai even contemplated the possibility of engaging with Han Jinjin and then denying any responsibility, resolutely refusing to comply with her demands. However, men, in their heated moments, could act in unpredictable ways. Women, particularly those as experienced and alluring as Han Jinjin, resembled an addictive poison. One should either avoid them entirely or risk being ensnared forever. It was at this moment that Ishuibai truly grasped why the most beautiful women are often the most perilous. These women possessed a wealth of experience in the dynamics between the sexes, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, especially for the naive. They would merely be reduced to mere playthings in their hands. Thus, those cunning seductresses could easily manipulate their devoted admirers. The day at Tianxiang Building remained monotonous. Li Mingxing seemed acutely aware of his impending fate and had once again pulled Han Jinjin into his room early in the morning. Soon, her piercing cries reverberated through the walls, echoing in the living room. Xianghua could hardly endure it. What the hell is this? Is this woman made of iron? How can she engage in such activities daily without being worn out? Come on, if you went in there, you'd probably be even more ruthless than Li Mingxing. Ishuibai remarked with a chuckle. I can't take it anymore. Xianghua exclaimed, springing to his feet and striding toward the door, declaring, I need to find a woman too, or I'll surely burst. He then left the room with quick strides. The remaining individuals began to smoke in boredom. This place was indeed dull. Ishuibai lamented, it was better when we were in prison. At least we could go outside for fresh air and play basketball. Here, aside from sitting around, there's nothing to do. You could follow Xianghua's example and find some joy, Zhu Mingxing suggested with a smile. Never mind. Ishuibai shook his head. I don't wish to be drained of vitality. I still aspire to live a few more years. Yuan Kue, feeling bored, picked up a steel pipe once more and began to play a melancholic tune. Jiang Haiping turned the pages of his book, seemingly immersed in his own world, utterly oblivious to any tedium. I inquired, Doctor, how long have you been engrossed in this book? Why have you not yet finished it? Ishuibai sought to make conversation. Jiang Haiping replied, truly remarkable literature warrants repeated savoring, akin to the finest delicacies, which must be slowly savored to fully appreciate their richness. Just as with a symphony, upon first listening, many details stop. Stop, Ishuibai interjected hastily. It was a grave mistake to engage in idle chatter with you. Please spare me. Jiang Haiping returned to his reading. Ishuibai, puffing on a cigarette intermittently, felt as though he were still imprisoned. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupted from within the building, seemingly emanating from the ground floor. Shortly thereafter, the corridor was filled with the shrill blaring of alarm bells, instantly heightening the tension in the air. Something is amiss. Ishuibai leapt from the sofa, his demeanor transformed by a surge of excitement as if a calamity had occurred. Zhu Minqing remarked, Why are you so agitated? It might be something dreadful. Ishuibai chuckled, At the very least, I shan't be bored any longer. Let us go see what is happening. With that, he eagerly exited the door, followed closely by Zhu Mingqing, Yuan Kue, and Jiang Haiping. Upon leaving the suite, they discovered all the enforcers on this floor rushing downwards, weapons in hand. The four of them sprinted together, quickly arriving at the 5th floor. The lights on this level were now ablaze, revealing two factions in a state of tense confrontation. One faction was led by Wang Ming, while the other comprised the emaciated, disheveled residents from below. Two children, a boy and a girl, were sobbing, held protectively by a man. A small, pointed protrusion had emerged from the girl's head, while the boy's clothing had been torn, revealing a small flesh lump on his back, resembling a nascent third arm. It was evident that these two children had undergone mutations. At that moment, the residents were filled with righteous indignation, as though they had only just reclaimed the children. The two kids, frightened to the core, continued to wail, chanting, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Their pitiful state evoked deep empathy among the onlookers. Wang Ming, glaring fiercely, wielded a steel pipe and shouted, "What are you doing? They have already mutated. Even children, once altered, possess strength beyond human capacity to combat. According to protocol, they must be dealt with. This is for the safety of everyone." Under normal circumstances, Wang Ming's thunderous command would compel the residents to comply and relinquish the children. However, today, the residents had amassed into a throng of several thousand, their indifference to Wang Ming's outburst palpable, their eyes ablaze with fury. They cried out, "What gives you the right? They are merely children. Can you truly bear to take their lives? Indeed, they are but two little ones. Are we adults to stand idly by and witness their demise? If those who have mutated are to be executed, what of Li Mingxing? Why does he escape such a fate? He too has mutated, and his transformation is far more severe than that of anyone else. How can it be that Li Mingxing lives while we face death for our mutations?" Initially, silence enveloped the crowd, but once a voice broke the stillness. A torrent of outrage followed. "My father was murdered for his mutation. Why does Li Mingxing remain unscathed? My son was slain simply for developing scales at your hands. How many lives have you extinguished? Even in battle against monsters, surely not so many would fall. This is your doing. What right do you have to choose who lives and who dies? You shall not take these two children today, unless Li Mingxing is also slain. Yes, kill Li Mingxing. He must die. Restore our resources to us. Why does he live like a monarch while we are reduced to less than dogs? Kill Li Mingxing. Return our supplies. Li Mingxing must perish." The residents erupted in fury, with some wielding wooden clubs and steel pipes as weapons. Moments ago, they had concealed their arms, but now, there was no longer any pretense. A wave of immense rage surged forth. Wang Ming's group suddenly found themselves outnumbered. Though they were robust men, they numbered only in the hundreds, a stark contrast to the thousands of residents. Moreover, those from the lower floors could join the uprising at any moment. This was no longer merely about the lives of two children, it was a culmination of pent-up grievances erupting at last. Each individual vented their discontent. The children were merely a spark igniting the powder keg, although the residents hesitated to actually confront Wang Ming's group. Every pair of furious eyes and each fervent shout threatened to engulf them like a deluge. Yi Shuibai and his companions felt the overwhelming pressure within Wang Ming's ranks. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. It seemed as though Yi Shuibai's words rang true. The powder keg of Tianxiang building was on the verge of explosion. As guests of Li Mingxing, they were likely to be caught in the flames of this fury. The situation had spiraled beyond control. The residents of the building unleashed their long-simmering wrath at that moment, demanding that Li Mingxing pay in blood for his transgressions. Several individuals began to shout fervently, "Let us charge forth and eliminate Li Mingxing. If we rid ourselves of him, we shall no longer have to endure this existence. Indeed, let us slay him." Observing the frenzied crowd clamoring for blood, Wang Ming bellowed, "I dare any of you to try." In an instant, his thunderous voice quelled the clamor somewhat. Yet his solitary intimidation was far from sufficient to deter the raucous mob. Wang Ming swiftly turned to the thugs surrounding him, pointing at the two children, and commanded, "You there, fetch those two children." However, the thugs exchanged hesitant glances, none daring to move. Their eyes reflected a profound uncertainty. The situation had irrevocably transformed. The crux of the matter lay in Li Mingxing's mutation. Had he remained a normal human, these henchmen might have found justification to serve him, having reaped the benefits of his protection. Yet now, with his transformation, no one could predict when he might become a monstrous threat or meet his demise. Thus, at this critical juncture, no one dared to step forward. "What do you mean by this?" Wang Ming demanded. "Li Chief has sustained you precisely for moments like these. Why do you linger idly?" The henchmen fell into silence. At that moment, someone ventured, "Brother Ming, Li Chief has mutated, by the rules. He should be treated like the others." This remark sparked a chorus of agreement. Indeed, why should Li Chief's mutation exempt him from the fate of becoming a monster? If he transforms, we too shall be in peril. Wang Ming seethed with anger, yet being naturally inarticulate, he found himself at a loss for words, standing there dumbfounded. You. Wang Ming gripped his baton tightly, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Anger consumed him. He glared at the residents before him, his eyes ablaze. It was unfathomable to recall how these very individuals had once cried out in terror, beseeching Li Mingxing for refuge when monsters had pursued them through the streets. Yet today, they had donned an entirely different countenance, as if Li Mingxing were their most bitter enemy. His hands trembled around the baton, and he was tempted to rush forward and drag the two children to safety. At that moment, a chime echoed through the air. The elevator had arrived. The doors slid open slowly, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. The last time the elevator doors had opened, Li Mingxing emerged, wielding a submachine gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage into the room without a moment's hesitation. This time, however, the intentions of the crowd were unmistakably directed towards Li Mingxing himself. Who knows whether that fellow will emerge wielding a submachine gun, ready to unleash a massacre. The moment the elevator doors opened, nearly everyone was taken aback, instinctively dropping to the ground, terrified of being caught in a hail of bullets. Yet, the anticipated gunfire never erupted. Li Mingxing bore no weapon in his hand. He clutched merely a bottle of relatively young whiskey. He still donned that classic white suit, a large cigar clenched between his teeth, puffing on it vigorously as he strode forward with purpose. The sound of his polished shoes echoed against the floor, a rhythmic tap. Upon exiting the elevator, Li Mingxing beheld the individuals sprawled on the ground. They resembled timid mice, huddled and trembling, utterly devoid of their earlier bravado. With a derisive chuckle, he remarked, "Rise, please. Your prostration makes me feel like an emperor." Sensing no immediate threat, the people gradually stood up, initially regarding Li Mingxing with trepidation. However, as moments passed, their courage began to swell. It was evident to all that beneath his shirt, his chest bulged ominously, not muscles, but a grotesque transformation threatening to break free. Reminiscent of venomous serpents awakening from hibernation, eager to tear through the confines of his shirt. A woman of less than desirable appearance was the first to voice her concern. "You have mutated. Why do you not perish? If you fully transform, you will endanger us all." The others quickly chimed in. "Indeed, you have mutated. According to the rules, you should be dealt with. You established these rules. Why do you not abide by them?" The crowd erupted into a cacophony of indignation, questioning why Li Mingxing had not been disposed of. However, it was painfully apparent that their resentment toward him stemmed from more than just his mutation. The mutation merely served as a catalyst for their deeper grievances. Li Mingxing gazed at the crowd with a look of bewilderment, a faint smile escaping his lips as he suddenly approached the two mutated children. A man tightly clutched the children to his chest, demanding, "What do you intend to do? They are merely children. Can you bear to harm them?" Ignoring the man's plea, Li Mingxing knelt before the children, his expression unusually gentle and compassionate. "Poor little ones, you have mutated as well. It is truly unfortunate. Yet, such is the nature of this world, misfortune does not heed reason. You two can no longer remain in this building, nor can I. Once you mutate, disdain will follow. Come, follow your uncle, let us venture outside. Locked away for so long, let us at least explore the world together before the end. We are not criminals. We should not perish within these confines." The two children listened intently to Li Mingxing, their eyes wide with confusion, unable to comprehend his meaning. The remaining residents appeared equally astonished. Li Mingxing straightened his posture, casting a cold glance over the crowd, and declared, "I shall depart. These two children will accompany me. Once I leave, Wang Meng will be the building's overseer, and you are to adhere to his directives. The system will remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, no one dared to oppose him. Even his intention to take the two children was met with silence. Everyone understood that these mutated youngsters posed a significant risk, and if they could be taken away, it would be a welcome relief. From the very beginning, no one genuinely cared about the fate of these children. 71. 4 hours remain. "Brother," Wang Ming exclaimed, alarmed at the news of Li Mingxing's departure. "You need not leave. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will ensure they meet a grim fate." Li Mingxing glared fiercely at the gathered crowd. No one dared to meet his gaze, hastily averting their eyes. Unperturbed, he chuckled softly. "No need for that. What difference does it make if I stay? I can conquer humanity, yet this bizarre black mist leaves me powerless. I have indulged in wine, tobacco, and the company of women to my heart's content. I have found my satisfaction. My sanity may only last a few more days, so let me spend my final moments in peace." He approached Wang Ming and patted him on the shoulder. "From now on, this place is your responsibility. I should not have burdened you with such a heavy load. But alas, I have mutated, and there is no way forward for me." Turning to Yishui Bai and his companions, he said with a smile, "Little brother, I will rely on you to assist my dear brother here. His laughter was lighthearted, displaying none of the gravity expected of a man facing death. Yet his tone carried an undercurrent of melancholy. Yi Shuibai merely nodded, acknowledging him politely. Li Mingxing then turned to the two small children, bending down to take their hands. Come now, let us leave together. This place no longer welcomes us. The children, bewildered, gazed up at the adults around them, none of whom paid them any heed. Thus, they allowed Li Mingxing to lead them into the elevator. As the doors slowly closed and the descent began, Wang Ming sprang into action, racing down the stairs, with others following closely behind. They quickly reached the ground floor, where Li Mingxing had already brought the two children to the metal wall. The residents of Tianxiang building immediately opened the iron barrier, without hesitation. Li Mingxing, thus, led two small children, step by step, away from the sanctuary he had personally established. Eventually, the silhouettes of the three gradually faded into the mist, until they were completely gone. Only the faint sound of the whispering wind remained. Are you now satisfied? Wang Ming, suppressing his voice, reprimanded all those around him. This man was not one for words, and his anger had become his sole means of expression. The residents who had forced Li Mingxing away showed no signs of remorse. They merely exchanged glances, as if calculating their next move. Though Li Mingxing had departed, the subtle atmosphere within the building did not ease. Instead, it grew even more intricate. Observing all of this, Yi Shuibai discreetly approached Zhu Mingqing and Jiang Haiping, whispering in a low voice, "We must leave quickly. Wang Ming can no longer contain this situation. Let us steal some supplies tonight and find a way to escape." Zhu Mingqing replied, "But that officer Li asked you to help maintain order here, didn't he?" Yi Shuibai shook his head. "I never agreed to that. In times like these, it is a struggle to protect oneself, let alone concern oneself with others. Officer Li is, after all, too merciful. He is a policeman. But we are different. We are condemned prisoners." Li Mingxing had departed. The building seemed to regain its former order, with everyone returning to their places, huddling in filthy corners, leading their monotonous lives. Wang Ming and Yi Shuibai also returned to the top floor. Upon entering the suite, Yi Shuibai was surprised to find Han Jinjin, clad in a long gown, reclining on the sofa in the dining area, leisurely sipping a glass of red wine. Yi Shuibai approached and seated himself opposite her. Han Jinjin smiled. "Oh, what is this? Now you desire something?" Yi Shuibai replied. "I wonder if you could refrain from viewing every man as a ravenous beast?" Han Jinjin mischievously winked. "Aren't T-men just like that?" Yi Shuibai chose not to argue further, saying, "Officer Li has been expelled by the people here. He was your protector, wasn't he? Aren't you at all concerned that he has been driven away?" "You are mistaken," Han Jinjin replied nonchalantly. "He was never my protector. My safeguard has always been myself. My own body. Why should I be worried? As long as there are men in this building, regardless of who they are, I can survive and thrive better than anyone else. The owners of this building may come and go like a flowing stream, but I can remain forever." Yi Shuibai nodded, gazing at the alluring Han Jinjin. "You truly resemble a parasite." Han Jinjin laughed. "Perhaps, but as long as I can reap benefits. Being a worm is certainly preferable to being a dog." She sipped her red wine gracefully, exuding an air of nobility and poise. However, in Yi Shuibai's eyes, this woman exuded danger from head to toe. In the living room of the suite, Yi Shuibai and the other four had begun discussing their escape plan. "Do we truly need to leave immediately? It doesn't seem so urgent at the moment," Xianghua remarked, cigar in mouth, perplexed by their decision. Yi Shuibai replied, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. It would be too late to leap when the ship begins to sink." Wang Ming could no longer suppress the people inside the building. "If we do not flee, the outcome will only worsen." Yuan Kuei nodded in agreement, stating, "A Shui has a point. Throughout my many years of life, I have learned that when it is time to run, one must do so without hesitation. Life and death often hinge on a fleeting moment." "I concur," Zhu Mingqing added. "Xianghua, you should cease your infatuation with the women in this building. You've had your share of amusement these past few days." Xianghua laughed heartily. "Women are never enough. The more, the merrier." The group fell silent, exasperated. Yi Shuibai declared, "All right then, it's settled. Tonight, while everyone sleeps, we'll sneak upstairs to gather some supplies to toss down. Then, under the cover of darkness, we'll scale the wall and depart as swiftly as possible." "How long until nightfall?" Xianghua inquired. Jiang Haiping, without checking his watch, replied, "4 hours left. Then I'll find a few more ladies to entertain myself. I cannot squander time. Who knows when I'll see women again after leaving? Zhu Minqing won't let me touch her. I don't know how long I'll have to endure," Xianghua said, rising and striding towards the door. unimpeded by anyone. Only Ishuaibai remained seated on the sofa, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. He fiddled with his fingers, murmuring for hours. Surely, nothing will go awry. Before their departure, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Both the exterior and the interior of the building were shrouded in a thick haze. Inside Ishuaibai's living room, a dim light flickered, but it was far too feeble against the vast darkness. Ishuaibai stood and approached the window, gazing into the abyss outside, feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, it hasn't rained tonight. Our movements will be more convenient. Shall we go now? Zhang Haiping closed his book, as if everything was ready. Ishuaibai pondered for a moment and said, "Let us wait a bit longer. It's only just past 9. We should act once everyone is asleep. We must leave before dawn." Such a pity, Xianghua lamented, shaking his head as he lit another cigar. "I'm rather fond of the cigars here, and the women too. If you're truly reluctant, you may choose to remain," Ishuaibai jested. Xianghua shook his head. "That's out of the question. I am the captain of our team. I cannot be absent. Otherwise, who will lead you?" As he spoke, suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the building outside, signaling that some turmoil had once again emerged. Ishuaibai furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition surging within him. What could possibly be happening? Xianghua, displaying evident impatience, rose from his seat and exclaimed, "What's all this commotion about? Are these people incapable of sleeping at night?" A peculiar expression began to manifest on the faces of all present. They had resolved to depart that very night, and the last thing they wished for was an unforeseen incident before their exodus. "Let us investigate," Ishuaibai said, securing his nunchaku and dagger. "Hiding away is not a solution. We must lend a hand, at the very least to see the night through." The 5 of them opened the door and stepped out of their room. The clamor was emanating from downstairs, so they descended 2 flights. There, they beheld the emergency lights illuminating the corridor, with Wang Meng confronting a throng of residents. The residents, now animated and spirited, had shed their previous despondency. It was as if with Li Mingxing's departure, their true natures, previously suppressed, began to surface. Under the feeble glow, the residents surged upwards in a chaotic mass, rendering the end of the crowd invisible amidst the darkness. Only the din of their uproar was discernible. Among the leading figures, Ishuaibai recognized the 2 as the twin brothers, Song Qinghao and Song Qingyan, with whom he had previously clashed over a girl named Mai Zi. Song Qinghao, hands on his hips, spoke imperiously to Wang Meng. "Wang Meng, our floor is shrouded in darkness. Why should you upstairs keep your lights on while we stumble around below in shadows?" The crowd echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, it's pitch black. We can't see a thing. One misstep, and we either tread on someone or get trampled ourselves. I went to use the restroom only to emerge soaked in someone else's urine. How can one survive in such darkness? Yes, this isn't a life fit for humans. We demand the lights be turned on. We demand the lights be turned on." The chorus of voices rose in fervor. Wang Meng's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with disdain. "The resources of the entire building are finite. If we turn on all the lights, they will deplete rapidly, and soon we will lack even the means to cook. The lights cannot be turned on. There were no lights below before. Did you not manage then?" Yet, this crowd was not swayed by Wang Meng's reasoning. "That was then. This is now. Back then, there was no black mist. And I was at home gaming and munching on chips." One resident declared, "You simply wish to hoard resources. Surely, there is plenty, and you refuse to share with us." Another chimed in, "Let us see just how many resources there are, to ascertain if you are pocketing them for yourselves. Brothers, let us charge upstairs. We have the right to know what belongs to us." With fervent resolve, the throng prepared to surge upward, though they claimed to assess the available supplies. The underlying intent was unmistakably one of plunder. As the crowd surged forward, a resounding clang echoed through the building. Wang Meng forcefully struck the iron railing of the staircase with a steel pipe, producing a sharp sound that reverberated throughout the edifice. "Let me see who dares." Wang Meng glared, attempting to intimidate the throng. Yet, they were unimpressed. They knew him all too well. He had his limits and was not like Li Mingxing, who would kill without a second thought. They understood that he would not harm them if they merely pressed on. Confronted by villains, they dared not confront them directly, opting instead for a strategy of appeasement. However, in the presence of a good person, they felt less restraint, knowing that a virtuous individual would not resort to violence against them. Song Qinghao taunted, "Let us see what's wrong with our belongings. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. I can afford to lose my life." With that, he pressed onward. Ishuaibai discerned that the brothers' intent to ascend the stairs was driven by motives beyond mere supplies. It was likely tied to the girl named Mai. In this world, men are often easily led astray by women, as if cursed. As the crowd surged, Wang Ming and his subordinates hesitated to strike, instead blocking the staircase with all their might. A standoff ensued, with one side pushing forward and the other resisting. Yi Shuaibai was overwhelmed with frustration. Their plan was to leave that night, but this commotion jeopardized their escape. The fates of the building's residents were of no concern to them. Once they slipped away, the others could engage in their own conflicts. However, it was crucial to avoid any further disturbances at that moment. Yi Shuaibai quickly maneuvered to Wang Ming's side, saying, "Wang Ming, I believe they have a point. But why must we jostle like this at such a late hour? How about you turn on the lights for them? We can discuss matters in detail tomorrow." If they could endure the night, Yi Shuaibai and his companions could make their escape, and whatever was to be discussed the following day would be of no consequence to them. Yet, Wang Ming was obstinate, refusing to relent. "No, we cannot squander our supplies. It's a rule set by our leader. If we waste them, we will not have enough in the future." This fellow was as stubborn as a mule. Yi Shuaibai, feeling exasperated, proposed, "What if we turn off the lights upstairs as well? That way, no one will use electricity. We can reconvene tomorrow to discuss future matters. It's late, and everyone is on edge. Let us take a moment to cool down and avoid conflict. What do you say?" Upon hearing Yi Shuaibai's suggestion, Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "Very well, I can turn off the lights upstairs." Yi Shuaibai then called out to the residents, "Everyone, it's quite late. Let us not cause any more turmoil. Tomorrow, we will sit down and have a proper discussion. Now, everyone should return and take a rest. The lights upstairs won't be turned on tonight. It's the same for everyone. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the residents found themselves momentarily at a loss for counterarguments and began to retreat. The two opposing factions gradually began to disperse, seeing that he had successfully dissuaded the crowd. Yi Shuaibai felt a slight sense of relief and continued to persuade them. "We have journeyed together for a century, shared dreams for a millennium. We are currently united in adversity, so let us not turn against one another. Let us all return for now. Whatever issues we have can be discussed properly tomorrow." In any case, the five of them had already resolved to slip away that very night, and whatever negotiations transpired the following day held no bearing on them. Under Yi Shuaibai's suggestion, the tensions among the crowd slowly began to ease. However, at that moment, the brothers Song Qinghao and Song Cheng'an fixed their fierce gazes upon Yi Shuaibai, as if suddenly reminded of past grievances. Song Qinghao, with no regard for decorum, shouted at Yi Shuaibai, "What are you five ruffians? Everyone here is a former resident of Easton, while you five are mere outsiders, and worse yet, death row inmates. On what grounds do you indulge in luxuries here? You have no right to touch a single grain of rice or a drop of water from our building. You should leave at once." Upon hearing these words, others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, you should leave immediately. You do not belong in our building. You are not welcome here." The crowd began to point fingers at Yi Shuaibai and his companions. Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei remained unfazed, their expressions as tranquil as a calm sea, clearly unperturbed by the scene. However, Xianghua was quite different. How could he tolerate being berated by a group? Brandishing a baseball bat, he stepped forward and roared, "Try saying that again. If I don't smash your heads open, I shall no longer bear the surname Xiong. From this day forth, I shall be known as Dog." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Xionghua's ferocity and instinctively took a step back. Yi Shuaibai intervened, saying, "Calm down, Xiong. I will handle this." Knowing Xionghua's temperament, a charge with the bat would undoubtedly lead to a brawl between the two factions. Xionghua refused to back down. "Hey, they are pushing us too far. Are we just going to let them tell us to leave?" Yi Shuaibai was no pushover either. Although they had resolved to slip away from the building that night, it was their own decision to leave, not to be driven out like vermin. Yi Shuaibai patted Xionghua on the shoulder and smiled. "Have faith. I know what I am doing." Seeing the determination in Yi Shuaibai's eyes, Xionghua nodded. "Fine, I want to engage with them for now. It's your call." Xionghua stepped back. Yi Shuaibai gazed at the two brothers, Song Qinghao and Song Cheng'an, and remarked with a smile, "You two have chosen this moment to settle personal scores, which is rather lacking in martial ethics." As he took a step forward, his eyes glinted with provocation. "Let us resolve our grievances without dragging anyone else into this. It shall be just between us. If you can bring me down, I will crawl out of here immediately. Should you kill me, I shall accept my fate, and my friends will not trouble you. However, if you fail, you must leave quietly without causing a scene." The very walls reverberated with his words. Zhu Mengqing and the others were taken aback, Witnessing Yi Bai's serious demeanor for the first time, Xianghua grew anxious. Shui, are you sure about this? 2 against 1. And those two do not appear to be honorable. They might resort to underhanded tactics. Yi Bai, appearing unfazed, replied, rest assured, even in defeat, I shall not suffer too severely. He then glanced at the brothers, contemplating their willingness to engage. Song Chungin's temper flared instantly. Who the hell are you calling coward? You want to leave this building alive. With that, he charged at Yi Bai, wielding a steel pipe. On. Song Qinghao, fearing for his brother's safety, hastily followed suit with his own steel pipe. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingyan was before Yi Bai, showing no courtesy as he raised the pipe to strike at Yi Bai's head. Should the blow land, it would likely obliterate Yi Bai's skull. Brains splattering everywhere. Tension surged through the room. Xionghua's eyes widened like saucers as he gripped his baseball bat, resolute to intervene should anything happen to Yi Bai. Even Wang Ming's demeanor reflected clear anxiety. In the entire room, only Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei maintained their composure. As the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, the steel pipe descended towards Yi Bai's head. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yi Bai suddenly surged forward, his speed rendering his movements nearly invisible. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Song Qingyan, and before anyone could grasp the situation, his hand descended upon Song Cheng'en's neck. Without pausing, Yi Bai swiftly advanced to Song Qinghao's front. Startled by the sudden appearance of Yi Bai, Song Qinghao felt a chilling sensation at his throat. In less than 3 seconds, all three stood motionless, back to back. Suddenly, 2 dull thuds echoed through the air. Both Song Qinghao and Song Cheng'en collapsed to the ground simultaneously. It was only then that the crowd discovered the gruesome wounds adorning the necks of the 2 men, nearly severing their heads from their bodies. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth in torrents, splattering the ground. Yi Bai flicked the bloody dagger and turned his gaze to the floor, meeting the furious eyes of Song Qinghao and Song Cheng'en, who glared at him with unbridled resentment. Yet, Yi Bai merely smirked with disdain, sarcastically remarking, I warned you not to provoke me again. Yet, here you are, seeking your own demise. Should there be a next time, I will show no mercy. Do you think the title of a murderer is merely for show? The entire hall fell into a profound silence, as if even the slightest rustle of a feather could be heard. No one dared to utter a word or meet Yi Bai's gaze. Only the 2 brothers, Song Qinghao and Song Cheng'en, struggled on the ground. But within mere 20 seconds, their eyes, filled with hatred, lost all signs of life, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. As the residents beheld the tragic corpses, they were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that this man could strike with such swiftness and ferocity. In less than 3 seconds, in the blink of an eye, 2 living beings had been effortlessly dispatched by Yi Bai. This level of combat prowess astonished not only the unseasoned residents but also flashed a hint of surprise in the eyes of Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei. Xianghua could not suppress his awe, exclaiming, wow, this is incredible! With just a flick of his hand, he eliminated 2 men? Yi Bai truly is a master of concealment. His speed must surely surpass the limits of human capability. Jiang Haiping shook his head. No, while his speed is impressive, it does not transcend human limits. However, it is undeniably the result of rigorous training that only the finest athletes can achieve. We have witnessed Yi Bai's previous skills, which, while formidable, did not reach this level. Such a significant enhancement in a short span of time is implausible. Xianghua was left bewildered. What do you mean? He just killed 2 men with a mere gesture, and we all witnessed it. This cannot possibly be false. Those 2 are lying on the ground, their blood still fresh. Jiang Haiping replied, indeed, it is not false. What I imply is that the Yi Bai we once knew is no longer the same. As he spoke, he gazed into the hazy mist within the room, revealing a glimmer of complexity in his expression. Yi Bai turned his head, his eyes sweeping across the crowd of fearful residents. You have all witnessed their fate. Are you all prepared to discuss this matter thoroughly tomorrow during the day? Or is there anyone bold enough to stand up and challenge me one-on-one? Alternatively, feel free to gather more individuals. I certainly wouldn't mind, Yi Bai declared, his tone laden with menace, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The reason this group of residents dared to stir up trouble was solely due to their intimate understanding of Wang Ming's character. At heart, Wang Ming was a good man. Possessing the integrity of a police officer, he would never resort to lethal force against them. Thus, they felt emboldened to collectively confront him with relentless pressure. However, Yi Bai was an entirely different matter. He was a death row inmate. Just moments ago, he had ruthlessly taken 2 lives. He was a demon. If the unrest continued, He might very well kill again. The residents, gripped by fear, began to retreat, murmuring, "Let's discuss this tomorrow." Before long, they had withdrawn several meters, dispersing down the stairs. Ishuei smirked with disdain. Indeed, only cruelty and bloodshed could subdue these individuals. At least for now, this group would cease their disturbances. Allowing the 5 of them to leave without incident that night, Ishuei wiped the blood from his dagger and turned to leave. Wang Ming spoke in a stern tone, "Mystery, thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we might have encountered difficulties tonight." Ishuei waved his hand dismissively. "We are guests of Officer Li. He has cared for us for many days, so it is only right that we lend our aid." Meanwhile, Xianghua excitedly rushed over, wrapping his arm around Ishuei's shoulder. "Ishuei, you were absolutely incredible. Your skills just now were nothing short of superhuman. With your abilities, it would be a shame not to become a special forces operative." Ishuei smiled lightly, remaining unperturbed. However, Jiang Haiping's gaze was fixed on him, as if attempting to penetrate his skin to discern his very innards. "Ishuei, you seem different now than before. Your skills have improved significantly compared to just a few days ago. What has transpired?" Jiang Haiping inquired earnestly, as if seeking to analyze the situation. Ishuei shook his head. "I truly do not know. I just feel much lighter in my body now. Whether in movement or combat, everything seems effortless, as if my bones have vanished." "Is that so?" Jiang Haiping mused. "If you are unaware of what has changed, then it seems the cause must be singular." At this point, Ishuei suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock. "You mean, this black mist?" Jiang Haiping nodded. Everyone tensed up. Xianghua widened his eyes, gazing at Ishuei's profile, his tone exaggerated. "Goodness. Ishuei, you haven't mutated, have you?" Ishuei responded. "Could you please wish me some good fortune? I certainly do not wish to become a monster." After a brief silence, Ishuei continued. "I am certain that there are no signs of mutation in my body, yet I undeniably feel more agile than before." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, do humans exhibit symptoms like mine before undergoing mutation? Changes in bodily functions, perhaps?" Wang Ming shook his head. "I cannot say. We have never encountered anyone at the onset of mutation who displayed any peculiarities beyond the emergence of strange growths. Of course, it is also possible that developing mutated limbs is not the sole indicator of mutation." As he spoke, his expression toward Ishuei grew increasingly cautious. Ishuei now felt a pang of anxiety. Truly, he was unsettled. Damn it, he had not sensed any issues prior, but Jiang Haiping's warning instigated doubts within him. His body exhibiting sudden anomalies. Could it genuinely indicate a mutation? Would he awaken tomorrow to find some odd appendage sprouting from him? A third arm? A sixth finger? He dared not contemplate further. Ishuei shook his head in frustration. "Damn it, enough of this. If I truly am mutating, I shall accept it." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Xianghua and the others. "Let us go. We need to rest. Tomorrow, we must rise early." His words hinted at their underlying intention to prepare for another theft before making their escape. The others understood his unspoken message and turned to head back upstairs. However, just then, the previously quiet building erupted with a chorus of anguished screams from the first floor. "Ah, help, please." The wails were incessant, as if heralding the apocalypse. Having just resolved the conflict, Ishuei had hoped for a smooth departure, yet the cacophony of despair shattered his plans. He felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, exhausted to the core. For heaven's sake, let this end. Just as one crisis seemed to subside, another emerged. What on earth was happening now? Ishuei resignedly turned back, straining to listen to the tumult below. The wailing ascended through the corridors, accompanied by a surge of frantic footsteps, as if everyone were racing upstairs in a frantic bid to escape. Instantly, Ishuei and his companions sensed something was amiss. Although this building had never been truly safe, constantly beset by troubles, the residents' cries this time were unprecedented in their terror. Even during the earlier incident when Li Mingxing had unleashed gunfire, the crowd had not reacted with such palpable horror. Xianghua's face had turned ashen, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events that night. What in the world is going on? Why are they screaming so dreadfully? Have aliens invaded? As the manager of the building, Wang Ming displayed the composure befitting his role. He turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Stay close. Let us descend and ascertain what has transpired." With that, he grasped a steel pipe and hurried down the stairs. Zhu Minqing and the others looked to Ishuei inquiring, "What shall we do now?" Ishuei, with a helpless shake of his head, replied, "We should join them, as long as we remain within the building. Our fates are intertwined. If danger truly arises, escape will elude us. Thus, the five of them followed closely behind Wang Ming, racing down the staircase in search of the unfolding situation. The stairwell was filled with wails, screams, and the frantic sounds of hurried footsteps. Nearly everyone below was surging upward, as if driven by madness. Consequently, Wang Ming and his group found it impossible to push against the tide of people, and they were even swept back several meters. What on earth has happened? Wang Ming bellowed. Silence. Do not panic. What is going on? He exerted all his strength to calm the residents. But in their state of fear, they were impervious to his pleas, fixated solely on their ascent. The combined force of thousands surging forward nearly toppled Wang Ming. Damn it! Wang Ming swore, a rare display of frustration. In this chaotic moment, he felt utterly helpless. It was not merely a lack of experience in handling large-scale crises. Even during Li Mingxing's tenure, such a tumultuous event had never occurred. However, Wang Ming soon regained his calm. All the turmoil originated from the ground floor. This indicated that reaching the first floor would unveil the truth of the matter. Given the current pandemonium, with all residents rushing upward, descending the stairs seemed a futile endeavor. The only alternative to reach the ground floor, aside from leaping from a window, was the elevator. With this thought, Wang Ming hastened toward the elevator, his subordinates closely trailing him. Ishuebai and his companions firmly followed behind. Upon arriving at the elevator, Wang Ming skillfully accessed the external control panel, pressing 3 buttons. In a swift moment, the previously powerless elevator illuminated its display. Soon after, the elevator began its descent from the top floor, gradually making its way down to the 6th floor, where it chimed and opened its doors. Wang Ming and his 4 subordinates stepped into the elevator, followed closely by Ishuebai and his group, causing the space to become quite cramped. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such concerns. Wang Ming closed the elevator doors and pressed the button for the 1st floor. The elevator began its slow descent. They braced themselves, fully aware that something perilously dangerous had transpired, for otherwise, the crowd would not be in such a state of frenzy. Wang Ming gripped the steel pipe tightly. The others also gripped their weapons tightly. Ishuebai inquired, what could possibly be happening? Has such a situation occurred before? Wang Ming shook his head. No. Even when we first battled those mutant creatures outside, the chaos was never this overwhelming. People were running and shouting everywhere. Of course, it might be because our elder brother was in charge at that time, allowing us to respond in an orderly manner. His tone was laced with admiration for Li Mingxing. Ishuebai continued, could it be that the 1st floor is under attack by others, just like Han Jinjin and her group? Surely not. Xianghua expressed disbelief. Are there really other people in this small town? Zhu Minqing, clutching a knife in one hand and a hand crossbow crafted by Yuan Kuei in the other, wore an exceptionally serious expression. Even if there weren't any a few days ago, we cannot rule out the possibility of others appearing in recent days. After all, we are a group of 100,000 death row inmates arriving on this island. Alongside Han Jinjin, we amount to little among them. Perhaps other death row inmates have discovered this place and begun their assault. Ishuebai interjected, now is not the time to ponder these matters. We cannot afford to waste time. If there is indeed danger, we cannot hide in this building. Therefore, regardless of what the 1st floor looks like now, we must prepare for battle and face it with all our might. Everyone concurred with Ishuebai's declaration, tightening their grips on their weapons. The elevator descended floor by floor, finally gliding down from the 2nd to the 1st. With a slight tremor, it came to a steady halt at the ground level. The 10 individuals inside the elevator fixed their eyes intently on the doors, bracing themselves for any imminent danger upon opening. With a soft beep, the elevator doors slowly creaked open. In that fleeting moment, all were rendered momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a wave of primal terror surging from deep within. Not even Xianghua or Zhu Mingqing, nor the usually composed Yuan Kuei and Jiang Haiping, could mask the distortion of their expressions. What in the world is happening? Yuan Kuei exclaimed, uncharacteristically cursing, his voice trembling. For before them, emerging from the elevator doors, was not a human adversary, but a veritable sea of rats, thick and overwhelming. They flooded the room like an ocean, and in the dim light, the 1st floor had transformed into a churning black tide. The sheer density of the rodents obscured the ground entirely, revealing only a few stark white bones and splashes of crimson blood scattered among them. It was evident that these remnants belonged to those who had fallen victim to this horde of rats. If one were to succumb to this tide, within mere moments, they would be stripped bare of flesh. For here, the number of rats was not merely in the thousands or even tens of thousands. Yet, there were at least several 100,000. The entire 1st floor was densely populated with mice, a dark mass, The incessant chattering echoed throughout. Aside from the occasional sighting of a few white human bones, there was no other color to be found. In the dim light, amidst the swirling black fog, the countless rodents appeared as if they were an alien race. They pressed against one another, leaving no gaps. Undoubtedly, no humans remained alive on the first floor. Those who had not fled had become mere fragments, digested within the bellies of the mice. After devouring the humans on the first floor, the mice began to surge upward, akin to an army besieging an enemy castle. My God! Xionghua's mouth hung agape, unable to close. His robust arm trembled uncontrollably. He had contemplated charging out with a baseball bat to confront any adversaries he might find on the first floor. However, in light of the current situation, such a notion was utterly futile. Even if a tiger were to appear, it would only meet its demise at the hands of this ravenous horde. The 10 individuals in the elevator were utterly stunned, unable to fathom such a harrowing spectacle. They would rather face a battlefield of artillery fire than become entangled with this swarm of rodents. Yet, the very presence of the elevator immediately drew the attention of the mice, and the entire horde shifted direction, rushing towards it. Like a black tide, they surged towards the 10 people. Close the doors. Hurry, close the doors. Yuan Kuei was the first to react, shoving a man aside as he frantically pressed the elevator's close button. There was no escape route in that elevator. Should the swarm of mice rush in, there would be no room to maneuver. The iron elevator would serve only as their coffin. Yuan Kuei pressed the button desperately. With a beep, the elevator doors began to close slowly. But at that moment, a sudden rush saw 7 or 8 mice leap through the closing doors. Yet, the cursed elevator detected their presence and began to open once more. Damn it! Yuan Kuei couldn't help but curse. The invading mice had already begun to viciously gnaw at several individuals. More and more rodents continued to flood in through the elevator doors. What to do? Xianghua swung his baseball bat with all his might, attempting to fend off the incoming mice. But with 10 people trapped in the elevator, there was simply no room to maneuver. Moreover, as more and more mice rushed in, it took mere moments for 20 or 30 to pour into the confined space. The mice surged in like miniature projectiles, darting through the air and landing upon individuals to bite without the slightest hesitation. The door would not close. We were all doomed. Yi Shuai cursed vehemently while plunging a dagger into the belly of one mouse and flinging it aside. However, the onslaught of mice continued unabated. In less than 3 minutes, the entire elevator would be overrun. There was no escape. Everyone began to retaliate with whatever weapons they had. But against the overwhelming tide of rodents outside the elevator door, victory seemed utterly unattainable. The probability of survival for the 10 of us was not merely slim. It was entirely non-existent. Yi Shuai shouted, Wang Ming, is there no button to close this wretched elevator? Hurry up, or we are finished. He cursed, lamenting that had he known this would happen, he would rather starve outside than be consumed by a horde of mice within these walls. One mouse had already taken refuge on Wang Ming's shoulder, viciously biting him. He yanked it off and slammed it against the elevator wall, responding, 1 minute. In 1 minute, the alarm will trigger, and the door will close automatically. What? 1 minute? Xianghua exclaimed, gripping one mouse tightly while another leaped onto his stomach. Don't talk about a minute. Damn it. In 20 seconds, I'll be nothing but bones. At this rate, before half a minute had passed, thousands of mice would flood into this tiny elevator. There was simply no way to wait that long. We have less than a minute left. 50 seconds. Yuan Kuei shouted. In this time, find a way to block the door. Do not let more mice in. I wish I could block the door. Xionghu roared. But what the hell can I use to do that? Courage? Just then, Yuan Kuei suddenly sprang into action, drawing a dagger. He swiftly cut the throat of one of Wang Ming's subordinates. He then forcefully dragged the lifeless body to the elevator door, using it as a shield against the encroaching mice. The rodents swarmed onto the man's back, beginning to tear at him mercilessly. Wang Ming was taken aback and shouted, What are you doing? That's one of our own. Before he could finish his reprimand, Jiang Haiping followed suit, mimicking Yuan Kuei's actions and swiftly ending another subordinate's life, using him to further block the entrance. Consequently, 3/4 of the elevator door was now obstructed, leaving only the floor and overhead vulnerable to the onslaught of mice. It's too late, Wang Ming. We have no choice now, Yi Shuai declared. We sacrificed these 2 to save the 7 of us. With that, he hastily removed his outer garment and fervently struck the exposed areas, sending the mice flying away one by one. At this very moment, Wang Ming could only resign himself to fate, joining the others in shedding their outer garments, diligently swatting at the relentless stream of mice that surged through the crevices. Within the elevator shaft, an overwhelming battalion of approximately 100 rodents rendered any semblance of defense futile. Only Zhu Mingqing and two of her subordinates fought valiantly with their weapons, striving to fend off the onslaught. The entire elevator had descended into the brink of chaos, with everyone suffering the bites of the insatiable vermin. Although the entrance had been temporarily barricaded, more and more mice breached the defenses of several individuals, flooding into the elevator. The air was filled with the incessant chattering of the mice, a sound that reverberated in the ears of the beleaguered few like a grim harbinger of doom. The elevator had transformed into a veritable hell, and the minute limit was far from being reached, time slipping away second by second. Suddenly, with a sickening pop, a mouse emerged from the belly of a brawny man standing at the door. It was evident that the latter's lower half had been devoured by the ravenous horde. Good heavens! Has it truly been a minute? Xiong Hua exclaimed, delivering a swift blow to the mouse, which resulted in a gaping wound in the man's abdomen. His back was now merely held together by bones. If this continued, once the man was consumed, they would surely be next. At that moment, the minute finally elapsed. The elevator doors began to emit a series of beeping sounds, slowly inching toward closure. In the midst of the chaos, Yuan Kuei delivered a forceful kick that sent the trapped man flying out, feeling as if he were walking on air. The man's insides had been devoured, leaving behind only an empty shell, with a mouse scuttling excitedly within his skull. As he was thrust into the swarm of rodents, he was instantly engulfed by the dark tide, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Haiping mirrored this action, sending another hefty figure sprawling outside. Meanwhile, the elevator doors continued their beeping as they began to close. Yet, the swarm of mice, as if sensing the urgency of the moment, charged forth like a battalion of reckless commandos, desperately attempting to squeeze through the narrowing gap. One by one, they surged forward, driven by the instinct to seize the fleeting opportunity for a hearty meal. As the aperture diminished, the influx of mice only increased. Watching the relentless tide of rodents force their way through the ever-narrowing crevice, Jiang Haiping was struck by a thought. This scene reminded him of the double-slit experiment, where quantum particles traverse through such openings. Xiong Hua, bewildered, retorted, "What in the world are you babbling about? At a time like this, you still have the presence of mind to ponder such nonsense?" Yi Shuibai desperately wielded his clothing to fend off the relentless onslaught of rodents, cursing vehemently, "Doctor, refrain from your nonsense at this moment. With such a multitude of rats, might you not borrow a cat from SCHR Dinger? Expedite the expulsion of these creatures. Otherwise, even if the elevator closes, we shall be devoured by the very vermin that invade." The entire group found themselves besieged by gnawing rodents. Their legs and backs swarmed with the creatures. One of his subordinates lay lifeless on the ground, his throat torn asunder, consumed by a horde of rats. Yet, his demise inadvertently diverted some of the assault, sparing Yi Shuibai and his companions from an even greater onslaught. They began to frantically repel the invading rats with their clothing and weapons. Xiong Hua, finding the baseball bat insufficient, resorted to kicking the rodents with fervor, sending them flying outwards. Fortunately, the sheer number of rats ensured that no matter how he kicked, he would never miss. The elevator's alarm blared incessantly. At last, the gap of the elevator doors narrowed, nearly sealing shut. Those rodents that had managed to enter were now trapped, squashed in the opening, while they could not enter further. This predicament hindered the elevator from closing properly. Fortunately, Yi Shuibai, Yuan Kuei, Jiang Haiping, and Wang Ming acted with remarkable swiftness, simultaneously utilizing their weapons to dislodge the trapped rats. With a resounding clap, the elevator doors finally closed. Yuan Kuei, quick on the uptake, immediately pressed the button for the highest floor. However, despite the door's sealing, they remained on high alert. Within the elevator, 200 to 300 rats had infiltrated. The air was filled with their incessant chattering, and each person bore at least a dozen of the creatures upon them. Without hesitation, they armed themselves and commenced the extermination of the rats within the elevator. Xiong Hua, wielding the bat with iron spikes, slammed it down with ferocity, each strike scattering blood amidst the throng of rodents. Yi Shuibai, Jiang Haiping, Yuan Kuei, Wang Ming, Zhu Mingqing, and the last remaining subordinate employed their daggers, methodically dispatching the rats, focusing on each one they encountered. The blades plunged into the bellies of the creatures, withdrawing swiftly to target the next. Their violent actions tore the insides of the rats asunder. All were engulfed in an ecstatic frenzy, teetering on the brink of death, unleashing their utmost potential. They roared in madness, completely losing their rationality as they wielded their knives mercilessly against the rodents. Even Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei, typically composed, succumbed to a frenzied state, stabbing with desperate fervor. In the elevator, a cacophony of curses and screams erupted. Blood splattered the walls as chaos reigned. It was more gruesome than hell itself, more horrific than a slaughterhouse. This brutal clash persisted for a full 3 minutes. Finally, the elevator reached the 7th floor, marking the end of this dark and relentless battle. At least there were no visible signs of any surviving rodents. Hundreds of mice lay dead, while others writhed in agony, their bodies severely wounded amidst the carnage. The floor had transformed into a veritable carpet of mice, nearly half a meter thick. Everyone stood there, drenched in blood, eyes fixed on the mass of rodents below, terrified that another might leap forth. The cacophony of squeaks had finally ceased, leaving only the heavy breaths of the survivors. Ishuei rummaged through his pockets and cursed, "Damn it. I didn't even bring any cigarettes. All I want now is a swig of strong liquor and a drag of smoke." At that moment, Yuan Kuei offered him a cigarette. Albeit with the caveat, "I have a cigarette, but no fire." "Doesn't matter. A cigarette is good enough." Ishuei accepted it, disdainfully biting off the filter and tossing the cigarette into his mouth, chewing it vigorously. Each individual bore grievous injuries, blood oozing from their bodies. Ishuei had sustained around 70 to 80 bites. Jiang Haiping and Zhu Minqing bore over 100. Even Yuan Kuei, aged and trembling, had suffered dozens of bites, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. The most unfortunate was Xiong Hua, who had endured over 200 bites. One of his ears had been bitten off, leaving only a pool of blood beside his head. Wang Ming's situation was even worse. He had over 100 bites, and his remaining subordinates lay dead. One of his thighs had been reduced to mere bone by the ravenous rodents. The first of his men to perish was in an even more dire state, with nothing left but bones. What a hellish situation this is. Ishuei leaned against the elevator wall, chewing on the bitter tobacco. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to face execution. I would rather be shot in the head than engage in this battle with rats. Xiong echoed his sentiments. Who would have thought? Damn it, where did all these rats come from? Are they here for the spring festival or to take civil service exams, swarming in hordes? Ishuei noted that the teeth of these rodents were exposed like chisels, reminiscent of the mice that had attacked the building previously. It appeared that these were indeed from the same nest. The ones that had escaped last time had returned, bringing their brethren with them. The elevator continued its slow ascent. Outside, the air was filled with continuous cries of anguish. It was evident that the residents of Tianxiang Building were being savagely torn apart by these mutated rodents. To these rodents, this place serves as a vast and complimentary buffet. All humans are delectable morsels. Observing Ishuei chewing on a cigarette, Xiong could not resist the temptation and bit into 2 cigarettes himself, gnashing them between his teeth. Xiong, among the living, bore the most grievous injuries, blood oozing from head to toe. Furrowing his brow, his face reflected utter disbelief. What on earth is this? Damn it. He cursed and delivered a swift kick to the lifeless rat on the ground. I never imagined that one day I would find myself battling a horde of rats. Why were there suddenly so many rodents? Even if a rat plague were to occur, it could not possibly yield such a multitude. Ishuei remarked. These are not ordinary rats, they are mutated. Rats are already known for their formidable reproductive abilities, and one can only speculate that mutation has further amplified their fecundity, resulting in this overwhelming number. Xiong remained perplexed. Damn it, is this mutation or have they ingested Viagra? Pondering such matters proved futile. Yuan Kuei interjected. What we need to focus on now is what to do next. The reasons behind the sheer number and strength of these rats are not the crux of the issue. Once we are safe, we will have ample time to contemplate. If we cannot escape, we will perish in this building, rendering any thoughts moot. Ishuei nodded in agreement. The elder is right. Our sole concern at this moment is our next course of action. What else can we do? Naturally, we must remain hidden here and refrain from venturing outside. Xiong declared. As soon as we step out, we will be offering ourselves as a midnight snack to these rats. In my view, the 6 of us should take refuge in this elevator until the outside is cleared of those unfortunate souls. Only then should we emerge. Given the number of these rats, they will finish off the people outside in less than an hour. Ishuei concurred. That is indeed a prudent strategy. However, Wang Ming's expression darkened. My elder brother entrusted me with the protection of this building and its occupants, and now this calamity has befallen us. I have failed his trust. Enough of the self-reproach, Ishuei reassured him, patting Wang Ming's shoulder. Even if Officer Li were here, he would have no means to contend with such a multitude of rats. As for those outside, one can only say they are unfortunate, in my view. They brought this upon themselves. They were causing trouble for you, and now they can no longer do so. Ishuei spoke nonchalantly, indifferent to the residents' plight. Yet Wang Ming remained engulfed in guilt, crouching down and cradling his head, uncertain of what to do next. Jiang Haiping had already commenced rudimentary treatment for his wounds using his clothing. However, constrained by the available materials, he found himself unable to do much more. Xiong Huadao remarked, "I hope these rodents are not afflicted with any diseases. If they carry some form of rabies, we would truly be doomed, even if we hide in this elevator. It is only a matter of time before we succumb to the poison." Ishuei interjected, "Enough with the alarmist rhetoric, old Xiong. These are merely rats, not venomous snakes. In comparison to poisoning, our untreated wounds pose a far greater risk of fatal blood loss." As he spoke, Ishuei lifted his gaze towards the white electric light within the elevator, letting out a sigh. How had circumstances spiraled into such chaos? He had initially planned to pilfer some supplies that night and make a discreet exit from the building. Yet, after dealing with the uproar caused by the residents, now an overwhelming number of rats had emerged, bringing forth a cascade of unfortunate events. Amidst the commotion, Ishuei suddenly noticed an unusual disturbance at the top of the elevator shaft. A rustling sound captured his attention, and he stared up in bewilderment. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as an opening appeared in the ceiling, and two stark white teeth emerged, gnawing at the metal surface above. "Goodness!" Ishuei exclaimed, jolted by the sight. The others, alerted by his exclamation, looked up to see the two gnawing teeth clearly those of a rat. It was evident that the rodents were now attempting to breach the elevator. Though the metal was sturdy, it was not indestructible in the face of these mutated creatures. If the rats succeeded in gnawing through the ceiling, countless of them would pour into the elevator, leaving the 6 individuals trapped with no escape. A dead end awaited them. "Are these creatures made of iron and copper?" Xiong Huadao shouted in anger, brandishing a baseball bat and striking the ceiling. The resounding thuds echoed, yet the rats were undeterred. Panic began to seep into the group. Ishuei stated, "It appears that hiding in this elevator is no longer a viable option. There are likely more than just a few rats up there, and if this continues, the ceiling will inevitably be devoured. We must find a way out." "Out? Where to?" Xiong Huadao replied. "Opening the door would lead us straight into a horde of rats. We have nowhere to go." Ishuei bit his lip, contemplating the situation carefully. Soon, an initial idea began to form in his mind. These rats had invaded from the first floor, and they wouldn't reach the top floor until they had consumed all the residents. Our only option now is to ride the elevator to the top floor. Xiong Hua had begun to despair. What difference does it make to go to the top floor? These rodents are climbing up layer by layer and will inevitably reach the pinnacle. We are merely delaying our demise at their hands. It is futile. We can no longer escape. Damn it, Xiong Hua, with a lifetime of renown, am destined to perish at the jaws of a horde of rats. It feels like a cruel joke. However, Ishuei was not one to easily compromise human life. He turned to Wang Ming, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Wang Ming, if we reach the top floor, it is absolutely impossible to leap directly downwards. Prior to this, did you install any escape mechanisms at the rooftop? If so, we might have a glimmer of hope for survival." Wang Ming gazed into Ishuei's eyes, recalling something, and nodded resolutely. "Yes." At this declaration, a wave of energy surged through everyone. Xiong Hua's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he hurriedly inquired, "Is there an escape mechanism? What is it? A parachute? Or a helicopter?" Wang Ming shook his head. "We have neither of those, nor could we possibly procure them. However, when establishing this sanctuary, my elder brother anticipated that if formidable enemies were to assault from the first floor, we would need an escape route. Thus, he prepared several steel cables on the rooftop." "Steel cables? What purpose do they serve?" Xiong Hua asked. Wang Ming explained, "They are somewhat akin to the ropes used by firefighters. One end is secured to the rooftop, and the other dangles downwards, allowing us to slide down the cable. Yet, this requires a certain level of skill. If one fails to grasp the cable properly, descending would be tantamount to a fatal leap." Ishuei remarked, "We can no longer afford to be overly cautious. If there is even a 1% chance of survival, we must attempt it." "Indeed." Xiong Hua concurred. "I would rather leap to my death than be devoured by a swarm of rats. However, there remains a critical issue." Yuan Kuei analyzed the situation meticulously. "This building is teeming with rats, and they will continue their relentless ascent. If we fail to eradicate them, even if we manage to escape the building, they will pursue us once detected. Our speed is no match for these rodents. Being caught would be like being engulfed by a tsunami, with no hope of survival. Therefore, We must not only find a way to escape, but also devise a strategy to deal with the rats within, preventing them from following us out. Xianghua interjected. Old man, stop dreaming. There are hundreds of thousands of rats here, swarming in every corner. We are but a handful. How can we possibly contend with them? Even if we were armed with firearms, we could not eradicate such a multitude of rats. Unless, of course, we had missiles to obliterate this place entirely. Indeed, the sheer number of rats was overwhelming, far beyond what they could manage alone. However, Yuan Kuei's words held a semblance of truth, even if they managed to ascend to the rooftop and glide down the prearranged steel cables. The relentless swarm of mutated rats would undoubtedly pursue them, leaving no avenue for escape. All of them were grievously injured, their capacity for resistance dwindling. At that moment, Yishui Bai suddenly had a spark of inspiration, his eyes brightening as he turned to Wang Meng. I have an idea. Wang Meng, aren't there several rooms filled with gasoline upstairs? Let us pour out that gasoline and allow it to flow down the building, aiming to saturate the entire structure. When those rats catch up with us, we shall ignite it and incinerate them. Once we escape, we can ensure our safety. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng's gaze sharpened. Akin to that of a hawk, tinged with a hint of wariness. How do you know we have several rooms stocked with gasoline? This is not the time for such discussions, Yishui Bai chuckled nervously. Our foremost priority right now is to escape. We can ponder over these matters once we are out. But if we set the gasoline ablaze, it would not only be the rats that perish. Innocent humans within the building would also meet their demise. Wang Meng still hesitated, his conscience troubled. Yishui Bai replied firmly. Wang Meng, now is not the time for compassion. Even if we refrain from this course of action, the residents will inevitably be devoured by the rats. No one will survive. Above them, multiple rats had already breached the metal sheeting, transforming the previously intact ceiling into a patchwork of destruction. Glancing at the elevator display, Yishui Bai noted that they were nearing the top floor. He addressed the other 5 individuals. Everyone, we have no time left. We must act without delay. Our singular objective is survival. We must all strive to live. The moment the door opens, we act in unison. Each second is precious. One delay could spell the difference between life and death. Wang Meng, head to the rooftop and inspect the steel cables you left behind. Secure them so we can swiftly descend. Doctor, gather some medical supplies. We are all wounded, and if left untreated, even if we escape, we may succumb to blood loss. Your expertise will be crucial for our healing. Elder, Old Bear, and Meng Meng, the 3 of us will open all the gasoline containers and pour them down, allowing the gasoline to cascade down the building. We must ensure that all the gasoline is dispensed if we are to have a true chance of exterminating the rats. We must act with urgency. Time is of the essence. Do you all understand your tasks? In an unspoken manner, Yishui Bai had assumed the role of commander in this dire situation. Faced with the resolute tone of Yishui Bai, no one harbored any doubts. Everyone gazed into Yishui Bai's eyes and nodded affirmatively, for they understood that their very lives depended on their actions. The sole path to survival lay in adhering closely to Yishui Bai's directives. Understood. We shall heed your words, Su In, who declared, with the others echoing his sentiment. At that moment, a sound resonated, a chime from the elevator, its doors slowly parting. Yishui Bai and his companions were already poised for action. Without waiting for the doors to fully open, they surged forth, a flurry of movement. Yishui Bai, well acquainted with the terrain, led several companions through the darkness towards the room where gasoline was stored. Wang Meng, equally adept, raced directly to the rooftop to inspect the steel cables. Jiang Haiping had also visited this place before, and with a keen familiarity of the layout, swiftly arrived at the area designated for the storage of medicine, drawing upon his experience to retrieve the necessary supplies. Chaos ensued, yet no one dared to lower their guard, for they were acutely aware that they were engaged in a brutal race against time. Their competitors were not merely the rodents within the building. A far more formidable adversary loomed, death itself. They were racing against the Grim Reaper. Every second counted. All complied with Yishui Bai's instructions, embarking on their respective tasks. The entire building trembled, filled with cries and wails. Yishui Bai and his group recognized that those below had begun their frantic ascent in search of refuge. According to the regulations of Tianxiang Tower, ordinary residents were strictly prohibited from accessing the 4th floor, where supplies were stored. A massive iron gate barred entry to this area, rendering it impenetrable to others. However, when faced with the direst of circumstances, such rules become feeble. With death looming, who cares for regulations? In moments of desperation, humans can unleash unprecedented strength. Even this seemingly frail group of villagers, if sufficiently provoked, would undoubtedly overpower the iron gate and surge upwards. Thus, Ishuebai and his companions were compelled to act swiftly. Although the rooftop was equipped with steel cables for their escape, should those below reach them first, the scramble could prevent their access to safety. It was akin to the morning rush for a subway. Those left behind would exert every effort to board, yet once on, they would wish for no further arrivals. Ishuebai and his team quickly reached the gasoline storage room. Despite their injuries, the four of them dragged barrels of gasoline into the corridor, prying open the lids and pouring the contents onto the floor. Gasoline gushed forth from the iron container, cascading across the floor and spreading into various corners of the room. Yet, enveloped in darkness, they remained unaware of the current distribution of the fuel. Wang Ming, Ishuebai shouted, "Is there any light upstairs? Turn it on." In an instant, the lights on the fourth floor sprang to life simultaneously, illuminating the room as if it were daylight. Despite the swirling black mist, the brilliance of the lights could not be hindered. At this critical juncture of life and death, Wang Ming had no concern for conserving electricity and simply turned on all the lights. As the illumination flooded the space, everyone instinctively shielded their eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, they were greeted by the sight of gasoline pooled across the floor. Even more astonishing to Ishuebai and the others was the revelation that there were indeed people on this floor. Positioned a mere 10 meters away were two women, one of whom Ishuebai recognized, the girl named Mai Zi and Han Jinjin. The two were huddled quietly by the window. And had it not been for the sudden illumination, Ishuebai and his companions might not have noticed them at all. In their flurry of anxiety, even Yuan Kuei's sharpness and vigilance had waned. The two groups exchanged bewildered glances. Upon seeing the bloodied figures before her, Mai Zi's eyes widened in fear. In contrast, Han Jinjin remained composed, scrutinizing the group before breaking into a somewhat relieved smile. "Ah, you all look quite disheveled." "Disheveled?" Xianghua retorted with irritation. "Damn. We're fortunate to be alive. You should try being besieged by hundreds of rats." Ishuebai refrained from arguing and, instead, cautiously inquired, "How did the two of you end up here?" "I recall that reaching this level requires passing by the guards and possessing the key to the iron gate." Han Jinjin replied with a smile. "By chance, while I was in bed with Officer Li, I conveniently took a few keys, one of which happened to unlock that large iron door. And this young lady, Mai Zi, guided me to the location of the gate. As for the guards, they're all men, and dealing with men is my forte." However, as Han Jinjin scanned the injuries of the others, her expression shifted to one of suspicion. She had witnessed their skills firsthand, particularly those of Ishuebai and Yuan Kuei, both of whom were exceptionally capable. What could have transpired to leave them in such a state? With curiosity, Han Jinjin asked, "What exactly happened?" "There are people shouting and running about below." Ishuebai chuckled dryly as he continued pouring gasoline. Han Jinjin truly exhibited a remarkable self-preservation instinct when faced with danger. Her first instinct was to conceal herself and ensure her own safety. As Ishuebai poured gasoline, he remarked, "A horde of mutated rats has descended upon the building, treating the inhabitants as mere sustenance." Han Jinjin inquired, "How many rats are we talking about?" "I estimate there are at least several 100,000. Swarming in such numbers that counting them is futile. Should one fall among them, within half a minute, they would be reduced to mere bones," Ishuebai replied, his voice tinged with lingering fear after narrowly escaping their jaws. The mention of hundreds of thousands of rats caused Han Jinjin's brow to furrow involuntarily. She understood all too well the implications. Only Mai Zi appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Han Jinjin pressed on, "So, hundreds of thousands of rats are charging upstairs? Does this mean we have no escape? What are you all doing now?" she asked. Ishuebai explained, "There are escape cables on the rooftop, but their numbers are limited. We need to pour out this gasoline, let it flow down, and then ignite it to incinerate the rats. Otherwise, even if we manage to escape, should the rats follow us out, we would still be trapped." Han Jinjin immediately grasped the gravity of Ishuebai's words. She sprang to her feet and asked, "Are the people upstairs aware of the multitude of rats swarming below? Particularly those tasked with guarding the premises, do they know?" After a moment's contemplation, Ishuebai shook his head decisively. "They likely remain oblivious. No one has informed them. To them, it is merely a disturbance below. However, it won't be long before they realize the truth once the rats surge upstairs." Upon hearing this, Han Jinjin seized the bewildered Mai Zi by the arm, urging, "Let us move. We cannot afford to linger here." "Huh? Are we going to pour gasoline too?" Mai Zi questioned, still in a daze. "No, We have more pressing matters at hand, Han Jinjin asserted, striding towards the staircase leading to the imposing iron door that separated them from the lower floors. What are you planning? Ishuebai asked, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he scrutinized Han Jinjin. She replied candidly, the shouts from below are growing closer. Soon, everyone will rush upstairs and break through that iron door, reaching this very place. Once they arrive, our escape will be impossible. Therefore, it is imperative that we find enough materials to barricade the passage behind that door. If the people below cannot ascend, their bodies can serve to delay the advance of the rats. With a tone devoid of sentiment, only cold resolve remained in Han Jinjin's voice. Observing the fierce determination in her eyes, Ishuebai felt a twinge of fear. This woman was one willing to resort to any means to achieve her goals. Yet, in such dire circumstances, it was precisely such individuals who proved to be the most dependable. Ishuebai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the statement. You should proceed with your task. The emotionless elder, Ishuebai, and his 3 companions wasted no time in hastily moving out and pouring away rows of gasoline barrels. However, the sheer volume of supplies stored within the building exceeded their expectations. After several frantic minutes, they had managed to dispose of only a quarter of the barrels, while the remainder stood neatly arranged, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Time was slipping away. Ishuebai shook his head, stating, we no longer have sufficient time. Let these barrels remain here. When they ignite, they will inevitably explode. Wouldn't that make them akin to bombs? Xianghua exclaimed, brandishing a dagger and thrusting it forcefully against a gasoline barrel. Yet, the iron casing of the barrel proved too formidable for his blade to penetrate. Enough. We must prepare to leave at once, Ishuebai urged, glancing down at the ground. The gasoline had accumulated to a thickness of 2 centimeters, flowing steadily toward the lower levels via the staircase. Although it would not envelop the entire building as Ishuebai had envisioned, it would certainly transform the lower 3 floors into a vast inferno. The cries from below grew increasingly closer. The residents besieged by the swarms of rats were presumably not far away. At that moment, Maizi suddenly rushed over, shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice trembling, Han Jinjin has sent you to assist. Those people are already outside the iron gate. The group exchanged glances and hastily made their way through the gasoline toward the staircase. The stairwell was illuminated by bright, white lights. Brown gasoline cascaded down the steps, layer by layer. At the bottom of the staircase stood a massive iron gate, while the upper portion was obstructed by a pile of various debris, blocking a fifth of the access. This was, of course, the handiwork of Han Jinjin and Maizi. However, outside the iron gate, a throng of people had gathered, including residents and Wang Ming subordinates, amounting to several thousand individuals. They cried out in desperation, pleading with Ishuebai and his companions to open the door. Please. Open the door. Let us in. The rats have come. We do not wish to be devoured. For heaven's sake, open the door. If you don't let us in, I swear I will kill you. Listening to their desperate pleas, Ishuebai realized that everyone was acutely aware of the dire situation. No longer willing to wait, a dozen burly men grasped the iron gate's railing, roaring in fury and shaking it violently in an attempt to dislodge the heavy barrier. The power of a dozen grown men was not to be underestimated. The gate slammed against its frame, and the large screws embedded in the cement wall began to loosen. As the situation escalated, it seemed they would soon be torn from the wall. Once the heavy iron door was yanked away, Han Jinjin and Maizi's belongings strewn across the stairs would do little to impede the surging tide of humanity. In under half a minute, the hallway would be cleared entirely, and this throng would rush forward like a herd of panicked deer. Observing the frenzied crowd, desperately pushing forward and tugging at the iron door, Ishuebai felt a flicker of fear. The collective will to survive from thousands was an undeniable force. Han Jinjin, now visibly anxious, shouted, "Quick! We must find something to block the stairs. The door is about to be taken down. We cannot allow them to ascend. If they come up, we won't be able to escape." Ishuebai turned to Yuan Kuei and the others, inquiring, "What do you think?" Yuan Kuei, with an expression void of emotion and his gaze unwavering, replied, "There is no choice. For us to live, they must die. Xianghua, assist me." Yuan Kuei gestured, and although Xianghua was uncertain of what to do, he hurried over. Yuan Kuei led him to a nearby shelf close to the door, and together they exerted their strength, lifting the shelf along with the multitude of items piled atop it. Quickly, they moved the heavy shelf to the top of the stairs. The residents below, witnessing Yuan Kuei and Xianghua hoisting a fully laden shelf, felt a chill of realization wash over them, understanding the impending doom. Please, no. We beg you, don't do this. We do not wish to die. I am on my knees. Let us pass. We do not want to perish here. Countless voices rose in lamentation. The crowd was so dense that kneeling was impossible. Some resorted to banging their heads against the metal door, the sound echoing as they bruised themselves in desperate hope of stirring a modicum of compassion from Yuan Kuei. However, they had chosen the wrong target. The notion of mercy had never graced Yuan Kuei's lexicon. Even the cacophony of anguish failed to elicit a glance from him. Yuan Kuei regarded Xianghua and, without a hint of hesitation, issued the command, "Xianghua, throw." At this signal, both Yuan Kuei and Xianghua released their hold. A deafening crash ensued as the heavy shelf tumbled down the stairs, rolling uncontrollably. Items scattered in every direction, and within moments, the shelf lodged itself against the iron door, effectively barricading the entire stairway. "Curse you, you tyrant. I will make you pay. Even as a ghost, I will not forgive you." The residents sank into despair. For a massive shelf had become wedged on the stairs, and with countless goods strewn about, even if they managed to pull the iron door open, they would find themselves unable to ascend for the foreseeable future. In their desperation, many turned to Yuan Kuei, hurling curses and a torrent of frustration. However, Yuan Kuei remained unfazed and called out to Ishuibai and the others, urging them to assist. "This trivial matter cannot impede us." Consequently, the 6 individuals stepped inside the room to remove the shelves, casting them onto the staircase amidst the residents' vehement curses. Within mere moments, the staircase became completely obstructed. Although there were a few gaps, they were far too narrow for any human to traverse. It could be said that the residents below were utterly confined. Ishuibai gazed at the thousands of despairing souls, a flicker of compassion evident in his eyes. Even Xianghua felt a pang of sympathy for these unfortunate individuals. In contrast, Yuan Kuei remained unmoved, coldly surveying the staircase for any remaining openings to seal. Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated from the crowd behind. The incessant chittering of countless rats echoed from the darkened distance. The rodents had ascended. Yuan Kuei remarked, "The objects on the staircase may deter those people, but they cannot stop the rats. We must leave at once." "You jump first. I will follow," he instructed. Below, innumerable residents wailed in anguish as the rats had reached their floor, beginning to engulf them one by one into a tide of darkness. The bodies of the residents were mercilessly torn apart and shredded by the mutated rats. In mere minutes, the combined efforts of countless rats could transform a complete human into a chilling skeleton. All the residents desperately pushed forward, striving to escape the relentless pursuit of the rodents. However, despite the iron gate being dismantled, the staircase was choked with shelves and goods, leaving no room for advancement. Now, all that remained for the residents was an overwhelming sense of despair, as they awaited their grim fate in sorrowful anticipation. Ishuibai and his companions returned to the storage level, where everyone made their way toward the rooftop. The debris on the staircase could obstruct humans, yet it posed no hindrance to the rats. The mutated creatures could swiftly navigate through the smallest of openings. While the thousands of residents could temporarily divert the rats' attention with their flesh, the scant amount of meat was insignificant in the face of the ravenous horde, and it would not suffice for long. Thus, they were compelled to escape the building with utmost urgency. The others sprinted ahead, while Ishuibai and Xianghua each carried a small gasoline canister, retreating as they sprinkled gasoline along their path. They continued their retreat until they reached the rooftop, securing the heavy iron door between the rooftop and the building. At that moment, 8 individuals found themselves on the rooftop: Ishuibai, Xianghua, Zhang Haiping, Yuan Kuei, Zhu Mengqing, Wang Meng, Han Jinzhan, and Mai Zi. Wang Meng had already secured the 3 steel cables that Li Mingxing had prepared earlier to the railing beside the rooftop, tying several tight knots to ensure their steadfastness. The other end of the cable was cast down along the exterior wall of the building, extending into the vast, enveloping darkness. This was a rope leading to the ground. Upon seeing the rope, Xianghua was beset by uncertainty. "How exactly do we descend?" Wang Meng replied, "It's quite simple. Grip the rope and slide down. Just before you reach the ground, hold on tightly to avoid crashing down. Otherwise, it would be no different from jumping off a building." Xianghua craned his neck to gauge the height of the building, swallowing hard. Although he had fought through countless battles, facing all manner of peril, this was indeed a first for him, and he felt a twinge of trepidation. "Are you certain this will work?" Xianghua still harbored doubts. Wang Meng reassured him. "During our military training, this was merely routine practice. It's not as difficult as it seems." Zhu Mingqing interjected, "Xianghua, did you not serve in the military as well?" Surely you can manage this. Xianghua shook his head. I only lasted 2 months before being discharged. Oh, why was that? Zhu Minqing inquired, intrigued. Xianghua scratched his head. Nothing too serious, just smoking, drinking, and inviting a few girls to the dormitory, nothing major. Yet they insisted on expelling me. The group fell into a moment of speechlessness. Enough chit-chat. Now is not the time for relaxation, Ishui Bai remarked, pulling a lighter from his pocket. Those rats will likely be upon us soon. You all should hurry down while I hold them off. Are we really going to jump? Xianghua still felt apprehensive. He was not alone. Both Mai Zi and Zhu Minqing wore expressions of hesitation. Ishui Bai stated, if death is inevitable, you can choose between falling to your demise or being devoured by rats. Xianghua sighed in resignation. Damn, how did I end up in such a predicament? At that moment, Zhang Haiping stepped onto the railing without hesitation, removed his suit jacket, and wrapped it around the steel cable. Then, he leapt into the void. His body plummeted like a free fall, and his suit jacket swiftly rubbed against the cable, emitting a sharp whistle. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Haiping vanished into the dense mist. There were no screams, nor the sound of a body crashing to the ground. Hey, doctor, are you dead? Xianghua called out loudly. There was no response. Ishui Bai remarked, given the doctor's temperament, even if he heard you, you wouldn't bother to reply. Come on, Xianghua, you're a grown man. Don't fear a jump. Just then, a sudden crash resounded. The large iron door on the rooftop was struck by something. Following that was a cacophony of banging sounds. As if a massive creature behind the door was desperately attempting to break free from its confinement. The expressions of all present darkened. They have arrived, Ishui Bai exclaimed. There's no time left. Jump now. Consequently, the others hesitated no longer. Wang Ming, Yuan Kuei, and Zhu Minqing ascended the railing together. Zhu Minqing wrapped her hands in her clothing, while Yuan Kuei and Wang Ming grasped the steel cable with bare hands. Then, with a swift motion, they leaped into the misty abyss below, soon vanishing from sight. Approximately 20 seconds later, Zhu Minqing's distant voice echoed from below, rest assured. As long as you hold onto the steel cable tightly, you'll be safe. At this, Xianghua, Mai Zi, and Han Jinjin also positioned themselves atop the railing, each clutching a steel cable. Xianghua felt a pang of fear, while Mai Zi struggled to maintain her balance, her legs trembling uncontrollably. For a young girl like her, the act of jumping from such a height was indeed an overwhelming challenge. In contrast, Han Jinjin gazed resolutely downward. Damn it! Xianghua slapped his thigh. Jump? I'm going for it. With that, he gripped the steel cable and leapt into the void. Han Jinjin followed suit, but Mai Zi remained paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Ishui Bai approached the railing, grasping the steel cable previously used by Xianghua, and stood atop the railing. He glanced at the pale-faced Mai Zi, offering words of comfort. Fear not. As long as you hold onto the steel cable, you'll be fine. This is no time for fear, but rather a choice between life and death. Just as he spoke, a loud crash reverberated as the heavy iron door to the rooftop was shattered. Dozens of large, mutated rats surged forth, bearing their gleaming fangs and charging towards Ishui Bai and the others. As Mai Zi beheld the oncoming horde, terror gripped her heart. Clutching the steel cable, she shut her eyes and leapt downwards. In the meantime, Ishui Bai regarded the advancing rats with a sardonic smile. You wish to feast on me? Ha! It won't be that easy. Soon, you will become roasted rats. With that declaration, Ishui Bai flicked open his lighter, and a small flame flickered to life. He deftly tossed the lighter towards a puddle of gasoline on the ground. Leaning backward, he then descended the steel cable, plummeting from the building like a flying fish returning to the ocean. Ishui Bai had already jumped, while a swarm of mutated rats continued their relentless pursuit. Unwilling to relinquish their prey, in midair, the flaming lighter descended towards the gasoline. Clang! The metallic lighter struck the ground. Bouncing twice before the flame ignited, the gasoline spread across the surface. With a thunderous roar, the entire rooftop erupted into flames almost instantaneously. The flames danced and surged incessantly, resembling a monstrous entity that devoured all in its path. The mice, having traversed the gasoline-soaked floors below, found themselves on the rooftop, their fur already saturated with the flammable liquid. Once ignited, escape was futile. In an instant, all the mice were engulfed by the flames, their bodies igniting in a fierce blaze. Squeak! Squeak! The mutated rodents, aflame, cried out in agony, darting chaotically across the rooftop, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire upon them. Yet the rooftop had transformed into an inferno, leaving them to endure the relentless searing heat until they were reduced to charred remains. Ishuaibai leaped from the top floor, his body suddenly bereft of all support. Entering a free fall, he felt himself plummeting, the wind rushing past his ears, a fierce gale pushing upwards. In that moment, he experienced an unparalleled sense of freedom, as if he were soaring through the skies. This sensation had eluded him since he had shouldered the burden of vengeance, but now it surged forth for the first time. However, reality swiftly dawned upon him. He was neither a bird nor a feather, but a man leaping from a building. In an instant, Ishuaibai clenched the steel cable tightly, yet hesitated to grip it too fiercely, for the immense weight of his descent could easily sever his hand. Gradually, he tightened his hold. The cable frayed against his skin, tearing the surface and sending sharp pain radiating from his palm. Nevertheless, he ultimately grasped it firmly, halting his descent in midair. Suspended aloft, Ishuaibai surveyed his surroundings. It was night, shrouded in thick, impenetrable darkness, obscuring all that lay beyond. He could not discern which floor he was on and thus continued to crawl downward, his legs straddling the cable as he slid down like a nimble monkey. Soon, the ground came into view, and he landed safely. Upon touching down, Ishuaibai was enveloped once more in a long-lost sense of security. He raised his hand, only to discover that the friction had left his palm a gruesome mess, even more grotesque than the wounds inflicted by the mice. "Damn it," he muttered, taken aback by the disarray in which he found himself. It seemed that in this haze, danger lurked at every corner. One could not afford to be complacent. Resolute, Ishuaibai produced his flashlight to survey the surroundings and soon spotted Mai Zi, 3 meters away, sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. "Hey, are you all right?" Ishuaibai called out, but received no reply. Thus, he approached the wheat, but after just a few steps, he gained a clearer view. Ishuaibai was instantly gripped by a chilling terror as his hair stood on end. The sight before him was utterly horrific. The body of the wheat remained unscathed, yet its head had been grotesquely shattered, reduced to a gruesome mixture of crimson and ivory. It was impossible to discern that she had once been a charming young girl. It appeared that she had failed to grasp the steel cable in time upon landing, resulting in her head striking the ground first, causing it to burst upon impact. Ishuaibai could only sigh. For a frail girl, the odds of survival were indeed insurmountable. What about the others? Ishuaibai recalled the safety of the remaining individuals and, shaking his flashlight, called out, "Hey, are you all okay?" Soon, voices emerged from the black mist. "I'm fine." "So am I." "I'm not. I nearly died here." With these responses, one by one, the others began to approach Ishuaibai: Xianghua, Jiang Haiping, Yuan Kuei, Han Zhenzhen, Wang Ming, and Zhu Mingqing. It seemed that, aside from the wheat, the others had landed safely. However, only Jiang Haiping and Yuan Kuei had intact hands. The rest, like Ishuaibai, had bloodied palms, evidently raw from the rough landing. "Damn it. When I was gripping the rope, I was only half a meter off the ground. I nearly fell to my death." Xianghua cursed vehemently. "I'd rather take a bullet than jump off another building." As he spoke, he fearfully lifted his head. The others followed suit, looking up. At that moment, flames had erupted from the rooftop of the Tianxiang building, spreading relentlessly down the structure. "Those rats must have been burned to death, right?" Xianghua inquired. Ishuaibai shook his head. "It's unlikely. With so many rats, some must have survived, just like us. We shouldn't linger here. We need to find a safe place to hide. Now, in Easton Town, besides these rats, who knows what else lurks? We must quickly secure a stable base, or we may encounter even greater dangers." Just as these words left his lips, a deafening explosion erupted. The rooftop was engulfed in a violent blast. The entire building began to tremble violently. Countless stones, concrete, and shards of glass were hurled into the air, raining down perilously. A brick falling from such a height could easily shatter a skull. Moreover, it was not just bricks. Flaming rats plummeted from above as well. Following that, mutated rats burst forth from the building, and driven by sheer terror, these creatures disregarded the height, smashing through the glass and leaping into the open air. Upon witnessing the scene, Ishuaibai urgently exclaimed, "It is the gasoline that has exploded. The rats have already begun to flee. We must depart at once. If we linger here any longer, we shall surely attract their attention. Quick, let us go." With that, the 7 individuals hastily retreated to a safer distance, eager to evade the relentless pursuit of the rodents behind them. However, due to their injuries, their movements were awkward and halting, limping comically as they fled. Afterward, Ishuaibai and his companions took refuge in a building situated far from the Tianxiang Tower. From behind the window, shrouded in black mist, they gazed at the inferno consuming the distant structure. It was not merely the gasoline that ignited. Now, The entire edifice was ablaze, with all its resources succumbing to the flames. Food, clothing, and various furnishings, everything combustible was reduced to ashes in the conflagration. Additionally, sparks rained down from the sky. Resembling a fiery shower, remnants of the mutated rats still trapped within the building. Those who remained inside, without a doubt, had met a grim fate. Wang Ming observed the burning tower, his expression grave, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of loss. My elder brother entrusted this building to me, and yet it has been destroyed under my watch, with all lives lost. I have failed him, he lamented sorrowfully. Yi Shuibai offered words of comfort. Enough of this self-reproach. In this shrouded mist, no one bears responsibility for another. It is a blessing that we are still alive. Rather than wallowing in guilt, we should contemplate our future. Do not gaze upon that building any longer. It will only deepen your sorrow. Attend to your wounds. Let the doctor tend to your injuries. At that moment, Yuan Kuei dismantled a wooden chair from the room, fashioning it into a small fire pit. By the flickering light, Jiang Haiping was using the alcohol and gauze he had brought to dress their wounds. The least injured among them was Han Jinjin, who only suffered a scraped palm and a sprained ankle. The others, however, bore various grievous injuries, as each had been savaged by the rats in the elevator. Their bodies marred with numerous lacerations. Jiang Haiping's supply of alcohol was insufficient, necessitating careful rationing to address the most critical wounds. Xianghua, Yuan Kuei, and Yi Shuibai had shed their outer garments, revealing their bodies covered in a multitude of bite marks. Zhu Minqing, meanwhile, took it upon herself to treat her own injuries in a separate room with a bottle of alcohol. The alcohol stung as it was applied to their wounds, eliciting grimaces from each of them. Damn it, those rats bite with such ferocity. These wounds are deeper than those inflicted by a knife. Xianghua cursed, his pain fueling his growing irritability. Yi Shuibai chuckled. Of course, they are mutated rats, if their bites were not fierce enough. What would be the point of their mutation? Xianghua searched the room for a mirror, gazing at the wound on the side of his face, and lamented. My ear has been bitten off. Damn it, I was once a striking figure, and now I'm reduced to being one-eared. How absurd. At least I'm still alive. In this thick fog, no one cares how many ears you have. Yi Shuibai fished a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. Xianghua requested one as well and began to smoke. In such dire moments, smoking was their only solace against the inner turmoil they faced. Once Jiang Haiping had tended to everyone's wounds, Zhu Mingqing emerged from the room. The cold sweat on her forehead revealed the toll the task had taken on her. With everything attended to, the seven of them settled around the campfire. Having narrowly escaped death, they were all exhausted and reluctant to speak. It was Han Jinjin who broke the silence, asking, "What do you plan to do next?" The group exchanged glances. Yi Shuibai responded, "This ominous fog is fraught with danger, and we are all injured. It would be prudent not to act recklessly. Best to stay in this town and recuperate for a few days. However, we are lacking in food and water, so we must find a way to procure some supplies." Xianghua inquired, "By the way, Shui, didn't you bring some items out from the Tianxiang building? Those supplies should last us a few days, right?" Hearing this, Wang Ming looked warily at Yi Shuibai. "You stole something?" Yi Shuibai awkwardly shrugged. One might call it being prepared for the unexpected. Yet, those rats are surely not all gone. Returning to the building now would be far too perilous. We need to seek supplies elsewhere. Suddenly, Yi Shuibai recalled something and turned to Han Jinjin. "I say, the items you took from us should still be there, right?" Han Jinjin nodded. "They're still in that residential building. You can retrieve them at any time." Yi Shuibai sighed in the end. "It appears we must rely on ourselves to find those items for survival." "How utterly ironic." Zhu Minqing remarked. "What choice do we have? Those rats appeared out of nowhere, like demons." Even now, she was still shaken by the encounter. Yi Shuibai, taking a drag from his cigarette, calmly analyzed. These rats are clearly not mindless creatures. They attacked in unison with intent. I suspect their intelligence, post-mutation, may even surpass that of ordinary rats. It seems my initial instinct was correct. These rats possess awareness. Zhu Mingqing queried, "What does this imply?" Yi Shuibai replied, "It suggests that the mutations within the fog may be more complex than we imagined. We remain utterly ignorant of this place. This also means we are likely to encounter greater dangers ahead. So, does that mean we must continue venturing deeper?" Zhu Minqing asked. Yi Shuibai spread his hands in resignation. "This is an unavoidable situation. Staying in this small town will only lead to our slow demise. With the emergence of these rodents in Easton, it's likely we will encounter them again. Remaining here will only bring us more troubles." We have no choice but to proceed with our original plan and venture deeper. At this point, Ishuebai turned to Wang Ming. And you, Wang Ming? What are your intentions for the future? Wang Ming shook his head. I don't know. I have always followed my elder brother's lead, but now that he has gone, I'm uncertain of where to go next. Then join us, Ishuebai invited. In these times, it is far better to act together than to go it alone. Wang Ming's skills were commendable, and his character was beyond reproach. Moreover, as a local, he was more familiar with the terrain of Nile Island. Integrating Wang Ming into the team was undoubtedly a wise decision. After a moment of silence, Wang Ming finally nodded. All right, I can accompany you. What about me? Can I join you as well? Han Jinjin suddenly interjected, casting a seductive gaze towards Ishuebai. Under her alluring stare, Ishuebai found it difficult to maintain his composure and turned his head away, saying, I have no objections to new members joining, but first, you must tell me how your presence will benefit our team. Benefits? Am I not a benefit in myself? Han Jinjin replied, her voice sweet and enticing. Your team consists of 5 vigorous men. With me around, you shall undoubtedly reap ample rewards. Of course, she added, glancing at Zhu Mengqing. I can be a woman for you all as well. Faced with the beguiling Han Jinjin, Ishuebai felt a sense of disarray. Meanwhile, Yuan Kuei let out a derisive laugh. They may be vigorous, but I am already half in the grave. That may not be the case, Han Jinjin teased, leaning forward and crawling towards Yuan Kuei. In this posture, her neckline slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of soft skin. Old man, perhaps I can help rejuvenate you. Even those much older than you have found vitality in my presence. As she spoke, Han Jinjin approached Yuan Kuei like a cunning fox, raising a delicate hand to tease his chin. However, before her hand could draw near, with a swift motion, Yuan Kuei unsheathed a dagger, which landed directly between Han Jinjin's fingers. His cold, piercing gaze met hers, brimming with murderous intent. Even the audacious Han Jinjin felt a chill of fear as she faced Yuan Kuei's stare, her entire being enveloped in a bone-chilling cold. Yuan Kuei spoke fiercely, young lady. I warn you, if your hand dares to touch me, I assure you that I will sever your 5 fingers cleanly. The harshness of his tone genuinely frightened Han Jinjin. For a long time, she had relied on her charm to navigate the company of men, even if she did not always achieve her desires. Yet, in the presence of this elderly man, she found herself utterly rebuffed, too intimidated to speak further, instinctively retreating and avoiding even a glance at Yuan Kuei. This scene amused Ishuebai, who chuckled, Ha ha ha, little beauty, your tricks do not work on everyone. Perhaps elsewhere you can manipulate men as if they were mere playthings. But here, among us, we are all honorable gentlemen, impervious to your charms. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xianghua stood up and declared, Ishuei, I believe we should take her with us. Our team could indeed use a woman. Ishuebai shot him a glance. What are you saying? Meng Meng is not a woman. Xianghua scoffed. A woman who cannot contribute is no different from a man. You can go to hell. Zhu Mengqing glared at Xianghua venomously. Unfazed, he leered at her greedily, saying, Miss, if you wish to join us, it's no problem. But you must prove your worth. Otherwise, having you along would be of no advantage to us. With that, Xianghua suddenly yanked on Han Jinjin's skirt, lifting her off the ground, and dragged her towards a dark bedroom. Han Jinjin did not resist. Her body felt as light as a feather, allowing herself to be pulled inside. Ishuebai was at a loss for words. How does he still have the strength after such a severe injury? Zhu Mengqing laughed. You've known him long enough. When it comes to women, he is like a famished dog, never satiated. Ishuebai shook his head. It appears we must take Han Jinjin with us. Even if we are reluctant, old Xiong will insist on bringing her along. What do you all think? Is there any need to oppose this? He looked around at the others. Jiang Haiping replied, I have no objections. Zhu Mengqing added, bringing her along shouldn't pose much danger. Leaving her alone, she would likely struggle to survive. Ishuebai felt a pang of unease that cannot be determined. This woman harbors a wicked heart and is unlikely to become our ally. We must remain vigilant around her. Hearing this, Zhu Mengqing began to waver. I believe we can take her. Yuan Kuei suddenly interjected. Why? Ishuebai asked, surprised, as it was evident that Yuan Kuei was not drawn to the woman as physical allure. Yuan Kuei explained, as we venture deeper into the island, we will encounter others. This woman possesses considerable beauty, and we should be able to leverage her to negotiate a good price for useful items. The unexpected turn of events left Ishuebai astonished. Old man, your proficiency suggests you've been involved in some questionable dealings before, perhaps even in the trafficking of women? No. Yuan Kuei replied, shaking his head. I have only sold 2 children, and the price was far from favorable. However, at that time, I was in dire need of money and had no other choice. Ishuei found himself at a loss for words. Unable to fathom the extent of the old man's past misdeeds, Wang Ming interjected with skepticism. Such actions are illegal. We should refrain from engaging in them. Ishuei erupted in laughter. Wang Ming, rest assured, this is not your concern. If it ever comes to selling, we will handle it ourselves. We are all condemned criminals. Selling a person is hardly a significant matter for us. At this moment, a piercing scream resonated from the bedroom, emanating from Han Jinjin, as if she were enduring excruciating pain. Following that, a cacophony of violent bed creaking filled the air, swift and forceful, giving the impression that a vehicle was recklessly crashing against the walls of the room. Listening to Han Jinjin's anguished cries and the intense sounds of movement, Ishuei could only express his disbelief, shouting, Old Xiong, for heaven's sake, you're with a person, not a beast. Be gentle, you can't treat her like a pig. This is far too brutal, I can hardly bear it. However, Xiong Hua was caught up in the moment, wholly oblivious to Ishuei's pleas. The explosive sounds continued for a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding. Emerging from the bedroom, Xiong Hua, clad in slippers and a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a lecherous grin. The vigorous activity had reopened his wounds, causing fresh droplets of blood to ooze forth, yet he remained unperturbed, chuckling, Ishuei, is there anything to eat? I've been busy for quite a while and could use some sustenance. Ishuei shot him a disapproving glance. Eat after you've worked and work after you've eaten. Are you some kind of stallion? Yet, as he spoke, a pang of hunger began to gnaw at Ishuei's stomach. He turned to gaze into the vast, dark night, stating, You make a valid point. We indeed need to seek out some food supplies. In a few hours, dawn will break, and we will attempt to return to our original residential building to see if our provisions remain. The night was still shrouded in darkness. Everyone huddled around the fire, their injuries rendering them too weak to move. Han Jinjin emerged from the bedroom, her hair disheveled, faint bruises visible on her neck and hands. One could easily surmise that Xiong Hua had shown no mercy towards her. In her current state, Han Jinjin appeared rather pitiable after her ordeal. Ishuei observed her and remarked, Miss Han, it seems old Xiong truly has a fondness for you. We have discussed it and believe you can join us. Xiong Hua, cigarette in hand, waved dismissively. Rest assured, as long as you stay with us, you will face no danger. We are all top-notch fighters. Han Jinjin said little, merely approaching quietly and nodding her head, expressing her gratitude with a soft tone, having transformed into a docile lamb. However, Ishuei understood all too well that this was merely a temporary facade. Beneath her surface, a dangerous wolf lay concealed. Let us deliberate on our subsequent course of action. It would be prudent to devise a plan in advance, Ishuei suggested. We are all injured, and it would be best to rest here for a few days. At dawn, Wang Ming, Old Xiong, and I shall return to the original residential building to gather some supplies. Then we can venture near Tianxiang building to see if we can recover the gasoline we previously discarded. If we succeed, we shall be able to drive to the next location. Zhu Minqing inquired, Where shall we head next? Ishuei shook his head. I am uncertain, as I do not have a map with me. He turned to Wang Ming. Wang Ming, being a local, you are more familiar with this area. Which city is nearest to this town? Wang Ming replied, The closest would be Anja City to the northwest. It is a second-tier city, quite bustling. Ishuei asked, How long would it take to drive there? Wang Ming estimated, if we were to take the highway, it would typically take around 3 hours. However, if we proceed in foggy conditions, to ensure safety, I anticipate it might take 7 or 8 hours. Ishuei nodded. That is acceptable, it is not too far. So, we shall set our course for Anja City once our injuries improve. Does anyone have any other suggestions? He surveyed the group. Xiong Hua stated, I am amenable. After all, we must go wherever we must. Wang Ming added, I will follow your lead, as I have no other destination. Zhu Minqing's expression remained somewhat anxious. What challenges might we encounter there? Ishuei shook his head. That may only be known to the heavens, but it is certain that danger will be present. In this fog, no place is safe, not even here. It is much like life itself. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Haiping spoke. The road ahead is uncertain. Yet whether we desire it or not, we must keep our heads down and move forward. Wise words, Ishuei smiled. Truly, you are our philosopher. Before long, dawn broke with a dim light. After several hours of rest, everyone's spirits had somewhat revitalized. Their wounds had scabbed over, ceasing to bleed. However, after a night of turmoil, Hunger began to gnaw at everyone's stomachs. The previous night's battle had taken a toll, and each of them urgently needed food. Thus, Yishui Bai, Wang Ming, Xiong Hua, and Yuan Kuei decided to venture out in search of provisions, leaving Zhu Minqing, Jiang Haiping, and Han Jinjin to remain behind. Yishui Bai harbored a degree of skepticism towards Han Jinjin. Although this woman posed no imminent threat, he still endeavored to minimize her interactions with Xiong Hua. The old bear had no resistance to the charms of a beautiful woman. However, he felt more assured in the company of the doctor. If even he could potentially succumb to Han Jinjin's allure, then the elderly gentleman and the physician were among the few who could withstand such temptation. The four of them cautiously exited the building, soon discovering the lurking danger. In this desolate city, the streets were infested with grotesquely large mutated rats, scurrying about in search of food. Their incessant chattering filled the air as they darted to and fro. It seemed that this town had entirely succumbed to the dominion of rats, transforming into their hunting ground. This predicament elicited a quiet lament from Yishui Bai, his expression turning complex. Xiong Hua inquired, "What is it?" Yishui Bai replied, "It appears this town is overrun with rats, which means we have little time to rest. We must leave immediately. These rodents are social creatures, as we witnessed last night. If one of them happens to spot us, the others will surely swarm in, leading to yet another encirclement by a tide of rats. We must depart swiftly, even if it means merely distancing ourselves from this town. Otherwise, we shall remain perpetually exposed to danger." "Damn it," Xiong Hua muttered, touching his mangled ear. "Who would have thought we would be driven to this by a horde of rats?" Yishui Bai remarked, "There is no choice. They are mutated rats. If you were to mutate as well, perhaps you would no longer fear them. We must tread carefully and avoid any encounters with these creatures, or we will find ourselves in dire straits. Let us hope that the food in that residential building has not been discovered by the rats. Otherwise, we shall be left without provisions." Thus, the quartet navigated the streets with utmost caution, pressing against the walls and concealing themselves behind various obstacles, akin to thieves. The scene resembled that of the rats reigning as masters of the city, while they themselves became mere vermin scurrying for safety. Fortunately, despite their considerable numbers, the rats were sparse and scattered, and the explosion and fire from the previous night had eliminated many. Their progress remained relatively smooth, and within an hour, they returned to the residential building. However, some rats had infiltrated the premises, causing Yishui Bai to break into a sweat. He fervently prayed that these rodents had not devoured their collected supplies, for otherwise, hunger would be their fate. Xiong Hua scoffed, "What are we afraid of? If those rats consume our belongings, we can simply catch a few of them and roast them. After all, we have eaten mutated creatures before." As they prepared to depart, the four swiftly navigated their way back to the original room. The door remained firmly shut, and despite Yishui Bai's attempts to push it open, he soon realized that the lock was securely fastened. Yuan Kuei conducted a brief inspection and discovered that the lock had been cleverly secured through thievery. It appeared that Han Jinjin's subordinates possessed considerable skills. Regrettably, none of the men accompanying Han Jinjin had survived to this point. It seemed that danger perpetually surrounded this woman. For Yuan Kuei, unlocking such a door was second nature. He opened his mouth and surprisingly extracted a slender piece of metal wire, deftly shaping it before inserting it into the keyhole. After a few casual maneuvers, the door clicked open. Xiong Hua was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Old man, what do you keep hidden in your mouth?" Yuan Kuei replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just a few nails, some wires, and a couple of blades." Xiong Hua was in awe, exclaiming, "You don't just have a mouth, you're practically a weapons cache." The four of them, concerned about the possibility of mice infiltrating the space, cautiously entered with flashlights in hand. Fortunately, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of intrusion, and the closed door had safeguarded the room. In the center of the living area lay the supplies that Yishui Bai and the others had discovered: beer, cigarettes, instant noodles, and snacks. While it could not compare to the sumptuous feast at Tianxiang Building, it was sufficient to sustain their 7-member team for a while. "Thank goodness there's food left, or we would truly be starving," Xiong Hua remarked. "And the cigarettes, huh? Without them, the coming days would be unbearable." With that, he bent down, picked up a bag of chips, and eagerly tore it open. He then popped open a bottle of beer, relishing the taste. Having lived the life of luxury at Tianxiang Building these past few days, he found it quite jarring to return to a state of scarcity, even deeming the chips to be rather lackluster. Yishui Bai, not in a rush to indulge, stated, "All right, as long as the supplies are intact. Let's find some bags to carry this food away. The town of Easton is crawling with mice. We must leave promptly." Each passing second increases our peril. With that he, along with Wang Ming and Yuan Kuei, began searching for backpacks to fill. When they realized there weren't enough bags, Wang Ming simply ripped a bedsheet and laid the items upon it, fashioning a large bundle. Only then did the four depart the room, resembling thieves as they stealthily slipped out of the building, laden with their spoils. Following their plan, they made their way towards Tianxiang Building. The objective was to locate the gasoline that Yishui Bai and his companions had previously discarded. Only by finding the fuel could they drive to Anja City. Otherwise, traversing on foot would likely exhaust them completely. Upon reaching Tianxiang Building, the four of them concealed themselves behind a vehicle, peering cautiously in that direction. A glance upward revealed a building charred to a crisp. The ground was littered with scattered debris and remnants of what appeared to be the aftermath of a catastrophic explosion the day prior. As Wang Ming gazed at the ruins, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. Yishui Bai comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "There is no need to blame yourself. Anyone arriving at this building would face the same fate. Do not dwell on it." As he spoke, Yishui Bai's eyes swiftly scanned the ground. And soon he spotted several large metal barrels wrapped in soft blankets. Those were the gasoline that Yishui Bai and his team had pilfered. Fortunately, these rats do not consume gasoline. The food we discarded is nowhere to be seen, yet these barrels of gasoline remain intact, Yishui Bai remarked. Wang Ming, feeling somewhat displeased, inquired, "How much have you all stolen from us?" Yishui Bai responded with a grin, "Isn't it fair to say that without our prior preparations, we would be devoid of gasoline and burdened with heavy supplies, forced to walk to Anja City?" Wang Ming fell silent. Xianghua then asked, "Shui, what shall we do now?" Yishui Bai surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted a minibus, seemingly capable of seating 10 people. "That vehicle over there," he pointed out. "Old man, check if it has gasoline and whether you can get it started. If so, we will load up the supplies, and I will fetch Ming Ming, the doctor. And that Jinjun. We must be ready to leave at a moment's notice. We cannot delay any longer." Though the area lacked a significant horde of rats, mutated rodents still occasionally scurried about, sniffing the air. Yishui Bai and his companions remained vigilant as they cautiously approached the minibus. Upon reaching it, they discovered that while the windows were shattered, the openings were too small for a person to pass through. Yuan Kuei, employing a familiar tactic, produced a piece of wire to pry open the minibus door, gradually creating a gap through which he swiftly slipped inside, taking the driver's seat. Yuan Kuei glanced at the dashboard and, filled with confidence, declared, "No problem, I've stolen this vehicle before, and I can dismantle it with ease. As long as there is gasoline, I can start it." Hearing this, Yishui Bai felt a sense of relief. He opened the minibus door and, along with Wang Ming and Xianghua, loaded all their supplies into the vehicle. "Now, old man, you start working on the vehicle while I return to fetch the doctor and the others. Lao Xiong, Wang Ming, if I am not back, stay in the vehicle and do not act recklessly." Both Xianghua and Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Yishui Bai had just departed when, after approximately an hour, he, Zhu Minqing, Jiang Haiping, and Han Jinjin cautiously approached and boarded the vehicle. Upon their return, Yuan Kuei had dismantled the dashboard, clutching several wires in his hand. In an instant, the once spacious minibus felt rather cramped, burdened by several large bundles and the presence of 7 individuals. Yishui Bai declared, "All right, we are all here. Doctor, Wang Ming, the 3 of us are somewhat adept. We shall quietly retrieve the gasoline. Once we secure the fuel, we will set off." As he spoke, Yishui Bai glanced out the window, only to furrow his brow, gripped by a foreboding feeling. He noticed that the area where the gasoline barrels were located was infested with a few scurrying mice, seemingly unwilling to vacate the premises anytime soon. At the gasoline transfer station on the street, the rodents were scattered haphazardly, heads bowed as they rummaged through various debris, perhaps partaking in their daily foraging. The gasoline barrels abandoned by Yishui Bai lay perilously close to these creatures, a mere 7 or 8 meters away, an easily manageable distance for the mice. "Damn it! How long are these wretched mice going to linger?" Yishui Bai muttered, observing the scattered rodents. Zhu Minqing suggested, "Perhaps we should wait a moment, they might leave shortly." Yishui Bai replied, "That is a possibility, but there is also the chance that they might multiply rather than depart. We cannot remain cooped up in the vehicle with them indefinitely." Xianghua retorted, "What are we afraid of? We can simply charge in and grab the gasoline. If those mice dare to attack us, we'll swiftly eliminate them. They are but a handful, surely we can overpower them." Yishui Bai, however, remained cautious. "If these mice discover our presence, we may have to contend with more than just a few. They will likely summon reinforcements, Xianghua countered. But we cannot merely wait idly. This town is crawling with mice. Waiting for them to leave could take months. Bai found himself embroiled in indecision. I will distract them, Wang Ming suddenly interjected. I will draw their attention in another direction while you take the opportunity to retrieve the gasoline. That is far too dangerous. You might die. Bai vehemently disagreed. Yet, Wang Ming seemed indifferent to the prospect of life and death. My companions are already gone. Whether I live or die matters little. If my sacrifice can ensure your escape, it would be worth it. His tone was devoid of any emotion. Yet it struck Bai and the others with profound surprise. Wang Ming still bore the weight of guilt for the lives lost at Tianxiang Tower. And his decision to remain was not born from nobility, but rather from a deep-seated remorse. He believed that he was responsible for the deaths of those within the Tianxiang building. And thus he was willing to sacrifice his own life to atone for the departed souls. Bai and Zhu Minqing both comprehended Wang Ming's intentions well. However, this self-redemptive narrative was something none of them had ever experienced, for they were all condemned criminals, imprisoned for murder. They would never feel remorse for the death of others. Before Bai and the others could refuse, Wang Ming had already exited the vehicle, seized a stick from the roadside, and suddenly dashed into the center of the street. Calling out to the rats near the barrels of gasoline, Come and feast upon me," with the stick in hand. Wang Ming presented himself as a figure of noble sacrifice. The rats indeed took notice of him, turning their heads, their eyes glimmering with anticipation, chattering eagerly as they scurried towards him. The cacophony of their chirps filled the air, and soon dozens, even hundreds, of rats surged forth from the black mist, rushing towards Wang Ming. Upon realizing that he had attracted a sufficient number of rats, a disdainful smile crept across Wang Ming's face, and he swiftly turned, retreating into the distance. The rats, however, would not let him escape so easily, scampering frantically along the ground in pursuit of him. Witnessing this spectacle, Xianghua exclaimed, "Is this guy really that fierce? Truly, he lives up to his name. He is indeed a hero." Yet he was not merely seeking glory, Bai clarified. He is yearning for death. His heart must be laden with torment, for death represents a form of liberation for him. Torment? What torment? Xianghua inquired. Bai replied, "His suffering is beyond the comprehension of us heartless wretches." With that, Bai gazed at the barrels of gasoline on the street and declared, "Now that Wang Ming has paved the way for us, we cannot let his efforts go to waste. Opportunity is fleeting, while there are no rats nearby. We must act swiftly. Lao Xiong, doctor, for safety's sake, the three of us will retrieve a barrel of gasoline, even if two of us encounter the rats. As long as one returns, it will suffice." With that, Bai leaped from the vehicle and sprinted towards the barrels of gasoline across the street. Xianghua and Jiang Haiping promptly followed suit, descending from the vehicle and trailing after Bai. The three of them raced towards the location of the gasoline barrels. What surprised everyone was the astonishing speed at which Bai ran. Like a cheetah, he swiftly reached one of the barrels in less than half a minute. He then lifted the barrel from the ground and hurried back towards the minibus. Following closely behind was Xianghua, who quickly arrived at the second gasoline barrel. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted the barrel, which Bai had to exert all his strength to carry, as if it were merely a lightweight water jug. Even Xianghua was somewhat astonished by his own strength. With a swift motion, he grasped another barrel of gasoline, now carrying 2 barrels in hand. He dashed back with remarkable speed. Jiang Haiping had also reached a gasoline barrel, preparing to bring one back. However, upon lifting it, he quickly realized that the weight of the barrel far exceeded his expectations. While he could manage to lift it, doing so would render him nearly immobile. Resolutely, Jiang Haiping abandoned the effort and returned empty-handed. The weight of even a small gasoline barrel was comparable to that of a fully loaded gas canister. Bai had only run a short distance before he began to gasp for breath, struggling to maintain his pace. Meanwhile, Xianghua, with a barrel of gasoline in each hand, astonishingly outpaced Bai, arriving first at the minibus. He opened the fuel cap and tilted one barrel, pouring the gasoline with a satisfying glug into the tank. However, in his haste and recklessness, he spilled nearly a third of it onto the ground. After Xianghua finished pouring one barrel, Bai and Jiang Haiping teamed up to bring back the second barrel, tossing it onto the vehicle together. With a casual flick of his wrist, Xianghua effortlessly tossed the remaining barrel through the window of the minibus. Just then, a muffled roar erupted. Yuan Kuei had already started the minibus. Excitement surged among everyone. Having the vehicle meant that their subsequent journey would be considerably easier. Everyone piled into the minibus. And Yuan Kuei, gripping the steering wheel, inquired, "Shui, where do we go next?" Shui pondered for a moment, glancing at the others. In the eyes of Zhu Mengqing and Xiong Hua, he perceived a shared resolve, and thus he answered with conviction, "We go to rescue Wang Ming. Now, he is our companion, and we absolutely cannot abandon him." Friends, with a roar, Yuan Kuei pressed the accelerator, and the minibus slowly began to move. Initially circling to the base of the Tianxiang building, Xiong Hua leapt from the vehicle, tossing the remaining 3 barrels of gasoline aboard. And Yuan Kuei deftly turned the steering wheel, pursuing the direction Wang Ming had taken. Inside the minibus, Xiong Hua had begun to revel in his newfound strength. "Ha! Who would have thought I could be this strong? Although I haven't trained, my experiences on the island have been nothing but real battles." Truly, the old saying holds true. Only through actual combat can one truly hone their skills. Yet, Jiang Haiping's expression was grave as he cautioned, "I fear your strength has little to do with actual combat. The power you have unleashed is beyond what your muscle mass can sustain." Xiong Hua, feeling challenged by the doctor, raised his chin defiantly and retorted, "What do you know? Muscles are merely inert. My explosive power emanates from the tendons and bones within. This is what is known in martial arts as tendon and bone strength. If you don't believe me, just ask Shui. He has practiced martial arts and will surely understand." However, at this moment, Shui was devoid of any inclination to discuss matters with Xiong Hua. He rested in the passenger seat, intently gazing ahead, his mind becoming increasingly troubled. Although he had little rapport with Wang Ming, he held a deep-seated admiration for the man. Moreover, despite harboring suicidal intentions, Wang Ming ultimately risked everything for their sake. If Wang Ming were truly to be caught by that horde of rats and perish at their jaws, Shui would be consumed by regret. He was unwilling to live with a debt of gratitude owed to another, particularly one founded upon the grim reality of death. As Shui observed with keen attention, a vast swarm of rats soon emerged ahead on the road. Their numbers swelled to 400 or 500, forming a long line as if participating in a marathon, excitedly racing in a singular direction. Witnessing this scene, Shui felt a wave of relief wash over him. The fact that the rats were still in pursuit indicated that Wang Ming had not encountered misfortune yet. They were still chasing him. Shui tightened his grip on the nunchaku and turned to his companions, declaring, "Those rats are just ahead. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to engage in battle once more." Upon hearing the call to arms, Xiong Hua immediately seized a hefty wooden stick. His baseball bat had likely been reduced to ashes within the Tianxiang building. A fierce resolve ignited in his eyes, fueled by a desire for vengeance. "Damn it. Those rats bit me like a grandson last night. If I don't take down a few of them today, I won't feel right." He exclaimed, "Come on. Let those rats witness my strength. I shall strike them down with such force that they expel their very bowels." Zhu Mengqing and Jiang Haiping likewise picked up sticks, ready to confront the rodents. Even the seemingly delicate Han Jinjin clutched a short wooden club tightly in her grasp. The individuals present here were unlike those Han Jinjin had encountered previously. Aside from Xiong Hua, none would willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of their appearance. With no cannon fodder standing before her, Han Jinjin realized she had to devise a way to protect herself. All held their weapons firmly. Shui looked resolutely at the mass of rats ahead and confidently addressed Yuan Kuei, "Old man, let us go. We are all prepared." Yuan Kuei rarely displayed a smile, but this time he did. "Excellent. Let us show these rats the power of technology." With that, Yuan Kuei pressed down hard on the accelerator. The minibus roared to life, surging forward to collide with the swarm of rats. With a thunderous crash, it barreled into the horde. The rats, in their frantic dash forward, were utterly unprepared for the sudden onslaught of such a colossal vehicle from behind. Countless rats were sent flying from the violent impact. Like a bowling ball, it flew wildly, emitting shrill cries. Yuan Kuei showed no intention of halting. Instead, he surged forward. He resembled an ancient steel behemoth charging into a herd of primitive beasts. Though these rats had mutated, possessing strength and size far beyond ordinary rodents, they were utterly insufficient against the sheer impact of the minibus. The mutated rats were sent flying in heaps. Many were crushed beneath the wheels, their bellies flattened, intestines bursting forth. However, these rats were not so easily subdued. As the minibus barreled into their ranks, those who escaped being crushed quickly recognized the presence of humans within the vehicle. To them, this was a delectable opportunity. Ignoring the disparity in power, they leapt from the ground, charging towards the minibus. Shui and his companions hastily armed themselves, shooting down the rats that lunged at them. Yet, the minibus's windows were already shattered. Even if intact, they could not withstand the assault of these mutated creatures. 4 or 5 rats managed to infiltrate the vehicle, scurrying about chaotically. However, unlike yesterday, with their numerical advantage diminished, these intruders had merely walked into a trap. Xianghua aimed at a particularly plump rat and struck down with a club. With a resounding thud, not only was the rat flattened, blood splattering everywhere, but the impact also left a dent in the vehicle. It was hard to fathom the extent of Xianghua's newfound strength. While everyone dealt with the rats, the minibus had nearly plowed through the entire horde, reaching the forefront. Ahead, a man was sprinting with all his might. It was Wang Ming. Beep beep. Yuan Kuei honked twice, signaling Wang Ming, then swiftly turned the steering wheel to maneuver alongside him. Slowing down, the minibus ran parallel to Wang Ming. The door swung open, and Yi Shuibai gripped the doorframe, leaning out to extend a hand towards the running Wang Ming. Wang Ming, Yi Shuibai shouted. Wang Ming turned, gazing at the outstretched hand with confusion. Yi Shuibai smiled warmly, saying, "Come on, we are partners. We must continue this journey together." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes flickered, and he decisively reached out, grasping Yi Shuibai's hand firmly. In a swift motion, Yi Shuibai pulled Wang Ming onto the minibus. At this moment, Wang Ming was still somewhat dazed, speaking to himself. "I never expected that you would come to rescue me." Yi Shuibai patted him on the shoulder and replied with a smile, "Although we are not exactly virtuous individuals, we are certainly loyal. How could we possibly abandon you?" Wang Ming, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, nodded in agreement. "All right, you make a valid point. The past is behind us, and the future is what truly matters." However, Xianghua interjected vehemently, "The future is not what matters most. It is the present that is of utmost importance." As he spoke, Xianghua wielded a wooden stick, fending off the multitude of rats that had swarmed the vehicle. The onslaught of the rodent army had resulted in dozens of them now clambering onto the minibus. These rats attacked frantically, and Xianghua suffered several bites in the process. Witnessing this chaos, Wang Ming and Yi Shuibai exchanged no further words, but swiftly armed themselves and joined the fray. After a fierce battle in the elevator, they had gained considerable experience in dealing with the rats. The minibus was far more spacious than the elevator, and being an open space, they faced no disadvantages during the conflict. The jostling of the vehicle further disoriented the rats, allowing them to swiftly dispatch the creatures, either by Xianghua's mighty swings of his stick or by Yi Shuibai and the others shoving them off the vehicle. However, the pace of the battle remained too sluggish. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, a multitude of rats continued to scurry about the interior. It seemed these vermin had grown cunning, now hiding beneath the seats and skirting along the edges, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. "Damn it, these rats are too crafty," Xianghua exclaimed in frustration, having swung his stick for quite some time without catching a single one, leaving him irate. Yuan Kuei glanced at the condition within the cabin through the rearview mirror and formulated a plan. Quickly, opened the back door. The rear of the minibus featured double doors, currently locked tight. Though unaware of Yuan Kuei's intentions, Yi Shuibai trusted that the old man would produce effective results. Without hesitation, he hurried to the back door, pulled the handle, and swung open the 2 doors, instantly illuminating the interior of the vehicle. The wind that rushed in through the open window swept out through the back doors, creating a whistling sound that resonated in everyone's ears. Peering out through the rear doors, they were astonished to see several hundred rats chasing after the minibus on the highway. Upon noticing that the back door had been opened, the rats grew even more excited, seemingly eager to leap inside the vehicle. Some of them were already poised to make their daring attempt, bounding toward the open doors. The vast majority of the mice failed to keep pace, for the vehicle was racing at high speed, far beyond the reach of these mutated rodents. However, a few daring mice seized the opportunity, astonishingly leaping through the rear door and scurrying into the cabin. Su-En, who shouted urgently, "Old man, you must speed up. Those mice are catching up." Yuan Ku remained unperturbed, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake, and replied, "Hold on tight, and secure the gasoline barrels and bundles." Quickly, upon hearing this, everyone instinctively grasped onto something, either the back of their seats or the handles on the vehicle's walls, with one hand, while the other clutched the supplies. "Are you all steady?" Yuan Ku inquired once more. Su-En Hu responded, "We're steady, but what are you planning to do?" Yuan Ku replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. Just a little drifting." With that, he released the accelerator and slammed on the brakes, then sharply turned the steering wheel. A screech echoed as the entire minibus began to drift in a parallel manner around a bend in the road. This level of drifting was something Ishuei had only witnessed in professional rally races, where the vehicles were all specialized racing cars. To see a minibus drifting was an unprecedented sight for Ishuei. The minibus swung wildly around the curve, sending everything inside hurtling towards the back. Gasoline barrels and backpacks slid backward, and even their bodies felt as though they might be flung from the vehicle. Fortunately, Yuan-Ku had urged them to hold on tightly, preventing them from being thrown out or losing any supplies. However, the unfortunate mice aboard were not so lucky. Under the immense centrifugal force, one by one, they screamed as they were ejected through the rear door. The scene resembled a frantically running sheep, defecating as it dashed, with little black dots expelled from its rear. "Wow, old man, you're quite the expert," Su-in, who exclaimed excitedly at such high speed. "You must have been a racing god at some point. This is what I call speed and excitement." Yuan-Ku smiled calmly. "In the past, I was constantly pursued by the police, fleeing in my car. Over time, I honed my skills. After the drifting maneuver, while not all the mice were ejected, nearly all were gone, leaving only 7 or 8 behind in the minibus. The horde of mice chasing behind had also been distanced by this remarkable drift. Once the drifting ceased, Ishuei and Jiang Haiping hurried to close the rear door. They then began to clear out the remaining mice, and within 5 minutes, they had extracted all those hiding beneath the seats, which Su-in mercilessly crushed into a grotesque mass. The sight was utterly grim. As the minibus continued its journey, the surroundings transformed from old buildings to barren land and withered trees, signaling their departure from Easton Town. The mice have ceased their pursuit. Ishuei leaned against the rear window, glancing back with a sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Yuan-Ku eased off the brake slightly, allowing the vehicle to gain momentum. Everyone finally exhaled, settling into their seats. This skirmish could be deemed one of their rare victories, albeit one rooted in mere escape. With no cigarettes left, Ishuei rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a fresh pack, opening it and extracting a stick before approaching the driver's seat with a grin. "Old man, how about you pull over? Let me take the wheel for a bit?" Yuan-Ku shook his head, replying, "No need. I haven't driven in ages. Let me enjoy it for now." Ishuei then handed him a cigarette, lighting it for him. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Old man, you are the only one deserving of lighting the first cigarette." Yuan-Ku exhaled a thick plume of smoke, revealing a hint of pride in his smile. "It's nothing, just a trifling matter." As night descended, the minibus moved slowly onward. Ishuei tossed the remaining cigarettes to the others. Xianghua and Zhu Minqing each lit one, settling down to rest. The earlier conflict had been quite perilous, leaving everyone thoroughly exhausted. Jiang Haiping had already unearthed some first-aid supplies and began tending to Wang Meng's wounds. Though injuries were minimal, many old scars had reopened due to the ferocity of the battle. Xianghua, puffing on his cigarette, felt a wave of frustration. "Damn it. I've sustained more injuries in these past few days than in the last several decades. I never encountered such brutal fights when competing for territory with other groups." Leaning back in the leather seat with his legs crossed, Ishuei remarked, "Enough about you. Who among us has witnessed such chaos?" "Minqing, have you?" Zhu Minqing shook her head. "As a white-collar worker, where would I have seen such things?" "Doctor, what about you?" Ishuei inquired. Jiang Haiping adjusted his glasses, responding, "The opponents I've faced in the past rarely put up a fight." "Why is that?" Ishuei asked, intrigued. Jiang Haiping replied, "Because I would administer anesthetics beforehand." Ishuei shook his head. You intellectuals can be ruthless." "Nevertheless," he continued, "the fact that we emerged alive from a horde of mutated mice speaks volumes." Xianghua asked, "What does it signify?" Ishuei grinned widely. "It signifies that we are formidable." "Haha." Xianghua laughed heartily. "Indeed. We are the most formidable team on this island. Any other group that encounters us is merely asking for trouble. Look at our roster. A master driver, a thief, a doctor, a martial artist, and a tough guy like me, haha. And now we even have 2 courtesans. What a splendid combination." Zhu Minqing picked up a piece of bread and hurled it at Xianghua, exclaiming, "You better not include me in that." Xianghua dodged the bread, his gaze lingering once more on Han Jinjin. Yishuabai hastily exclaimed, "Old bear, do refrain from causing a ruckus at this moment. The confines of this vehicle are rather limited, and I have no desire to indulge in any illicit activities." "All right, I understand." Xianghua waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze remained greedily fixated on Han Jinjin's sister. "Once we stop for a break, I shall attend to you properly." Han Jinjin remained silent, curling up in her seat. Within this small entourage, she appeared to be a peripheral figure. Alongside Han Jinjin, Wang Ming also maintained his silence. He had shed his outer garment, revealing a physique sculpted with bronzed muscles. As a criminal investigator, his muscular definition was impeccable. Jiang Haiping tended to several lacerations on his body with alcohol. It must have been excruciating. Yet Wang Ming displayed no sign of discomfort, his gaze directed towards the obscured darkness behind the minibus, lost in thought. Yishuabai inquired, "Wang Ming, what troubles you? You seem rather disheartened." Wang Ming replied, "It's gone. The town of Easton has vanished, leaving behind nothing but a horde of rats. No living soul remains." Yishuabai sighed, "Well, what can we do at this point? It's fortunate that we made it out alive. That town is inconsequential now, merely an empty shell." However, Wang Ming let out a long sigh. "But that was my hometown." His tone was steeped in sorrow, and Yishuabai sensed his desolation, choosing not to press further. Before long, Jiang Haiping had treated everyone's wounds. They were all quite famished, so they opened their backpacks and began rummaging for provisions. Xianghua, unabashed, tore open a package of braised duck legs and began to feast, effortlessly popping open a bottle of beer with his other hand. Wang Ming nibbled on dry bread and sipped mineral water, hastily managing a meager meal before retrieving his phone from his pocket, attempting to power it on. However, barely a second after turning it on, the screen displayed low battery and shut down automatically. Wang Ming could only shake his head in disappointment. Yishuabai teased, "What's the matter? Have you become addicted to reading novels?" Wang Ming responded, "I have no other hobbies. I occasionally read novels. But now my phone is dead. And I wonder if I will ever discover the conclusion of the story I was engrossed in." Yishuabai chuckled, "Fear not. We are not alone on this island. There are surely others. If Officer Li can devise a way to generate power, so too can others. Besides, we shall eventually find a way to leave." Though he spoke reassuringly to Wang Ming, Yishuabai harbored his own anxieties. They were now a crew of 7, each member seemingly possessing their own strengths. And having survived a fierce battle against mutated rats, their camaraderie and combat prowess had significantly improved. Yet, simultaneously, it was certain that other small teams were forming elsewhere on the island, potentially numbering even more than theirs. If they were to encounter one another, the outcome, victory or defeat, remained uncertain. Surviving in Easton does not guarantee their continued survival in future battles. Ultimately, the events that transpired in the quaint town of Easton are but an appetizer in comparison to the vastness of Nile Island. The minibus journeyed for over 4 hours as the daylight gradually faded. According to the map, they had covered approximately 1/3 of their journey. After all, despite the absence of imminent danger, the thick fog instilled a sense of caution that prevented any relaxation. Thus, their speed was not maximized, especially as they were heading towards the heart of Nile Island. Undoubtedly, the closer they ventured to the center, the more perilous the situation would become. As dusk settled, Yuan Kuei brought the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. "Let us rest here for the night," Yishuabai suggested. "Soon the entire world will be cloaked in darkness. Driving at night is far too hazardous. It is prudent to exercise caution." The others concurred. Xianghua glanced out the window and noticed a forest not far from the highway. "I propose we venture into the woods to gather some firewood for a campfire. Otherwise, the night will be unbearably cold." They were all dressed rather lightly, particularly Zhu Mengqing, who wore nothing but a dress that left much of her body exposed. The minibus windows were shattered, offering no protection against the wind, and the roof had holes that would do little to shield them from rain. Therefore, it was essential to find wood to sustain a fire through the night, with everyone injured and the harsh environment only serving to weaken their bodies further. Yishuabai said, "All right, old Xiong, let us two go gather some firewood. We can open a few cans of meat. Tonight, we might even enjoy a warm soup." With that, he leapt from the vehicle, taking a dagger and a stick, intending to retrieve some timber from the woods while there was still light. Wang Ming followed suit, saying, "I'll help as well. I am not accustomed to sitting idly by while waiting for assistance." Yishuabai nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us go together." Thus, the three departed from the minibus and made their way towards the forest. Before long, Yishuabai, Xianghua, and Wang Ming arrived in the woods. The lack of sunlight had left the trees withered, leaving only branches, which were easily cleared with their daggers. Within 10 minutes, the trio had accumulated several small bundles of firewood. "Is this sufficient?" Xianghua inquired, exhaling smoke as he surveyed the pile. Yishuabai examined it and replied, "Not nearly enough. This will last at most 2 hours, and the night extends over 10 hours. Damn it," Xianghua cursed. "It feels like we've been chopping for an hour already, and soon it will be dark." Ishuebai remarked, even when darkness falls, we must continue to chop. We cannot simply uproot a tree, after all. We are not giants with such strength. Unbeknownst to them, the words spoken lightly bore a weight of significance. Xionghua's eyes brightened, seemingly struck by an idea, eager to give it a try. What a splendid notion. We could simply uproot 2 trees. The timber would surely suffice. Ishuebai interjected, Brother, I merely jest. While these trees may not appear overly stout, they are nonetheless over a decade old, with roots that run deep. Unless you have an excavator at your disposal, it would be virtually impossible to dislodge them. However, Xianghua was undeterred by such caution. I shall certainly attempt it. My strength has grown considerably. Perhaps I can indeed uproot the trees, he declared. With that, he cast aside his staff and dagger and approached a tree that was not overly thick. The trunk measured less than half a meter in diameter, yet was sufficiently robust. Xianghua slapped the trunk, producing a dull thud. Despite its bare branches, the tree's core was solid, far from the frail specimen he had envisioned. Yet, having boasted his intent, he felt compelled to act. Even if he failed to uproot the tree, it would be preferable to retreat without trying. Steeling himself, he clapped his hands and positioned himself before the tree, crouching slightly, before wrapping his powerful arms around its trunk. At this moment, Ishuebai and Wang Ming paused their work, their gazes fixed on Xianghua, a wave of tension washing over them. While they understood the immense challenge of a human attempting to uproot a tree, a lingering hope for a miracle flickered within them. Old Xiong, do not exert yourself unduly. Ishuebai cautioned. You bear injuries, do not risk further harm. Unfazed, Xianghua retorted, Nonsense. These are mere scrapes, nothing to worry about. Do not impede me. I am determined to uproot this tree today. With that proclamation, Xianghua summoned all his strength. His arms clamped tightly around the tree, his legs bent, pushing with all their might as if he were lifting a colossal weight. Ah, he shouted, his face flushing crimson, clearly exerting every ounce of his energy. Ah, he continued to cry out, striving to uproot the tree. Yet, it merely swayed slightly, showing no sign of yielding. Meanwhile, Xianghua's face grew purple, his arms reddened, and some wounds began to split, oozing crimson threads. Enough, old Xiong, Ishuebai urged, increasingly anxious. There is no need to risk your life against a tree. This is futile. But Xianghua, now completely consumed by his fervor, disregarded Ishuebai's pleas. He felt that if he could not uproot this tree, he might as well abandon all hope. Yeah, he bellowed again, exerting nearly all his strength, his entire body trembling as his feet dug into the earth. Ishuebai, now visibly anxious, urged him, Old Xiong, this is enough. Let it go. It is not worth it. If this continues, Xianghua's blood might surge to the point of a cerebral hemorrhage. Surviving a swarm of rats only to be exhausted by a tree is utterly absurd. However, given Xianghua's temperament, it is utterly impossible to persuade him to cease his efforts. Ishuebai and Wang Ming could only watch in astonishment as Xianghua nearly shouted while attempting to uproot the tree. Suddenly, Ishuebai heard a series of cracking sounds, accompanied by something stirring beneath his feet. Glancing down, he was alarmed to see soil beginning to seep outward. This signified that the roots beneath the surface were loosening. Could it be that Xianghua was truly about to uproot the tree? He looked at Xianghua in astonishment. And at that moment, a loud crack echoed, as if several roots had snapped simultaneously. Xianghua's once bent legs straightened immediately. Remarkably, the tree was indeed being pulled from the earth, its roots tearing free from the soil one after another. The ground crumbled incessantly as the roots succumbed to the immense force. As the connections diminished, Xianghua's advantage became increasingly evident. Ultimately, he let out a triumphant cry. Ha! The tree had genuinely been uprooted from the ground. Several roots snapped simultaneously, leaving only a few still attached. Xianghua had completely dislodged the base of the tree from the earth and, with a flourish, cast it aside. With a thunderous crash, the 8 or 9 meter tall tree fell into the desolate forest. By my grandfather's name, Xianghua finally felt a sense of relief. Leaning against another tree to catch his breath, his chest heaving, his face began to transition from a deep crimson back to normal. However, due to his excessive exertion, some of his wounds had inevitably reopened. At that moment, Xianghua paid no heed to his injuries, instead gazing at the fallen dead tree with a triumphant smile. Akin to a hunter admiring his slain prey, he looked toward Ishuebai and Wang Ming, raised his chin, and declared, So what do you think? I said I would uproot it, and I did. Just a tree, nothing remarkable. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette for himself, with the smoke billowing from his lips. Ishuebai found himself thinking that this fellow was indeed rather impressive. He glanced at the tree and couldn't help but reflect, "Old Xiong, you truly are formidable." "No kidding," Xianghua replied with a chuckle. "In this world, I'm the most formidable of all." Yet, simultaneously, a sense of unease began to creep into Yishui Bai's heart. Clearly, no ordinary human, not even a professional weightlifter, could uproot such a deeply entrenched tree. The strength Xianghua now possessed was beyond that of a normal human being. Essentially, it is almost certain that Xianghua has undergone a mutation. The notion of mutation was never a consideration for him. It simply did not occupy his thoughts. In his perspective, everything occurring now only serves to validate one notion: his own exceptional prowess. He perceives himself as nothing less than a Superman, a paragon of masculinity. The tree before him, once felled, would suffice to fuel the fire for the night. Yet, after merely uprooting one tree, he became insatiable, driven to clear the entire forest. Despite Yishui Bai's attempts to dissuade him, he could only watch helplessly as Xianghua uprooted another slightly smaller tree before finally relenting. Thus, they severed some remaining roots with their knives and carried the two trees back to the minibus. Xianghua, shouldering the larger tree, walked ahead with an air of triumph, while Yishui Bai and Wang Meng followed, hoisting the other tree. Upon witnessing the trio return with two trees, Zhu Mingqing was taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to be gathering firewood? How did you manage to bring back two trees?" Xianghua laughed heartily. "How do you know these trees were uprooted by my bare hands?" "Huh. Uprooting two trees is but a trivial feat." Zhu Mingqing shot him a disapproving glance. Who mentioned uprooting trees? Yet, she could not help but marvel at the thought of a single person uprooting such thick trees. It was simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiping observed Xianghua's self-satisfied demeanor, and his expression gradually turned serious. Unfazed by the reopening wounds on his body, Xianghua regaled everyone with tales of his remarkable feat of uprooting a tree. In response to his boastfulness, only Han Jinjin engaged him. While the others chose to ignore his proclamations, night soon enveloped them entirely. They began by breaking off the branches to form a fire pile and gathered around it for warmth. The flames illuminated each face, soothing their collective spirits. The past 2 days had been grueling, first with the upheaval inside the Tianxiang building, followed by skirmishes with a horde of rats, leaving everyone utterly fatigued. At last, they could afford a moment of respite. Yishui Bai opened several cans, poured out the meat, added some mineral water, and before long, a fragrant meat soup wafted through the dark night. "Fortunately, we still have some supplies, so we won't go hungry," Yishui Bai remarked with relief. Xianghua interjected, however. "It is truly a pity to have set ablaze so much provision within that building. I wonder if we could still find more food deeper inside." Yishui Bai turned to Wang Ming and inquired, "How prosperous are the other cities on Nile Island?" Wang Ming remarked, "There are 4 nations on the island, and we currently reside in Gu country. Although it may not be classified as a developed nation, its population is relatively substantial, suggesting that resources should be plentiful." Yishui Bai expressed his concerns, stating, "My apprehension lies not with the availability of resources, but rather with the fear that others may have monopolized them. At that point, no matter how abundant the supplies, they would be irrelevant to us. Furthermore, should we encounter them, the likelihood of falling into peril would be considerable." Xianghua, perplexed, questioned, "So what if we encounter them? What danger could there be?" Yishui Bai replied, "Currently, the entirety of Nilo Island produces no food. It merely consumes resources continuously. If you possess a month's worth of provisions and another person wishes to share your life, what would you do?" Without hesitation, Xianghua declared, "Then I would eliminate him. My supplies are sufficient for a month, and with him joining, it would only last half that." Yishui Bai nodded in agreement. "This is precisely the reasoning. If you think this way, others will too. Hence, I suspect that in those large cities, there may be no survivors left. Those who control the essential resources have likely eradicated the surplus population." Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with alarm. If it truly devolved into mutual slaughter, what awaited them would undoubtedly be a hellish fate. "Enough of this," Xianghua scoffed. "You lot are always fretting about this and that. Can't we be done with the incessant worrying? What is the big deal? It's merely a fight. My strength is akin to that of a superhero now. If any real danger arises, you all step back and let me take charge." He thumped his chest, confidently vowing. At that moment, Yuan Kuei suddenly stood up. Gripping his steel pipe tightly, his expression grave and his tone unyielding, "All right then, you shall bear the brunt of the next adversary." Upon witnessing Yuan Kuei's demeanor, Yishui Bai too felt a surge of tension, one hand clutching a dagger while the other grasped a burning stick. He rose and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Old man, Is another enemy approaching? At his words, the others swiftly armed themselves, rising alertly and scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes, ready for confrontation. Even the frail Han Jinjin stood up with a wooden stick, caught up in the charged atmosphere. Yi Shuibai and the others understood that placing their trust in Yuan Kuei regarding vigilance was entirely beneficial. Yuan Kuei's profound gaze pierced through the dense black fog. It draws near, though still a few hundred meters away. By the sound, it seems to be approaching from Xionghua's direction. Me? Xianghua was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, adopting a standoff reminiscent of a sumo wrestler. Excellent. Let it come. I shall tear its body in two. Just watch how I dispatch the one charging at us. With newfound strength coursing through him, Xianghua was brimming with confidence. What manner of creature has charged forth this time, old man? Is it yet another dog? Xianghua rubbed his fist in anticipation. Yet Yuan Kuei's demeanor was markedly grave. This time, the being approaching is far larger than any mere dog. Soon enough, it was not just Yuan Kuei, but everyone present who perceived the commotion heralding the arrival of this entity. Indeed, it was directed towards Xianghua. It resembled a colossal behemoth barreling forward, creating a cacophony that echoed across the ground. The sound was unmistakably not that of a dog, but rather reminiscent of an elephant. Despite Xionghua's overflowing confidence, the noise compelled him to swallow hard, anxiety creeping in. Nonetheless, he steeled himself, refusing to succumb to fear, drawing from his decades of combat experience. He understood that in a brawl, it was the audacious who prevailed over the timid. As long as he harbored no fear, defeat was not an option. He steadied his nerves and fixed his gaze in the direction from which the monstrosity approached. In the flickering light of the flames, a massive shadow loomed ever closer. From the moment the shadow emerged to the instant it lunged before Xianghua, a mere 3 seconds elapsed. Within this fleeting interval, all present were afforded a glimpse of its true form. Towering over 4 meters and spanning more than 3 meters in width, it resembled a locomotive. Its body was a grotesque amalgamation of mutated limbs, writhing like serpents in a frenzy. This abomination was repulsive beyond measure, conjuring images of a multitude of pythons entwined to form a grotesque sphere. Even more horrifying were the remnants of tattered white cloth and 2 dark objects nestled among the serpentine appendages, the disfigured heads of 2 children, their features contorted and distorted from being crushed. The moment they beheld the ghastly sight, Yi Shuibai and the others recognized them instantly. These were the 2 children taken by Li Mingxing from Tianxiang building. This meant that the enormous monstrosity before them was none other than Li Mingxing himself, entirely transformed. No one could have anticipated the emergence of such a colossal creature from the depths of the night. Furthermore, none could have foreseen that this monster was the very Li Mingxing they once knew, the impeccably dressed gentleman in a white suit, who merely 2 days prior had appeared as an ordinary human. Now, however, he had irrevocably morphed into a beast, a thoroughly mutated being. In that moment, Yi Shuibai, Zhu Menqing, Jiang Haiping, Han Jinjin, and the other outsiders were engulfed in a tidal wave of shock. This was their first true encounter with a completely transformed human. Yi Shuibai could scarcely fathom that an ordinary person could devolve into the grotesque visage before him, immense, hideous, bizarre, and terrifying, bereft of any semblance of rationality. This creature resembled a ferocious beast driven solely by primal instincts. Yi Shuibai had initially believed that the 2 children accompanying Li Mingxing would lead to a favorable conclusion. However, it has now become evident that they have unfortunately fallen prey to the first gruesome act of Li Mingxing's transformation. Their bodies have long since vanished, leaving behind only 2 darkened, grotesque heads. It appears their remains have become mere sustenance for Li Mingxing. In a mere 3 seconds, Li Mingxing lunged from the shadows, barreling towards Xianghua with numerous mutated appendages thrashing about. The others were momentarily stunned. Yuan Kuei and Jiang Haiping were the first to regain their senses and began to retreat. Yi Shuibai, Han Jinjin, and Wang Ming quickly recognized the imminent danger. Yi Shuibai grasped Zhu Menqing's hand, and the 4 hastily moved back, simultaneously shouting, "Xianghua, get out of the way." Yet, Xianghua showed no intention of retreating. He had just boasted of his prowess, and now, faced with this monstrous apparition, he felt an instinctive urge to flee. However, in this moment, should he choose to run, no one would reproach him, yet he would be unable to forgive himself for such a cowardly act. Moreover, he had just discovered his innate strength, which was formidable. Although the creature before him was massive, resembling a locomotive, Xianghua harbored a genuine desire to test his might against it. He was prepared for a confrontation. Yi Shuibai continued to implore, "Old Xiong, step aside. You are no match for it." With a derisive snort, Xianghua retorted, "Pfft, who says?" This brute is merely larger in size. I refuse to believe it possesses true strength. As he spoke, he watched the creature charge towards him, resolutely refusing to evade, and instead raised his enormous fist, launching a powerful punch at the mutated Li Mingxing. "Curse you! Die!" Xianghua bellowed as he struck the monster with all his might. The forces collided with a resounding thud. Xianghua was sent flying, plummeting into the abyss of darkness. Despite his great strength, he was utterly no match for the transformed Li Mingxing. Yishui Bai and the others were genuinely astonished. They had just witnessed Xianghua uproot a tree single-handedly. Yet now, in a mere clash with the mutated Li Mingxing, he had been sent sprawling without any capacity to resist. Just how powerful had this completely transformed being become? Could he truly be the so-called superhuman? However, reality did not permit Yishui Bai and his companions the luxury of pondering such questions. Li Mingxing, having dispatched Xianghua, charged towards them with ferocious intent, zeroing in on Jiang Haiping. As Jiang Haiping observed the creature hurtling towards him, he quickly sidestepped, while simultaneously flipping his palm to launch a kitchen knife aimed directly at Li Mingxing's body. Nevertheless, the knife struck Li Mingxing and inflicted no harm. It was deflected away effortlessly. The others also sprang into action to respond. Yuan Kuei swung the steel pipe in his hand, launching 3 nails that flew through the air and embedded themselves into Li Mingxing's body with remarkable precision. Yet, the force proved insufficient, though the nails pierced his skin. They were dislodged with a mere shake as he continued to run. Just as despair gripped the onlookers, 2 gunshots rang out. Zhu Minqing had fired her weapon. Brandishing the revolver gifted to her by Li Mingxing, she pulled the trigger. The bullets screamed from the barrel and struck Li Mingxing's body, momentarily halting his sprint with a muffled cry. Jiang Haiping seized this opportunity to distance himself further from Li Mingxing. However, the damage inflicted by the 2 bullets was negligible, and Li Mingxing swiftly resumed his aggressive stance. With a swift turn of his head, he targeted Wang Ming and charged at him. Wang Ming, armed with a dagger, found himself devoid of any will to fight in the face of Li Mingxing's onslaught. His heart was consumed by sorrow and despair. "Brother!" Wang Ming shouted, desperately attempting to rouse Li Mingxing's consciousness. Yet, Li Mingxing had succumbed entirely to mutation, his rationality lost, impervious to any words. He lunged at Wang Ming like a frenzied beast, his mutated limbs writhing like serpents, his grotesquely transformed head opening wide to roar, saliva flying as if he were poised to devour Wang Ming whole. "Wang Ming," Yishui Bai bellowed, "he is no longer your brother. He has mutated into a beast." The words struck like a lightning bolt, awakening Wang Ming to the grim reality. As Li Mingxing lunged at him, he quickly sidestepped, evading the attack. Yet, Li Mingxing was relentless. Having missed his target, he shook off his mutated limbs like a lion ruffling its mane and immediately turned to pounce on Yuan Kuei. Zhu Minqing cried out, "This cannot continue. He will eventually consume us with his relentless assaults." For Li Mingxing, the opportunity to attack was limitless. As long as he succeeded in capturing his prey once, it sufficed. However, for Yishui Bai and the others, even a slight injury from Li Mingxing could lead to their doom. "Let us flee," Han Jinjin shouted. "We should scatter. Then he can only pursue one of us, allowing the others to survive." The remaining members remained silent, but Yishui Bai was quick to oppose. "No, we are a team. If we disperse, our chances of defeating him diminish drastically. Even if we separate, he can chase one and then another. We cannot gamble on whether he can see us through the fog. If we recklessly split up, we will face this monster alone, and then we will truly be without any means of escape." Li Mingxing charged fiercely towards Yuan Kuei, declaring, "I too have mutated." Yuan Kuei, being advanced in age, could not compare in agility with the youthful Yishui Bai and his companions. Thus, evading their strikes seemed nearly impossible. Yet, with his wealth of experience, Yuan Kuei swiftly discerned the flaw in Li Mingxing's assault and adeptly rolled to the ground, deftly avoiding a direct confrontation. As Li Mingxing lunged forward, he found himself striking nothing but air, while Yuan Kuei had already repositioned himself behind him, seeking refuge elsewhere. Li Mingxing, frustrated by his repeated failures to land a hit, erupted in fury, turning his wrath towards Yishui Bai once more. This time, his movements were exaggerated, fueled by anger, and his speed reached unprecedented levels. Like a violent tempest, he charged at Yishui Bai, armed with a blazing piece of wood. Yishui Bai swung it towards Li Mingxing, yet the latter showed no fear of the flames. The fiery stick merely sparked upon impact, proving ineffective. In an instant, Li Mingxing was upon Yishui Bai, his formidable limbs striking like serpents in a relentless assault. This was not merely an attack. He encircled Ishuaibai with his elongated appendages, cutting off all avenues for escape. Faced with such overwhelming force, Ishuaibai found himself momentarily at a loss. While others looked on with growing concern, Zhu Mingqing hastily fired at Li Mingxing. The sharp report of 2 gunshots echoed as bullets found their mark within him. However, the enraged Li Mingxing remained undeterred by the pain, only intensifying his onslaught against Ishuaibai. Ishuaibai considered dodging to the left, but an alien limb threatened from that side. He contemplated retreating to the right, yet there too lay an impending strike. Every potential escape route was sealed. It felt as though he had fallen into a den of constrictors, surrounded by ravenous serpents. The onlookers felt powerless, their strength utterly dwarfed by the colossal figure of Li Mingxing, as they could only watch helplessly as his serpent-like limbs coiled and prepared to strike at Ishuaibai. Yet, amidst this dire situation, despair did not cloud Ishuaibai's vision. Rather, a spark of determination ignited within him. His pupils trembled as he fixated on Li Mingxing's grotesque visage. Just as the myriad of aberrant limbs were set to converge upon him, he suddenly thrust his legs down. To everyone's astonishment, he sprang from the ground with remarkable lightness, soaring like a grasshopper, reaching an impressive height of 4 to 5 meters, akin to a missile being launched. Boom! Li Mingxing's limbs crashed down onto the earth, generating a resounding impact, yet they failed to ensnare Ishuaibai. Ishuaibai leaped into the air, seemingly taking flight. Before gently tapping the top of Li Mingxing's head and landing back on the ground, completely unharmed, his demeanor unchanged. The others stood in astonishment, gazing at Ishuaibai as though he were some fantastical creature. A normal human could never leap over 5 meters. The agility displayed by Ishuaibai was wholly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. At the same time, although Ishuaibai had evaded Li Mingxing's attack, his spirits were far from elevated. While he had harbored a vague sense of change, it was only at this moment that he could truly confirm it. Indeed, his body had undergone transformation. He feared he was in a similar predicament as Xianghua. He too had mutated. Li Mingxing, incensed by his failure to strike Ishuaibai, pivoted and launched another assault. He swung his serpentine arm like a whip, delivering swift strikes towards Ishuaibai accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Ishuaibai nimbly dodged, leaping side to side with remarkable speed and agility, successfully evading Li Mingxing's onslaught. Despite Li Mingxing's chaotic barrage, he could not land a blow on Ishuaibai. However, Ishuaibai was not without his struggles. He had to remain wholly focused to counter Li Mingxing's erratic attacks. Although his awareness and reflexes had significantly improved, it was merely sufficient for evasion. A momentary lapse in concentration could easily result in him being struck. Should he be hit by Li Mingxing's monstrous appendage, the outcome would be dire. Death awaited him. Furthermore, he was entirely incapable of inflicting any harm on Li Mingxing, as no battle could be won solely through evasion. Li Mingxing's fury escalated, and he began to roar, pouring all his might into his assault on Ishuaibai. The latter's evasive maneuvers grew increasingly taxing. He jumped backward to evade. Yet Li Mingxing seemed to anticipate his every move, relentlessly pursuing him without any intention of letting up. As they watched Ishuaibai ensnared by Li Mingxing, the others felt utterly helpless. This colossal behemoth was beyond their capacity to confront. Even Zhu Mingxing's firearm proved ineffective, let alone the others. Yet, at that moment, as Li Mingxing launched a ferocious attack on Ishuaibai, a massive shadow descended from above, crashing down upon Li Mingxing with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. The assailant was a tree. Xianghua had seemingly procured a tree from somewhere, and, clutching it like a mighty staff, returned to deliver a powerful blow to Li Mingxing, sending him tumbling across the ground. Li Mingxing was struck by the overwhelming force, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Observing Li Mingxing's disheveled appearance, Xianghua erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Look at you, little one. Still feeling invincible, are we? No matter how strong you are, I possess a weapon. Come here, let me show you how to deal with you." As he spoke, he brandished a sturdy tree trunk, reveling in his perceived superiority. When Li Mingxing was struck by Xianghua, his animosity swiftly redirected towards him. With a fierce glare, he lunged at Xianghua, his massive form propelling forward. Unfazed, Xianghua raised the tree trunk as one would wield a lance, aiming it directly at Li Mingxing's body, shouting, "Die!" The tree was thrust forward with tremendous force. However, as it made contact with Li Mingxing, his numerous appendages coiled around the trunk, ensnaring it like a serpent. In an instant, with a resounding crack, all his limbs exerted force simultaneously, twisting and shattering the tree into countless splinters that scattered in all directions. Witnessing the destruction of the tree, Xianghua's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Damn it. This is it. I'm done for. Li Mingxing, now utterly frenzied, had effortlessly crushed the tree with his tentacles. This immense strength made even the overconfident Xianghua realize that this mutated creature was far beyond his capacity to confront. If the mutated rats merely exhibited sharper teeth and a bit more strength, they could still be categorized as biological entities. In stark contrast, Li Mingxing had transcended to an entirely different species. This power eclipsed the very notion of biology, embodying a true monstrosity. Xianghua stood in awe, momentarily bereft of any strategy to counter Li Mingxing. Meanwhile, the irrational Li Mingxing launched another ferocious assault against Xianghua, with countless tentacles surging towards him. Xianghua's reflexes were inadequate to evade such a violent onslaught. He could only raise his arms defensively, hoping to withstand the overwhelming force. Yet, as a gale swept towards him, he sensed the impending doom. At that critical moment, a shadow darted in swiftly. Just as Xianghua was about to be struck, a foot kicked him forcefully on the shoulder, propelling him over a meter away. Though the distance was minimal, it spared him from the brink of death. The only individual with such agility could only be Yishui Bai. With a thunderous crash, countless mutated limbs slammed into the ground beside Xianghua, creating a massive crater in the hard asphalt. Cold sweat dripped down Xianghua's brow. Had that blow landed on him, he would have surely been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. He hastily sprang to his feet and turned to flee, eager to escape the reach of Li Mingxing's onslaught. Despite Li Mingxing's numerous failed attacks, his fury reached a boiling point. In a sudden, violent motion, he swept his monstrous limb, toppling the fire pit in the center of the path. Countless burning logs were hurled into the air, scattering like fireworks as they fell around them. Zhu Menqing and the others quickly dodged the fiery debris. Xianghua shouted, "Shui, what should we do now? This guy is completely beyond our capabilities. He is a monster." As he spoke, Li Mingxing charged towards Jiang Haiping. At that moment, a shadow darted before Li Mingxing, revealing Yishui Bai. Drawing a dagger from his waist, Yishui Bai hurled it at Li Mingxing, the blade striking his face with a metallic clang. However, Li Mingxing's tough hide repelled the dagger effortlessly. This act, without doubt, provoked Li Mingxing's wrath, and he immediately redirected his aggression towards Yishui Bai. Two monstrous limbs swung down upon him, but fortunately, Yishui Bai was nimble enough to evade the assault with a graceful leap. "Quickly, run," Yishui Bai urged. "Get as far away as possible. My speed is sufficient to keep me safe from this creature. I'll keep him occupied while you escape. Once you're gone, I'll follow suit. He won't catch me." In terms of speed, Yishui Bai felt confident he could outpace Li Mingxing. Given the circumstances, this seemed to be the most viable solution. Defeating the monster was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Fleeing had become their only path to survival. Yuan Kuei promptly declared, "Everyone, get in the vehicle. We'll drive along the road, and soon Shui will catch up with us." Xianghua hesitated momentarily, asking, "Shui, are you sure you can handle this?" At that moment, Yishui Bai found himself entangled with Li Mingxing, managing to respond while fending off attacks. "Don't worry. I may not be able to defeat him, but escaping is well within my capabilities. Just drive ahead, we'll meet later." With no better options available, the group hurried towards the minibus. However, just as they approached the vehicle, eerie cries erupted from the darkness. The mournful wails were chilling, reminiscent of a legendary dragon's roar. Suddenly, a rapid series of sharp clattering noises approached swiftly. It sounded like the pounding of hooves. Yet the speed at which these hooves struck the ground was far beyond that of any ordinary creature. Each sound echoed like the wheels of an old steam train racing forward. If these were indeed the sounds of hoofs, they belonged to a steed capable of running 1,000 miles a day, a true-blooded horse of legend. As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a colossal figure suddenly burst forth from the other end of the road, emerging from the darkness with astonishing speed, resembling nothing more than a fleeting shadow. This imposing silhouette, nearly the size of a small bus, charged forward with incredible velocity, its target unmistakably set on Li Mingxing. Li Mingxing, acutely aware of this sudden intruder, instinctively raised an appendage to strike at the shadowy form. However, in terms of speed, he was utterly outmatched by this enormous entity. In the blink of an eye, the shadow was upon him, brushing past with a swift motion, vanishing into the obscurity once more, the sound of its hooves echoing into the distance. To his horror, Li Mingxing discovered that one of his appendages had fallen from the air, severed with a clean precision as if sliced by a razor-sharp blade. A torrent of blood gushed forth from his severed limb, and Li Mingxing emitted a piercing wail, his body convulsing in agony as his remaining appendages flailed wildly. Yishui Bai, terrified, quickly retreated, fearing the wrath of the frenzied creature. Meanwhile, the crisp sound of hooves returned, and the shadowy figure spun around, charging forth once more from the darkness. Once again darting past Li Mingxing. Attempting to retaliate, Li Mingxing found that the shadow had already vanished back into the gloom, its speed far surpassing his own. What manner of being could possess such swiftness and size? It was as though this phantom, armed with unparalleled speed, was akin to a formidable cavalryman effortlessly dispatching an infantryman, leaving Li Mingxing, even as a mutated creature, with no chance of defense. What could this shadow be, wielding such formidable strength? Was it another, even more ferocious beast? Li Mingxing was relentlessly dismembered, blood spraying forth like a crimson deluge upon the earth, transforming the ground into a scene of sanguine chaos. In his excruciating torment, he flailed about like a drunken brute, striking at anything within reach. The ground was pounded into deep craters, and the asphalt road was shattered into fragments. Yishui Bai and the others, fearing misfortune, hastily withdrew. Yet the dark shadow continued its relentless assault, emerging from the mist to strike at Li Mingxing before retreating once more into obscurity. It was a relentless cycle of attack and concealment, reminiscent of the valiant ancient General Zhao Zilong, who fought valiantly at Changbanpo, embodying the spirit of an indomitable warrior. At last, as the shadow lunged once more at Li Mingxing, with a swift motion, a blade sliced through the air. This time, it was not Li Mingxing's extraneous limb that was severed, but rather his very head, his cranium, utterly transformed to the point where his features were unrecognizable, was cleaved cleanly from his body, rolling to the ground and spilling forth a cascade of crimson. His eyes, wide open, were filled with an expression of utter despair. Meanwhile, his body, after a few final spasms, ultimately succumbed to complete loss of control, crashing down with a thunderous thud. The ground trembled as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Yishui Bai and the others stood in shock. The fully mutated Yishui Bai, an abominable human-turned-monster, was an adversary they could not possibly contend with. Yet, this colossal shadow had dispatched him with astonishing ease, as though chopping vegetables, without the slightest exertion. Who, then, was this enigmatic figure? At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed once more, but this time it approached with a deliberate pace rather than a frantic rush. All eyes turned towards the swirling mists, where an immense silhouette emerged. The first thing to catch their attention was a pair of magnificent, towering antlers. Following closely, a gigantic elk stepped forth from the fog, its vast form illuminated by sporadic flickers of light, appearing both eerie and mysterious. This elk was the size of a house, and its muscular legs hinted at phenomenal speed that could rival any wild stallion. Moreover, it was faintly discernible that a figure appeared to be perched upon the elk's back. Who could it be? Yishui Bai and his companions instinctively huddled closer, their hands subtly resting upon their weapons. In the midst of this mist, no one could discern whether the approaching entity was a friend or foe, a mere passerby or a harbinger of doom. Soon, the elk's form emerged fully from the shadows. And in that instant, a collective gasp escaped their lips. For this was no ordinary elk. Its eyes were bloodshot, bulging grotesquely, and its fur was marred by numerous wounds, revealing the veins and muscles beneath, pulsating like mechanical gears. This creature was undeniably mutated. Its entire body was riddled with gaping holes, and a dark cavity on its abdomen faintly exposed a writhing intestine. To all appearances, this elk resembled a ghastly, undead creature. Yet, what intrigued everyone was that this deer, despite its fierce gaze and an aura of intimidation, exhibited no signs of restlessness, as if it had been tamed, leisurely walking along the road. Upon its back sat a robust man, seemingly an ordinary human, unmutated. This formidable figure, with golden hair and blue eyes, sported a close-cropped haircut, dressed in military camouflage. He wielded a well-crafted entrenching tool, its dual edges sharpened to a lethal precision, capable of serving as a formidable weapon in battle. Coupled with the deer's imposing size and swiftness, one could assert that even amidst a throng of adversaries, he could navigate effortlessly. In addition to the entrenching tool, the man was equipped with 2 hefty bags and a submachine gun, indicating an abundance of provisions, though his demeanor was cold and detached. He refrained from unleashing any hostility toward Yishui Bai and his companions, scarcely casting them a glance. Instead, he rode the deer, gradually approaching the lifeless body of Li Mingxing. The deer let out an excited call, revealing a mouthful of shark-like teeth, and, lowering its head, began to gnaw upon Li Mingxing's corpse. Through the torn hide, Yishui Bai and the others could observe the muscles and veins of the deer's neck rhythmically contracting as it chewed. They watched in silence as the deer consumed Li Mingxing, none daring to utter a word. At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly rushed forward, shouting, "Wait!" The man atop the deer swiftly turned, drawing a handgun with precision, aiming it at Wang Ming's head. Wang Ming hastily raised his hands, signaling his lack of malice, and implored, "This man is my elder brother. Could you refrain from consuming him?" The man shook his head, replying, "My deer requires sustenance. If not him, shall I feast upon you?" He surveyed the group, remarking dismissively, "The combined flesh of you few is hardly equal to that of this fellow." Unyielding, Wang Ming pressed on. "Could you at least spare his head? At the very least, allow me to bury my brother's head." He gazed earnestly at the man, preparing to kneel. The man quickly interjected, "Enough. A man's knees are precious. Do not kneel lightly. You may take the head." "Thank you. Thank you," Wang Ming exclaimed, hastening to retrieve Li Mingxing's severed head, retreating to a distance to dig a grave with his dagger, intending to bury it. Meanwhile, the deer continued to devour Li Mingxing's mutated body, and as it fed, it expelled a thick, foul-smelling excrement, permeating the air with its stench. Xianghua hastily covered his nose. Ishuei cast a glance at the golden-haired, azure-eyed individual before him. Despite his rigid demeanor, there was no malice to be found. After all, if the intent was to take his life, this man could have effortlessly ridden in on his deer to reap the harvest. Understanding this, Ishuei boldly approached the man and inquired, "Hey there, my friend. I am Ishuei Bai. May I ask your name?" 98. The Moose Knight, the man replied, casting a condescending glance at Ishuei Bai. He did not exhibit much warmth. Simply stating, "Charles." Ishuei Bai continued, tilting his head in curiosity, "Are you a local of Nile Island, or have you come from elsewhere?" Charles responded, "I am a soldier, dispatched to Nile Island to investigate the situation regarding the mists. Along with me were over a dozen companions. We were a small squad, but now I stand alone." As Charles spoke, his tone remained remarkably steady. For a soldier of his profession, death was merely a commonplace occurrence, a mere facet of existence. "What transpired?" Ishuei Bai asked. Charles pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "Mutation. Shortly after our arrival on the island, my comrades began to undergo mutations, transforming into various monstrous forms, losing their sanity, and launching attacks on one another. We had no choice but to eliminate the mutated individuals, and in the end, I was the sole survivor." At this moment, Zhu Mingqing also stepped forward, asking, "You didn't mutate?" "Me?" Charles smirked slightly. "I have already mutated." Ishuei Bai and the others stiffened, growing wary. "What does that mean?" "You appear perfectly normal to me," Ishuei Bai remarked. Charles gestured to the massive moose beneath him. "Look at this creature. When I discovered it, it was already a mutated beast, possessing speed and strength unattainable by a normal deer. Upon encountering it, it launched a frenzied attack on us, seeking to make us its prey. But do you know what happened next?" Charles inquired. Ishuei Bai shook his head. Charles continued, "I managed to control it. With just a fleeting thought, it began to act in accordance with my will. This is not an innate superpower or a remarkable talent. It is a power I acquired upon arriving at this island shrouded in mist. In essence, I have mutated. However, my mutation differs from those who have transformed into monsters. My abilities have evolved while my intellect remains intact. From a certain perspective, this mutation deserves a more fitting name: evolution." Evolution. Upon hearing those words, everyone present felt a surge of excitement, including Zhang Haiping. All gathered closer, encircling Charles at a respectful distance, eager to glean more valuable insights from him. They have come to understand that if there exists a power that does not lead to madness, then it is quite possible that both Ishuei Bai and Xianghua have undergone evolution. "What is the distinction between mutation and evolution?" Ishuei Bai inquired with concern. Charles glanced at the group and asked, "Do you have any cigarettes?" Ishuei Bai rummaged through his pocket and tossed half a pack to Charles, catching it effortlessly. Charles extracted one, struck a match to ignite it, and tucked the remaining half back into his pocket, stating, "I saved you all, so consider this half-pack my commission." After savoring a deep puff of smoke and exhaling it with pleasure, he furrowed his brow and continued, "Evolution, mutation. Is there truly a difference? Perhaps, at the core, they are merely two facets of the same phenomenon. For our little team, some have mutated and lost their sanity, while others have evolved and gained new abilities. I can manipulate certain creatures, while my comrades can traverse beneath the ground or transform their skin into stone. It seems as though humanity has been bifurcated. Within this fog, some head to the right, becoming mindless monsters, while others veer to the left, acquiring newfound powers. This peculiar mist, it feels as though Charles searched for an apt metaphor. Ishuei Bai pondered and blurted, like a sieve. Exactly. Charles nodded. A sieve. It appears to be filtering those within the fog, with some evolving and others facing obliteration. A profound sense of fate washed over Ishuebai. It sounds rather cruel, akin to the laws of nature. Jiang Haiping spoke calmly, survival of the fittest. I embrace this principle. Humanity has evolved through repeated selections, culminating in the civilization we possess today. At that moment, Charles's moose had devoured a significant portion of Li Mingxing. As the creature's droppings continued to be expelled, the air grew increasingly foul. Ishuebai queried. If our assumptions are correct, will those who evolve cease to mutate? Charles scoffed lightly, shaking his head. Do you think I am human for any particular reason? Within this fog, no one knows who will evolve and who will mutate. We cannot predict when an unforeseen event may occur during the evolutionary process, leading one to suddenly lose their sanity and transform into a monster. Perhaps tomorrow, I too shall become a monster. Thus, I assert that the distinction between mutation and evolution may be negligible. Essentially, they are one and the same. Ishuebai fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Charles's moose had thoroughly consumed Li Mingxing's remains. It lifted its head in satisfaction, shook its neck, and began to stomp its hooves on the road. It seems he has had his fill, Charles remarked as he prepared to depart. After a moment of contemplation, Ishuebai extended an invitation. Would you care to join us? A team would undoubtedly thrive within this fog. Charles's prowess was on an entirely different plane compared to theirs. If they could enlist Charles, it would serve as a monumental advantage for them. Moreover, Charles did not appear to harbor malicious intent. Otherwise, he could have easily wielded his entrenching tool and severed their heads like grass. Yet, Charles expressed no desire to join their ranks. I prefer to act alone. I trust no one, for others are indeed hell. Furthermore, you do not seem to be the most reliable companions. I am a soldier, and you. Charles cast a cold glance at Yuan Kuei's orange prison garb, merely condemned criminals. With that, he mounted his colossal elk and ambled down the road, leaving only a frigid silhouette behind. Ishuebai called out loudly, Hey, what's ahead on the road? Are we heading to Anja City? Is it safe there now? I do not know. I have no alternatives. The depths of the fog remain unexplored by me. Ishuebai pressed further. So, where are you headed? To the seaside. Then to leave this island? Ha. Leave? Charles erupted into laughter. Once you enter the fog, you can never escape. What do you mean? Ishuebai felt a surge of anxiety, sensing danger, and shouted back. Charles, swaying atop the elk, responded, Proceed onward, and you shall understand why. With those words, he vanished into the inky mist under the dim glow of the firelight. Only the sound of hooves echoed in the air. Charles had completely departed. The sound of the elk's hooves faded away, leaving only the lingering stench of excrement in the air. Wang Meng had buried Li Mingxing's head, forming a small mound as a grave, and ignited 3 cigarettes before it. He bowed 3 times respectfully, as if bidding farewell to the past. Now, after enduring such a fierce battle, everyone was utterly exhausted and breathless. They bore wounds, and the relentless fighting over the past few days had left them no time to catch their breath. I can't take it anymore, Xianghua exclaimed, rubbing his sore arms. I desperately need a good night's sleep. Damn it, these past few days have been nothing but fighting humans and monsters. I feel like I'm on the brink of collapse. As he spoke, Xianghua returned to the vehicle intending to lie down, only to curse again. Damn. It stinks too much here. Let's hurry and get in the car and find a better place to stay. His reasoning was sound, and everyone climbed into the vehicle. The driver was replaced by Ishuebai, who drove the vehicle forward, while the tree that Xianghua had initially uprooted was tied to the car and dragged behind. In the dead of night, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and they dared not venture too far. After traveling a short distance, when the foul odor dissipated, Ishuebai finally stopped the car. In less than 5 minutes, Xianghua was already snoring thunderously. This fellow's quality of sleep was indeed enviable. The others, unable to find rest amidst Xianghua's snoring, decided to disembark, split the tree, and build a fire, gathering around it. Alas, Ishuebai sighed and remarked, If only Charles could join us. He could control the mutated monsters and is a soldier with formidable combat skills. Zhu Minqing replied. He doesn't seem like the type to easily trust others. Yuan Kuei, smoking a cigarette, reassured, Don't worry. In this fog, as long as we remain alive, there is a chance to encounter him. Ishuebai nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as we survive. Nevertheless, in this wretched place, merely surviving is already a daunting challenge. With a smile, Ishuebai added, Had it not been for Charles's appearance today, we might have fallen prey to Li Mingxing. He never anticipated that a human could unleash such overwhelming power after mutation. Turning to Wang Ming, he inquired, "Wang Ming, you have encountered more mutated beings here. Are they all this formidable? Are they all so difficult to deal with?" Wang Ming, his expression grave, nodded, "Indeed. Moreover, the power of my brother after mutation can only be considered average compared to the monsters I have seen. When those creatures attacked the Tianxiang building, our people, armed with various weapons, suffered hundreds of casualties daily just to hold them at bay. Had those monsters not retreated, we would never have had a chance to survive." Wang Ming was not one to boast. His words were grounded in truth. This signified that continuing forward would only lead them to encounter even more powerful monsters. It seemed their best option was to find a safe base and remain there. Zhu Minqing remarked, "If there are more monsters ahead, we will only become increasingly endangered." Yi Shuibai shook his head. "It is unfortunate. We cannot return to Easton either, as it has become a domain of rats. However, you are right. We cannot proceed blindly any longer. One mutated monster is already more than we can handle. Should more appear, we would be utterly doomed. We could attempt to find a secure shelter, gather supplies, and stay there for a while. At least, in light of the recent battle." Yi Shuibai and the others had gained a deeper understanding of the monsters. They realized that they could not hope to contend with these mutated beings. "But haven't you already evolved?" Han Jinjin turned her face sideways, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Yi Shuibai. "According to that, Charles, you are no longer an ordinary person. Are you?" Yi Shuibai nodded, gazing at his hands. "My physique, including that of Old Bear, is indeed different from before. Old Bear has grown stronger, while I seem to have become more agile and lighter in body." Zhu Minqing inquired of Jiang Haiping, "Doctor, are Shui and Old Bear's physical attributes still within the realm of normalcy?" Jiang Haiping, flipping through his books, replied, "Their abilities have long surpassed those of ordinary humans." "Is it a change in cells or some other reason?" Zhu Minqing asked. Jiang Haiping slowly raised his head, observing Yi Shuibai intently, adjusting his glasses. "I am uncertain, but I find this situation quite intriguing. It is an unprecedented occurrence in history. If permissible, I would be eager to dissect your bodies to examine any significant changes in your organs and muscles." A glimmer of cold, purely rational light shone in Jiang Haiping's gaze as he regarded Yi Shuibai, as though he were merely observing a laboratory mouse. Yi Shuibai shuddered involuntarily and retorted, "Doctor, please do not entertain such thoughts. I am not dead yet, and there is no need for your dissection." "Yet," Jiang Haiping responded earnestly, "the effects of vivisection are far more vivid, especially when your muscles are still in motion. If you consent, I could incise your thigh or arm for observation, and afterward, I would stitch you up." Yi Shuibai rolled his eyes. "I absolutely do not consent. If you wish to conduct dissections, then dissect Old Bear instead. Do not set your sights on me." The doctor shook his head, sighing at Yi Shuibai's lack of exploratory spirit, and returned to his reading. Only Yi Shuibai and Zhu Minqing remained, while Han Jinjin continued to ponder. Han Jinjin remarked, "In other words, everyone who enters the Black Mist may undergo changes. However, whether it is evolution or mutation is random. Each individual could potentially transform into a monster, yet conversely, each may also acquire extraordinary powers." She spoke with a glint of strategy and desire in her eyes. "It appears so," Yi Shuibai acknowledged. Han Jinjin continued, "Will the evolution persist indefinitely?" "What do you mean?" Yi Shuibai asked. Han Jinjin scrutinized his body and said, "You have just begun to evolve, gaining agility and physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary person. If evolution continues, what might you become? If your evolution can render you increasingly powerful, what would be the ultimate level you could achieve?" Yi Shuibai stroked his chin, contemplating this question, and then chuckled, "Haha, surely at the end of it all, I can't possibly become a superhuman. Perhaps I might even fly." Zhu Minqing smiled and asked, "If one day you could truly soar, what would you do?" Yi Shuibai replied without hesitation, "If I could fly, the first thing I would do is leave this wretched place." At this juncture, Jiang Haiping doused the conversation with a dose of cold reality. If that were indeed the case, it would signify that evolution had reached its zenith, and it is quite likely one would still be unable to fly. Otherwise, those indigenous beings who arrived before us, as well as soldiers like Charles, would have already taken to the skies. Upon hearing this, the proud expression on Yi Shuibai's face faded, and he suddenly recalled something that makes sense. If evolution allowed one to leave, Charles would have ridden away on his deer long ago. However, Charles had mentioned that once one enters this mist, escape becomes impossible. What could that possibly mean? Everyone shook their heads, uncertain about the nature of this mist, which still enveloped many mysteries. Zhu Minqing suddenly remarked. I once watched a television series about a group of people stranded on a deserted island, unable to escape. In the end, they discovered that they had all died from the start, and the island was merely a struggle at the brink of death. Perhaps we, too, have already perished. And this mist represents the afterlife, binding us forever within its shroud. This hypothesis sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Yi Shuai quickly interjected, enough with the esoteric musings. If we were truly dead, it would be a relief, and my injuries wouldn't hurt so much. Yet, as he extended his hand to warm by the fire, he pondered, if, as Charles suggested, this mist serves as a filter, those who fail to pass will transform into terrifying monsters, while those who succeed will evolve, gaining some extraordinary ability. If that is the case, it certainly does not resemble a natural phenomenon, but rather something contrived. At this statement, the others nodded in agreement. Sensing the deeper implications, Jiang Haiping closed his book and joined Yi Shuai by an analysis. If this mist is indeed a filter, intentionally crafted by certain individuals or an organization, it must ultimately serve a specific purpose. While we remain unaware of the motives behind it, we can infer from our current circumstances. What we observe is that living beings, including humans, are affected by this mist, leading to two possible outcomes. The first, a profound enhancement of abilities paired with the loss of reason, akin to Li Mingxing and that wild dog. The second, the acquisition of abilities while retaining clarity of thought. Exemplified by you, Xiong and Charles. In both scenarios, one must align with the experimenter's desired outcome, continuously sifting through until the ultimate result is achieved. Thus, it implies that both humans and animals exist on this island merely as a form of value, essentially, as experimental subjects. A profound silence enveloped the group. Experimental subjects. Does this mean that everyone is being treated as mere lab rats? Zhu Minqing remarked. If they are indeed experimental subjects, then Ah Shuai and Old Bear must be considered successes, yet they remain here. They should have been taken away, if they continue to linger. What if the rare successful products fall prey to those monsters? Jiang Haiping responded, we cannot ascertain that rational mutants are deemed successful by their standards. It is equally plausible that those irrational monsters are what they truly desire. Even if their objective is evolutionaries like Ah Shuai, it is likely that they are not entirely satisfied with Ah Shuai's current abilities. They may be awaiting even more exceptional specimens. Much like cultivating bacteria, we place colonies in a petri dish, allowing them to proliferate freely, engaging in mutual consumption and slaughter, without interference. The last one remaining is precisely what we seek. Jiang Haiping spoke with an icy detachment, devoid of any emotion. Yet, the others sensed a chilling profundity in his words. Is this not akin to nurturing venomous creatures? Zhu Minqing commented, let us engage in mutual slaughter within the black mist, until only one remains. Han Jinjin, listening intently, exhibited no fear. Instead, excitement sparkled in her eyes. What an intriguing game this is. We are already ensnared within it and must continue to play. The crucial question is, how do we achieve victory? A slight smile graced Han Jinjin's lips. I truly wonder how I will evolve in the future and what abilities I will possess. Zhu Minqing cast her a glance. How can you be so certain that you will evolve rather than mutate into a monster? Han Jinjin replied confidently. Because I believe I will emerge victorious in the end. But what a victory! Yi Shuai stretched languidly. To become the finest lab rat? If that is all there is, I would prefer to die now, rather than pondering how to win. I am more intrigued by the identity of those enigmatic they. If the doctor's deductions are accurate, and this fog is indeed an experimental field, I yearn to uncover the identities of those conducting the experiments. Are they purported aliens or a clandestine government endeavor aimed at developing more formidable weaponry? Old Master, what say you? Yi Shuai turned to the ever-silent Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei appeared unfazed, as though the mist bore no relevance to him. What of it if this is an experimental field for nurturing venomous creatures? Is the outside world any different? In my view, the principle of survival of the fittest applies universally. There is no distinction. Han Jinjin nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze towards Yi Shuai. Do you not aspire to be the ultimate victor? Of course I do, Yi Shuai replied, a sinister smile creeping across his face. However, my sole motivation for wanting to be the last winner is to confront the puppeteer lurking behind this veil of mist and eliminate them. The sensation of being manipulated is what I detest the most.